you will be at a safer place. Collaboration. You need to collaborate as well, like all. So if you go and read this, you will learn a lot. I mean, I'm sorry I don't have that much of time to talk because 30 minutes ma'am is looking at me. And accommodating as well. So, जब accommodate करना है, we will accommodate. जब aggressive होना है, passion होना है. So these are certain styles you can incorporate in your nature, in your style, that will help you. Anyway, certain pitfalls are there. This is if the leader is not great. Anyways, apne organization ke don't look at your head or bosses. If the leader is not taking the right decision, what all can happen? So a leader has to be strong. I'm not saying that only the head of the institution is a leader. Everybody who is sitting here is a leader, right? You all take decisions, you all plan certain things, you do a lot of stuff together. So you all are a leader. But certain times, certain decisions that you have taken can make it or break it. So whenever you are in angry mode, so never make a permanent decision when you are in any such mode. Chill, cool down, take your time, go for a walk, and then come back and go back and teach the same thing to your startups because they also need to inculcate certain habits. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi is going to take the next session. So can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Lakshmi?
Because I was asked to speak about value creation, right? Value creation for whom? Why only startups? See, any relationship has to be bi-directional, right? Otherwise, it will not sustain. For everybody, right? That's why I put all the stakeholders. How do you create value for everybody? If I've missed anybody, please add. So this incubation is a everyday grind of continuing adding value to everybody possible so that your startup also gets value. Otherwise, it doesn't. And I mean, this is I put together based on my learning, the harsh beating what we've gone through, and keeping the startup at the center stage, right? Of course, incubators do well. We do well if our startups do well at the end of the day, right? So how do we work with all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that our startups do well? I think can we make it more discussion-wise because I will not run through the next of the slides. First, I think most of the genesis of the incubator starts with the host institution, right? So host institution starts an incubator because there are multiple reasons. Because there's government funding available, NIRF pressure, or there are enough entrepreneurs within the campus, or there are startups in the ecosystem, it starts with the host institution, right? So what will be the kind of value creation that the host institution can do for the startups? Why does a startup come to a particular incubator seeing the background of the host institution?
We have facilities in NIT Srinagar like technology inclusion where startups need help to develop their prototypes.
Okay, so one is prototyping, testing, sometimes even small batch manufacturing possible in the labs. Correct? Anything else? Yes, please. One word.
Yeah. Running a business requires multiple activities. And
one of them you tell what the campus can give. No.
Yeah, so all the other things the incubator can provide to the startup.
So because we'll have to cover how many? About 12 of them in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So roughly 2 minutes per point.
Funding agency would be one good thing.
No, let us stick on to host institution. If somebody wants to come to the campus, they can make use of your labs. Please be seated. Yeah, please. Experts like faculty expertise, where does it matter? Mentoring for what? Okay, for... See, now with deep tech, slowly startups have realized that faculty can also add a lot of value for R&D expertise. Whether there is longer gestation period or deeper expertise required to build R&D solutions. But business mentoring and other mentoring still needs, GTM mentoring needs people from outside the campus only. Right? Anything else from the campus? Maybe the brand of the institution?
Brand plays a major role.
Because if you see a startup pitch deck, they'll have 10 logos, right? Access to students to work as interns. Then, idea generation. All this the startups expect from the host institution. What does the host institution expect from the incubator? That was a... Very bad sigh, yeah. What does the host institution expect from the incubator?
Ma'am, network.
Network for what?
Network of maybe the associates that
Extra
the host
earning.
institution may have.
Good to hear that. Okay.
Revenue, co-creation,
Revenue. Yeah.
IP
IP co-creation
co-creation.
with the faculty and the startups. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Leveraging alumni to see how they can brand the institution. Then, yes. For the host institution, business acumen from whom? But what would the host institution gain? Technology transfer. Can the incubator help them in technology transfer? Pardon? Exactly. Return on investment. I have given you so much of square feet of space in the prime area. If not incubator, what is it alternatively I would have done? Where is the money? Which is fair enough, right?
The host also needs a lot of the number of
Who's this? Yeah.
entrepreneurs for them for their accreditation purposes, ranking purposes.
Okay, NIRF, accreditation, ranking, metrics, job creation, okay. Brand value, using their students, could be working as interns with startups, multiple things, right? So value creation has to happen on both sides. For your host institution, also for the next one is a service provider, that is fair enough, right? I mean, very straightforward, easy. This I'll cover myself. Whoever adds value as a service to your incubator, starting from your company secretary, chartered accountants, IP attorneys, digital marketing guys, anybody who offers a service, right? What do you start? Through them, what do you offer to your startups? Maybe a subsidized cost, easy access, variety, right? Why will they come to you? Because they get the customer pipeline for themselves, right? This is straightforward. Corporate, yeah, this is a very interesting thing. Now, how will you create value to startups through corporates, through association with corporates? Okay, straight away get problem statements from corporates. No, once again, we'll stick on to that. You get problem statements from corporates. What will happen to the problem statements? How will you do the connection? Startups, corporates will give you a problem statement. What will you do with the problem statement? But our startups, then you'll have to scout startups who are working in relevant area, right? See, good or bad, startups are passionate about what they're trying to solve. So there's no problem, no point in asking somebody to solve somebody's problem. But are you able to connect the right startups? So scouting startups for corporates can be one, right? Then, so startups get an opportunity to build a solution what a customer needs. Some of the startups could also get CSR from the corporate through the incubator to them. Okay. Then, startups could get access to very good top-notch R&D labs, testing facilities which are there in corporates. Many of the corporates are open today to do that, right? Even small batch manufacturing you want to do, they have an access. Yeah, market, GTM, you can get a lot of technology, business, GTM mentors from corporates. That depends, if you're able to maybe do a joint venture, acquisition, they are ready to open up their doors for distribution at some point of time, right? Why will the corporates, how can you create, what value are you creating for corporates? Most of them have, but the corporates cannot be as agile, as low cost, as economical, as fast as startups, right? And when they're looking at one problem, you can maybe present them hundreds of solutions through startups. It will take them tons of money, you can do it at a minuscule of cost, right? Some of them could also meaningfully look at using their CSR for benefiting the society through technology. But again, it should not be allied to their core business area, right? Okay. Then funding agency. This is self-explanatory. Okay. Now, startups I always say startups need only two primary things: money, market. Sometimes mentorship. If those two come, mentorship is actually not needed much, right? So funding agency is very relevant, right? Because startups come to you if you have the relevant funding at the stage they are, how much money they need, for what they need. Right from an aspiring entrepreneur through a fellowship to a maybe a very late stage seed fund, depending on what sector they're doing, for what you want to do. If the funding is there, they'll come. So through funding agencies, you can also add value to startups by giving them the required funding support whenever needed, right? What does a funding agency expect from an incubator? How can you create value addition, value creation for a funding agency through the incubator? Can you create? You should create, right? How will you create? Success of startup? No. See, what I'm asking is, how do you keep your funding agencies happy? Generating revenue? I don't think they're very focused on generating revenue, right? If you're self-sustainable, yes, don't go back to them asking for money, which we keep on doing. There's no other go, right? No, see, I'm talking at the incubator level. See, every funding agency, every scheme has predefined metrics for every scheme. Whether it's number of entrepreneurs created, number of patents done, number of funds raised, number of co-investment, impact on the ground, partnerships, investors, so many things. See, in between, if you see 10 minutes, I was missing, right? I had a review, matey review for IIITB. So when God calls, you have to go, right? We have to be there. So that is the onus on us as well. And wherever through a relevant program, if some startup, some innovator has got benefited, they need a mention, they need acknowledgement. That is also required, right? And as far as possible, run a clean, transparent, very effective. See, what government gives is only a seed. Can you multiply the seed? Can you demonstrate that multiplication is very key, right? That will automatically create value. Then international partners. Why will startups need international partners? Okay, to access overseas market, soft landing opportunities, either overseas market for selling, testing, trials, opening a new business venture, fundraising, international best practices adoption. Okay, then anything else? See, today, I mean, can you as an incubator connect one of your startups to a relevant startup somewhere abroad who's either behind or before in the value stream? Keep all these options, right? Or easiest thing to do is if you partner with the international university, right? Can those students abroad be interns for your startup who's here? Do a market dip study there. As low as that, there could be multiple engagements, right? What do international partners look for through the incubator? How can you add value to international partners? If there's an investor who's keen on India market, can you give him the good pipeline, what he's expecting? Can you showcase the right startups to him, right? Or it could be some students who are there in a university abroad who want to do an India market study. Can you organize a program? It's a win-win for you as well, right? See, a few weeks back, I met a bunch of students who were from Spain. They said they're coming to India as a part of their academic exercise to spend 1-2 months in India. Then I said, good, what are you going to do? They said they are spending 2 weeks in Agra. I said, very good. What is the problem you're trying to solve? They said, no, we are trying to spend time at Taj Mahal. Then I asked the student, what is the problem you've identified? Why are you coming to India? Then they said they want to refill all the car seats with cotton waste, which is more recyclable, more eco-friendly. Then I said, you should be going to Coimbatore. And I opened bang on Google, and in India Mart, there was one company in Coimbatore who was manufacturing a machine to make cotton waste out of cotton for 4 lakhs. See, many of the people from outside don't know what to look for in India. India is a black box for many of them, right? We are so varied, so diverse. So any opportunity, see how you can leverage. So that somebody in your incubator, some startup in your incubator can get benefited, right? Of course, investors. Yeah, I think this quickly we'll touch upon. Now, startups come to you primarily because you have access to investors. Again, the same thing, right theses of the investors. I'm sure Prasad will touch more points in the investment there. Right theses, why are they interested in you? What is it you can offer? For your startups, for investors, there's a lot of value. Why will investors work with you? Apart from your pipeline of startups. All that coming because the pipeline, you're able to handhold. You can tell, in fact, many occasions I have told investors, you just help us in selecting the startups. We will handhold them, bring them to a stage. From there, you take them forward. All that is fine. Anything else? Absolutely. See, one is you can always say, I will put in my 10 lakhs initial Nidhi Prayas to help them build a prototype. You keep your radar on, they make progress, come back. That could be one. Or if you are able to give them very good testing grounds, if you are an incubator which is associated with, say, a hospital, right? Many of these investors have healthcare startups who may not have access to hospitals. Or you are an incubator who's working with some couple of banks. So can you open up test beds, trial beds for those? Everything works in life only if there's a win-win on both sides. How do you ensure that, right? Yeah, nation, I'll come last. The next one is a TBI team, right? So what would the startups, through the TBI team, how do you add value to the startups? How should the TBI team, I think Gladys also spent a lot of time on the team, right? How should the team be to add value to startups? One primary, I would say, attribute of the team towards startups. Exactly, right? Because entrepreneurship is a very difficult, tough journey. None of us in the room have done it, or very few of us would have done it, right? Very easy to talk, very difficult to do, right? How many of your team members, you ensure that they are empathetic towards the entrepreneurs, understand their problem? First of every month, they have to cut checks, they have to pay salaries, they have to sustain. Day before yesterday, I met one startup who was running a company for 8 years. After 8 years, he shut shop. He had a revenue of about 1.5, 2 crores. He said, I was not able to raise capital to scale. I could really see the pain, right? Empathy is the first thing, and do anything possible to help entrepreneurs. I think that should be the mantra to the team, right? Why should the team do all this? I have no answer so far. If anybody has an answer, please help me out. Why should the TBI, including the CEO and the team, why should they work for the success of the startup? See, at the incubator level, fine, but all of us are humans, right? For everybody, every individual, every manager, every CEO to stay motivated, continue performing, delivering on the ground in the incubator every day to support startups. Why he or she should do? What is it I get at the end of the month? Yes, please. No, see, my question was, thank you, please be seated. See, my question was, if can we create mechanism where people get compensated? See, for example, incubator does well, 10, 20 years down the line, you get an exit from the startup. That time, none of the team which gave all the support all these years would be there. So how can you translate this into specific incentives month on month, year on year? Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you.
Now we'll have a very interesting session that I was talking about on building a quality pipeline. And initially we thought that I'll have my team talk about building a quality mentor pipeline, industry pipeline, and funding pipeline. But we thought let's make it a bit moderated, where I can be a voice between our incubator partners and our team members and share both sides of the story. So can I have Yuvraj? Thanks, Yuvraj. Yuvraj is our director for innovation management, who heads the value partners, value partner desk, mentor desk, and as well as delivery of quite a few programs. Yuvraj, for the building a quality value partner pipeline, let's also talk about what's a value partner and building a quality mentor pipeline. And then we'll start taking a couple of questions and make it very interactive.
Thank you, Vijay. So most of the incubators, including T-Hub, would try to give our best to startups. However, due to various reasons, it would not be systematic. When you want to build a world-class incubation center like T-Hub, what we thought, building a systematic way of supporting startups is extremely important and critical. That's when we thought we'd build a vertical for stakeholder management. When you say stakeholder management, so we have mentors at one hand and service providers for the startup at another hand. So where we manage the desks by a dedicated person. So as we know, I can see most of your mentors already for the startups at one point or other. So with T-Hub, what we did, we used technology for creating a mentor desk. It's not just about listing a mentors and connecting them, but to create a process where end-to-end we utilize the service of the mentors effective way and capturing it, what kind of mentor sessions we are doing for startups. It can be one-on-one, one-to-many. It can be startup sitting in this particular building. Startups beyond T-Hub, where we do our webinars through online. So when we run a flagship programs, each and every flagship program have a dedicated mentor for each and every startup, where we mix and match based on their experience and expectations of the startups and experience of the mentor. That's where we do at mentor desk. At this point of time, we have 250 plus mentors registered on T-Hub platform. So that is one side of the story. So other side, so startup need a lot of services. It can be credits, it can be a legal services, taxation services. So it can be a design thinking. So that's where you need a little more than mentoring, obviously. A dedicated support that's where we talk about value partner. We have 80 plus value partners starting from Google's AWS or taxation consultants, GT, KPMG. So big brands as well as affordable where startups can avail these services. This is specifically where our stakeholder management, where we have built CRM tools. Using CRM tools, we have built dashboards for both the verticals, where so we can capture the entire. At the end of the day, if you run an incubator, you need to look at outcomes. So you cannot randomly say that I have 250 mentors. What you have done with these 250 members is extremely important to capturing how many connects we made, how many hours they spent together, how many of them are one-to-one, how many of them are pro bono. So when it comes mentor, how do you capture it? Is it paid as free? So some of the mentors probably do it for free because so they've already earned enough money in their life. But however, some do it as a career. So you need to clearly identify them and make it remunerative for them so that startups as well as mentors would be happy. So I think that's a long question for a 1 minute answer. Okay, so we made a small presentation. I'll quickly run through it. These are the stages. Typically we do it. We start with a need. First we identify what is the need of a startup. Then we will list pool of mentors. Technically also we have mapped with some keywords. So based on keywords as well as our internal knowledge desk run by Zarina. So we'll identify the mentors. Then we engage with them both one-on-one as well as one-to-many. Then we take feedback from both mentor as well as startup. So we'll take a decision whether to engage them or disengage them. This is a process we follow. So these are different types of engagements we have for our mentors. So when you say community, for T-Hub community, both physically as well as virtually, we have flagship programs starting from so Blitz, pre-idea to prototype. Then we have rubrics, prototype to MVP. Then we have Lab 32, go-to-market program. And we have T-Angel, where we help them to make them funding ready. So each and every stage startup require a different type of mentoring. So based on their requirement, we engage the mentors. So one-to-many and one-to-one both will engage. So what's in mentors? We incentivize mentors, providing them various opportunities. So not only sometimes we pay for one-on-one mentoring also. This where we incentivize them. We make them part of corporate innovation programs where we utilize their services, where we are identifying problem statements or helping the corporates, connecting them to the startups. So this is the kind of dashboard we have built. So yes, come. So Jarina probably would take a minute or two to explain about how you are using technology to capture all these things. So this is where typically we do. This is only a snapshot of what we do. We have an in-depth CRM tool where we capture each and every outcome. Mentor-wise we do, startup-wise we do, how many one-to-one we have done, how many of them are pro bono, how many of them are paid. So end-to-end we have captured it. So it depends on what kind of topics we are covering, that also we capture. So this is what technology is extremely important, so using technologies helps us to capture the outcomes. Most of the incubation programs are state-run programs. You would get funded by Government of India or state. So you need to present them extremely important numbers. That's where probably technology would help you at a fingertip or a snapshot. So our mentors, they have a wide variety of backgrounds, governments, corporates, social sector. They themselves, some of them are entrepreneurs themselves, research and development organizations. So these are some of the examples where they are from. So we have testimonials from the startups who would say that how the mentorship helped them to navigate through their journey. So I think I would stop here. Of course, as I said, most of your mentors yourselves, we have seen startups firsthand. These are experience, so you would have your own experiences. So would love to happy and connect and see how in what best way collaborate, make it the mentor network better for the benefit of the startup ecosystem. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Vijay, thank you.
Thanks, Yuvraj. You be there. I think couple of important questions that we should dive deep on is how do mentors approach us? Like, what is the starting point, right? Or that's inbound. That's more inbound. How do we go out and approach our mentors that, hey, you are the right mentor, and we would like you to engage with our startups. How is that process happening? How many of you have this question? Yeah? Let's try and answer that. And we can also call Zarina on the stage to toggle between Yuvraj and
Zarina is a girl who takes care of our mentor desk, who handles 250 plus startups as well as, mentors as well as startups. Yes, Zarina, over to you.
Yes, so we get mentor leads both inbound and outbound, right? So more of how it works is whenever we have a startup and we don't have that particular mentor, we do our research, we pull in, we tap into our existing pool, we see how we can ask them for their network, and we can onboard those mentors, or we reach out to them on LinkedIn. We go to various other incubator networks as well and see whether that particular niche sector is available, that mentor is there with other ecosystem partners. Or inbound is more of, right, everybody wants to get associated with T-Hub, it's more like that, but we have a very critical selection criteria that is certain parameters, which is years of experience, their motivation to mentorship, their intent towards mentorship. It's not more of commercial, it's more of giving back to the ecosystem and things like these.
How are mentors compensated? I think that's a very important question, Zarina and Yuvraj. How do we compensate mentors? I would like one of you to just take that question.
Yeah. So certain programs we have budgets and certain engagements are paid, whereas more of this relates to giving back to the ecosystem, right? So we have other benefits that we offer to mentors, which is brand visibility on the mentor directory, which can be post-program advisory, that is they can take up advisory roles on the board of startups, they can invest in startups, and things like these, and co-learning opportunities between mentors. So that's more of it. I mean, that's between the startup and the mentor if they want to at a later
So
stage.
taking an equity between mentor and startup, we generally leave that discretion between both the parties that are engaging together. We kind of have very minimal interventions there. Zarina, how do we say no to a mentor?
So we don't say no to a mentor if he is qualified to be a mentor, and if the intent is to give back and help the startups, we just wait for the right opportunity. We maintain that good rapport with them and connect them to the startup when there is a need. So it's more of a need gap game than a get everybody and don't balance the demand supply.
Can we have Devi?
Yeah,
Hi, Devi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm from the funding desk of T-Hub, and I think as Ms. Lakshmi ma'am has just mentioned, there are 3 M's that are very important to a startup. I'm proudly involved with one of the M's. And I think I will not steal the show from Prasad, so I'll keep it very precise in what I'm going to speak about and what we do here at Funding Desk. I'll just put it into 2 components, what we do and what's the value add for all the stakeholders, taking cue from what you have already built as a framework. Next. So predominantly three stakeholders that we deal with, which are the investors, be it angel investors to VCs, micro, macro, and startups, of course, who are the center of the entire ecosystem, and the funds, which we manage and which most of the incubators manage. These are just some metrics. You must have been seeing these metrics for quite some time today. So I divided the funding ecosystem into internal and external. Internal involving the funds internally that we manage, and external being the private investors and co-incubators or peer incubators that we collaborate with to get our startups funded. First stakeholders are startups. What's the value add startups get from funding? Needless to say, funding is a very important resource for any stage of startup to propel to all the plans that they have. So funding is definitely important, and what they lack in the journey of funding, amongst myriad things, importantly, they are short of telling their story effectively, which kind of can get them the buy-in from several stakeholders like investors or fund managers. So that's where we come in. We consult with the startups to understand their plans of funding and help them to identify the best routes of funding. This is the journey, pretty much how I think most of the incubators do. There is preparation in terms of the legal documentation, if all those are in place, the projections, if they make sense to the amount they're raising, the pitch deck readiness, storytelling readiness, and so on and so forth. The next important stakeholders are, of course, the investors. I think when, again, Ms. Lakshmi has asked, what is it that investors have from incubators? Why should they be collaborating with incubators? Two gaps we identified among several others who have answered today. One is, of course, deal pipeline, needless to say, but they're also looking for a space analysis because the volume of startups that incubators see versus a pipeline of different kind of startups that come to individual VCs. I think they look at how we can analyze the space and understand the different trends in the space. So we do come up with a newsletter on different type of startups that we're seeing, say, in deep tech, what are the latest trends, and say in space tech, how it's trending, and so on and so forth. We do encourage them to do thought leadership events and master classes and so on and so forth to give the awareness to the startups to understand how their funding journey should be, when they should raise money, what would be appropriate amount, and so on and so forth. And we also do strategic partnerships with them in terms of helping their portfolio companies, because of course for the investors, their existing portfolio is the most important thing. And how do we help them? Again, with all the several arms that we have as an incubator, be it mentorship arm, be it the program arm, be it the value partners, be it the market access. Through all these, we also encourage the portfolio companies to join hands with us. This is again the same thing about how we help portfolio startups with market access and further fundraising as well. Now, the third stakeholders, of course, the funds who trust us and give the fund to us to manage. I think a lot of us here have funds which are specific to certain sector. T-Hub being more of an agnostic kind of incubator. We also manage certain funds. One is the Telangana State Fund, Startup India Seed Fund. We are managers in a few other funds. One thing that we stick to as a principle here is keep the process extremely streamlined and be compliant. Because the startups don't, in very early stage at least, are not aware of all the investor communication they have to do, reporting that they have to do. But being like managers to certain government funds, I think it becomes our duty to kind of encourage them to be compliant and keep in view of the regulations from day one. It's a very good hygiene that we can teach the startups from day one and encourage all of them to be the same. And most of these funds also want us to be extremely compliant in investor updates. And I strongly believe that that journey starts from the incubator who is managing that fund. So that's, I know Zeel is looking at me, but thank you all. That's all I had today to say, I think. This is the process, and some of our star startups, we are always tempted to portray them. So from various funds, some of the events we have done, again, metrics, our favorite. But over to you guys. Any questions that I need to answer? And Vijay, you have any questions?
I have a question. Can startups outside of Hyderabad, can they raise funds through T-Hub? That is something that I would want you to talk about.
Sure. I mean, great question. I mean, we've always, since the beginning of the event, we talked about collaboration. So we would love for startups anywhere in India to approach us. You don't have to be only in T-Hub through a program or through funding desk or mentor desk. We have individual departments that can help. So yes, any startup across India can leverage on the funding that we can provide. And we also love to collaborate with other incubators. So since Prasad is here, we have looked at several of signed startups, and I'm sure we are sending a lot of our startups there as well. So I think because every incubator has their specialization in terms of their selection criteria or what value add they can exclusively add. And there's no shying away from saying that, hey, this incubator is rich in biosciences. You will definitely benefit from going there. Or, you know, we are good in helping you with series kind of fundraising. So definitely collaborate with us on that. So that kind of collaboration, I think, is a foundation to mutually help one another and help startups in turn.
And let's say, for example, I think a lot of us would have that question that if a startup, say in Madhya Pradesh, raises capital through T-Hub, is the incubator loses its affinity towards the startup, or the question like, is my startup or becomes a T-Hub startup or not? How do we sort that question? I think a lot of us have that question that, how do we have that exchange of startups between incubators? Does something that come to your, is there anything that you want to share on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've gone through stories where startups say, "Oh, I'm happy to come to your events and kind of attend sessions or so, but I want to be very careful in terms of marketing about me being a part of T-Hub." And when we dig in to see that why the inhibition is, it's really because they're not sure how that plays out. But most of the incubators, in fact, when we talk to them and say, "Hey, this is your startup," they came to us for, say, fundraising. We check in with them to see how they're doing, and because they know the startup better than we do because of the association for a longer duration. When we check with them, they're very open actually, and they say, "I'm happy for the startup to be marketing that they're supported also by T-Hub. It doesn't matter." So I don't think the inhibition is from the incubators. It's mostly because the startup is not aware of this kind of collaboration.
Thanks, Devi. We have any questions around whatever we spoke about? Anybody wants to share any thought? Yes, Sagar.
So basically we are an incubator as well as an angel investment network, and I think we closely partner with T-Hub. What I would recommend actually incubators, those who are pure incubators, that please connect with angel networks or the VCs. And actually it's a very good collaboration to have. So just to add to the point what Devi mentioned, in fact, the angel networks are more than happy to take different kind of incubators because it helps them also to reach out to multiple communities actually.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Any other questions we have that we can get answered before we move? Yes, yes.
Not a formal program as such, but funding certainly. IKP, various incubators, startups have come forth for either funding or again for a program and so on.
We'll move on to the next segment, which is building industry pipeline. Thank you, Devi. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Vishnu, my colleague Vishnu from the Corporate Innovation Desk, to talk about how do we build at T-Hub. What we believe is how we can collaborate with corporates and create a strong market access and corporate innovation for the corporates and a market access opportunity for startups. Vishnu.
I don't want to, first of all, I don't want to bore you to death with a presentation. It can be more conversational in nature. I'm a senior manager of corporate innovation at T-Hub. What does that essentially mean is, I keep interacting with corporates from India and from different parts of the world, understand what are they trying to do in terms of innovation, and see if T-Hub or for any incubator for that matter, to complement the journey. How do we do it? With the help of wide gamut of startups that we have. If this is not comfortable, I can use it. Am I audible? Cool. So this is nicely put by one of the professors called Henry William Cheshbro. What he tries to tell is, quote unquote, useful knowledge today is widely distributed, and no company, no matter how capable or big, can innovate effectively on its own. So it is extremely well summarized. So he tells about two things. We interchangeably use corporate innovation and then open innovation. I'll try to give a quick example of what both of those are. Corporate innovation is something a corporate does internally, innovate something internally using their R&D teams with hefty budgets that they have and the talent pool that they carry. So all the innovation that happens internally would be confined to those four walls. So innovation is kind of very confined and then restricted. On the other hand, open innovation is something you tap onto external networks of startups or various incubators like us, or industry bodies, and for that matter, even governments when you co-create something. The difference would be the later would get more access to talent pool, and they could possibly see something which they have not thought about in their last few years of existence. That is what he's trying to tell here. I just want to quick set the context and then move into maybe specifically corporate innovation, and then what T-Hub does. How do we build our industry pipeline? In a single line, how do I define this as from an incubator perspective? Corporate innovation helps us generate lion's share of our revenues to be self-sustained. Only solely running a startup programs or helping by startups, by definition, might not be a sustainable way of executing an incubator. That's why corporate innovation gives you lion's share of revenues. And what are some programs that we run at T-Hub from corporate innovation perspective? Corporates come to us because they always have this confusion of build versus buy. Should they build it internally because they have huge budgets, subject matter experts who charges them a bomb, good time, efforts, everything they would want. However, why do they have to reinvent the wheel when there is a startup who is already solving for them? Let's say I'm a HR tech business unit head. I have a problem in hiring. I'm taking 2 months to get a right candidate. How about I co-create something together with a HR tech startup who is already solving for it, and then reducing the time to at least half of it? I'm saving a lot of time, money, and efforts. So at T-Hub, corporate innovation team acts as an interface between the corporates and then startups, and then reduce their time to market. Time to market is of greater essence. For me to quote an example, I'm sure most of us sitting here would have heard of Instagram. I mean, some of us might be using as well. So Instagram started as a social media platform, and then over a period of time, it has turned out to be a influencer marketing platform. Now it is a direct selling platform. All of this morphing has been done without our attention, considering market insights and then customer insights. So the half-life of a product is hardly 6 to 8 months now. Corporate can't wait on their R&D departments to get a product after 2 years and 3 years, which becomes either obsolete or completely irrelevant. So that's where incubator plays a sweet spot role to engage startups with the corporates. And moreover, I'm quoting an example from yesterday's conversation with one of the consulting firms I'm talking with. They wanted to build incubator muscle internally by themselves, which is a great idea. We want to complement it. However, as an incubator, we have not just access of startups, but we have wider access of ecosystem entirely. You might be finding a startup by Googling it and then doing basic diligence. But incubator's expertise would come in place in understanding what is the startup's journey, what is the founder's composition, is he good enough to face a corporate and build a product at scale. All of these nuances are extremely important for a corporate to engage with startup. However, at this juncture, from various corporate interactions that I've had, they think they can do everything internally. So we as incubators should be thought leaders and then tell them what is our expertise and why do they have to rely on incubators like us, not just by giving startups, but also delivering proof of concepts within lesser time, because half-life is extremely important for corporates. These are some of the pointers I wanted to cover. I can get into a lot of details in corporate innovation, but we can make it more conversational if you have specific questions around it.
Thanks, Vishnu. I think you had a PPT to run, but
I had. Personally, I don't like PPTs, so I spoke. I can still give this PPT for you to consume.
Says a guy who who spends 80% of his time giving presentations to corporates. That why they should partner with T-Hub on corporate innovation. All right, Vishnu, why should what is your what is the biggest challenge you face when you pitch to any corporate, and how do you kind of help them understand that build versus buy, or is buy collaborating with an incubator is more important than not doing all the stuff in house?
Cool. This is a daily question with every interaction that I have with corporates. We can do it by ourselves. We have a great team. We have subject matter experts, all of that. However, they see all of this by sitting in closed door or glass walls. They see everything we have is enough and sufficient. So it is important for us to make them understand how did we solve these problems for his counterparts. Example, let's say we work with a tire manufacturer. We have solved some problem within 3 months for him by delivering a proof of concept by using a couple of startups. Imagine you go with a similar concept or tell him this is the impact that we have delivered, and then time to product is hardly 3 months. Obviously, it creates FOMO, fear of missing out, for another tire manufacturer. That is a good way of making him understand if his counterpart has got benefited out of some solution. I think he would at least wanted to explore, okay, I think it worked for example, Seat, it will work for MRF, so something like that. I mean, that is one way I tell them. You can't keep talking. Gyan is not something they would like. So you should always show some tangible outcomes. This is the time you're going to save. You need not have dedicated teams working on this, because as incubators, we should understand talking with corporates is not their business as usual. That is our business as usual. We talk with corporates, we talk with startups. That is our business as usual. We understand both the languages. Corporates, for all good reasons, they are bureaucratic. We should live with it. Startups, for all good reasons, they are more agile and they have more risk appetite. We should meet the middle ground. That's our role.
So inbound, we understand, okay, there's a lot of visitors who come in, there are a lot of corporates who show inbound interest. But what about outbound, Vishnu? What it takes for you to know, how do you identify who could be a right corporate? What is the right time to approach them, and how do you approach them?
So from T-Hub's perspective, around 50% of our clients would come inbound. They want to explore what do we do here. Like you all came here. Every day, my job is to keep talking to them. They want to understand what's happening in this big building. That is one way that we have. Second way, with the existing corporates that we have, we reach out to at least 5 to 10 counterparts. Like I was giving an example, tire manufacturer, you reach out to 9 other 10 or tire manufacturers. Tell them, what did you deliver? That's how you create that interest. It is a long process. Example, for a pharmacy company or a pharmaceutical company, personally, it took 2 years for me to convince them to get onboarded and then work with a startup. So that's how it is. There are clients who took 1 year, 1.5 years. But once they are onboarded, but make sure you keep giving them this flavor of startups now and then. It can't be always transactional in nature. Your startups would also need that face time. For a no-name startup, it is almost impossible to get 5 minutes or 10 minutes face time of a corporate. As incubators, it is our responsibility to do that. Followed by, you can always have business transactions over a period of time. That's why it is a longer process, but yeah.
Thanks, Vishnu. I'll open up for questions if anybody has any questions. Yes.
Thanks, Vishnu. This is Priyanka from CGLS Foundation. And
Yeah,
taking
hi.
a cue from you, where you're talking about the value of giving the face time to the startups as well, and where you act as a conduit between the two. So in the background, what is the kind of, and this is probably a linkage to the previous session mentorship also as well. How do you really then prepare the startups so that they're prepared for the face time? And I think, and what's the frequency of it? How often? Because a proof of concept may hit the point. It's a trial and error basically. So what's the frequency when you know it's a sweet spot and when you retract basically? Thank you.
Cool. So if you ask me frequency, it is a need-based conversation. Apart from that, from T-Hub's perspective, every month we run an event called Innovation Dialogue. Meaning, let's say we have 10 retail customers. We get all of these retail clients, corporates, and then we get 10 good retail startups. Example, manufacturing could be a use case for them, retail guys, logistics, supply chain, etc. We get all 10, maybe creamy layer or a cherry pick for them to have conversations with them one-on-one. That's how you make them understand what kind of startups you carry, and then for them to have business transactions over a period of time. Yeah, that's what we do.
Thanks, Vishnu, for touching upon that. Interestingly, folks, in the last 6 months, we have had 491 startups get connected with 93 corporates for any of the problems that they want to get solved, out of which 193 have been unique startups. And what that has translated into is that 10 POs, the purchase orders, have been issued, and many more conversations are on, NDAs have been signed already. So we kind of track this kind of engagement between startups and corporates. Also, you touched upon innovation dialogues. So we recently started that initiative where before 10 o'clock we invite, every morning before 10 o'clock we invite corporate leaders in different segments, HR tech, retail, prop tech, etc. And then invite the startups who are at a certain stage of maturity and kind of have a 10-minute interaction with each of the corporates there. So it solves multiple things there. One, the startups get a first hand of feedback or validation about the product that they're building. Two, if the corporate likes that product, they immediately get a second level meeting. So that's the whole idea of that particular meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Vishnu. Any other question that we can have it answered on building a quality pipeline for industry?
Maybe one or two examples on how you manage these conversations of IP.
So one thing I want to tell, this is another question we get. It is extremely case-to-case basis. There might be products where a corporate wanted, let's say, I'll take a vague example. Let's say I'm a startup who's building a phone, which is a rectangular in shape. A corporate comes and then tells, Vishnu, you have already built a phone. Use same platform, same technology. Give me a circular phone now. So I have to use my existing technology IP and then build a product for him. It could be work for hire. I'll build a circular phone and then give it to him. This is one way. Second, I might be asked to build a completely different product, which might be a closest adjacency. Then IP might be belonging to a corporate. These are two usual scenarios. Apart from this, there are chances where corporate wanted to white label the startup's product. This is third. JVs could be done. Best case would be for startup, could be acquihire or acquisition completely. These are some of the forms. Not all of them, first two. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishnu. One quick last question, then we'll move on to the next one. Yes.
I do a very quick follow-up question. Is there any noticeable difference between, for example, say a product offering and a service offering in the approach? Like a proof of concept?
So it depends on, whether you're trying to ask a startup to build a technology product or a hardware product. If it is hardware product, of course, the life cycle would be much longer. But if it is a software product or technology-oriented product, I don't think will take more than 3 to 6 months to deliver a POC, proof of concept. Yeah.
Prasad, sir, for the felicitation, sir. See, I'm not missing it this time. Zarina? Vishnu? I would like to invite Prasad to take.
Okay, guys, we are not going to take break because we are already running late, and then we are going to have a 6 o'clock Abhi session. So today I'm going to cover management of grant and seed funding. That's what is the topic which has been given to me. But having said that, before starting the slides, I also don't like slides, but of course we have to discuss in slides only so that people will be able to relate it. What I want to know is what kind of a challenges you people are facing when managing grants and seed funding. So that I can, the main purpose of having this session, one is having collaboration. Second is how we can understand or learn from each other's mistake. If somebody has done the mistake, then how can we learn from that, and so that we don't have to repeat that mistake. That's the main purpose of having this session. What I'm not going to be like other speakers, where I am going to come on those people. If they have questions, then I'm going to answer those questions with my limited experience of almost 20 years, which I will be able to try to solve it. If not, then we can discuss over tea or dinner how both of us can solve that problem. That's the main intention. But okay, so okay, first thing first, ask question, interact with each other, not with your phone. That's what is the something which I want to which I want to bring here, so that let's discuss with each other. I asked one question: what kind of a problem we are facing when we are managing grants or seed funding? Can anybody please share me some thoughts?
That might not be related to the mistakes that we have committed, rather. It's something that we are governing a milestone-based kind of a funding, and every time the major challenge that we face is that we are not getting the grants on time.
Grants on time from the government. Okay, that's something I am also not able to answer. But having said that, I guess there are going to be a lot more changes in the government body in the sense they are coming into this PFMS system. Then there is something called TSA, where the real-time accounting is going to be happening now. What I believe is that government is very cautious on those sides. And I do understand this kind of a problem everybody is facing. Some of the agencies, we are already in talks, and they are solving those problems, and they have promised they are going to solve this problem by coming year or something. So we may have to wait till that time. But having said that, one important thing what we have to map is that when are we getting the money, and how are we mapping the milestones. Once we track the milestones, once we get to know how the startups are going to be achieving those milestones, we should also be a little proactive. We should not sit till the end where funding is not there and then we are reaching out to the government. Our approach should be a little proactive, not the reactive. That's what I believe we can solve that. By the way, at Sign, we have managed close to 25 projects of governments, and some of the projects are grants as well as seed funding. We are able to give the funding to startups on time. I don't know why, but we are able to do that. We timed our activities such a way so that we will not get into that trap at all. One is if we don't have money, we don't open a call for application. That's something we don't do. And at the same time, whenever we have a grant, once we earmark the grant, we don't give that grant to anyone else. That's why we are able to match those timing and we are able to solve those problems. I guess some of the people can have those kind of an approach to solve that kind of a problem. Yeah.
So Prasad, I have a very, very different question, which probably most of the people here don't have, but I think it's important to think. I just recently attended the secretary from DPIIT who was there in Ahmedabad for Startup India Seed Fund scheme actually, because they are planning now the next tranche. One thing is specifically mentioned, and I'm sorry, but like he said that AIC funds are drying up. That's not going to come anymore. That's number one. Second point is said that every incubator has to be a sustainable incubator on their own. So have you got any thoughts? I'm sure like IIT Bombay doesn't require that from point of view that you get easy flow of funds and CSR registration, but and CSR funds actually. But honestly speaking, all the other incubators have a very different kind of challenge. And how are you as a leader in this incubation space planning to address that for other incubators, not for yourself?
Okay, so this is something what I believe is that so we started 20 years back, okay, when the startup word was not even heard of. and incubators were not even getting any kind of funding. HK Mittal sir is here. He can give more insight on that side. But having said that, it's when we started, it was not an easy journey. We were not getting funding. There were very limited funding, and that too, whenever we used to get the funding, that was only for the startups, not for the incubator operations. Now, luckily, government has understood that problem, and they are giving some kind of a fund as a management fee for the incubators to run the show. What I believe is that 5 to 7 years is more than enough for any incubator to come out with a revenue model, and they can be a sustainable model as well. That's what I believe. Fortunately or unfortunately, Sign is sustainable since 2004, because we ran a pilot from 2000 to 2004, and there we incubated close to 14 startups. That's where we got some kind of a motivation to create an incubator. And we approached DST to give some kind of a funding to us. But we are happy to say we never took that money, because we are able to get that funding from IIT Bombay to run the show. But having said that, one way of doing is that whichever institute you are associated with, you will be able to create some kind of a corpus which can be kept aside for running the incubator show in the beginning. Only in the beginning, and later on that fund can be utilized for the startup activities. Second is that there are so many schemes available in the government which is there for the incubator to manage startup as well as manage incubators. There are seed funding schemes, there are grant schemes. Everywhere you are having some kind of a management fee. That is second thing. Third thing, what kind of a value proposition you are bringing for the startups. For that, startups are getting incubated with you. That is the third piece, and which is the important piece. Why you are in existence. If you are an incubator, what is your value proposition for the startups? If they are coming to your incubator, what extra you are giving? If you are not giving anything, then don't expect anything from them. That's very clear, right? So that's something we have to answer. And if we have that zeal to go forward and create some kind of a value and create some kind of a value for the startup, first we have to ask that question to ourselves. What additional thing we are bringing to that startup? So having said that, at Sign level, what we do, I was not supposed to carry Sign slides, but I'm just, okay. So what we offer, this is something which is out of the topic, but what we offer, one is infrastructure, everybody has it. I'm not going to talk about that. But having said that, just see the additional points what we are bringing. We have some kind of a 200 plus mentors. These are active mentors. I'm talking about active mentors. I'm not talking about inactive mentors. We may be having a database of more than 2000 plus, but I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm saying is that 200 plus mentors, how we are engaging. We talked about mentor creation, industry creation. Those things are very important. As an incubator, if we are not able to create a value for the startup, we do take equity, we do take revenue sharing, we do take rental. For all the support or all the value addition what we create for the startup, we are taking that equity, revenue and the rental. And I guess I don't know whether we are the first one to start the equity, but having said that, we are able to do that. We are sustaining on the basis of equity, revenue and the rental model. And how we do it, one is infrastructure, second is funding, third is mentoring, services, international programs, networking, visibility, manufacturing connects. I guess everybody knows the piece of what incubator has to do. We have to just do it. And how we are going to do it? By collaboration. If something is not in your institute or in your incubator, how you can collaborate with another incubator where you will be getting those facilities or getting those mentoring, where you can have co-incubation model. We talked about that, right? Something called co-incubation we started I guess way back, maybe 10 years back, and we are doing co-incubation with multiple incubators. And we are happy to help other incubators, and we are mentoring. And in fact, I'm mentoring many of the incubators as well as startups. That's a different story. But having said that, if somebody is coming forward and they are facing some kind of a problem, we are there to help. At a ISBA level, that we are the body to help all other incubators if they are facing some problems.
So, sorry, Prasad, I'm just adding a point here. So, I represent Jito. We already have a co-incubation with Sign actually, and we use your facilities also when required. In fact, the reason why I asked you the question, because we are self-sustained.
Okay.
From second year of operation as a pure incubator, and we are self-sustained. The reason why I'm asking you, because SIFS is coming down very strictly and telling that even this management fee of 5% they give right now is going to get abolished very soon actually.
But do we have to depend on only one
Exactly, no. So, no, question is whether should we be dependent on fund itself. That is another question actually. That's the bigger question that's going to come in future. Because government is
so
trying
you
to...
are asking whether we should depend on government funding or whether we should be going for another funding.
Exactly.
There are so many avenues. There are so many avenues now come up, and we should be tapping on that. If your incubator is 3-year-old, you can get a CSR funding from corporates. How many of you are actively tapping corporates to get the CSR funding?
So Prasad, while it's easy for academic institutions to get CSR...
No, I don't agree to that.
No.
I don't agree to that.
I am an
us-
example myself. I'm telling you actually, private incubators, it's very difficult to get the CSR because you don't get ATG in the first place. Forget CSR actually. CSR comes much later. So
No,
I'm just telling you the
if you are
problem.
a Section 8,
Yeah.
if you are a Section 8,
We are a Section
and
8.
you have created incubation activity to help the startups,
Yes.
you will be able to get 12A and ATG. That's a different topic altogether. We will discuss over a dinner or tea. Okay, so now coming to the topic, how someone has to manage or implement the grants. What I have done is that I have kept very similar slides. If you see that slides, there are a lot more difference when you're managing grant and seed funding. I have kept it very simple so that everybody will understand. And there are, when I'm writing in one sentence or one word, there are little complication to this, whatever activities we do. But having said that, whenever there is how we source startups. One is by call for application. Grant is something, if you have got the grant from government, we have to do call for application. What we have to do is that we have to have some kind of a selection criteria which will help us identify good individual, good startup to come on our incubation, where you will be able to create some kind of a value to that startup, as well as you will be able to raise funding for them. So whenever we engage with any startups, for us or for whenever we engage with any individual, we see them as our potential startup. For us, those are the individuals who is going to create a venture someday, and they will be getting incubated with us. That's a secondary thing, secondary piece of our incubation. But having said that, we put our heart and soul to create some kind of a value for that individual or for that startup so that they can create a venture. If they are converting to incubation where there is an equity model, that is well and good. If not, we are okay with it. If you want to, if I can give the number, yeah. So we supported more than 1,000+ entrepreneurs. So only 241 startups we have incubated. So we are not behind all the numbers. What we want is that if somebody sees a value in our incubation, they should be able to come forward and get incubated with us. That's what we believe. Sorry, I'm going here and there because, yeah. So one is individual LLP and private limited or startups we have to engage when we are giving grants. But having said that, what we believe is that uniqueness, what is the competition and competitive advantage and target market or size they are going to target. Whenever somebody is approaching us, they are at an ideation stage or a prototype stage for the grant purpose. We first see what is the uniqueness they are going to bring. At an incubator level, our job is to give a very honest feedback whether that idea is going to work or not. How are you going to do that? So at sign level, we have three level of shortlisting. First, we open a call for application. Second, at an internal review, we first see what kind of a uniqueness they are bringing. Third, what kind of a competitive or a competitive advantage they have, and the target market or size. If we have all the answers, then we take them to an external review. What we do at external review, we try to bring 3 experts. One is subject matter, second is investor, and third is industry. Whether those people will be able to survive. If the investor is happy to invest those kind of ideas, we are happy to guide them and take them in our grant program. If industry is planning to look into those kind of areas, we are happy to incubate them or give them some kind of a grant. That's what is some kind of a, and subject matter, of course, what kind of a tech they are talking, whether it is doable or not doable. That's something which we want to validate. And the stage, it doesn't matter to us if they are in prototype stage, product stage, or a revenue stage. Whichever grant we have, on the basis of that, we will be shortlisting. If the criteria is, if they have to be a revenue-based startups, we will be happy to engage with them. And what kind of a roadmap they are going to have. With that, whatever grant they are going to get, what kind of a roadmap they have, and what is they are going to achieve. And what after getting the grant, how they are going to use the grant, and do they have a capability to use the grant. This generally happens when you are giving grants to individual. At a startup level, we don't worry that much because we know this is a team behind that startup and they will be able to use that funding. That is something easy, but when we are engaging with individual, there you will be facing some kind of a problem, whether they have a capability to use the fund. That's something which you have to closely interact with them, understand, then only we will be. And some of the cases you have to take a gut, some kind of a gut feeling, then accordingly you have to take that risk. And grants, of course, when they are applying for the grants, there may be a grant which is 50 lakhs. But do you want to give that entire 50 lakhs to them? What kind of idea they are pitching? And do they require that kind of a funding? That is something is incubator's role, right? We have to see whether they really require, or you have to see, I am getting into a timeline where I have to disburse the entire fund, otherwise my money will go back. We are dealing with public money. We have to be mindful what we are doing. And something which we have to ask our question. So Nidhi Prayas is a scheme where you get 10 lakh rupees per startup. And in first cycle, I do remember we selected 18 startups. We had a big debate with DST. DST clearly told us there is only 10 lakh rupees. How can you select 18 startups instead of 10 startups? We gave them the indication. There are 18 startups who require less than 10 lakhs. That's why we want to support 18. Of course, there is a burden on us because 10 startups you will be able to manage properly. But why you want to go for 18? But having said that, what we believe in Sign, whatever money you are getting, this is some kind of a taxpayer's money. You have to be mindful when you are using those money. Objectives like what kind of objectives they are going to achieve with those funding. If some of the startup or individual, they are managing some kind of a project which is 10 crore worth and you are giving 10 lakh rupees, do you really want to give that? Are they going to achieve anything out of that 10 lakh rupees? They may be an excellent individual or a startup, but with that 10 lakh rupees, are they going to achieve anything? That question we have to ask ourselves. If yes, answer is yes, and you will be able to bring another 9 crore for them, then of course you may have to look at that individual or startup. Okay, usage of grant I have already covered. Milestones to be achieved. Okay, this is something, one is grant. You can give that grant in one shot. Let's say for example, 50 lakhs, 10 lakhs, whatever it is. But what we believe in Sign, giving it in 1 or 2 tranches. The reason is that there is something, if somebody is not able to manage the grant, you have something called damage control. You will be able to save a remaining money. That's what we believe at Sign. But having said that, in some cases, some decision which has to be taken. If somebody is not doing good, you have to take that money back. You have to try to get that money back. But if not, then you have to report it to government. That's what is the process everybody follows, and we also follow the same thing. And after giving grants, do you have to guide them, connecting them, or engage with them for any other funding? Of course, you have to. Because as an incubator, our role is not only giving grant, even if they are not your incubatee, but your job is to support that startup. And that is where the value addition part comes. What kind of a value addition you are able to bring? If you are able to bring those value addition, of course, they will be happy to get incubated with you. Okay, the process I already talked about. One is grant committee, what we generally have. One is internal as well as external. External, I talked about what kind of a party we have to involve. And third thing is that legally vetted document. And these are available on Sign website. If you want, you can get that thing. Also, we are trying to put it on our ISBA platform as well, where you will be able to get those kind of agreements. Those are going to be indicative agreements, which may have to be changed as per your requirement. Okay, the monitoring on the basis of milestone. Of course, whatever milestones they have given, you have to track them on the basis of milestone, how they are achieving those milestones, whether they are lacking or whether they are requiring some kind of a support to achieve those milestones. Then the quarterly, half-yearly review depends. It depends on program to program. Some of the programs are 6 months. You have to achieve those milestones within 6 months. If not, some of the programs are 18 months and all that thing, where you have to have a quarterly and half-yearly kind of a monitoring process. Connection to mentors, investors and industry, which we talked about. And I believe whether you are giving investment or whether you are giving grants, you should be able to do that thing as an incubator. Usage of fund through UCSC. I guess there is a format which has been given by government, which we believe we have to follow that, and that has to be CA certified. Because if you are dealing with hundreds of startups, every startup you will not be able to check their accounts. How are you going to check their accounts? So one way of doing is that you ask them to verify their UCSC through their CA. And now there is CA is accountable, right? He has to check that thing, he has to validate that thing, then the UCSC will be given to the incubators. The reporting to stakeholders, I guess Vijay's team touched upon. There are multiple tools available in the market now, and there is multiple players. There is Sachi Connect, there is Accubate, there are multiple other tools where you will be able to take the subscription and you will be able to, one is onboarding, second is monitoring, third is tracking the life cycle of that startup. Be it grants, be it seed funding, you have to do the tracking of that startup. Accordingly, you will be able to give those numbers to stakeholders, be it government, be it any other stakeholders, even the corporates. Average timeline, what I believe, if you are managing a grant, it should be somewhere between 2 months max. Why I am saying that? One is 3 to 4 weeks of call for application and 2 weeks of scrutiny and shortlisting, 2 weeks of grant agreement formalities, disbursement, that's it. That's the maximum time one incubator should be taking if they are managing any grant. Any question? Yeah, so I will come to that point. Yeah. Okay, any other question on this? Okay, so these are some of the government grant funding schemes. I have not covered every grant schemes, but these are the active ones. But having said that, there are many more schemes available, and you can go on Startup India website. I guess many of the grants has been already listed. These are some of the grants which Sign is actively engaging, and I tried bringing that. Okay, so now one is seed grant which we covered. Now the seed funding, there is no much difference. Only thing what we are doing here is that we are going to only deal with private limited companies, not with the individuals. Seed funding, because you are giving investment, you have to have a stake in the company. If you want to have a stake in the company, that company has to be a private limited. As simple as that. We don't deal with individuals when it comes to investment. But having said that, if you really observe the entire slide, there is no much difference. Only thing is the due diligence part and the IC part, that is the additional thing. And the reporting will remain same, all other remain same. And the timeline will increase because there is a due diligence, amount is more. And because at sign level, we do a due diligence at we outsource the due diligence part because there are multiple things involved. One is legal due diligence. Second is financial due diligence. Technical due diligence, we'll try to do it with IITB professors. That's how we deal with it. And the timeline, what I believe is that it's 3 to 6 months. If we are dealing more than 6 months, then it's better we let go that startup. Okay, any question on seed fund management part? I guess if you don't have question, then I can wrap my session.
It's not linked to seed fund, but it's linked to, let's say we have funded this startup under some government scheme. Now the procurement, which procurement policy are we going to follow for the startup to procure the equipment or, any accessories?
This is out of syllabus question for me.
It's a tough question and I've been looking for answer.
I guess there is already a template which is already available, which is called GFR 2017.
Exactly.
And there is some kind of a procurement which is already listed.
But my question is, once the funding has been granted to the startup is a private limited
But
company.
startup, they don't have to follow this
They don't
GFR.
have to. So my question, but the government, enforces. They want
I don't think so. Nowhere it is written. Nowhere, no policy, no sanction order which says
when
that.
you do your UCSC, they would ask for when you funded the startup and how was the
Ma'am, I have to
procurement done.
I have to check which fund you are talking about, which sanction order and which
I'm talking about
UCSC
DST
which has
funds
written.
only. DST funds.
Okay, so we will take this offline.
All right, no worries. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other question on seed grant or seed funding? I will listen to this question.
Just a quick question. Are you incubating only IIT Bombay?
No, we are open for all.
Okay.
That's the question.
How diverse is it?
Sorry?
How diverse is it? Like in terms of geographically, are the companies
I
coming
have
from...
not done that, but having said that, we tried covering startups from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, east, west. I guess all.
Why would you Why would they select Sign versus T-Hub, for instance?
That is a very tricky question. We can have this discussion over dinner.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, but there is an answer to that, but I will try to cover later.
Yeah. Prasad, I have a question. Once you invest in a company,
By the way, we have signed a MOU with T-Hub. Sorry. So I will tell you what happens. Sign also has some kind of a thing which is not available at IIT Bombay. So we believe in collaboration. What we believe is that we will not be able to fix all the problem of startup. There is ecosystem players, how we can work together and solve the problem of startup. That is what we believe. And I guess we were the first one when we met in Mandi. I was the first one to go to Vijay and ask for can we sign a MOU? And I don't know after the MOU what we did, but having said that, there is exchange of startups. That is started.
Yeah, I have a question. Once you have your exit, so you will, you'll get some return from your equity investments.
Mm-hmm.
So do you create that as a pool for reinvestment? I mean, do Sign have own funds to invest?
Yes. We do have that. That is called Sign Seed Fund. Okay. So I will tell you there are two things. One is Sign do take a equity when we incubate. When we incubate and when we get a return, we don't distribute that. It goes into our sign pool where we do a funding. That is one part of that. Second, wherever we do a seed funding, there is a mandate from the government how we can utilize that fund once we get the return. It is there in the government mandate how we can utilize. Some of the portion, some agency asks return. For example, I can vouch for DST. DST never asks money return, right? What they say is that whatever return you get, you have to plow back and you have to reinvest in startups. And I guess it is already well defined, and I don't want to answer anything else on that. But having said that, at sign level, whatever investment we do, some of the part goes into our pool. We call it as sign seed fund where we do investment. Yeah.
Fortunately, we have got some debt funding, and people have started repayment also. I just need to continue the consistency of repayment. I mean, I want to ensure that this happens continually. Because
yeah, ma'am, what I believe is that many of the government agencies are not encouraging now loan, if I'm not wrong. Some of the agencies have started asking to invest by way of CCD or CCPS or equity.
It's SISF.
Yeah, so that's a CCD, if I'm not wrong. Ultimately, it is going to convert preference shares or equity. That is allowed?
Right now, it's
sorry,
plain debt.
we have not availed startup seed funding. I may be having limited knowledge about that thing.
All right.
SISF is debt allowed.
He is the chair.
Okay, no, I'm no longer the chair. That's let me just. It's both. You can give it as debt as well as also as CCDs.
Yes, sir. We actually have started giving debt and even started receiving the repayment also from some of the startups, but some they are a bit, reluctant or resistant, which we feel difficult to deal with because we don't have any mandate or anything backing.
Let me just clarify that giving debt to startups is not a very wise idea. I don't know what others would say, but the only way you can actually multiply that investment is through either equity or CCDs.
Yes, sir.
So, and the burden of managing a debt also is quite heavy.
That's actually is my question, sir.
So,
okay, so what we can do is that we can take this question offline. I guess we managed debt in the beginning and we were able to successfully recover some of the loans. But having said that, as an incubator at a management level, we took a call. We are not going to do debt henceforth.
Okay.
So just to answer your question, we are also SISFS incubator, and it is 20% grant, 80% CCD. That's the mandate. So you can go up to 20 lakhs and up to 50 lakhs on the other side.
Thank you. This is what we call collaboration. We have to learn from each other.
So if you have a DST or some grant from a central government agency, what is the role of your host institute versus the incubator?
I guess there is no connection at all. If the money is directly come on your books, you have to manage that.
The host institute is the recipient of the grant, but the incubation center is, so there is a confusion there.
Okay, so but what I believe is that all the agencies, now they are requesting incubators to incorporate their Section 8 or some of the entities so that they can have this transaction very clearly, right? I guess we at a sign, we also manage Nidhi Prayas as a nodal agency. What we do is that unless and until there is no proper demarcation between host institute and the incubator, we don't give the funding to that incubator at all. We tell them to create a Section 8, then only we pass the money. And I guess more or less government is also doing the same thing now. Yeah, any other question?
There is a delay in Section 8 company formation, and the government grant is first tranche is given. So it is going to the host institute, but it is mandated that host institute should follow the discipline and transfer it to the Section 8 company once there is a procedure and Section 8 company is set.
Correct.
So there is no confusion about it. The government funding from central government is coming only to the independently governed incubator.
Okay. Any other question?
Do you have a formal MOU with IIT Bombay?
Sorry?
Do you have a formal MOU with IIT Bombay, your host institute?
Yes, we do have, which says that very clearly what is our role and what is IIT Bombay's role. I guess any incubators to run successfully, you have to have a backing of host institute. And when I am saying backing, there has to be a proper roles and responsibility. What is the role of host institute and what is the role of incubator? And I guess if you have that clearly put on some kind of a document, and there will be no conflicts. Yeah, any other question?
Just one question. We are an incubator in Punjab and we are a society. It is a standalone incubator. It is not associated with any institute or university. So societies are also eligible for the seed funding?
Okay, so Sign is a society, by the way.
Okay, fine. Thank you, you have answered.
Okay, so what I wanted to cover.
Since there are a lot of questions, I am Ramanan, former mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. There seem to be a lot of questions on the role of the host institution versus the incubator. The whole idea of the incubator, setting up the incubator, was to set it up in a host institution. And the reason was you first have a university resources which are available, the institutional resources. You have students whom we want to encourage to become startups, and therefore that student body is there. And thirdly, you have to have land and other facilities which an incubator will not have initially to begin with. So it has to have the support of the host institution in order to do that. But for the running of the incubator, almost all the government agencies now have ensured that you have a Section 8 or you have a private limited status, and that gives the degree of independence from the host institution in being able to execute more agile and quickly, and not to have the procedures, the bureaucratic procedures of the host institute imposed on the incubator. So I think this role is very important because India has almost 39,000 colleges and 10,000 engineering institutions, and incubators as a way of being supported by a host institution is really what India needs, and that is the reason why this whole setup was there. And many people, when I go to different universities, there is an active collaboration between the university and the host institution. And if you're not actively collaborating, it is to the loss of the incubator from my perspective, because you're not leveraging a whole lot of resources, capabilities, and facilities, as well as the reach. Take, for example, the universities. They have connection to the placement network. Now, all the companies who are coming for placement, why do we not leverage them for supporting the incubation and the innovation? We are all looking at placement, but we are not looking at innovation collaboration. And this becomes a great vehicle for, in fact, every university should have a chief innovation officer in addition to a chief placement officer. And they both should work together to make sure that innovation that is happening through the incubator is got to be known by all the private companies who are coming for placement, and then they can further support through their CSR funds or other research projects. I thought I would just add this.
Yeah, so what I wanted to cover is that mode of investment, direct investment, everybody knows at an incubator level. One is loan, which we can give it to startup. Second is that co-investment and the grants. Grants, which we covered. Co-investment, which is both the incubators can invest in those startups. What I understand from government scheme, I may be wrong, But what I'm saying is that if the scheme says we can invest 1 CR in startups, at sign level, if we believe we should be giving only 50 lakhs. And another startup thinks, another incubator thinks they can give or top up that another 50 lakhs from the same scheme or from the different scheme. We should be allowed to do it. But I guess there is a little bit of confusion. But having said that, having different fund, investing in the same startup is possible at an incubator level. That's called co-investment. I talked about co-incubation. Now there is co-investment model, which you believe you will be able to support same startup and with a different fund. With the same fund, we can get the clarity from the government. Yeah, so one is equity investment, discounted cash flow method. Everybody knows DCF, and you can invest in startups. If co-investment, VCs or angel investment, or somebody other investor is doing some kind of a valuation, you can do a co-investment. And when it comes to CCPS, OCPS, easiest way to invest in startups where you don't even have to do valuation of that startup. Okay, CCPS is compulsory convertible preference shares. OCPS is optionally convertible preference shares. Okay, these are some of the rights which we believe as an incubator you should be having it whenever you are signing an agreement with startups. But these agreements, whatever you are doing with startup, it should be a startup friendly agreement, not the incubator friendly agreement. So when I'm saying incubator friendly, there are people who is already having some kind of an agreement which is investor friendly. So we should have a startup friendly. At an incubator level, we should advocate about startup friendly agreements. Okay, so some of the clauses I have already put, and if you have any, I will just... Okay, so some of the schemes also I mentioned, what all schemes have, what kind of a funding. I'm only focusing on seed investment, not on the grant side. Yeah. Sam, you have to do experience sharing. That's what I believe. We can collaborate, we can share our experience, we can learn from others' mistake, and we don't have to do the same mistake. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I have covered that. But having said that, whenever we do due diligence, there is internal review, external review, which we do. That is our own set of due diligence. But having said that, just to have a discipline in the books of startups, if startup is not having books, let's say for example, if startup is 3-year-old, then of course we do a proper due diligence. If startups are 1-year-old, where the books are not very proper, we try to do it at our internal level. By the way, I come from a finance background as well as some bit of legal knowledge. That's why it is easy to do it. But having said that, you should have in your team some kind of a capability who can do that thing. But having said that, there are people, there are service providers who are happy to do those kind of a due diligence.
So just, I know that many of you who have host institutes are run by Society and Trust, which falls under the Societies Act or Charitable Trusts Act. However, Section 8 company falls under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which is a different animal. So what happens is, when you use the word due diligence, you will have to engage someone called company secretary, because CS is not something which trusts have. So this is something new. So what I would suggest, those who are new into this funding and all of that, you have to engage with somebody, because of course, Prasad Shetty has got a lot of experience. He's got that background. But other incubation managers, please engage with somebody, because it will be then legally vetted. Somebody who will make sure all the forms are registered in the ROCs, whether if you're taking equity. So that is just a simple, humble submission to all of you. Don't try to do it, because we have seen when startups come to us having received fund from another incubator, and then when we as an incubator do the due diligence, we found that incubator had so many gaps that they actually had to give back the money. because it was not in compliance at all. And it is all in good faith because incubator wants to give the money to the startup. In good faith, good intention. But compliance and due diligence do not shortchange.
Having said that, ISBA does a lot of master classes and we want you people to attend that as well so that you can learn on seed funding management. Yeah, any questions? Or I will leave this slide or keep this slide. This is what is the impact what we created at Sign. We have supported more than 241 startups and close to or more than 1,000 plus startups. Current portfolio what we are managing is 77 startups. And graduate, when I am saying graduate startups, these are operational startups. They have gone out from Sign. And of course, we do have some kind of a failure in our incubation as well. We have some 48 startups have failed. And some 13 startups, this is something is very interesting. At an incubator level, we should also have some kind of a knack. If certain startups are having some kind of a synergies, we should be able to merge them if they are not independently able to go forward. And certain startups, if somebody is stuck at something, and you should get some kind of a corporate who can acquire those startups. That is what is incubator role, correct? And this is what when Sign is investing $1, startups are going out and they are raising close to $190. And combined valuation of Sign startup is around 3.56. And I guess our startups have created more than 300 plus IPs and 10,000 plus jobs. That's it. Thank you.
Felicitation. Yes, there's a break. Yeah, but before that, we'll felicitate Prasad. Okay. Felicitation.
Who is going to do it?
Yes, sir. Please, on the stage. Yeah. Folks, a big round of applause for Prasad Shetty for delivering a very meaningful lecture.
My name is Dhruvika and I will be your host for the night. And this is a flagship annual event of Asian Association of Business Incubators. And tonight we are about to embark on an evening of celebration, inspiration and collaboration. To start off the event, I would like to invite Professor James Lee, the President of RB for the year 24-25, to please give us the opening remarks and kick us off the event.
Good evening. It's my big honor and a great pleasure to welcome all of you to today's big event, 2024 ABI Summit and Award Ceremony. We just finished the General Assembly meeting, whole the afternoon, about 3 hours. So my voice is a little bit gone, so please understand of that. Usually, a lot of people interested in who am I, right? So I'm my name is James Kwang-geun Lee. Actually, I'm the professor of Dongguk University. My major is the food science technology. But since 2007 until now, over 17 years, I have worked on the startup support
Recording in progress.
Startup support systems. So right now, since this year, I have been working as the president of AABI, as well as the KOBIA, Korean Business Incubation Association. I have worked president from the 2002. Okay, so today, T-Hub, when I first met in here, I was big impressed. So many young people gathered, especially even the lunch time, too many people want to the final work in the all around this building. This is big shock to me. So actually this is our new era of our business incubation as well as a startup, especially in the region of Asia. What do you think about what is the biggest transition point of the whole world. I think the 18th century, the first industrial revolution. Through the first industrial revolution, the whole world divided into two parts. The major one is the very well-developed one, and the minor one is the underdeveloping. So only one Asian country to take the IR Industrial Revolution train. As all of you understand, that is Japan. But the other country, due to that event, over 200 years, we have been underdeveloped. But since 2000, the time was changed. A lot of Asian countries, including India, China, South Korea, and the other whole the AABI, our members, working so hard. And now I'm definitely declare it's time to change, to take the lead in terms of the business incubation model as well as a startup. So today, after watching a lot of you joining this ceremony, I'm very assuring in the future, our time is coming up. So once again, thank you for joining tonight. I wish you all the productive and enjoyable evening. And in our afternoon GA meeting, so next year, this event will be Indonesia. So see you, big applause. And lastly, really appreciate ISBA members and crews, as well as the, even though not joining the Insight, the Shanghai, the AABI members, crew members is very well prepared. Thank you so much.
So good evening and a warm welcome to T-Hub. In fact, gives me immense pleasure to actually welcome the delegates from Asian Association of Business Incubators for this particular summit and awards 2024. Professor James, a warm welcome to you. Thank you for gracing the occasion. We also have dignitaries like Ms. Suipa. I hope I got the name right. Thank you for being here. And I understand Ms. Selina, who's the Abbey Vice President, is online. I hope, Ms. Selina, you're able to hear me. A warm welcome to you. And Irene, who is the, I understand, Abbey's Secretary. Also, it gives me immense pleasure to have Mr. Suresh here. Thank you very much for all the collaboration, all the hard work that yourself and your team has put in, the ISBA team, for making this an event to remember. And also there are few dignitaries that have come in from New Delhi. We sincerely appreciate their presence. So some of them have been associated with T-Hub for a long time. So one of the things that we at T-Hub believe is the collaboration, right? Global collaboration. In fact, I've always been talking about the fact that we are not solving local problems. Every problem that we pick and take and try to solve are global in nature. So the mindsets of startups and possibly the mindsets of incubators also need to be global. It doesn't matter where you are set up and how you are, what kind of focus you are driving. So much so that very recently we had an interesting interaction with a few of the incubators from Australia, Sweden, and also even France. Some of them are planning to set up their small centers here. So the opportunity in terms of global collaboration exists. It's something that incubators or the associations like these should network and try and see how we can leverage each other's strengths. It doesn't require everybody to build everything. It's just that, the leveraging can drive a lot much more power into through this association to the very ideas and startups that we are trying to build. I guess amongst other things, the point I was mentioning earlier about the global issues. For example, we have many startups here that are working on, say, reducing carbon emission, for example, or working on alternate fuel, right, to reduce, carbon-led fuel consumption, or working on healthcare, for example. But these solutions, need not necessarily come from one region. We have startups working here and collaborating with professors, for example, from UK, or corporate entities and people working in corporates in the US working with our startups to actually help in solutioning. I mean, it's a very networked world, and we just need to leverage this. Hopefully, I think from T-Hub perspective, we need to associate more and work more in terms of driving these outcomes. So I personally take this opportunity to see how we can build stronger ties and drive greater outcomes. So once again, like Dhruvika was saying, enjoy the night. It's a great opportunity. The next 2 days, I think, are going to be even more intense, hopefully, and a lot of takeaways for all of you. So all the best, and I'll see you tomorrow morning as well. Thank you.
We have organized a panel discussion on AI transformation, challenges and opportunities for international business incubation. We have invited several experts from the RB community who will share their perspectives on how AI will be reshaping our business landscape and the potential
Recording
that it
in
holds
progress.
for business incubation processes. The panel will consist of 2 keynotes and 1 interactive session. And let's get that exciting segment beginning now. For the first keynote, I would like to invite Mr. Andrew Wong, the chairman of E3 Capital Malaysia, to share his perspective about the business landscape in the AI era. Mr. Wong, if we can please have you on stage.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to deliver the first keynote. Thanks AAPI, of course ISBA, and of course the most wonderful organizing committee in T-Hub. It has been a pleasant day for all of us, especially those who are attending the AABI General Assembly. So, when I was asked to give a keynote about AI, guess what was the first thing I did? Anyone? So I asked ChatGPT. So I asked ChatGPT and said, what should I be saying? So welcome to the era of AI. So I'm deeply honored to take this opportunity to keynote this session, particularly because this is a very, very exciting era, very transformative. And I'm not talking from the perspective of the technologies, because I'm not, but I'm talking from the perspective of a user and a business practitioner, and how AI, how do we view AI to be in the coming future? As Trudeau says, the Prime Minister of Canada mentioned, the pace of change is accelerating, and nowhere is more evident than in AI impact on the business landscape. I believe it's very true today. It is very, very relevant, because this is actually a mega trend. 25 years ago, Bill Gates wrote in a book in the 1990s, Business at the Speed of Thought. And this is he discussed how business and technology are integrated. We started to see that right? The birth of the internet coming in, and of course countries like Malaysia, India were actually rushing through to have that kind of, aside from USA, the kind of technology dominant. But AI is entirely a different ballgame. It is disruptive. It's a disruption. And like it or not, today, whether you are in a traditional business or you're in tech, AI is central in our world today. We can't avoid that. But of course, we can embrace it, right? So, but the most interesting part is this. AI actually moving on. AI started to accelerate when ChatGPT came into play. That's the birth of generative AI. But AI had been around 30 years ago. Way back in 1990, I was playing with AI as a solution provider. So we use AI for what? Predictive. We use AI to predict stock market. That's what I did. We use AI to predict bank fraud, traffic, congestion, and all this means because what we can't do with our human mind, we actually use AI to do it. But those days, 30 years ago, it's not the kind of AI that we want, that we are seeing today. And of course, from 30 years, right, and to now, it is projected AI will be $1 billion industry. So as you can see over here, by 2026, it should be exceeding $207 billion. So it's a huge market. Everyone is going into AI. Every single tech company is also looking into AI. I don't blame them because that is the trend. How do we capitalize that? And moreover, sorry, I didn't use my script because there's a lot of data to be involved. So, in the period starting 2010, there were only 240 related AI fundraising round, and that time technology was just starting. The AI tech was just starting. Okay, but it started to accelerate beginning 2015, and for the last decade, AI deal volume achieved almost 4 times in the last decade. So the tipping point is again ChatGPT. When ChatGPT was unleashed, then considered one of the pioneers of AI, the whole world suddenly woke up. The whole world suddenly talked about AI, generative AI. And today, a lot of technology based on AI start to spring like flowers. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. So this is very interesting. Okay, this is very interesting. And what I like about this is that in this artificial intelligence, AI started with over 2,000 funding rounds in this sector. As of 2024, September last month, AI funding round has reached 3,684 year to date, and it's on track for 5,000 at the end of this year. Hence, different industries are adopting AI right now. You can name that, it's all listed in there. So every aspect of industry is using AI. So that's back the question. Are we there? Are traditional businesses looking into adopting AI? Are we helping businesses to adopt AI? So we have a role to play, not only just as a technologist, but as a technologist that is going to be impacting businesses, impacting the global economy. The core aspect of AI is data. So we have reached that data part in the early part of 2000. Then, now the advancement of AI came in with better algorithm. The days of my 30 years ago playing with AI is so much different from today's AI landscape. So we are living in very, very interesting time because AI helped to turn a company with nothing to become very, very competitive. If only you can leverage data and AI. And the fact is, digitalization today enables the fastest proliferation of data and AI at the same time. So if a company is not leveraging on digital for it to grow, it will be left behind. No, it won't be left behind. It will die. You will see the death of companies because of the changing transformative trend of AI. AI makes a difference in our life today. You ask yourself, how many of you uses AI? If you are an academic, let me ask you again, if you are a lecturer, how many of you uses AI to prepare your lecture notes? Anyone? Show a hand. Oh, there, I see one of them. There you go. So AI is no longer just for business, but it's also for personal. Every part of the world is already using AI. And that reminds me, how many of you watched the show Star Trek? Star Trek? Who is a Star Trek fan here? All right, just a few of you. Okay. So Star Trek was the futuristic science fiction. Right? It used to be a series, then it ended up becoming a movie. And Star Trek, the next generation, you have this humanoid called Data. Right? And Data has no feelings. But Data uses his algorithm to process millions and millions and millions of data. And he became smart. And everyone relies on him for certain decision making. And that's exactly what's happening in our world today, when we also will rely on data and AI for our decision making. Okay? So these are the companies that actually leverage on AI. 30 years ago, we have no such thing as autonomous vehicle. Today we have, and thanks to Tesla. And Netflix uses AI to predict what the next show you're going to watch. So every day we are users of AI. Okay? Every day. And of course, AI is the opportunity. Then we come to an ethical dilemma. Right? You have ethical AI, data privacy, is it safe? Right? Data security, trust, etc. So in the end, who owns AI? In Malaysia, our government actually, I won't call it mandate, but in a way coerce us to put our personal data into a government system. This data has 50 questions we have to answer. That includes our family history, our income level, any loan that we are taking, anything. Right? Why I use the word coerce? It's because the government is intending to use targeted subsidy. A lot of Malaysians, day-to-day needs are subsidized by the government, including oil, petrol, okay, sugar, welfare, etc. So they want to prevent the top 20, right, from actually misusing government subsidy. So they developed this system called PADU, P-A-D-U. And this is where AI happens in there. The government is using all the data that we have put in. Altogether, I think there was about 10 million data. 10 million people that put their data in that centralized system. So that begs the question, is it safe? Who owns AI? Government? This is a very important question because he who owns AI and he who owns data will become the most powerful man or woman in the world. So then, aren't we going into the world of total recall? Right? So we are facing an ethical dilemma here. How we want to solve it, I have no answer. But the fact is this, we are still early days. You and I may not be the ones experiencing it, but imagine 50, 100 years later, we may live in a world of total recall, we may live in a world of humanoids, right? And Revenge of the Clone, Star Wars, that will happen. Okay? So that's a very interesting thing. How AI affect the future of work? Can AI replace humans? I would say to a certain extent, yes, but not everything. Jack Ma used to say, AI can do everything. Yes, except one thing. AI, they don't have a heart. We have feelings, we have heart. Okay? AI cannot replicate that heart. Okay? That's important. I find personally AI is useful for me because as an incubator expert, where I've incubated more than 10,000 entrepreneurs, there's a lot of knowledge base in here. How can I put this knowledge base into something, an expert system, where my entrepreneurs just need to go in, key in their problem, and pound, the answer is there. They don't need me anymore. This work can be done by AI. Yeah, in some way it's useful. Okay, it's useful for people with knowledge. And I think we should use AI in a more humanistic way. How AI can support our own growth, personal growth, business growth, right? Life growth. Okay? So, in a way, AI will replace humans, especially in supporting roles. AI does better. And we are living in business. What matters most for a business person is efficiency, productivity, because that will determine your profit. So if we use robots, we use AI, use robotic arm for manufacturing, for decision making, for analyzing data, where our human minds are limited. This is where AI will replace us. But AI cannot replace the heart. So we have to upskill ourselves. Upskilling is very important. But how can we upskill millions of people? So that's a question that our government will need to think about. So AI for business. AI improve innovation. AI improve governance. Okay? AI improve personalization, as well as AI provide autonomous system. In a way, the entire business model of our business has to change. So no matter what, we have to put AI in our business model. There's no two ways about it. Because again, 30 years ago, we talked about the knowledge economy. we talk about, information economy. Today, we talk about knowledge economy. So it's totally two different eras. We are now in the era of AI. Closing thoughts. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. We cannot avoid AI. It's not an option anymore. Big, small, traditional tech businesses, you need to use AI. Okay? But instead of wallowing how AI is going to affect us or impact us, we should be looking at preparing ourselves for AI. Put AI into the central of our business planning, because there's no way to avoid it. There's no way to say, no, I don't need to use AI. What's most important is preparation. Prepare for it. Because when you prepare, right, when you prepare and when you do, that's where opportunities are open. There are 1,001 opportunities that's available. And it's no longer just a local economy opportunity. It is a global economy opportunity. And that's why we as incubators, we have a job to do. We have to prepare our incubatees to be AI efficient, to practice and prepare themselves for AI, whether they are tech or traditional businesses, because the world depends on us now to educate them about AI. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Ms. Ling Withawasaya Sak, the director of Thai BISPA, to educate us on the challenges and the opportunities that AI brings to incubators. Ms. Ling, can we please have you on stage?
Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you so much for Abi and the ISBA and also T-Hub to arrange this event. It becomes successful from the beginning and in the morning and till now. I think it's time for us to digest what we have learned from the whole day. So let me pull up the slides. Okay, all right. So I have been asked by the secretariat team of ABI to share how AI will affect our community. So Mr. Andrew has mentioned about AI in terms of it can leverage the opportunities and also the potential growth of the business. But in our community, I think it also affects us. So let me go over to show you who I am first, because some of you might have not know me yet. So as the MC mentioned, I'm a director of the Thai Business Incubators and Science Parks Association in Thailand. So the organization is a nonprofit, and we are a national network of business incubators and science parks. So we were founded 15 years ago in order to gather a strong community of those who operate incubators and science parks. From then, we have our strong missions to build a good human capital for the industry, business incubation industry, and also to leverage the strong network that we have. We not only work domestically, and that's why we also joined the International Association to make sure that Thai BISPA could be a gateway to connect our incubators and our startups around the world. So that's one of my hats that I'm wearing. Another hat, I'm also a vice president of the Thai Business Angel Network in Thailand. So in order to complete the ecosystem, we are trying to figure out the different jigsaws in the whole ecosystem and make sure that Thailand, we have everything in place, either by government push, either by private led. But these will complement and make sure that the startups and entrepreneurship will flourish. So, and that's the reason why I have been involved in ecosystem since 2006. So I was graduated in the topic around innovation management, entrepreneurship from the States. And that point, I have learned what's the gap between the states who are one of the legacy for the world, and how Thailand can create our own ecosystem under the context. So what I have tried during the past 2 decades is going to around the policy level into the implementation level. So from the business incubation community, I think the topic about AI has been around for years and years, but in terms of practical action, what we have been doing in order to leverage this opportunity of AI being implementing into the business incubation is still discussing. So in Thailand, I think we have been known by many of the countries that we are a country where we have good food, nice service industry, right? But when we talk about AI, it's something kind of not so clear how Thailand can implement it into our industry, our business, and in our people. So same thing, when we talk about business incubation, as the association, we are building the awareness of those who work in the incubators, because they might know that AI is coming or AI is in the business now, but as they are grooming the startups, not many of them know what to do with AI, not even for their work, not even for startups. So that's something we are trying very hard to build up the awareness around it. So today, my talk would be around the overview of how AI will be integrated to business incubation, and also to explore the immense opportunity it can create for business incubations and entrepreneurs we are grooming. And last but not least, I would also address some challenges that come with embracing AI into business incubation community. So as I show on this slide, I will take only 2 to 3 slides to share with you about the role of AI in business incubation. So there are many ways that AI can be integrated. I look at AI as one tool. So business incubation is a core function. AI can be something that help facilitate the work of incubators. First of all, to streamline your administrative process, right? Something that you have to do like tediously, a day-to-day operation. Now AI can be a good tool to facilitate your work. So your team, or even the executives, the directors, the managers of incubators, they can proceed to all the routine work a lot more faster than using like all the human job. So we can use like natural language processing and also other robotics process automation to help incubators to overcome all the administrative tasks. For example, scheduling assistance. Normally we have to juggling around, right? And when you want to make a schedule for your startups, your mentors, and some other investors, right now AI is in place, so it's a lot easier for you. Document processing or other paperwork, and also the compliance checks, right? Because it used to be a very tedious work. And now if you have some helper, as I mentioned, AI is a tool, is a helper. Once it's there and you didn't integrate or plug it into your job, it's no meaning, it's no value. So AI can help with that kind of purpose. Secondly, data-driven decision-making. So as Andrew mentioned, when he was asked to deliver the keynote, first thing, how we can gather the key information that could be delivered to the target audience. So once you got that kind of information input, then you reconsider if that input makes sense to fit the context you are going to deliver. So the decision making is also the same. When you see AI can help you, can facilitate you in gathering information, but at the end, you have to use your own judgment to whether proceed on what AI suggested. So it will help gathering a big pile of information, and the incubators can make more informed decisions based on the quick suggestion from AI. For example, market analysts, right? So you previously have to subscribe into market statistics from this brand over to another brand, and make sure that you gather kind of a non-biased information and come up with market analysis report for your incubatees. But right now, everything is available, so you can use AI to help you strengthen your work as the market analysis report, capital benchmarking, investor profiling. So these are some of the examples of how data-driven decision-making would help incubators. And the third point where I would like to address, it's about mentorship and resources. Why AI can help people or startup in the aspect of mentorship and resources. Simply because when we talk about AI-driven platforms, it can recommend customized, tailor-made resources. As you know, you are in the business incubator industry, so not single solution can fit all. Every session that you have with the startup is supposed to be mainly one-on-one to customize the perfect solution, or at least optimal solution to make them grow. So AI could help you bring in the customization into your support to the startup based on data-driven insights. And last but not least, the role of AI also help you enhance network and collaboration. Of course, AI cannot replace human touch, but they can identify, or we simply call know who, right? We can know how right now from searching AI, but even better if we know who and use our relationship trust to build upon the relationship amongst people. So these are the 4 key roles of AI in business incubation, which comes to the opportunities. So what are the opportunities that AI brings to business incubations? First, scalability. So AI will enable the incubators to scale our operations dramatically. Previously, when we want to scale our business, we tend to hire more people, right, to run the business incubation activities. But right now, when people know how to utilize AI into their operation, some of the work has been delegated to AI, and now we only have people to do just some jobs that needs heart, that needs human touch, that needs people skill. So virtual incubation will be a lot easier with AI to remotely support startups globally and to break the geographical barriers. Secondly, the opportunities of having AI is to help do predictive modeling. So when you are grooming a startup, you try to come up with what business model, right? How to make them grow, how to make them success, how to make them wonderful in the business. But when you are tired, this needs a lot of creativity. So AI would ease your job, but doesn't mean you are out of your business, but it would help you, give you some guidelines how to create something more valuable to your startups. So AI can help generate some key indicators that identify potential performance for the startup in early stage, or even success models for them. And third, about cost efficiency. Why AI help you in cost efficiency? Of course, automation reduce the process of manual intervention. So it can reduce operational costs. It makes incubators more accessible to a wider range of entrepreneurs, including those in underserved communities. So you don't have to travel from one side of country to another just to meet them up, but the AI would help you to get in touch with them to understand their context a lot easier. And last but not least, AI can help accelerate innovation. As Mr. Andrew mentioned, AI can generate the opportunities for the companies to integrate it into their business model. So I know it's not nice to have, but it's a must-have tool in many businesses now. Even though you are not in digital tech startups, if you are just someone who run food industry, who run just laundry business, why AI would help? AI can be a tool to integrate you to do CRM, right? To build relationship between yourself as a business with your customers, to help you to understand, to empathize your customers more and more. So that's why incubators can help startups incorporate AI into many sectors, healthcare, finance, agriculture, and many more to increase competitiveness and growth potential. Anyhow, there's not only opportunities out there, challenges also something we have to consider. First, as AI are the tool to analyze the big data, how can we make sure that we have a good access to quality data? Quality data, in my meanings, covering both quality in terms of how good the structure of data has been prepared and the amount of the data that makes your machine learn it well enough. So a high quality, a well-structured data, where many startups lack of the data infrastructure. And it comes to the role of business incubators. How can we help them to find a good infrastructure to fully benefit from AI? We need to assist our startup in data management and also some governance. So in many cases, in overcome this challenge, the incubators try to partner with data providers. For example, if you are in specialized food business incubators, you probably need to find some market data around the world of how food business growing in every aspect. So the market data statistics would be one of the partners you are looking for. So in that regard, I strongly believe that no one knows best except us, because we are the one that operate our business incubation to serve our startups. So we have to understand the profile of our startups and profile of ourselves, what kind of value proposition we are delivering, and what kind of tools that we use in order to strengthen our values. Secondly, the second challenge would be around the bias in AI algorithms. Well, in many cases, data has been limited. So for those first or some set of data that has been input in the system, it might not be what we call generalized enough. So when you use that set of data to come up with AI suggested solution, it might come into a bias answer. So we need to be aware of the bias data, how to make sure that the data has been generalized, fair, and inclusive. So some solution for this challenge is to do some regular audits on the data, and so also monitor the AI algorithms to ensure unbiased operations. And the third point of challenge would be around ethical concerns and privacy issues. I think everyone knows it, right? Some data that has been used to analyze might not be ethically utilized, and also it, especially for those who work in the health tech startup, you have to be in touch with health data. It's a lot more complicated in order to use people's health data and come up with your suggestion, because it's very sensitive data. So the solution for this challenge would be around how the incubator can educate startups on ethical AI usage and also data protection. And last but not least, skill gap. I strongly admit that the business incubators in Thailand, we still lack of the good skill sets of our staff in implementing AI, not even about the startup themselves. Many startups know how to use AI in their algorithm, but in terms of business incubator team who run the incubation service, they might have no idea how AI can be implemented into facilitating their work. So I would suggest every incubators to have AI training programs, mentorship, and also partner with AI experts to make sure that the business incubator can leverage on the opportunities of AI into their operation. And I think that's probably the last slide that I mentioned. So I know that AI presents a transformative opportunity for business incubation very much, enhancing business incubators to scale, to reduce costs, to accelerate innovation. However, challenges such as data quality, ethical concerns, and the need for upskilling people still be mitigated with the right strategies. So I strongly believe that as a group of community of business incubators, we can help collaborate and innovate AI into our operations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Lim. Moving on, we are going to start off with an interactive panel discussion now. I would request the moderator to keep it up to 20 minutes since we have a constraint on time and everybody has had a very long day. So I'll give you a 5 minutes heads up at the end so you can conclude the panel discussion by then. For the panel discussion now, I would like to welcome back Mr. Andrew Wong, Ms. Ling, and I would like to invite Mr. Ojaswi Beber, the CEO of Amity Innovation Incubator Center, to join us for the discussion. This special session will be moderated by Dr. Balachandran, the VP of ISBA. Please join us on stage, sir.
Good evening, friends. On behalf of ISBA, we welcome all the OBI delegates, both who are present, physically present here, and those who have joined online. And OBI, let me also welcome all the Indian delegates to this OBI summit. Immense pleasure to moderate this session. We had two interesting keynote topics. All of us are aware of the importance of artificial intelligence. So the very domain of artificial intelligence itself was incubated for about 60 plus years. What started as a Dartmouth project in US way back in 56, it took several elements to come together to become a usable tool for the society. Even in the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, sometime in the early 2010, 2011, the ImageNet project, which was collating several images, annotating them, tagging them, all that could not be used for a productive purpose. The use case was not found that easily. So they had to wait and conduct some hackathon, invite the experts working on other domains like convolutional neural networks, and the power of NVIDIA's computing, the chip, all this have to come together to get some meaningful solutions. When the technology itself had a long gestation, the use cases, the potential applications, the productive outcomes that to impact the society, it's again, interesting times we are in. And it's also said there are two categories of people. One, those who are going to use artificial intelligence tools. The other ones who will be the creators. The creators are going to be the minority, and that's where our incubation fraternity will be closely working with. And we are, since both Andrew and Ling have spoken widely about the various aspects of artificial intelligence, it's a very wide landscape, but the next 15-20 minutes, we are going to view these opportunities and challenges through the incubation lens. So that's the to begin with, Ojasvi available, and this also has democratized the opportunity for everyone. And so there are two categories of startups. As on today, it's said about 3% of startups in India. 150,000 or 160,000 startups is the population. 3% of them are working on artificial intelligence, and the others, whenever you receive a pitch for incubation, at least 7, 8 out of 10 have artificial intelligence or ML. And so as an incubation, talk about digital adoption for SMEs. So how do you foresee the opportunity for artificial intelligence adoption for those who are artificial intelligence and they're working on the core sectors? Could you just...
Thank you, Ala, for this opportunity. I must say that both the presentations were great insights into the entire setup. Now, your question whether how would those who are not actually using AI would actually be able to leverage and benefit, and that too from an incubator's perspective. Actually, it's a very challenging task. It's very challenging times for all the incubators as well. So at this point of time, I'll give you a statistic. Out of the 100 proposals that we get, AI is such a hyped work that almost 80% of those decks have AI or machine learning as a word embedded into those decks. Now, what is happening here is that there's a lot of financial thrust which is coming in from the VCs, from the government as well, and a lot of that onus is going to come onto the incubators. So it is actually more of a challenge for the incubators to upskill themselves first to ensure that whatever is coming to them is rightly AI or not. So AI is actually playing at multiple levels. It is playing at the LLM level. It is again playing at generative AI level. Then it is playing at a wrapper level as such. So the challenges that we have to face as an incubator are first to be addressed for us to help all those who are actually not using using AI as a tool. Now, coming back to that aspect of how they can leverage whatever they are not as an incubator, it is our responsibility, because you would see with AI coming in, the speed at which the TRL levels used to move from 1 to 5, 4, 5, 6, and 7, that is going to pace up. So now for market validation, for initial prototype development, if it is a software setup or a prototype development, what used to take 3 months is probably going to take 15 days to 20 days, or let's say 30 days per se. If it comes to any of the other aspects wherein there used to be a founder which did not have much technical knowledge or just technical knowledge but no business knowledge, thanks to AI, he would have access to all that business knowledge, making the TRL move up the TRL levels much faster. So as incubators, it would be our responsibility to first understand AI at depth level, and then help all those startups who are not using generative AI to make them understand how they can leverage that to outpace their competition, fasten up their speed from TRL 1 to TRL 4, 5, or whatever levels are there as such. But the first onus is on us to upskill ourselves.
That aspect also brings me back to what Andrew spoke about in his presentation about skills. You also certainly mentioned governments should think on that. But what Vajasvi is talking about is predominantly the skilling the incubation team to handle the emerging needs. So what are those baby steps that would be required from the incubator management to skill their core team so that they first understand the basic aspects?
Okay. Now, I think the incubation management team played a very, very important role. Because why? The incubation management team need to keep abreast on what's happening with technology today. So definitely, we have to upskill ourselves, improve our knowledge on AI, and disseminate this information not just to the incubatee, but also to the market in general. Because the incubation manager or the incubation team actually connects the incubatee with the market. So if the market is not ready, then we have a disconnection. Now, if you look back 30 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, we talk about digitalization. I talked about digitalization 20 years ago. And that was an uphill battle, right? It's an uphill battle. But yes, some do adopt digital strategy. Those days were ERP, right? ERP, CRM. CRM wasn't that popular actually, but ERP, yes. Okay? So, and 20 years ago, I was dabbling with AI. But AI, when I was doing my time, I actually failed in my business because of AI. So people are not ready. But then again, the clock is moving faster than what we were 20 years ago. So we are running against time. Now we are moving into IR 4.0. And a lot of our SMEs, our traditional business, are not even IR 3.0. They're probably IR 2.0. So we have to work very closely together, not just among ourselves as incubator managers, but also with the government. The government has important role to play to educate the industry that they have to upscale. They need to improve. Because if you don't improve, you will die. And what we see today in our economic, GDP and so on that goes up and down, is economic transformation. Our entire economy is transforming. In Malaysia, the government finally realized that and start to look into AI. We are building AI data centers in Malaysia, right? And in Southeast Asia, that is where the gold mine is. AI data centers, cloud data centers. Okay, so the government is realizing that, and they realize that they also need to upskill not only the talent but also businesses. They have to create the awareness, and the Ministry of Human Resources actually estimated that they have to upskill a few million employees to be ready for the next wave, which is AI. We have long way to go, but we can only start. We have to prepare, as I mentioned earlier. We have to prepare and get started now, because if we are not, then we are in trouble. The whole country will be in trouble, right? So he who controls data, that's where you get your competitive advantage. And of course, those who are creators of AI, you also have an important role to play. Because why? You have to work together with us, right? Where we have the linkages to the market to educate the market. Make sure we are present there. Every day we have to shout out AI. And then one day the world will wake up because they realize that AI is overtaking everybody. So business at the speed of thought, when you talk about the information age, it lasted 20 years. But AI, 5 years. 5 years. And it's already reached the kind of level in the days of Bill Gates. So Bill Gates used to say, if I were to redo Microsoft again, I will look into AI. So that shows it is a very, very important thing for the human race.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move on to Ling. You also spoke about virtual incubation and opportunities of using AI. And so one of the important services an incubator can offer to the startups is access to market. How do you leverage the power of AI for facilitating market access?
Yes, sure. Thank you for the question. I'm sure that we have been working to support our startups by pulling up the data on the global market opportunities, right? But when in the old time, we have to look for the published market statistics from a certain brand, a certain company that they do market survey. But right now, in order to get going faster, I think AI helps accumulate those kind of data and pinpoint which market you should go first. And even more, what kind of compliance you need to be prepared. When you go penetrate the new market, it's not just you export your product there and then it works, right? So there are a lot of compliance involved. So that's something startups can be prepared ahead of time. And even more, if the startup knows that it's too complicated for them to go into that market, it comes to their strategies. What they need to rethink if the market that they think it's big enough, but at the end of the day, it might not the target that their products or services can fit in. So it would help in either way, decision making and preparation.
Let me add on to that. Just recently in E3, my company, I've actually commissioned an AI company to study the noise in the market. But of course, for us, it's about entrepreneurship. And we will identify all the millions of keywords to come up with a profile and what are people talking about, and also understanding entrepreneurial needs.
So it's more like social listening.
Yeah, that's right. We're doing that. And that is my first experience using AI.
Yeah.
I just want to add on with a quick case study here. One of our startups, he used to do outreach across multiple economies as such. But when AI came in, he used one of the tools to hyper-personalize the approach to each one of his stakeholders. And his outreach, the results of the outreach dramatically increased by 60%. So that is one of the aspects of AI and the tools which are there, which can actually increase your efficiency. So what you used to do earlier with, let's say, 80% of the resources, now you can do it with 20% of the resources with a much better
results on outcomes.
Efficiency.
Yeah.
So for want of time, the next round will be a pretty quick one, just one-liner bullets. And so what will be one or two top AI adoption priority for your incubators you are associated with?
So as an AI priority, first one would be upskilling of the incubation setups as such, and then hyper-personalization of advice to incubatees, so that it is not so you can actually customize the advice with respect to the business stage, scale, and requirement to that particular setup. So that's something that we're going to move on to.
Ling?
Yeah, from what we listen to the community we are working with, there are two aspects we are implementing and will be one of the flagship initiatives for the community that we work on right now. First, it's AI Power Platform. It's going to be a back end of the incubation to use AI as part of their day-to-day operation. So you can track the growth of the startups, to check the milestones they commit with you from the beginning, and also to see the progress of their business development. Secondly, would be around the market access data. So we partnering with Google in Thailand to do global landscape monitoring on which products has been exported to which country in what scale. So now we have that landscape ready. If you are in the business who are producing that products or services, it would help them to foresee opportunities across the world.
Yeah, Andrew.
Oh, I'm waiting for Lynn. Why I'm saying that is because we wanted to build our own incubation management system exactly to do the same thing. But when I heard Thailand is doing it, I said, why not I just use Thailand technology and not, yeah, so we can collaborate together. And the interesting part is that when we put in 1 million of our entrepreneurs into the system, right, then we will be able to learn a lot. And this is the global system. So yeah, then later we will leverage on the AI.
Yeah, thank you, Ojasvi, Ling, and Andrew for being a fantastic panelist and sharing your interesting insights.
Brother, we've missed out on your views. All three of us have given our views. We've missed out on your views now.
See, quickly, I think from general intelligence, now it's generative AI. I think it's moving towards organized AI. So every transition will have its own challenges, and post-COVID, we also had a lot of difficulty in the space-based incubation services, now virtual. So this is going to be an interesting tool, but how do we use it and how do we adopt even ethical aspects, all that were spoken about. I think let's be prepared to meet the realities. Yeah. Thank you all.
Professor James, can I ask you to step up on the stage to just quickly give us a few opening remarks before I announce the winners?
Yeah, there are many things to do as a president. This is not the opening remark. This is kind of the reporting remark. Before that, all of you already understand the RB, but for your understanding, RB, I will introduce RB very briefly. RB, right now, consisting of the 19 countries. And total BI number, could you guess? Yeah, over 5,000 BIs in our member. And also, thanks. If the one BI has the 10 startup, then total over 50,000 startups are there. Actually, the more and more. So actually, this T-Hub is the world, the biggest, the BI. I heard about that. So this is a very wonderful place to do as a ceremony. On the RB framework, each year we will giving out two main type of the award. The first one is the RB Incubator of the Year. So that is for the BI. And the second one is the RB Torch Entrepreneur Award. That is for the startups. So far, so we have since 2000 and over 20, this is the 30th the ceremony. So far over 35 BI Incubator Award winners there, and nearby 106 Entrepreneur Award winners have so far we have. For this year, we have received over 20 applicants from the 7 AABI member, RB member countries. So covering a wide range of industrial sector, such as the healthcare, biochem, ICT, energy, etc. And very respectable 9 judges from the AABI communities have dedicated their time and labor effort in evaluating the application to short list of the winners presented here today. So before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has been involved in this year's award. To all of judges and to all of the participating incubator and entrepreneurs. Especially to the secretary's team, the very strong, the crew member in the Shanghai STIC, and especially thanks to the ISPA. All right, let's get the award ceremony started. Thank you.
President James, colleagues and friends from RB community, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Selina Huang, Vice President of RB, and it has been a great pity I could not join you on site at the 2024 RB Summit and Awards ceremony held in this vibrant city, Hyderabad, India. On behalf of RB and STIC, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and sincere thanks to you all for your enthusiastic participation and support throughout this enriching evening. At today's event, we have brought together a diverse group of professionals, incubators from our communities, and the discussions we have had today would definitely shed light on RB's future developments as we enter into the AI era and embrace AI in our incubation efforts. And with no doubt, the highlight of this evening was the 2024 RB Awards ceremony. Again, congratulations to all RB Awards winners, and it was so inspiring to see our outstanding incubators, entrepreneurs from RB member countries and regions, and to recognize the exceptional achievements they have accomplished. I wish I could be there to celebrate the moments with you. Lastly, as we conclude this event, I would like to emphasize as RB embarks on this new journey in this AI era, the challenges we face may be significant, but more importantly, they are also opportunities for us to forge growth and collaborations. And I believe through our joint efforts, we could not only benefit the startups and entrepreneurs we support, but also make our network more vibrant and resilient. Let's continue to work together to innovate and collaborate and bring about another momentum for RB's development journey. Thank you again. I look forward to seeing you all in person soon at future RB events.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think every good thing has come to a logical or a good ending, but this whole program would not have been possible without the city of Hyderabad support, and we are so welcomed by the city. So I think for the city of Hyderabad, let's have a big round of applause for hosting us for the 6th conference. We have seen it in Chennai, Bangalore, but I think it's great to be back in Hyderabad. How many of you are not from Hyderabad? Can we see a show of hand? How many people are here who are not from Hyderabad? I think 50% are not from Hyderabad. And I can tell you one secret. If you really want to enjoy driving, take your car from Bangalore, which I do, and probably take me more time to reach the outskirts of the Karnataka than reaching from there to Hyderabad. So that's the city of Hyderabad, friends. In fact, last week I came to the US consulate for visa, and my kid and my wife told that why don't we look at second option as a Hyderabad. So that makes me, and we have started our operations in Hyderabad last year. Our office is right across in the Mindspace. So with this, I will do a formal vote of thanks. I think we are really honored to have the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Government of Telangana, Sri Bhatti Vikramatha for gracing us here and giving us a lot of inputs. How do we can take it forward? Not just we meet here, we know each other, hear each other, but also take it forward by creating the focus groups. And I'm sure institutions like IMT Hyderabad, Nasi Monji, who are present here, probably collaborate with ASSOCHAM to and take this forward. We are also deeply honored to have the district collector and district magistrate, Srimati Hari Chandana Dashari, IAS, Government of Telangana. Ma'am, thank you so much. I think the city of Hyderabad is becoming better and bolder and probably giving competition to any other city in this country. How many agree that Hyderabad is the best city with vibes and life? How many agree? Everybody? A city of vibe and life. That's Hyderabad for me. And with this, also thank Mr. Suresh Chukrapalliji. He is the Chairman Emeritus of Phoenix Group and Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Korea. Sir, thank you so much for your gracious presence. Also like to thank the Director of IMT Hyderabad, Mr. Dr. K.M. Barul Islamji, for gracing us and being our academic partner this year. Also would like to thank Mr. Ram Babu Burguji, who is the co-chairman of the SOCHM Telangana. Sorry if I am mispronouncing some names. My apology for that. Also like to thank my partner in crime, Dr. Krishna Yedula from Virtusa, who is the co-chairman. I think he has been relentlessly working for it. Last year he wanted to do this event in Hyderabad, but somehow I persuaded him to do it in Bangalore. But this year we did it in Hyderabad. So I think one guy who deserves the biggest round of applause is Dr. Krishna Yedula, because he is the man to bring it to the Hyderabad. And also take this opportunity to thank the team who actually behind the scene for the last 6 months, working with the jury, working with the corporates. We had almost 500 people turn out today. We expected 300, by the way. So I think if there was some logistical nightmare, but bear with us. But I think the few people who really made this event what we have calling a spectacular event, starting with, and I would like to just recognize them once on the stage, because they have relentlessly worked for the last several months. Starting with the Regional Director of SOCHM, Dinesh Macha, where are you? Please come. Please rise. Vishwanath from SOCHM, Padma Priya, who was a great master of ceremony today, Jyoti from Vachusa, and again our own Padma from SOCHM. I think these 5 people who really made this event what we are today. And I really request our chief guest and our Madam DC to just give them a bouquet to just recognize their hard work, what they have put in. I request our Deputy Chief Minister as well as our DC to give them a bouquet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Distinguished guests on the dais, members and office bearers of SOCHM South, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor to be part of this event, especially when members of the industry are gathered. In fact, it has been long been said, if we have to rethink our education, particularly in business and management, we should be closer to the industry. There must be a recycling back of the knowledge which our graduates gain from day one entering the industry. It is also a challenge within the system with which we work to incorporate many of the learnings which I say as a treasure house of working knowledge from the industry. It is occasions like this which gives us an opportunity to look into a vista of experience, of hard work, of practical strategic decision making, all perhaps gathering a century of knowledge within this room. Each one of you contribute to that flow of knowledge, which perhaps only trickle down to our textbooks and classrooms. In coming years, at IMT Hyderabad, we would try to intensify our interactions. Some of the best schools in the world are incorporating industry-generated programs, industry-focused programs, or industry-owned programs. We had two specialized programs, one in IT and one in logistics and supply chain management. In coming years, this should be perhaps more tailor-made and customized. And as far as today's theme is concerned, this is one of, again, our biggest challenge in 21st century education is to translate the dichotomy or the constant struggle between what our young mind or children want to be, our education system will let them be. So we have seen MBAs and bankers becoming novelists, engineers becoming filmmakers. Many of those talented minds, actually, we don't let them be in our campus. Our society, our culture, our familial bond, many other things. One of the essence of that is that sustain us is our center, our roots, and our familial bonds. But at the same time, those social and familial and cultural tags also bind us to a particular path. If you have got some marks, you must do medicine and NEET and then CAT and then MBA and then do something. Perhaps this is the time when our sustainability is more based on what our managers want to be. And if managers want to be leading industry which is sustaining to the nature, then at the same time our syllabus and industry stalwarts like you must walk the talk when we design our curriculum. Very soon we are going to conclude our new program reform, postgraduate program review. Through this dais, through this platform, I welcome you to help us redefine what one of my teachers at Harvard Business School said, Srikant Dattar, the dean, to redefine the MBA for the future. And perhaps this is the time when CSR, social responsibility, ethical leadership, not only remain taglines of our syllabus and textbooks, but people from industry comes out as a symbol of those leadership. Your sustainability story must be told in our classroom, not in books, not in newspaper, not in business standards. Young minds will be impressed by your presence. Whatever small changes you might have done, I want my future students to learn from the doers who has done this in their own way. Sustainability, CSR, every day in India, hundreds of industry managers and leaders, owners, entrepreneurs are experimenting with their life, soil and toil and blood. Let those stories come back to our classroom. Ignite the young mind. Perhaps that will be the biggest service to sustainability and CSR movement jointly together in India. With these words, I thank the organizers, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. IMT Hyderabad campus is near the airport. I don't wish your flight to be delayed, but anytime you have 1 hour to spare, please come. And this time I can really welcome you to the Irani chai and Osmania biscuit starting this year. Drop in at our Shamshabad campus, either catching a flight or even when you are going home, you can relax. See our campus. Talk to our students. They are the future leaders. You want them to grow. Help us to build that mind. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
శ్రీ సురేష్ చుక్కపల్లి గారు, శ్రీ రాంబాబు బూరుగు గారు, శ్రీ శ్రీకాంత్ బాడిగాజీ, కేఎం బహరుల్ ఇస్లాం जी, श्री अभिषेक रंजन जी, डॉक्टर कृष्णा येदुला जी, मचा दिनेश बाबू गारू, and all other entrepreneurs and distinguished guests of the day. Namaskaram and good evening to all of you. It is a privilege to be here this evening at the CSR and Sustainability Conference organized by Association. I thank the organizer for choosing Hyderabad, a city that blends economic dynamism with deep human values. As a host for this important dialogue, friends, particularly I thank Sri Suresh Chukkapalli garu and other organizers for conducting not only this meeting but also for doing their service to the society for more than 2-3 decades for the betterment of the then combined state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also, particularly. When I was being asked to come and participate in this meeting, first I asked the organizers what exactly this is. Then they told me that this is something like, the entrepreneurs and industrialists, by not only making wealth and also by distributing the wealth to the society for the betterment of the people and the development of the society. And I said, I'll definitely come. And I really thank the organizers once again for inviting me for this kind of program. And also I appreciate all the participants, those who got the awards and appreciation. The reason is we all know that the wealth which has been created by certain industries are being locked earlier, but now majority of the industries and the wealth creators are trying to distribute the wealth, whatever they are generating, to the society. This is a very good sign. Particularly in South India, majority of the wealth creators are trying to give their best to the society by helping the needy people. We often refer to CSR as a legal obligation of 2% of profits earmarked by good cause. But let me offer a different lens. The real purpose of CSR is not about ticking a box. It is about recognizing that growth without inclusion is fragile, and that profits without purpose are hollow. Sustainability is not only about the environment, it is about human dignity also. It is about ensuring that the benefits of growth don't stop at gated offices and boardrooms, but reach the girl in a government school, the farmer in a dry mandal, the artisan in a forgotten hamlet. In Telangana, we are shaping a new development narrative, one that does not separate economics from ethics. With our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, we are committed to building a state that is fiscally responsible, socially inclusive, and environmentally conscious. Public education that is modern, inclusive, and technology-enabled kind of a system we are trying to improve in the state of Telangana. Primary health care that reaches the doorstep by not only encouraging the rural hospitals, but also by encouraging the needy, poorer sections of the society by giving Raju Arogyasri to the tune of 10 lakh rupees for each family in a year to go to any corporate hospital and get the treatment. And a power sector that balances financial sustainability with uninterrupted affordable supply. And also, let me tell you, 3 ideas drawn from our experience in governance. Be local, not just logical. Go deep in the places you operate. Understand the lived realities, support existing community institutions instead of duplicating them. Investment in not only just creating a wealth, you invest even in the values-based industries and value-based society also. Building will fade, but people's capacities, their skills, their confidence, their leadership will carry impact forward for decades together. Focus on dignity, not just a mere dependency. True development empowers people to stand on their feet, not wait with empty hands. Let every CSR initiative carry the spirit of Swaraj, self-belief and self-determination. Friends, we live in a world unprecedented resources and extraordinary inequalities. It is now clear that trickle-down economics had not worked. What we need is lift all development that lifts the voices, the aspirations and the lives of the many, not just the few. I would like to tell you once again, the government that is led by the Congress party has always believed that economic growth must be anchored in social justice, and the work we do in Telangana is a reflection of that conviction. To the business leaders gathered here, I urge you to look beyond the balance sheet toward the future we are shaping together. A future that is fairer, greener, and more human. Let us not act not out of charity, but out of shared responsibility. Let us work not for applause, but for transformation. Let us not just build companies that endure, but societies that flourish. Friends, I just wanted to tell you something. Generally, there will be a feeling among many of the industries and the business community and the bureaucrats and other people who are not into day-to-day social life. The governments are not seriously thinking about the empowerment of the society. But I'll tell you, certain governments, where they really think about building the society from the grassroots level. The governments always design, plan, and try to execute to the maximum extent of with an inclusive growth of that particular society. In a state like Telangana, generally people used to think about that it is a feudal structure. But now it has transformed into such a beautiful state where Telangana state is not only competing the other developed states of the country, but also it is trying to compete with the most developed countries in the world. Be it as in education, or in health, or in infrastructure, or even in producing the food grains also. Today the government of Telangana is trying to build, when many of our friends are thinking of trying to help the society through your CSR funds, what I thought I'll just, as Suresh Chukapaliji, when he was addressing the gathering here, he told that many of the industries, or many of the people, they might be having so many dreams of investing or spending or donating or for a good cause, but unfortunately they don't find a good platform from where that they can spend that money. That is where many of them are, even though they wanted to come out and spend for the society, not able to come and do that. But luckily, of late, many of the governments and many of the societies have designed in such a way, like even, for example, state of Telangana, we have designed of late schools called Young India Integrated Residential Schools. First, when we thought of these kind of schools, nobody believed it. It's because each school is designed in not less than 25 acres of campus with an international standard of learning and best of the best facilities of the available facilities anywhere in the world. Like each school is costing somewhere around not less than 200 crores. Like this kind of schools that we have already started in 1 year, sanctioned nearing about 100 schools in the state of Telangana, each in one assembly segment. So these kinds of schools, when we started, many of our friends came and told us it is easy to build, but it's very difficult to maintain. That particular time, one friend advised me, if anyone, any multinational companies or corporate sectors, if they come forward to extend their helping hand in maintaining these schools every year. First I thought nobody will come. The moment we announced it, in 15 days, all 100 schools, they have given their names that they will maintain those schools. So today, if you create a proper platform, there are many people to come and work for them. So that is where I just wanted to tell you the state of Telangana is creating a best of the best platform for all the corporate sectors where your every paisa, where all that you want to spend, that all that money is very transparent and is going to the proper needy people of the society to whom you are targeting. So those kind of platforms are readily available. So I extend my invitation to all the heads of the institutions, where all you want to come forward of spending your money properly. Yes, you can think and rely on the state of Telangana, where these kind of institutions are readily available where you can really spend, you can see the growth of the society through these kind of institutions. And even for that case, even the hospitals, even for that case, many of the, the universities, skill universities, when we first thought after the government formed, we have invited many of the industries. They said, the state is good, you have a good number of engineering colleges, good human resources, but unfortunately we are not able to find a proper skilled people in the state of Telangana. Then we have asked them what to do. They said, start the skill university. We are all there to come and share our expertise and to contribute some funds also. Then our Chief Minister immediately gave a thought to it and he started Young India Skill University also in Hyderabad. And apart from that, all over the state, in combined Andhra Pradesh and olden days, we have started ITIs. Today, all those ITIs are outdated. The kind of machinery which has come with a fully automated kind of machinery has come. They suggested, why don't you develop these centers as advanced technology centers? I said, fine. Immediately we sanctioned nearing about 100 advanced technology centers where many of the India's top industries have come and participated in that. They are also trying to do their best by adding CSR funds and all that. So these kinds of things are readily available. Platforms is available here for the people who really want to come and help the society. And I really appreciate choosing Hyderabad for you all to come here and to have a meeting and conference. And organize this also, getting all of you to Hyderabad and making to discuss what kind of facilities and platforms are available for you people to invest or to spend your CSR funds. And state is very well equipped with all kinds of infrastructure. You can come here, set up all your business institutions, and this is the best of the best state where you don't have a weather problem, best suited weather in the country, best infrastructure, no language problem, no barriers, very friendly state, and the government is very, very, much committed to invite all kinds of sectors to get developed in this state of Telangana. We welcome you and we wish you all the best, and feel free to reach the state of Telangana. And this government is a friendly government and we respect wealth creators wholeheartedly, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Nidha.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished speakers, jury members, awardees, and all the delegates who are present here today for this 6th edition of CSR and Sustainability Conference 2024, happening first time at Hyderabad. I was told that more than 100 corporates are participating in the event, and under the leadership of Professor P.D. Jose of IIM Bangalore, the eminent jury has selected the winners today. On behalf of ASSOCHAM Southern Chapter and also from Telangana and AP, as I'm the co-chair for the chapter, I congratulate all the winners of these awards. A total of 45 nominations have been received from various entities, corporates, under 9 CSR and sustainability categories. And the jury involved under Professor P.D. Jose, under his leadership from IIM Bangalore, we had other academia like Symbiosis, Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies, Goa Institute of Management, NSB, and GAT. With these eminent jury members, out of 45, we have about 20 winners today who have shown their excellence in their respective fields, and they could win these awards because of those contributions. SHM Southern Region had organized the Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability Awards to recognize companies that have made a positive impact from April 2023 to March 2024 through their innovative and sustainable CSR initiatives. This happened in Bangalore last year. The objective of the award is to acknowledge, motivate, incentivize corporate members for their contribution towards social and environmental goals, and look at the CSR mandate as an opportunity to move towards strategic philanthropy rather than an onerous compliance with support from civil society and state governments to make a difference to the lives of people in the state. So entries, as I said, are judged by an academia representatives. Jury evaluated entries based on innovation, local relevance of impact that these participating nominees have been coordinating, integrated to company business strategy and governance mechanism. The most important benchmark would be what extent the corporate has embarked on mainstreaming CSR and sustainability initiatives to center stage and meeting all stakeholder expectations. So as I said, out of 45 applications that we received, there are 21 winners who will be receiving these awards today, and I would like to congratulate once again on behalf of the entire SHM Southern chapter for winning these awards. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. As Professor Bahar was saying, that for any business school, as we do in the IMT system, we tend to have a lot of learnings that we take from the industry. And one such attempt is to understand how we can bring in or imbibe sustainability into our program. Because our own thought is that though there could be a lot of talent available in the space of, in the technical space, which talks about sustainability, but in the managerial space, there is a need to imbibe and sensitize students about sustainability, and so that they can go and perform their duties, as required. Because sustainability is a field, it is no more an option, it is an obligation. That is, the way we need to think in a positive way, of course. So what IMT Ghaziabad has done is that in collaboration with United Nations Global Compact, we are trying to drive home a survey for which there is a flyer on each of the tables. And if you go to the second page, there's a scanner. If you scan that thing, they will ask you some questions. What is the requirement is that if you can fill that flyer, that will give us a lot of information about how sustainability is perceived in the industry and how they can be inculcated into our curriculum. So we would really request your help to help us build a curriculum where we can imbibe the industry thoughts and take it together as an industry and academia collaboration to create a leadership, who can contribute to the sustainable, businesses in creating sustainable societies. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Honorable Deputy CM, Sri Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, and all the dignitaries on the dais, participants of today's event, and media. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's an extremely great occasion to celebrate the Corporate Social Responsibility Awards. And I'm extremely happy that about 45 applicants were there. And I wouldn't say that winners and losers, but I would say everyone is a winner, because anyone who contributes for corporate social responsibility is a winner. And in my opinion, all of you are great, and thank you so much for giving your best to the society. In fact, you would all must have, in your journey to social responsibility, thought that CSR is a taboo in India. Why I'm saying it's a taboo is that people who are receiving the benefits think that these corporates, these companies have too much money, and they just start throwing peanuts to us. I don't know whether I have to talk these things in an open forum, but this is my expertise or experience in my corporate life. For the last 40 years, I've been into social responsibility, and I feel wherever we give, we don't really see the gratitude or the cooperation or the positivity from public. They think that, this fellow is putting up an industry here, he's polluting us, and he has to do something to us. The other important thing, what I have also seen is many of the corporates like us who spend money on the CSR, forget about the Government of India's mandatory this thing, but many of us go over and beyond what is mandatory. So we spend too much from our own side, not because it is mandatory, but because it gives us some kind of a satisfaction to our own culture. What I've seen is majority of us spend money out of which close to 60% goes towards the salaries, towards wasteful expenditure of our own employees, or pilferage by our own contractors or whatever. So I would always feel that a very close watch on how much you are spending and how much is actually going into the grassroots of where you want to really spend. We cannot overlook whatever money we are spending, because it's very, very important that every penny what we have and what we are giving, it goes to the actual needy, or it goes to the sustainable survival of a scheme what you are doing. So that's very, very important. And here I see several leaders of the corporates and social responsibility organizations. I think most of us don't look at these things. We just look at some detailed project report prepared by someone and just write a check, and some organization or manager delivers it, and end of the day 30-40% is only going there. The other important thing what I feel is that there are several social enterprises sitting here, people who are running these social enterprises. I should really commend them that they're doing a great job for this society, because today sustainability also needs to be social. When you have a good social enterprise, we have the academia, you have the IMTs like organizations, and we have TIS and other organizations. So ASSOCHAM should take up the responsibility of preparing some projects, some project reports which are sustainable with the help of consultants, with the help of social enterprises, prepare reports where these reports can be shared with the corporates. Because many of the corporates like us, we want to do something to the society, we don't know what to do. And what we do may not really go to the actual needy. So, with the experience of the consultants, with the social enterprises, with academia, right from small enterprise, small initiatives to large initiatives. It could be anything. It could be village enterprises, it could be anything. And also, we should also create, through the social responsibility, some social enterprise in the villages. So that way you're creating jobs and other things. So if SHM can lead this, create some 50 or 100 project reports, right, from 10 lakhs to 10 crores or 100 crores. So these reports can be shared freely to everyone. And people can use them, and you can also create a registered list of good implementing partners like UNICEF or any of these organizations, so that the corporates can reach out to them and implement these programs. And government also can help in connecting to the various district authorities, where they can also suggest what is the need in this village or in this district or in this state. So SHM has a bigger role in creating a proper report, and then share it with everyone, put it in the websites, so that not only for the state of Telangana, but it is useful for the entire country. So I'm sure if SHM agrees with me, I think you should take up this responsibility and help most of the corporates who are within the society, and it will really help the country and the sustainability of the country. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
In fact, our next session is going to be a very, very exciting one. It takes us into the realm of what is cutting-edge technology, strategic national defense, and this panel is going to explore how space and defense sectors are setting the stage for India to emerge as a global superpower.
I am absolutely excited for space and defense, truly an area that I look forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is moderated by the distinguished Rear Admiral retired Shekhar Mittalji, whose leadership in maritime and defense innovation is widely recognized. This discussion features experts like Mr. Arjun Rao, renowned for his strategic insights at Special Invest, Dr. Vinod Kumar, whose work at InSpace is shaping India's space ambitions, and Mr. Arun T. Ramachandran, a key leader at L&T. Please give them a big hand, everyone.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. My privilege to be hosting this particular session. My special thanks to my co-panelists, very, very distinguished panelists, right, I have with me, starting with Mr. Ramachandani. He is the Executive Vice President of L&T, has over almost about 40 years of service and heading L&T in various mega projects, right? And then we have also Dr. Vinod Kumar. He is Director InSpace. You will hear a lot about this particular agency, which has done remarkable work in last 4 years in opening up the space as far as NGE is concerned, non-government entities are concerned, the regulatory side of the space, commercialization of the space activities. We will know more from him. And then also we have from the, the VC side, without whom nothing happens really. The startup industry doesn't move. And we have a very renowned gentleman with us, Mr. Arjun Rao. He is the partner Special Invest. In fact, it's one of the doing a wonderful job and promoting the defense startups as well as the space startups. I personally have also interacted with their team. They are absolutely in the forefront of supporting this particular the movement in both defense and the aerospace side, right? So before I start with it, may I request my panelists to start, just to give a very brief introduction of all of you can give a brief introduction, and then I'll start with on the main subject.
Okay, good morning. You'll be wondering what an old company like Larsen and Toubro is doing here. I just want to say that in today's ecosystem, companies like ours recognize the strength of the startup community, and we believe that it can be leveraged both for the growth of the country and for companies like ours. So we do engage strongly with the startup community. We do look at them as a great source of innovation and as a great driver of growth for tomorrow's economy. And, so my name is Arun Ramchandani, and I head the precision engineering and systems business of L&T. I've been working with L&T for the last 40 years. We have a significant business in the defense and aerospace segment. And I dare say that, 40 years back when I joined L&T as a trainee, we began the defense business as a startup. In those days, the defense sector was not open to the private industry. And we worked with DRDO, we developed our own products, and today we have created about $1 billion industry, maybe 35 years down the line, in that sector. So that's a brief introduction about myself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinod Kumar. And something on in-space also you can particularly cover.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Admiral Sir. Very good morning all. How many of you know in-space? Please raise hand. Very few know. So it's the right thing you have told that I should tell. Yeah, I am Dr. Vinod Kumar. Basically, I am Director Promotion Directorate at Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. So it's very nice. First of all, thanks to the organizers for bringing out such a nice panel discussion. So in space, you know ISRO, ISRO, how many of you know? Yeah, couple of. So see, before 2020, ISRO was doing every activity in space. Means they are launching satellite, making satellite, and having own orbital slots, etc. But it was in 24 June 2020 when Honorable Prime Minister announced the space sector reform, where each company, those who were early working as a vendor or new companies, can take up any activity in space, which ISRO was doing. So it was a dramatic shift. Any Indian citizen can carry out any space activity under the sun in the space sector. So that is the brief, wherein you can make your own launch vehicle, you can launch your satellite, manufacture your satellite, do the data analysis, take the data, take the orbital slot. So there is a dramatic shift. Now there was a requirement to have a space regulator, because this activity has to be regulated. So that was the purpose that Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center was formed. We are basically a regulator of space, but promotion is required because our industry is at a nascent stage. So various things are there. We will cover strategies, how we can become the next global giant from India. I am Director Promotion, heading Promotion Directorate at InSpace. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Arjun, please.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Admiral Sir, for having me and, as part of these esteemed gentlemen, right? I represent Special Invest. We're an early stage venture capital firm investing in deep technology ideas. I think Amitabh Kant sir previously talked about the criticality of deep tech for our country at this point in time across multiple sectors, but particularly within defense and space tech. we've been running Special Invest now for about 8+ years, have made close to 40 investments across multiple cutting-edge sectors that are at the intersection of engineering, hardware, sciences, and software. Usually some intersection of these things coming together to solve really complex problems is our base definition of deep tech. We've been fortunate and lucky enough to particularly have a strong presence and exposure to the space and defense startup ecosystem. We were very early investors in the space tech startup landscape in this country in 2018. Maybe, sir, we were a little impatient and we invested even before in-space policy was put, but we invested in a company called Agnikul Cosmos, which was 100% 3D printed rocket from IIT Madras in 2018. We have since then gone on to invest in Earth observation satellites, communication satellites, quantum cryptography, and other space tech solutions. We're possibly the most active space tech investor in this country with 6 investments in that domain, and hope to do more, many more in the future with the support of InSpace and the ecosystem. Of course, none of this would be possible without sort of, riding on the shoulders of giants such as ISRO or even LLT for that matter, right? The talent pool and this ecosystem, right? So we're very excited. We're of course doing things in energy, green hydrogen, in defense and communication as well. 40+ companies, 8 years, a little more than $100 million that we have accessible to us. But what drives us every day is working with young entrepreneurs who are trying to, young and old entrepreneurs for that matter, who are trying to change the landscape of Indian defense and space tech, and for India to be a very, very strong force. So thankful to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. That's a nice. So basically, let's get into the subject for the day, the next global giants from India. Yes, being an optimist and a co-founder of Rakisi Marine, a company which has won the first Aditi 1 contract, right? And this is for the fabrication design of XL UUV, which is extra large unmanned underwater vehicle, right? Which was in the wish list of the Navy for last 20 years. And now this project has been given in an open competition by IDEX. We'll come on the IDEX a little later for those who are not aware of it, by MOD, right? Ministry of Defense, Indian Navy. And point of significance is this vessel, entire vessel, as I said, will be powered by a totally indigenous software developed in-house by our team. Right? That is the biggest of the plus. Indian Navy, mind you, was waiting for last 20 years for the project. The next important point to note is which are the other companies world over who are doing this development? And you will read about only the giants, big giants like Boeing, like ELTA, like the Naval Group, are the ones who are working on this system. And if these are the type of projects which are being given to startups like us, Rakisi Marine, and there are many, many others who are doing a phenomenal job, certainly as far as the Indian defense startup is concerned, or for that matter space startup is concerned, we are on the right path, right? So it is a time for celebration, but then what has to be seen is, do we really, the trust what has been reposed by the system, are we able to meet that particular thing, the specifications what has been given, right? Now same is the story, as he mentioned in the space sector with the Agnikul, right? They have done a phenomenal job, and you talk to the large number of VCs who have really committed funds at the early stage, right? And these sort of success stories rubs on the system and provides further impetus to the startup setup. As per InSpace website, nearly 400 startups are active and more than 300 million has been raised in funding by the space startups. And same is the story, right, with the defense startups. Large number of startups have raised funds. You would have read yesterday's news only. Tonuvo have raised large amount of funds, 4th stage of funding before the IBO. Idea Forge, Sagar Defense, Planes, Rakisi Marine, there are some others who have succeeded in raising good funds on account of clear visibility as far as the order book is concerned and the demonstration of the execution capabilities as far as the project is concerned. But likely order book with each of these startups post-successful demonstration of the prototypes is in hundreds of crores with each startup. Like today, the Rexy Marine has a clear visibility of order as on today, almost of over 400 to 500 crores. And this is just within about a year and a half, about 2 years or so. It does shows that these startups are on the right trajectory to meet indigenous requirements of high-end weapon systems. Of course, the success stories have been made possible due to transformative policy initiatives at both macro and micro levels by the political leadership of the country. When these things flow down right from the Prime Minister level, right, it has its different impact. And that's what is very, very evident. Adoption of Make in India in 2015, followed by a strategic transition to Atmanirbhar Bharat in 2018, which entailed generation of IP within the country. That means what? You are moving basically from manufacturing to print, from manufacturing to print to manufacturing to design, right? And through the help of the startups. So basically, government, in order to move from Make in India to a stage where, you were going to Atmanirbhar, came out with a startup policy, and to further this startup policy, government introduced two new agencies. One was in 2018 where IDEX was set up, and IDEX was set up as a part of DIO, which is a Section 8 company. We'll cover a little more about the IDEX, right? Because this IDEX has played a major role along with the defense forces, along with the Ministry of Defense, along with the VC setup, all of them put together. So you see, basically it is a very, very planned move by the government at the central level to see that how do you move the manufacturing from TOT, which was taking place till about 2014, to manufacturing in India, right, through the startup setup. The shift from DRDO-led R&D to startup-driven approach incentivized by government grants has democratized and expanded the reach of innovation, commercial R&D, and entrepreneurship to young, bright minds in the colleges, MSMEs, and new entrepreneurs, allowing rapid induction of new age technologies in the defense and space systems, two sectors which have a strong symbiotic relationships. These have played major role in the growth of the startups, in maturing of the startups, in connecting these startups with the users, whether it is defense, whether it is DRDO, whether it is ISRO, and such agencies. Now, as far as this IDEX is concerned, it was launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2018 with the aim to create an ecosystem to foster innovation and technology development in defense and aerospace by engaging innovators, entrepreneurs, academia, R&D institutes to develop technologically advanced solutions for modernizing armed forces. Please note, in 2018, when IDEX was launched, it was also to look after the space side, right? It is only subsequently government realized the potential, and government realized that they are opening up, they'll be able to harness that considerable opportunity which is available in the sector, and also the capability which is there with our youth, with our entrepreneurs, that they came out with another agency in space in 2020. Now, in last 7 years, IDEX has launched 544, problem statements which have been given to defense startups to take up. These challenges include the problem statements as received from the armed forces and 16 DPSUs on diverse systems: communication systems, sensors, imaging, AI, ML, sensors technology, arms and ammunition, drones, autonomous vessels, etc. Now, 13,000 applications have been received, and grant of 400 crores has been approved so far. 4 types of challenges with differing grant amounts based on the complexity are raised, and these include the disk challenge. Now here, important point is, generally we all know governments are a little slow to move. But please realize, in 2018, IDEX started with a disk challenge which had a grant of only 1.5 crores. Which was subsequently revised to the Defense Prime. Now this Defense Prime statements, the challenges, had a grant of rupees 10 crores. This included something like smart ships and things like that. And government further upped the ante by coming up with a program of Aditi, And this is the same program I mentioned to you. The first challenge under Aditi was won by Rakesi Marine with the in-house developed software for autonomous vessels. Now, within 1 year, government has announced 3 Aditi challenges, right? And as I mentioned to you, each challenges entail grant of up to 25 crores, right? So what are we saying? Government is ready to open the purse strings, right, to the people, to the entrepreneurs, to the startups who are ready to take the challenges as posed by the armed forces or as posed by the PSUs. So again and again, what is the point which is coming? Government is doing its bit. Now it's up to us, our own people, right? If we are ready to take the challenges, please raise the hand. And in fact, publicly, Honorable Defense Minister and so are the other ministers in the government have said, if you are ready with a product, you have a product, approach us. We'll help you. We'll support you. And I'm making these statements particularly for the VC community, right? So to give them a confidence, as far as government is concerned, government is doing its role. Right? It is up to us to realize, yes, the system at this moment is supportive enough, right, in the favor of startups. Now, initially, majority of the challenges has come from the Indian Navy. And as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, amongst the armed forces, it has been pioneering the indigenization. Since late 60s, right? We started our shipbuilding program, that Leander class program in late 60s. And since then, right, almost over 90% of our naval ships are being built in country, right? Almost as on today, there are good, 45 ships which are under construction for the Navy alone, and same for the Coast Guard, right? So this is about IDEX. You have heard about InSpace also, right? So now let's get into the pointed questions, right? So I'll ask some pointed questions, right, with our panelists to educate all of us, right? Now, as far as L&T is concerned, we know the contribution of the L&T. We know the size of L&T. We know how long in every space, in every sector they are there, and they have played a pioneering role. And same is the story with the defense. Whether it is the Navy, Army, Air Force, you must be hearing about the part construction of the submarines, part construction of the ships, or full construction of the ships as the case, in differing case, or the artillery guns. So they are there everywhere. And same is the torpedo tube launchers and the rocket launchers and different weapon systems, right? So my basic point and basic question to him is, which you initially touched upon, how do you see this startup setup? Do you see them as a challenge, right, to the big, giants like L&T, or you feel that yes, they have a supplementary role and can really support in this, vision of India to be a builder's India?
So like I said in the beginning, we see it more of an opportunity than a challenge. We believe that this is an ecosystem that can be harnessed for innovation, that can enable large companies like ours to innovate quicker and to democratize our innovation. So broadly, I would say it's a huge opportunity. Of course, many of them with their disruptive efforts could be challengers to people like us who are established, and we are very cognizant of that, and we actually look at how we can leverage their strength for our development.
Great, sir. Just one more thing, since L&T has been involved in big projects for a considerable time, what problems you envisage startups will face, in ramping up to the level what we are talking about today? Some advice to the startups?
Yeah. So, if there is one thing that my journey has taught me, that there are no shortcuts in life, and, the road to success and sustainable success is a hard one. And, for all those startups who are aspiring, who have innovation, converting innovation into a sustainable business model is something which requires a lot of effort. It requires building organizations, it requires building capabilities, it requires penetrating the market, it requires building reliability into the product, and especially in a sector like defense, where product reliability is very critical. It doesn't suffice to have an idea which works in the lab. You have to take it out there in the field and manage the multiple challenges which the field throws up.
I think you've hit the nail. It's very, very rightly said, converting innovation to a sustainable business solution, right? These are two different things, and they need to be worked upon by the startups. Very, very relevant point here. Dr. Vinod, I have a couple of questions from your side, right? You know, this, I am not so well aware of in space. Of course, for this panel, I did do some research. But tell me, you said you are a regulator. Does Department of Space officially recognize you as a regulator? Is that the role which is given to you, or it is a assumed role? I saw somewhere it's a autonomous body. I saw somewhere the crest of Government of India is being used, right? So what is the exact position? Suppose a proposal goes from you today, is it binding on the Space Department, Ministry of Space, or how does it work? Just in very short, brief.
Excellent, excellent question. So we are attached to the Department of Space because Space Activities Bill is pending. So it is in the last stage which will be put in the Parliament at any time. So we are a Government of India body, we are a regulator of space, but since now we have to regulate the activities of government also, like ISRO and private companies also, so we are supposed to be an autonomous body. So we are formed with a cabinet decision, and gazette notification is already there for that, and we have submitted the Space Activities Bill to the committee. At any time it can come in Parliament, then we are fully autonomous.
So how much budgetary support you get year after year?
It is from Department of Space, because the department is required to be for that. So can I come to the point of title of this talk, where space global giant?
Please.
Yeah, very interesting topic, that what all we are doing, what all is required to become a global giant. So I will divide it into two parts. What are the core pillars to become a global giant? What are the strengths of India? So what is the cost-effective solutions? We are known for cost-effective solutions, be it manufacturing, be it IT solution, be it sending satellite to Mars, Moon, or anything for that. So that is our core. We should use that to become a global giant. And we are sure that in that direction our companies are working, and they are much ahead rest of the world companies, except one or two countries. Second thing is the real-time data-driven solutions. We have been working, our company, our private startups, we were operationalized in 2022, and in 2014 there were one startup only, and presently we have 300 plus space startup. So there's a big jump. We are the world leader in registering companies plus providing various kind of solutions. The third approach is the advanced in-house technologies. If you come these three things to become a global giant, additionally you need the demand for that. For sustainability you need the demand. So if you count last 1 year and so, I can see around 50,000 crore worth of opportunity is there for the private companies to work in the space sector. This include a small part of ISRO budget as well, because whenever ISRO is taking the subsystems and other things are done, 60% of that is from the private companies. So we have a lot of money demand from the government. Additionally, as a part of decadal vision and strategy, where we have devised the strategy for the Indian space sector, we want to take it from 2% to 8%. Our target is within next 10 years, by 2033, our economy, our share in global economy should be around $44 billion. To that, we are working with all central ministries, state governments, in addition to the private companies and individuals for the demand generation. That is a very important, 50,000 crore is from them, from the government only. It doesn't include defense budget. If you do that, it can be other. Strategies maybe I will take up later, but I need to tell what all we are doing is the transfer of technology. Over 80 technologies we have transferred. Lab utilization, we have established a 100 crore lab where you can carry out the activities, your design activities, testing, and take to the launch pad. We have the co-working space also. Strategic funding, we have the scheme from pre-incubation entrepreneurship development program up to the seed fund scheme, where 1 crore we give, technology adoption fund of 500 crore, where up to 25 crore one company will give, and venture capitalist fund is also there, which is 1,000 crore alternative investment fund. So fund of fund for deep tech is already announced by 1 lakh crore by the government in this budget. You see, expertise. We have the residence expert pool at our payroll, where they are available for your consultation free of cost. We have technical consultants. 1 minute I will take, because most of the time went in the introduction. Then comes the talent development and skill development. We have already conducted 9 courses in space domain, which are very important to develop the skill. They are short-term capsule courses recognized by Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Skill Development. They are credit courses. We have prepared the syllabus for BTech minor and major degree plus MTech. They are also approved by All India Council of Technical Education to prepare the youth. We have the immersion program for the youth. We have the program for, in addition to immersion program,
Dr. Vinod, time has run out. May I request you?
Last point, sir. Last point, sir. So, in addition to this, to become a global giant, it is necessary to have the global collaboration. We have carried out a study on global collaboration strategy for projecting India as a global manufacturing hub. With these few words, I will stop, sir. Just 2-3 minutes I have taken. Thank you. 10 minutes were yours. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Nice of you. I am being reminded by the organizers, time has run out. Sorry for curtailing that. Mr. Arjun, will you like to share your views on the VC side? What do you expect more from the agencies, particularly the government, IDEX, or in space, so as to inspire more confidence in VCs?
Thank you. I think, as an early stage startup, there are 2 primary challenges that companies face outside of needing more capital from VCs. That's, number one is how long does it take, and how can they build the robust solution that Arun sir spoke about. Our ecosystem coming from a services and a software led startup ecosystem over the last 20 years is possibly relatively more tuned to build fast, fail fast, and break things sort of model, which is okay possibly in some software and commercial use cases, but is definitely not okay in this defense and space ecosystem. So I think time to build and capital infrastructure to build cutting edge products is one of the number 1 core challenges that early stage startups face. So one, venture capital can provide some of the capital, but the infrastructure needed, you need lab facilities, you need testing facilities, you need access to know-how through agencies such as InSpace and others, you need materials access and supply chain, you need very specialized chips and sensors. That again is an opportunity for our ecosystem to build out, because we may be reliant on some other countries that may be politically sensitive for us. So all of these factors go into building a very robust product that can be taken to the defense forces or the space ecosystem, right? So that is number 1. We need to provide this as an ecosystem in addition to capital. Number 2, of course, the IDEX grants, either at design stage or at production stage, linked benefits are being availed by multiple of our startups and the rest of the ecosystem, which is very, very promising. I think what we need to do is figure out the best way of leveraging every single rupee that comes in from private capital, and in for every rupee that comes in, if government, industry and academia particularly can come together and give another 3 or 4 rupees, right? So then instead of a startup having to raise $5 or $10 million, they can start with $2 million, right? And starting with $2 million and with that mindset, then you can go a long way. And with that, if you can crack the first orders with either defense forces through the IDEX challenges or the other challenges, right? And that leverage of capital is immensely important. We're seeing this happening a lot. A lot of our portfolio companies are benefiting, and non-portfolio companies as well. But we're at a critical place where the type of ideas are also emerging and changing. I think war is changing in a very unique way, right? So there is the old and then there's the new. We need drones, we need AI systems, we need data, we need newer kinds of sensors. I think the opportunities ahead are phenomenal. So 2 parts, how to build robust systems by working with the ecosystem, and number 2, how to leverage every single dollar that is available, because we're not necessarily a dollar rich
Wonderful advice by my co-panelists. I'm thankful to all of them, and I think this will go a long way in creating a sustained, value system for the successful transfer of our startups to a global level, to a global scale. I think the technology is changing very, very rapidly, and with this rapidly changing technology, our startups, the young startups, the bright boys from IITs, and other good colleges like NITs are best placed to see how these new technologies are adopted in our systems. So thank you very much once again for the participation, and thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this discussion. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We've done about 900 startups. We've invested about 1,400 crores. We have about 5,000 investors on our Angel AIF. And my team actually, along with a lot of other people today, have curated the entire Maharathi Challenge. And, just picking up a leaf from yesterday's conversation of the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal, is that we had the highest number of applications in deep tech and AI. So just kind of bringing that up, because I think there is a lot of misconception that India does not have enough deep tech companies today. But with that, I'll give the mic over to Vivek.
Hi, thank you. I'm Vivek. I'm general partner at Samved VC. We are an early stage US-based fund which is investing in India. And our core thesis is that India needs to improve the productivity. So anything which helps people improve the productivities of our interests. So that's what we focus on. I've been an active angel investor for the last 10-15 years. I'm very active on the Let's Venture platform. And I had a large group of syndicate behind me, and some of us have come together to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahavir.
Hi, I'm Mahavir. I've been angel investing for 13-14 years. Founded Rajasthan Angels, Thai India Angels, and now doing my own fund. Investing in idea and early stage companies 0 to 1. Thank you.
I am Vibhur. I'm part of a fund called Capital2B. It's an $80 million fund. And we're largely investing in science and tech companies, early stage.
Hi, I'm Vikram Vaidyanathan. I lead a fund called Z47. We were called Matrix Partners India before. We manage roughly $1.5 billion in India and invest at early stages, usually check sizes of $4 to $5 million to start with. We also have an early stage platform which is an angel syndicate called DVC, where we do much smaller checks of $100,000 and so on. We're the first investors in the Ola group of companies, including Ola Electric, Razorpay. I know the Captain Fresh founder was just here, Off Business and so on.
So I'm going to dive straight in. I think a lot of people want to understand how do you get the first check after the coffee you have with the investor. But Vivek, you are a 0 to 1 investor, and you actually have taken a lot of bets at very early stages. Tell us, how do you build conviction when you meet the founder without a product, without any market at that point of time?
So I think for people like me, the journey starts much before we have the meeting. We already have certain thesis in mind. We keep ourselves informed, and based on that, we are on the lookout for the right founders who would solve that problem. So chances are very high that when we are meeting the founders, we already have a thesis in that domain. And then if we resonate with the founder's vision and what he's trying to do, so that's the bet we take. So at our stage, we are not looking so much at traction or the revenue or the anything like that. It's basically, if we have conviction in that space, and if we find that we resonate with the founder's vision, we like the founder, so that chemistry is there. So what I'm trying to say is that more often than not, we already have a thesis around what he is trying to do, and then we come in at that early stage. We don't have too much to go as far as data is concerned.
Okay. So I'm going to now go to Mahavir because I want to bust some of the myths which we have about, not enough entrepreneurship in tier 2 cities. And, Mahavir, you come from Jaipur, and I think Jaipur has probably seen some of the best exits in the ecosystem today, right? So tell us a little bit more of what don't we see or what don't we understand. And you've been in that space for a long time, right? So tell us, how has it evolved? And where is the kind of exit coming from a city like Jaipur?
See, I have always been professing the fact that the tier 2, tier 3 cities in India have a much better opportunity for startups to be in, with cost of living, quality of life, etc., and overheads being low. But I think Jaipur has been an anomaly because the ecosystem has come together and evolved. We as TIE, we as Rajasthan Angels started in 2000, TIE started in 2002, Angel in 2011. And we were only investing in Rajasthan-based startups for the first 3-4 years. And then the government picked up from 2015-16 onwards. And now we're still working in sync with each other, and we are getting HNIs and ultra HNIs to convert to investors. We're educating them, we're working with incubators. So I think the ecosystem has to come together, and the fact that it's close to Delhi, very easy to get into and get out of, was one other reason. The other reason I think Jaipur or Rajasthan has inherently is dhanda. We don't worry about the top line as business people. We need to be very secure on what we spend, how we spend. So we are very, very frugal with the fundraisers that have happened in the startups in Rajasthan. We've not gone overboard. The fact that we are sitting put in Jaipur and saving money in itself is a proof to that. So I think it's absolutely technology, idea, passion, everything works, but I think bottom line is very, very critical. And we've seen that through tough times in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think Jaipur has proved beyond doubt that you can scale up and be profitable. And that's what's advantage Jaipur.
So proximity to a larger city as well as somebody like Mahavir there, because I think you need the champions in the ecosystem, right?
Absolutely.
You need someone who's committed for a longer time.
You have to, every ecosystem has to be branded, and brand ambassadors are very, very critical. Otherwise, you don't come in the news, and you stay put and stay quiet. So I think it's very important to market yourselves. And Jaipur as a city, all of us collectively as investors have marketed well and consistently at every level. So I think that's an advantage too.
Yeah. So now coming to Vibhor, you have a very interesting title on LinkedIn which says Science and Tech Investor. And since we are talking about early stage, and off stage you talked about having made 30 investments, tell us as a deep tech investor, how do you decide when there is no product, when there is very little, because deep tech is a long game, right? We all understand it requires more patient capital. Talk a little bit about, if I'm a deep tech investor as a founder, how do I pitch to Vibhor, and what would make him write the check to me?
So a couple of things, one, I've been a techie for most of my life, right? And I've been doing investing only for the last 5 years. So it's sort of organic for me to look at the science and tech piece first. So I have a thesis. So the kind of founders I'm looking for is one, like Vivek said, who are in line with the thesis. But I'm more intrigued by the founders who are challenging that thesis, right? And I'll read a lot of science and tech journals to understand what's happening in the world. And I love the 60s and the 70s, the hippie culture, because a lot of brilliant papers were written then, which are now becoming plausible and implementable because of the advancements in hardware and software alike. So one is, are people looking at a problem that is worth solving, right? Because a lot of deep tech founders also have a solution-first approach. Hey, I did my thesis in this subject, I went deep in this, and I think this is awesome, and I'm building a company around it, right? I'd rather that the founder looking at a problem first, and whether or not the solution fits the glove, etc., right? One is that. Second is, will the science work or not? Because the first part of failure is the science won't work, right? And how far will that happen down the line? And can we as early stage investors carry the company till then, when there is a product in sight? And then comes the challenge of commercialization, revenue, etc., which is a far cry in the early days,
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little more complex than what you're trying to tell us. And I think, we have to just kind of start probably meeting more deep tech founders as investors so that you're able to evaluate. Like I was on the jury of the deep tech and the AI panel, and almost 50% of the companies we kind of marked them as not deep tech. So I think founders like to put that label, but when you go one level deeper, you're not building a deep tech company. And I think that is important as a founder, not to fall into the wrong category, right? Probably if that startup had applied in a different category, they might have been shortlisted, right?
So one point is there a distinguishable IP there or not?
Yes. Now coming to Vikram, and we spoke about DVC and the pre-seed and the angel network you're building. I'm just curious if you can talk to us about, how do you actually identify a pre-seed company? And I want to go through that question again and again because I think each of us will have a very different insight into actually how do I go from coffee to check?
Sure. See, we actually, on DVC, we actually work with a network of angels. And each of you, as you go through your journeys, I'm amazed, like each of you are super nodes in your network, right? And there are certain pockets that you're very well known in. And I think for any sort of pre-seed founder, it's actually great to go find that super node who's your champion in the ecosystem. And at least to reach large funds like us, that is actually the best route. And to have that champion and that super node. Now, personally for me, when I meet a founder, what actually works for me, the first is actually, like Vibhor was saying, start with that pain point. There is a deep pain point in the world that you've identified, and that it is not a pain point restricted to 5 people, but actually it affects a large set of people in some way. That's the first thing. And putting that shared context, a lot of the times the VC will not, or the investor will not have that shared context that you have on how big a pain point that is, and bring that pain point to life. That's usually how that conversation starts. The second is then the unique solution and why they are best suited. Something, right, that has given them some edge, and a lot of founders miss that in that conversation, right? Bringing yourself to that conversation, saying, this is my edge in terms of solving this unique pain point in some way. And then it is, found this pain point, I have this edge, and then paint a picture of the world. Once I'm done, essentially fixing the world, this is what the world will look like. That's sort of the perfect sort of conversation. Through all of that, what I'm looking for is some deep curiosity, a way in which I can see that this person is going to grow very fast, even if they're very young, because that's what you're betting on through that journey. And then some commercial instincts, even if they're a very technical founder, some commercial instincts early on.
So I'm just curious here, because we're talking so much about networking, meeting people, knowing the right people, getting the right introductions. What do you see the difference between a male and a female founder? Like, where are women advantaged or disadvantaged in this entire early stage?
I think the overall trait that you're looking for, more than just networking, is being highly resourceful. Right? The difference between a founder and a manager is founder sets goals and then figures out what resources to get.
Yes.
And this network is one of those resources, right? Sometimes it's capital, sometimes it's network capital, it's just a resource that you're looking to get, and so on. I do think, and my wife is in the room and she leads a very large part of PhonePe. And so I do think that women have certain advantages, but they miss some of the old boys network which isn't there. So they miss the natural network capital, and they have to fight a little bit harder to actually build that network capital in some way. I think there are communities that are helping, but I do think overall as an ecosystem, a lot more needs to get done.
You're just being polite. I think the women have to work probably a lot more harder, because I think it's still a very bro club culture in investing today, right? There are very few. I mean, we are still building that up, and I think times are changing. But I think
all
there is still a long effort.
I would say all female founders in my network, as well as in our angel group and so on, all say that, like you said, you use the word polite, but maybe I don't understand the levels of pain point enough. and I think that is true, right? Because I don't have an intuitive understanding of that. It is true that there is a large gap, but it is true that overall women founders have raised less money. And the valuations are less. So you can see that it is a problem in the ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think things are also changing, which I always tell my women founders is that the customer does not know whether it's a male or a female who's built the company, right? So if you can build a product which has customer love, I think you will win the market. I mean, why would investors not invest in a good business, right? I don't think that the bias is so strong today. Right, so I think it is about focusing on this problem market, problem solution, right? Like what are you trying to build? How are you building the business? I think, and then eventually you will get the attention.
Yeah, so we've backed 2 female founders in the recent past. One is Ruchi, who's the founder of Oxizo, and Romita, who's the founder of Foxtail. I would say they just went out and created that network for themselves. They did have the advantage of being from some large networks like McKinsey and IIT, but then they just built on that.
Absolutely. So Vivek, if I were to come back to you, if a founder is pitching and if you have to walk away from a conversation, what is that one thing which will just say this is a red flag and I don't want to do this?
See, for me, when I'm investing, what I want is the problem they're trying to solve and whether you will scale or not. And for me, the scale is basically can I visualize a repeatable, scalable model that if you're able to solve, there are many such customers that you'll be able to go after. So what happens especially, and that has happened lately, is that sometimes you get very good founders with very good solutions, but the validation has come from a one-off client which will not be repeatable, scalable. They'll get some validation from a CSR grant, or they will have some thing which has worked with a government, and they feel that gives them the right to win. So, they'll come back and say, we have this product which has been validated because they have got this grant or they have this order from the government, and you go deeper into it and then you realize that though they may be saying that they have certain X amount of revenue, the scalable part of that revenue or the repeatable part of that revenue is minuscule.
So basically some validation of repeatability and moving towards that product.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you need to concentrate on. Don't concentrate on this one-off things and take that as your right to win and start tom-tomming to your investors because I've got this. You fund us. And when you look at the things which is going to be the long grind, you see that the focus is not there, or that is not on their radar, how difficult the life is. So that is something that puts you off. They are going to chase one large customer rather than something which will scale. So that is something that so if somebody comes and says, I have this one customer or this one validation which I find will not be repeatable, that's a red flag for me.
So can we just go across, because I think this is an important point for founders, like what is just kosher and don't come to me.
So I'll tell you one red flag that I have is that actually an investor told me to do this, or a VC said this, right? And it happens, and I understand that as founders you go to VC meetings and you think, hey, this investor actually likely knows best. But do not outsource your judgment to investors, because the investor is there for 30 minutes, and usually, and I will say it with all respect to all of our investors, we know a lot less about we know almost next to nothing about your business versus you. So actually what you should be really focused on in making decisions is actually your consumer, your customer, what's happening with that product market fit, and bring that insight into the room. So one red flag for me is, when I asked what happened, they said, oh, this investor gave us feedback, so we did this. That is absolutely not what you should be doing.
So this is always an advice or a thought we tell our founders is that, the VC does not know everything, right? And I think a lot of people outside your core team will not know the business as well as you will know it. Vibhor?
Buzzwords.
Yes.
The moment somebody says we are an AI company, I have a null pointer exception. And the other thing is over-amplifying the solution in your own head, right? And undermining direct or indirect competitive landscapes.
Yes.
Right? Because everything is very nuanced, and all of a sudden you'll have a left field ball hitting you, and you would not know what to do. So just a very, very deep understanding of the entire landscape is something very essential in my view.
Yeah. Mahavir?
I agree with what everyone said, but in addition to that, it's just not one red flag, it's a combination of many red flags. I think not knowing your product, your projections, your numbers, you have to live, breathe, eat, sleep your startup. These guys over-exaggerate and oversell or undersell, whatever. They're clueless when it comes to numbers, and whether an investor has told them or a chartered accountant has told them or someone has told them this is a valuation, they have no justification or reasoning to give when you say, why are you asking for so much of valuation, and why do you need 5 crores and why not 2 crores? They are not sure of where they're going in the next 2-3 years because they've just gathered and mustered things, cut, copy, paste, and heard from people and put everything together. Just because they're raising 5 crores does not make their valuation to be 50 crores.
Yes.
There has to be justification on everything, and not knowing all of that is also a red flag. That means that person is just raising money for the sake of raising money,
Yes.
and not for doing the business that he's supposed to be doing.
So for me personally, the red flag is just ethical boundaries, right? I think there are some founders who start with a number in the beginning of the meeting. By the time they've ended the meeting, the numbers have changed, and they are not able to listen, right? So when you tell them something, the reaction is, it's such great feedback, and I love what you're saying, and I'm like, okay, we've just spent 30 minutes today, right? And I think just getting influence and trying to be the pleaser in the meeting, I think those are all just like, you don't want to work with such people in the long term, right?
There's lack of conviction, actually.
Yes, lack of conviction. I think we have like 5 minutes left, so I wanted to open it up for questions, but just one last rapid fire, okay? TAM or team?
Team, any day. Team is much more important because TAM will be decided by how the team executes.
Yeah. What about you, Mahavir?
Oh, obviously. I don't even look at the Sam, Tam, Tom slide at all. I don't care. It's a team.
Yeah. For you, what about product or the idea? Because it is deep tech, right? So I'm still curious, how does early stage happen in deep tech?
The possibility of that idea becoming a product.
Okay, that's great. And about you, single founder or multiple founder teams?
Depends on the stage. It's early founders, then I would say having a couple of founders. There is a thing about running. If you want to run fast, you go alone. If you want to run far, you go together. So
absolutely. But now I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have questions. Can we pass the mic around?
All right. Where do we go?
Keep your questions short because I want to have at least 3 questions.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you identify the right product fit? Whenever you are having a bet with a founder, or maybe you are having a bet with a particular product, so how can you judge in maybe a one-line conversation?
Oh, just by sheer experience. We listen to pitches every single day, and we quickly know what will work, what will not work in a certain idea. So it's very, very quick and very brief for me, at least. I know what I want. I know where I want to invest. I know, in my opinion, what will work or not work. So I'm very quick. Depends based upon experience.
I think if you want to bring it to life, I would say there has to be product love. That some user suddenly is living some part of their life on your product. And it is just palpable, like he said, that user loves your product.
Vivek, you had some response.
So, I've been an investor, and for me that's the whole question, when has the founder moved from MVP to market fit? And my hack is that if I talk to a founder and he's talking about the features that he's going to add, I know that he's still in the discovery phase. The moment founder starts talking about the customers and expansion, I know that they have found the market fit. So what I've realized the hard way is that when you're talking to the founders, the vocabulary of the founder changes when they're talking to investors if they found the market fit.
Great.
Awesome. That's a great point.
Thank you so much for sharing your answers.
Yeah, one more question, because I have one question for the panel at the end.
Hello, my question is regarding legal tech. As platform is offering online notarizations to the Indian public, so who would be a better fit for to get the investment, the government or because a lot of groups are showing interest, but who do we sit with in these cases?
Legal tech? Did you say legal tech?
Yes.
And what the question was?
Bringing digital notarizations to the general public, to the NBFCs, to the government, to the everything.
So my advice is always keep the government as the next option once you find your real customer.
Last option, sorry,
Last
not next.
option.
Well, the platform is already online and we are just searching for the investors. So government is the first option to go to?
I would not recommend that. I think you have to find customers who will pay quickly, right? Because there is a process of getting approved through the government machinery.
Yeah, we have already done it.
So then you should go through that. Whatever works best for you as a founder. So coming back to this, the last question I have, since we spoke about going to the government, and this question is specifically for Vibhor, right? If we were to create a process where we say in the next 5 years we want to strengthen the deep tech and AI ecosystem of India, because that's where we believe value creation will happen. I actually think the last 10 years what has happened is great, because it has created better economy for the people who would not have access to capital, right? So in terms of, all the food sharing apps and all the ride sharing apps, all that has actually created employment. It has started to build the flywheel of the economic momentum in the country, right? But if I were to look at the next 5 years, and if I were to take one proposal to the government, Vibhor, you have to represent us today.
Putting me in a spot. Bunch of things actually. First thing is what you just said. Change the investor sentiment about government as a customer.
Yes.
Right? Most deep tech companies that I meet, government would probably be the first and only customer that they will have. There is no running away from that. Defense. Most of the innovation in the West started from defense. The internet came from defense, right? In the US and Europe, people are happy that you're working with the government, because that means it'll see through.
Yes.
Commercialization will happen.
Yes.
It isn't the case in India. So first thing that has to change is that. Second thing I believe is that the way we have PhD done in our country has to change. Right? There is basic research, there is applied research, and there is user-based research. I think a lot of emphasis has to be on applied research and user-based research. Which are the problems worth solving? You don't need citations in papers, you need PhD to entrepreneurship pathways.
Got it.
The third thing is we need a blended stack of capital. If you look at deep tech, Series A and Series B beyond, nobody's picking up these companies for the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Show me traction, show me, commercialization. If there was any commercialization, they wouldn't need venture capital so much, right? And deep tech is not something like your B2B and B2C, pump in more money and things will happen, right? So therefore you need a blended stack of capital where you have equity, you have debt, you have MSME kind of loans that the government provides, because these are, again, after a point in time, they will mimic the classic manufacturing paradigm, most of these companies. I mean, top three in my view.
And just again an observation, because I was on the AI deep tech jury, 30% of the companies were bootstrapped who actually came to us, and they've done pretty good traction. Right, so I think there is that momentum building up. But anybody has closing thoughts here on the panel?
I share Vibhor's, I would say, historical pessimism on where the government is in terms of as a customer and so on. But we've seen some of this change, right? And I think we are the first investor in Ola Electric, which is essentially started as a EV play, then became a battery play and so on. I don't think that could have been possible without the debt capital balance sheet, and I think it's very important what Vibhor said. As a founder, you have to think of not just equity funding, but multiple other ways of building your balance sheet in order to go after this opportunity. But then the PLI opportunity showed up. That's what made that entire thing show up, right? So as a founder, to think of these different capital bases, but I do think, I used to be there saying government is the last customer, but what I've seen with, for example, the payments ecosystem actually now starting to get all the subsidies on time on a quarterly basis, as well as the EV ecosystem starting to happen, I think some of this is changing. But I also work for an Israeli startup. Everything came out of defense. We don't have that talent density and ecosystem.
You have anything to add here?
I mean, it might have come out of defense, but drone tech was killed in India because of dependence on government. I think we were lagging behind. Blockchain, with the stigma of crypto, is kind of stuck because of all of these things, and there's so much that blockchain can do. I think I somehow feel that, from land records to birth, death, whatever degrees, there's so much that the government can help enable deep tech, but I don't see that happening for some reason or the other. And that is where, as an early stage investor, I become wary of a startup or a deep tech company that will depend on a government or governments across the world. So it is a challenge. I don't know if these 3 points will help solve it, but a lot of shift has to happen.
Anything to add, Vivek?
Yes, I work very closely with the incubators at various IITs, from IIT Madras to IIT Kanpur, and now even Plaksha universities. And I think that thing is changing, because deep tech, if you're talking about the startups, at the end of the day, the first research has to happen. It's only once you have that, what the fundamental research is there, that will translate into some kind of product. So I think that is changing. I work very closely with IIT Kanpur, and some of the startups there in the deep tech are really interesting. We are working with Plaksha also. We have this center of excellence. They have the concept of grand challenges, which we are, where the deep research is going on to identify the right problems and solving that. So that, I think, the university will have to be a big part of the research, the deep tech ecosystem.
Yeah, so just as a closing note, I'm part of the organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, and I've seen the immense effort, selflessly, which everybody has put in, because we believe that this decade belongs to India, right? Absolutely. And it's great that we are having these very difficult conversations and challenging each other, instead of, all of us coming and appreciating each other and not talking about the issues that matter. So thank you for all of you for taking the time out, and it has been a pleasure moderating this session.
Thank you, Shan.
Thank you, Shan.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
In this session, we explore how the next wave of startups is emerging from regions beyond the metros, driven by visionary policymakers and local initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have on stage the moderator, Ms. Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO, Your Story, and our esteemed panelist, Dr. A. Group Kaur, Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Shri Anurag Yadav, Principal Secretary, NEIT Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Shri Adi Bharat, Joint Commissioner of Industries, Government of Gujarat.
Can you tell us, for entrepreneurs, what are some of the programs that the state is running?
Very good evening to everyone. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to be talking to you, Shraddha. So Bangalore, as you all know, is the startup capital, not just for the country, but it is one of the largest technology hubs in the world. We are looking at, we are the 4th largest technology cluster with more than 18,000 startups and more than 50 unicorns. So in that sense, Bangalore it has a thriving ecosystem. And we are very, very passionate about our startup ecosystem. Over the years, state has been systematically investing and supporting the startup ecosystem. So the approach which has been taken has been pretty much a life cycle approach, right from the idea stage, idea to POC, then supporting the journey, then accelerating, commercialization, giving global connections and global acceleration. State government has been supporting this all the way through. I don't want to, name all the schemes that we have rolled out. For those of you who are in this segment, involvement in this ecosystem would already know of the schemes that the government is running. But I thought something interesting that I must flag at this occasion. Government has very recently in its budget that was presented in March announced a very big program for startups. We are looking at creating 10,000 new startups across Karnataka. And this would be all beyond Bangalore, not in Bangalore but in all the emerging clusters. So we are looking at 6 clusters within the state, of which 3 are already somewhat at a fairly mature level, and other 3 are coming up very well. And we are going to do a very deep dive into building the ecosystem. So now we have taken a decision to start with very young people. Right from high school we are engaging with students. Then we have structured programs at college level where we are trying to support student projects, because we feel that these student projects actually are the bedrock, and from there the ideas will stem, which will eventually culminate into startups. We are focusing very heavily on IP creation, and I think that's where today India has to come of age, and we need to have more IPs happening which can be recognized and can be associated with India, rather Bharat, I would say. And this entire initiative that we are taking is going to really support it. While we will be giving a lot of financial incentives, we are also looking at building the ecosystem in these smaller towns, so to say, emerging clusters. We have set up certain centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up another 8 to 10 centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up TBIs. We are looking at setting up innovation labs. So very exciting times, I should say. All in all, there is lots happening in this space, and I think still this is the beginning of the journey. A lot more is yet to come, and I think all of you, if we divide the audience, you do fall into the 3 buckets that Shraddha mentioned, and probably this is the best time to be in this domain, to have your own startup, to build your own idea. And all states and even the government of India, everybody is out there to support your journey. So stay confident and really give it your best shot is what I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one very quick question. I know you have to leave, so if it's all right, I'll ask another question. Is for people who are not in the state, I might be in Delhi, I might be in any, I will not say UP and Gujarat right now, but in any other place, can I go to Karnataka and avail all these offers that you have?
Yeah, so some programs, yes, you can be a part of it even while you are not registered with the state. But once you register with the state Karnataka startup, the world will certainly change. There will be a plethora of opportunities, and a lot of it is obviously for startups which are registered with Karnataka. And believe me, startups from all over the country, and it is not like it's a state-run thing and only for people from the state. Everybody from we have people from all over the country who are coming because the kind of ecosystem support that you get over there is something which is, as on date, fairly unmatched. I don't think, the maturity of the ecosystem, and especially once you start, probably the scale up and the acceleration could be much better once you get that ecosystem support. Plus, with the presence of a large number of academic institutions and the kind of centers of excellence which have been set up by the state government in collaboration with the academic institutions, especially ones with IISc, with IIM, and then IIT, IIT Dharwad. Those are places which are really, giving world-class mentoring facility, world-class academic support, and that is what becomes the differentiator beyond a certain level. But yes, we are open, and in fact, we run a similar event in Bangalore called the Bangalore Tech Summit. we have seen in the last couple of years the participation from other states. In fact, we very proactively reach out to all startup clusters across the country, and we have all the states participating over there. We are willing to provide whatever support we can to build this ecosystem across the country. So
लास्ट क्वेश्चन, पते की बात पूछना है मुझे कि पैसा कितना मिलेगा, like what is the, because as startups, as people in this space, we are looking always for funding, grants. So
one of our flagship programs is Elevate, where startups, idea to POC stage startups, they participate. Every year we select 100 startups and we give a grant of up to 50 lakhs. It is no strings attached grant. There is no equity, no share, and nothing that the state asks for.
And you can clap for that because it's a great innovative program without equity. It's a big thing.
So we have supported close to 1150 startups till now, and some of the startups are, they have reached that level where they have market valuation of 500 crores and stuff. Really, those startups are doing very, very well. I would not take names, but many of them have been very successful. Besides, we were one of the first states way back, almost 15-20 years back, when we set up a VC fund. When the VC ecosystem, private VC ecosystem was not as vibrant and strong, we set up a state-led VC fund. We still continue with that VC fund. It is, so every round it is specific to certain domain. Right now we are running a deep tech fund. We are running a fund for the AVGC sector. So some very niche areas we are trying to develop. Going forward, this new program that we have announced, which is Local Economy Accelerator Program, we are looking at setting another Elevate-like program for deep tech, and we are also looking at setting up a fund of funds. And besides all of this, what the government is doing, the private VC ecosystem in Karnataka is very mature. We have more than 200 VCs which are operating out of Karnataka. And the kind of money that has been raised, the investments which have been raised by startups, they are truly, truly inspiring. And I think money is not really the barrier at all. If you have a good idea and if you are, committed to it, and the team sees that you will be able to see it through, I don't think money is a big challenge.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As always, Karnataka has hit it out of the park. So with that, sir, Anurag sir, हम यूपी पे पहुंचते हैं. हम स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में हैं और अभी महाकुंभ बहुत ही शानदार महाकुंभ has got over in UP. Tell us what the state is doing for startups, for the innovation. उसके बारे में हमें बताइए. और पैसे भी कितने हैं वो भी हम पूछेंगे. हाँ. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to Ekroop, ma'am. And please get in touch with her. Very approachable and always responding and helping startups. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry I have to leave in between. I have a hard stop. But nonetheless, it was really nice interacting. And as Shraddha mentioned, we would be very happy to interact with any one of you who would like to, explore what are the opportunities in Karnataka. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Mahakumbh, and what's the strength of being in UP? So, एक question मैं भी पूछना चाहता था सबसे. So just think for a moment. I usually ask when I am at this stage. UP is not a state but a country. So in world, what would be its rank when you look at country's population size? Anyone? Any guess? Okay. What would be its rank? 10th? नहीं, यूपी वाले नहीं हो. 6th, okay. Quite close. 4. Almost close, yes. I mean, अगर इंडिया country के रूप में ना count करो तो 3rd maybe 3rd or 4th. It varies. So that's a size. I mean, you think of that on this entire atlas or globe or whatever you can visualize, and then think that UP is the third or fourth largest country. Now, can any innovation be worth sustaining if it's not happening in UP? There comes the strength of being in UP, and why UP's startup ecosystem is important, worth to focus on and to discuss, and that is what Mahakumbh probably symbolizes. Now, how do you attempt? I mean, that's one way of. So being big has its potential and its challenges as well. And when it comes to synchronizing it with the startup ecosystem, so the difference definitely is challengeable, because with size you can't move as fast as you expect to move. I mean, it's a very simple natural phenomena. So you need to gather a lot of momentum, a lot of, I would say, potential has to be generated before you get up to that acceleration. Probably UP is at that stage, I would say, where we have gathered the momentum, but it is yet to come to that speed where probably we just had ma'am from Bangalore. So I would say we are not yet at the stage where Bangalore is, obviously, but we do need to see how our tier 2, tier 3 or other cities, if we are looking in terms of Mahakumbh of Bharat, then how every city can become a Bangalore, we need to see. So what the state government is doing, how we are focusing in, how we are creating this speed. Now, so much of contextual introduction. Coming to the real brass tacks, there are two major, I would say, interventions which you can see. One is directly where we nurture the startup right from what we use the word seed capital up to their market. So there are different schemes which state government has where it promotes startups right from incubation up to how they can go up to the product commercialization. And then once you have reached to that stage, we have another scheme which is, I would probably say very few states have, a startup fund which is of 1,000 crore corpus run by SIDBI, where there is no limit depending upon your idea and how you can get your investment valued. So that's there. Now comes the second tier of intervention, which is related to creating the ecosystem. So there are few things which has happened in past few years. When you look at the startups, what is the challenge? Challenge is accessibility. So if you are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, like most of the UP cities are, and if you think about reaching to them, how do you access their product, or how they access global market or big market? So that's how do you create that bridge. The second challenge is people believe there is a lack of talent in these smaller towns, and it has been rightly so. A few years ago, we always found that people are running towards metros, and most of the metros having the infrastructure. So the state government has focused on creating infrastructure, enabling infrastructure, whatever you can think of, whether it is power, whether it is road network in terms of expressways. So UP is probably, I mean, people say that if you Google expressway state, the name will come UP. And the day we complete Ganga expressway, it would have 50% of the entire country's expressway. So we had airports, there were only 3 or 4 about few years ago, and now we have 16 airports functioning. So whether it is creating logistic hubs, whether it is creating road network, whether it is creating tech infrastructure, so which is very important. I mean, if you look at how much digital payments are taking place, again the numbers, so we score on the numbers. So you will find that most of the digital payments are happening in UP. So digital ecosystem is there. To summarize, not only having direct benefit schemes for startups, but also creating indirectly a ecosystem. We are trying to see that this title of Mahakumbh for UP can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I am from Bihar. तो मुझे लगता है बिहार और यूपी जो बगल में है, it is always very encouraging and UP seeing the progress because now one is going and the change is very palpable on ground. We were in Lucknow, Kanpur, Prayagraj, मतलब पूरी दुनिया आई. And I don't know if you guys know that Steve Jobs' ex-wife came to Mahakumbh, right? So UP is, the way it is changing is of course very commendable, but what is encouraging today to hear is that a lot is being done for startups under your leadership. Yes? Sir, पैसा कितना मिल रहा है?
Okay.
आप number नहीं बताए.
I'll give you. If you are asking, a very simple, so there are different stages. You are a college student, and you have some ideas and you want to work. So how we nurture? So the first stage is where you create incubators. So we have incubators in every district where you can get yourself registered as a college student or just having a basic idea on you are nurturing. And we give you sustainability allowance, which is if you are in a, I would say, tier 2, tier 3 city, it's much higher given your challenges, but otherwise roughly around 20,000 per month you get while you are a student and you just have an idea trying to work on that. Then comes a stage where you require some seed capital. So when it comes to seed capital, on different stages of your evaluation of the idea, you again, if you are, you have an advantage if you are a woman in UP. So you get more money being a women-led startup, and otherwise roughly around 7.5 lakhs to 11 lakhs is the range where you get as a seed capital, where you develop your idea and you are yet to commercialize this. If you have a prototype, you get a grant of 5 lakhs to make that validated. All your certifications get subsidized or reimbursed. And once that is done, then you get a marketing incentive. So some support for initial marketing where you are still trying to get some investments for that. Then comes that stage where if you have crossed all these stages and you want actually some valuation for your product which you have developed or want to make, let's say, a factory or some more bigger investments, then you can approach through SIDBI for our UP Startup Fund, which is a corpus big enough depending upon, so there are certain startups in the state which has got huge funding. There is no limit for that funding, depending upon how you have been evaluated by those AIFs. But there is a dedicated fund from the UP for the UP's startup. And there are other infrastructure support. For example, we have many centers where STPI supports us with its office locations where you need not pay anything. You have all the design centers facilities where you can get your prototype designed without paying any cost. So I would say that we have the infrastructure to support you if you have an idea.
Sir, you said unlimited funding, तो हम सब UP आ रहे हैं, but हम आएं कैसे? But tell us, how do we access?
Okay. So the best way to do is all the incubation centers are set up with education institution. So if you are working on some ideas, it's better to get through whatever education institutions, every district. For example, all over, there are 2 IITs in UP. There is a triple IIT, there is an IIM if you are looking for the big names. But otherwise also, if you go to a tier 2, tier 3 district, you will find, if you just go to our website, it has all our incubators listed there. And you just contact them. They would definitely help you to incubate your, depending upon what kind of ideas you have and what support system you are looking at. Once you are with them, you get all the support system.
Thank you. Thank you, Anurag sir. Sir, let's hear from Gujarat.
As far as startup is concerned, Gujarat formally came out in 2015 with a specific scheme from the Industries Department. But as you are all knowing, Gujarat is an entrepreneurial state from the time immemorial. We had trades. We have 1600 kilometers of long coastline. So we had trades with all foreign countries through the ships in those days also. So, and over a period of time, the Gujarat has a stronghold of manufacturing. Unlike other states where more of services and technology things are there, Gujarat is a stronghold of manufacturing. Now, in 2015, when our Honorable Prime Minister was CM before that of Gujarat, he had floated an idea of formally sponsoring students and people, even they may be students, they may be dropouts, they may be graduates. Having any idea in their mind, that idea has to be nurtured and has to be realized in a full-fledged product. So that idea, after he went to center, the Gujarat government was inspired by that idea, and we floated a scheme wherein we provide various benefits. I'll answer to your another question of paisa a little later. But then, apart from that, as DPIIT has mandated that every district of every state has to have at least one startup in every district. So that is one of the mandates. But we in Gujarat also, we through our scheme, through our policy, we have created a network of institutes which are recognized by us through the medium of scheme. Money will be routed through those institutes. So those institutes, more of them or most of them are graduate level, university level schools and colleges, and so that every district has been covered. Every beyond metro is also covered in that. So obviously, as far as state is concerned, all our tier 2, tier 3 cities, if you take example of Rajkot, which is again T2 or T3, way back, they are manufacturing for automobile manufacturer world around, around the world. No car manufacturing company in the world will be such that it will not be having some part made from Rajkot. And their products are also going to space. They are, manufacturing for spaceships also. So that is the Gujarat story. I'll answer your paisa question also. When you were asking this question, something came to my mind. There is a joke wherein a company was interviewing CAs, chartered accountants, for their company's work. So the question was, how much is 2 plus 2? So the straightforward candidates, or non-Gujarati candidates said 2 plus 2 is 4. Now the Gujarati came, so he was asked the same question. तो बोला कि 2 plus 2 is what? He said that कितना चाहिए, कितना करना है. So पैसे की बात आएगी तो आप मेरे को अगर पूछ रहे हैं कि कितने पैसे मिलते हैं, मैं बोलूँगा आपको कितने चाहिए. And to be specific, we start with students policy, SSIP, wherein we provide up to 2 lakh rupees for students coming out with ideas, very nascent stage startups. Above that, we have a Srujan scheme where we provide 10 lakh rupees to the students. Now, above that, when it comes to our industries department's scheme, we provide 30 lakh rupees, up to 30 lakh rupees as seed fund. Apart from other benefits like attending acceleration program, they'll get 3 lakh rupees. Now, above that, 30 lakh se jyada, we have I'll tell you the 360-degree approach of the state government. Above 30 lakh, there is ticket size 50 lakh, 3 crores. So we have venture funds. GVFL is a company, government partnered company. So GVFL will provide you, it could be in the form of equity, it could be in the form of debt. So there is no limit to that. So that is how.
सर बहुत चाहिए मतलब अभी हम
Thank
सबको
you.
तो लग रहा है गुजरात चलो गुजरात चले No, but thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Sanjay, do you want to add anything because we've run out of time?
I think Secretary has already covered. Only one thing which is also element is that any government procurement that we do give a preference to the startups who are there in Karnataka. So we have a very specific program for startups which is there. And I think there is a democratization of entrepreneurship का जो concept है श्रद्धा जी वो पूरा मॉडल जो है thankfully कर्नाटका से निकल के बाहर आया है और वो अब एक बाकी
मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे माइक में कंपटीशन हमें करना चाहिए था एक डिबेट होना था
इट्स नॉट कंपटीशन ये सब शेयरिंग है शेयरिंग ऑफ नॉलेज ही है लेकिन डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से ही वी कैन उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि जो भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है वो बाहर निकल के आएगा आई थिंक सारे प्रदेश जो है वो उसमें दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं हम उसको थोड़ा सा और डीपर लेवल में काम कर रहे हैं मैं तो नहीं कह सकते
यस लास्ट एक लाइन में या तो एक शब्द में या एक लाइन में एक सेंटेंस में व्हाट डज इट मीन टुडे टू बी इन भारत एंड बीइंग अ भारतीय बीइंग एन इंडियन फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू because you guys are driving the startup story Bharat story what does it mean Gujarat से शुरू करेंगे अभी
I think being in Bharat today is a way forward or a path towards being Vishwaguru. That is in one sentence.
I think he summarized, but I mean, you asked one word and the first word came to my mind was hope.
Hope. Yes, very
this country
hopeful.
has that potential and hope we are going to be.
Yes. Brilliant.
हमारे यहाँ पे नॉर्थ स्टार की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है
हाँ
राइट मुझे लगता है कि भारत एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का वो वर्ल्ड में नॉर्थ स्टार बन के दिखाएगा
Very good. Thank you so much. And with that, let's give a big round of applause to all our state leaders, Gujarat, UP and Karnataka. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for our next panel discussion. Startup-driven economic transformation, building trillion-dollar digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे साथ we're going to have on stage a moderator, Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and CEO, Startup Policy Forum. Please give a big hand for her, everyone.
Thank you so much. I know we had a power-packed panel before that and star founders. So from star founders to stars in the government ecosystem, it's my honor and privilege to be moderating this session. How can startups power a trillion-dollar digital economy? And you know why I'm super excited about this session? I think two reasons. It is the only Sarkari panel, as we can call it. So, you know, if you want to know what the Sarkar is thinking, what the government's thinking, and how the government's enabling startups, this is the session where you're going to hear it all. And there's one other special reason why I'm excited about moderating this session, because for once, you know, we have diversity of a different kind. So thank you, Abhishek Singh ji, for being the diversity candidate this time on the panel. And I'm super, I would say, proud to have two women leaders here. You know, we've got Aarti Bhatnagar, Special Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And in fact, she has got multiple portfolios. So simply a powerhouse in the Indian government and is driving so many initiatives. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and someone I've had the pleasure of working very closely in her earlier avatar of dealing with startups at DPIIT and holding multiple portfolios. And she's someone who understands this ecosystem very well. And I would say, in some ways, the person sitting next to me is the man of the moment for India. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Information Technology matey, but more importantly, he's holding the dual charge as the CEO of India AI Mission. And of course, who doesn't want to know what's going on in AI right now and what's going on as far as India and AI is concerned. So let me start by actually getting him to answer exactly that. Mr. Singh, we know that the world is watching India right now on AI. There is almost palpable excitement and energy about India moving forward in the AI ecosystem. Share with us everything that the government's doing to enable this, and what is it that the audience sitting here in the room should watch out for?
See, thank you for having me here. And in fact, as you rightly said, the world is looking at India. The world is looking at India providing leadership in the AI story that is unfolding. We have shown what digital public infrastructure can do, and there's a lot of expectations, especially with the talent that we have in the digital space. In fact, if you look at the Stanford AI Index, it rates India as the #1 in AI skill penetration. If you look at the number of GitHub AI projects, we contribute 24% of the projects on GitHub. The projects contributed by Indians. So there is a lot of expectations. So similar to ensure that we are able to reach their potential, because currently we are much behind US and China when it comes to building AI models or AI applications. So the government did examine what were the gaps in our AI story, and it was felt that we need to provide compute infrastructure, we need to provide data sets, we need to provide funding for foundational model, we need to provide funding for startups who are working in this field, because very often AI and deep tech requires patient capital. It's not that you invest X and you get a return in 2 to 3 years. Sometimes you have to wait for long. So under that, India AI Mission was conceptualized, a funding of almost $1.2 billion, 10,372 crores to be precise, which seeks to provide compute. We have already empaneled 10 service providers, 14,000 GPUs are available at a very low cost, 115 rupees per GPU per hour, and over and above this, government provides 40% support. So the net cost for GPUs for a startup is less than $1, 67 rupees per GPU per hour, which ensures that entrepreneurs, startups, researchers working on AI models and applications can access that. We set up a platform called AI Kosh, which is providing data sets, tools and models. More than 400 data sets are available there, and ultimately data sets is something that you require along with talent and compute to build AI applications. We also publish a call for proposals of foundation models, because there is a lot of expectations of everyone that China has come with DeepSeek. When will India come up with foundation models? So we have got almost 200 proposals for building India foundation models. The first set of proposals is likely to be finalized, that will be funded by the government within the next 2 weeks. And we hope that these companies will be able to work on, with the support provided, to build a foundation model that is trained on India data sets very soon. We also have other pillars in the India AI Mission, where we are providing support for skilling, we are providing fellowships for undergrad students or master's students, and for research scholars. We are setting up a fund of funds and working with accelerators, incubators to provide funding support to startups. We are also building tools for safe and trusted AI. Then application development is again another focus area, wherein we did publish an innovation challenge across 5 themes of agriculture, healthcare, learning disabilities, governance and climate change, and we got 900 applications, out of which 30 were selected and given the first stage of about 25 lakhs by Honorable Minister on 6th of March, and more challenges coming in. So government is trying to provide support at all levels for data sets, for compute, for foundation model, for applications, for building safe and trusted AI, to ensure that our startups, our researchers come up to the expectations and build something that we can truly call Indian and state-of-the-art.
Thank you. That's a lot happening, and clearly you're driving all of it, and we know the next few months are going to be super exciting. And I think what most people say is that India may get it late, but it gets it right. And I think that's the moment everyone's waiting for. And even though we may not see an immediate LLM model coming up, but what we're definitely seeing is vast innovation when it comes to AI use cases and adoption of AI, and something that I can vouch for. There's the Startup Policy Forum. We have so many of the high growth startups as our members, and each day we're seeing AI adoption at a transformative pace. But I think this is also a moment to pause and reflect on the kind of journey of startups we've seen so far. And while we talk about the gaps, as you've rightly identified, and policymakers like you ensuring that we stay ahead of the curve and we're able to plug those gaps, let's first acknowledge the progress progress. And Aarti ma'am, I'd like you to come in here because just the sheer explosion of the Indian startup ecosystem, just the fact that we have come in the last 9 years, ever since Prime Minister Modi announced Startup India as a major flagship initiative, a major plank, just the fact that we've seen so much innovation, so much progress, so much success of the startup ecosystem. Could you share with us where India stands today in that startup journey?
So I think after the very stellar kind of a panel that we had before us, the speakers who were actually the stalwarts of the startup ecosystem, I think now getting the kind of a Sarkari point of view of what we've been able to do till now in this 9 years of journey when we started in 2016, I think there are some statistics which should be of interest to all of you. Now we've become the 3rd largest startup unicorn nation in the world. There are 118 unicorns with a total valuation of over 354 billion plus USD. And the unicorns who have made the largest impact is from a 13 times increase, that is from 8 in 2015 to 118 in 2025. So I think this is something that we are very proud of having, this kind of ecosystem which has now come up in the country. So these are the things which I wanted to share with you all, that some more statistics I think which should be of interest is that we've issued 1,64,554 startup certificates, and these have created jobs of 18 lakh plus. The average number of employees per startup is somewhere 11, and the number of states who have a startup policy, it started as 4 in 2016, and now we have 31 states and UTs who have a dedicated startup policy. So this is the kind of achievement that we've got. More than that, I think there is something that we need to understand, that while we may have certain schemes which were giving the right nudge to the developing a startup system, whether it was our startup seed fund or it was our fund of funds scheme, the very important thing is that the environment was created where the startups were able to flourish. But I think we need to go further, because everything, it's a matter of relativity. As they say, the relativity principle is very important. So it's very important also to look at what the other countries have done and where are we in this entire sector, in this entire ecosystem. So that is where we are not resting on our laurels. We in the government have been working on further schemes. So we have, which was just announced in this budget for this financial year, we have a fund of fund 2.0, where another 10,000 crores have been given, which will be able to fund startups, through the AIFs and other means, other venture capitalists and all. The initial 10,000 tranche which was given earlier, 5 years back, has completely been utilized, and now we've got another infusion of capital. So these are some of the things which I thought I must share with you all. And as far as I just wanted to take another few seconds to talk about the startup Mahakumbh, where we are sitting today. It's the second day. And, I'm really loving this kind of vibrancy and the enthusiasm and the number of footfalls which I'm seeing, which is exponentially grown from last year when we had the first edition. So I think that is a very, very happy situation. And I think it is a time for collaboration, for learning, for, showcasing what you have, and also trying to adopt whatever you've learned so that we can, further go on to the next stage.
All right, Manmeet Nanda, ma'am, you've seen this ecosystem very, very closely in your previous roles, and now you're also driving social inclusion in many ways. I'd like to pose twin questions to you. First, your understanding of the ecosystem and the fact that we have, you know, so-called 100+ unicorns, but we're now talking about the next wave of innovation, Startup India 2.0 in some ways, and the fact that now we need to ensure that we're seeing innovation across deep tech, across AI, across many other sectors. What do you think the government can do to enable this? And two, we also want this startup magic to spread well beyond the metros and the tier 1 cities. So how do we take it to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and especially to something that is within your mandate, the social inclusion part, and you know, I would say empowerment. If you could shed light on how you're thinking about that.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you for having me here. Feels great to be part of the community that is so vibrant, so young, energetic, and always throwing great challenges. Yes, that's true. We have come a long way, but there's so much more to do. And transforming India into the 1 trillion economy that we want to be, the answer lies in two major ecosystems. That is one, the startups that we all are here sitting and being a part of and being proud of, the unicorns, and of course the MSMEs. They are the backbone of this country. And MSMEs in a very basic way are or have been the true startups of the Indian economy so far. We need to carry what Aarti ma'am mentioned and what Sir mentioned, carry those reforms further. We need to go beyond the metro cities, and we have been, but encouraging tier 2, tier 3 startups more. And inclusion should be a matter of design and not chance like we have on the stage today. Inclusion, as I see, like I'm looking at a different sector now, people with disabilities. There are so many startups that are doing such commendable work to ease and to progress and transform the lives of people with disabilities. I am shocked to see that there are devices available in the market where a completely vision impaired person has a keyboard that can convert what is on text on the screen into Braille, helps him read that, not audio, but helps him read that in Braille. He can type back on that keyboard onto the desktop and gets on to an English language that most of us understand. So reform journey needs to continue. The government, industry, academia relationship needs to be greatly strengthened. What we have shown in our startups by changing the way we eat, changing the way we buy things or we sell things, it's what India has shown to the world. I mean, we are a great model for everyone, and I think this needs to continue. Further reforms by the government, continuation of the fund of fund schemes, the startup, the seed incubations startup fund, big proponent of that, because our startups need the hand-holding. AI is the future, it's the present, it's the future. Every day I think I will try and figure out greater things that I can learn on Grok. Perplexity, AI throws me another ball. So I need help, sir, on teaching government bureaucrats like us also to pick up our rate of learning for AI and what the startup world can throw on to us. So
well, that's an interesting one, Abhishek sir, now, and I think I'd like you to respond to what Manmeet ma'am said.
Yes, see, like I fully agree. Like, of course, we all agree that AI is the in thing, and we all are using it, playing with it. But AI goes beyond just writing poems or creating content by using or Ghibli images has become popular on Chat GPT.
And controversial.
No, but in fact, OpenAI has been like since last 2-3 days they have been tweeting about the India is the place. But that's because they are seeing it as a market. But we need to go beyond that by just using it for creating funny things or cartoons or poems or jokes. We need to realize that AI can transform things, as Manmeet mentioned. We did this innovation challenge for learning disabilities, and the kind of solutions that we got, which can help detect autism, which can help solve problems for dyslexia, which can solve problems for dyscalculia, are amazing. Helping people, blind people to see, navigate, helping deaf and dumb to hearing impaired people to communicate better. So there are multiple tools. AI is transforming agriculture, AI is transforming healthcare. So what we have seen is that, and what we are hearing and what we expect is that India will come up with a voice-based LLM, which will ensure that with voice you will be able to seek information services. And in India, that will empower the 500 million people who are not connected to the internet there. So the potential of AI is huge, but at the same time, what she mentioned towards the end, that how do we build in capacities within the government and outside? How do we ensure that we are able to use these tools for improving productivity at all levels? And more so in government, so like I got Karamyogi platform. Has got, in fact, 2 of their team members, I see them in the audience here also today. So it has got a lot of courses on emerging tech, on AI, on ChatGPT, on Gemini, for using AI in healthcare, on various domains. And happy to say that those courses are one of the most consumed courses on the platform. So there is an effort within the government to improve capacities. There is an effort within the industry to use AI to build applications. What we need is to scale up many of these applications. They should not just remain pilots or proof of concepts. How we can take them to logical end and ensure that more and more people benefit from them. That's the challenge that we as civil servants have to work along with startups to make that happen.
All right, I know we just have the last 5 minutes, and I think I want to go back to the topic, which is how can startups power a $1 trillion digital economy? And for startups to power the $1 trillion digital economy, we need enabling policies and regulations that would allow that. So let's talk about 2030 and talk about that one policy change. And it doesn't have to be in your ministry, it doesn't have to be something that you are driving, but any one of the 3 of you can start, and I'd love to get from all 3 of you that one policy change that you think can fast track this process and take India onto that path of a $1 trillion digital economy. And anything that you'd all like to talk about.
Should I go in first? I was taken on a tour to South Korea with my startup team. And what we've not done is we've not capitalized on our high network individuals in our country. There are about maybe 3 lakh plus. They are sitting over assets of 1 million plus. We need to tap those, give them incentives. Also to show them our trust, that we can be trusted as a startup ecosystem, be transparent. I also have read very recently that the startups in the US, they don't rely on the IPO and the basic stock exchanges. So that is where we need to do. And that, I think, Aarti ma'am, if we try and build a venture capital within the government with our locking our arms and hands with the private sector, and I think given a sweat equity, do some ratings for startups who've performed brilliantly on the stock exchange, increase the trust aspect of it, I think we will be able to bridge that gap of capital, because I think what our startups need is capital. And there are a lot of corporate fundings also that can come in, and I think that is an aspect that we need to look up to. So I think this is one way forward, and I would love the DPIIT to take up this and to create a venture capital fund of their own and to take this forward.
So, well, thanks for those thoughts, Manmeet, but let me tell you one thing, that in our second version of seed fund, very early seed fund, we are looking now to, in this 2.0 version, we are looking at a very different perspective, which you said, in fact, not very different in the sense we are adding a number of things to it. Because we have a very robust digital, system in the country. We have a very excellent one. So we need to build up on that. And for that, you see, ultimately what succeeds is the kind of sales and revenues and what you get it. So if government starts getting into it, I think the kind of nudge that we need to do from the government side is providing the right kind of platform, the right kind of funding. But the people who will be able to do it the best are the ones specialists in their business. So the venture capitalists, whether it's the AIFs, they would be able to appraise these schemes and the ideas which the startups have. I think they would let them do their job. That's what I feel very strongly. But where we need to come in is that, yes, that nudge, that you need to go into sectors, which we were talking earlier also about the social disability and these kind of sectors. We need to push push them to go to those kind of ideas, support those ideas. Maybe even what Abhishek was mentioning about the AI part. Let's get that in as well. But let us go to these hinterland, those very backward sectors, areas of our country. Let's get their ideas onboarded. And what I would love to have in this, to change this whole thing, is to make it spread. Spread it to all the backward and to all those kind of, let's say slightly those aspirational districts as we have. Let's go there and let's provide them the funding through the, laid down these structures and already that we have. That's how I would look at it.
Thank you. All great ideas, and the last word goes to you.
If I have to think of one policy push, especially with regard to pushing up us on the value chain of the innovation and deep tech research, I will say augment our research funding many times over. Today we have our research funding is around 0.7% of the GDP compared to 3% or more in China and the US. We need to push that many times over. Of course, the 100,000 crore ANRF funding, the Anusandhan Research Foundation funding, is a great step in that direction. The 10,000 crore deep tech fund of funds is again another initiative. In AI we have 2,000 crores for startups. But what we need to do is to accelerate the pace at which we spend this money, and that would require coming up with systems in which decisions are easier to take, trust-based, and people are able to take bets on that. I would actually want several Y Combinators to come in. If we can strengthen the partnership between our academic institutions and startups. Like IIT Madras Research Park is one good example. But we need several such initiatives for a country of our size and potential. If we can have several such Y Combinators in which investments are driven at a very quick pace, the time taken for a startup to raise money in the valley is so much lesser compared to what it is in India. If we are able to create those systems, if we are able to create a system in which the government funds are co-invested along with VCs and investors, high net worth individuals, we will be unlocking a lot of value. So we need to think of creating those systems, and if we are able to bring in those policy changes, there is no reason that we will not be innovating as fast in deep tech and other sectors as we are doing in other sectors. So that's what we need to work together to make that a reality.
So we have with us here three people who are the policy makers, who are the decision makers, who are probably scripting that next success story for Indian startup ecosystem. So I would say we are all, or everybody sitting in this room is looking up to all of you as policy makers and decision makers to be able to drive that change and continue to ensure that the Indian startup ecosystem continues to thrive. Thank you so much, Aarti Bhatnagar ma'am, Manmeet Nanda ma'am, and Abhishek Singh sir for being part of this panel. I know the time is up, but it's fascinating to hear how progressive our policymakers are. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Sharma just said पैसा सब कुछ है, and पैसे के लिए finances and finances के लिए fintech. That's where I'd like to segue, because we cannot talk about startups or innovation or making money or making something as small as just a QR card payment for a coffee in the morning without talking about fintech.
So, as Mr. Kant mentioned in the morning, I mean, now it has become so easy. You talk about insurance, you talk about online payments. Within just 30 seconds, 1 minute, you can probably just make any transaction throughout the world.
Absolutely.
And in India, the kind of the technology that we are watching, I think we have a long way to go.
Trust product, but I think Sachin, you've spoken about technology. So what are you focusing on over the next 5 years, 5-6 years?
So the next 5 to 6 years are going to look very different from the last 20 years. I think one big thing that is coming to all of us is AI, and how we use that to...
Do you want to give one example of how AI has changed Navi over the past year?
Yeah, I think there are a few examples of that. I think most of our customer support is automated through GenAI. in a lot of other operational areas, quality control, etc. There is a lot of usage of AI. I see people every day answering questions through AI. I mean, getting answers to questions through AI. Like, for example, if you wanted to know what are the trends of payments ecosystem trending in Brazil over the last 10 years, so that you can take some decisions based on that in India, and that's an important input to your decision making here. Earlier, it was impossible to find that. I mean, or very hard. You have to spend hours, or you have to commission a study. Now you can do research like that and get a decent quality answer without doing all of that work. Apart from that, I think coding, software engineering is going to get automated quite significantly. That's a big kind of tsunami, I think, that is coming to all of us. I mean, close to 25-30% of our code is already automated. But yeah, over time, I think it will be
quite real. I think. I think it's across the board. But I think, Alok, one follow up on what you mentioned about customers, Indian customers and their behavior with insurance. I think all of us are also suspects and victims of that. But how does an Indian customer really look at insurance? Because I think because there is trust, there is also this delayed gratification with insurance, right? Because you don't really know you need insurance unless you really come across that situation. So how does one really actually buy insurance? What is that journey like, and how will that evolve? Because more and more people are getting educated, more and more people are getting aware. But why is that penetration not going up, even though there is awareness today?
So two parts. I think one, the product itself is very unique, as you rightly said. No instant gratification. It is forcing you to spend 1 hour thinking about what can go wrong in your life. Right. And somewhere we all think that जो होगा किसी और को होगा, मुझे नहीं होगा, मैं तो healthy हूँ, मैं तो ठीक हूँ. Especially at a young age, you don't really worry too much about those things unless you see someone in your vicinity, koi friend, family, colleague going through some bad experience, and suddenly it strikes, here is important hai. Now, luckily, whenever that person is thinking it's important, they come to us. So I can hand on heart say 100% of the people in India, when they think they have to buy insurance, will come to Policybazaar on their own. But this is something they'll forget after 3-4 weeks again. वो 3-4 हफ्ते ही होते हैं जिसमें आदमी के दिमाग में रहता है, and he wants to buy at that time. And that's the time transaction can happen or cannot happen. So you do whatever you have to do. The biggest challenge today, if we look at just the middle class India, which arguably is about 8 to 10 crore households, or maybe 35 to 40 crore individuals. The penetration for term insurance is about 6% in household terms, and in life terms, health is maybe about 10% or 12%. So why other people are not buying? Because, as I said, one lot of time awareness है कि लेने की जरूरत है. ये awareness है तो आदमी कहते हैं claim तो मिलेगा नहीं, मिलेगा तो बहुत painful तरीके से मिलेगा. So if you don't have the trust in the claim process, why should you put money today? तो वो जब तक solve नहीं करेगी industry, तब तक कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. But just like to add to what Sachin was also saying about AI. देखो हम सब जितने भी काम करेंगे ना किसी भी कंपनी में, कोई भी काम करोगे आप जिंदगी में, you can only influence 3 things in any company. या तो रेवेन्यू बढ़ाओगे, या कॉस्ट कम करोगे, एफिशिएंसी लाओगे, या सर्विस अच्छी करोगे कस्टमर के लिए. इसके अलावा किसी का कोई काम होता नहीं कंपनी के अंदर. ये 3 ही काम होते हैं. एंड AI will have a very high impact on the service on day 1. धीरे धीरे कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी पे भी आ रहा है. रेवेन्यू इम्पैक्ट अभी इतना नहीं आ पाया है, थोड़ा फ्रॉड कंट्रोल वगैरह आ रहा है फिनटेक में, बट रेवेन्यू साइड अभी दूर है. बट सर्विस विल गेट ऑटोमेटेड वेरी वेरी फास्ट. Efficiency will start to come in also in next 5 years in a big way. So, कभी ना कभी revenue भी आएगा.
Got it. So I think we have a minute. I'm only going to ask one question to all of you. Same question. I know all of you have had amazing these journeys. I think everybody kind of glorifies this journey, but I'm sure there have been tough times where people have supported you. So if all of you can name one person, or say, anybody, close family, friend, whoever, who supported you during those tough times, I'm sure you'd want to kind of give them that visibility also. So if you want to take a few seconds and probably talk about anybody who's helped you during those tough times.
I call Ravi Adusumali, who's an Elevation Capital investor, as my co-founder, and I call him for the single reason that it truly is that I have true privilege of calling him as my friend, my board member, my shareholder, and the person I reach up to. So always, anytime, high time, low time, every time.
I think Jitendra believes in this, that you definitely need a co-founder. I've heard him say it multiple times. So who is it?
Yeah, so like I have two people in my life who support me whenever I am in doubt. So one is my wife, of course.
Are you forced to say it?
No, not. But that's the reality. So, and the second person is Amrish, Pine Lab CEO. So we were co-founders in Citrus, and the journey was so good that we went through so much tough times during Citrus days. So generally the bonding tends to happen, and then we sort of understand the decision-making framework of each other. So it's easier to consult that way.
Right. Sachin?
Yeah, so I learned business very early in my life. Essentially, I come from a business family, and like not big businesses, small businesses based in Punjab, Chandigarh. And one of my uncles, who was my father's elder brother, he was a big influence on me. I think I learned about work ethic, integrity, and responsibility from him, which I think stayed with me for quite a bit. Of course, he's now no more, but his influence stays on in the whole family, actually, quite a bit.
Alok?
I think the first name I would like to say, actually, Yashish, my co-founder. Personally, we are chalk and cheese, very, very different personalities, very, very different outlook for everything that we do. But we are joined at the hip for 17 years, 18 years now. So it worked out very well for us. And outside of two of us, maybe then it's Sanjeev Bikchandani from InfoEdge. He was the first person to put in the check. And today also for a lot of things we reach out to him for advice, and we have learned a lot directly and indirectly both. Sometimes his actions of how he's built Naukri and how he's built the team and culture there as influencers. So yeah, these two people maybe.
So one final question. Sachin, Jiten, any plans of listing anytime soon, joining the other two stalwarts in the public markets?
At least for me personally, very far away. So I don't think so. I have any aspiration to come close to Vijay.
In public market, nobody is close or far.
So for us, we have reached a stage where actually we have like 20 million users monthly active, 40 million ever used on the platform. It's gone to a very decent stage. Now we are at a place where we can use more capital. And I think public markets is the best source of capital. That's what I believe. If you can handle the pain or what comes with it, I think. So definitely the plan is to go FY26. Ideally, we would like to be IPO'd if we can.
So there we go. I think people at the back, I think they're all recording. So I think we're good to go. I think thank you so much, everybody. Big round of applause for all the contributions.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to Startup Mahakumbh. Put your hands together, come on! My name is Tuhin Chaturvedi, joining me the lovely Karunya Rao on the dais. Put your hands together for us as well, come on. Mahatma Gandhi once said, if I have a belief that I can do it, I shall acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it that time. And our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi said, stand up India, start up India. Are you ready, India? All right. Welcome to the second edition of Startup Mahakumbh, where we have 3,000 exhibitors, 1,000 investors, 5,000 entrepreneurs, 1,000 incubators and accelerators, 10 thematic pavilions. Ladies and gentlemen, the ladder of success cannot be climbed by keeping your hands in the pocket. So let me see both the hands up. Let me see both the hands up. Put the hands up. Everyone. Let me see both the hands up. Put the hands up. Join these hands together and make some noise. Come on, harder. Before we kickstart, there's a very famous dialogue that is, how's the Josh? All right, so we're not going to say hi, sir. There is no sir. When I say how's the Josh, you will say Bharat. Are you ready? All right, all the youngsters, are you ready? How's the Josh? Come on, you have to take your country's name. Your voice should go all the way to the Prime Minister office or to the nearest police station. They should know what's happening here. So once again, how's the Josh? Come on, Bharat. You have to say Bharat. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? All right, let's kickstart over to Karunya.
Well, give it up once again for our lovely host and my co-host, of course, Tuhin, and for all the lovely audience. Let's kick off the Startup Mahakumbh 2025 and, of course, the powerful theme that we have for this year, Startup India at 2047, unfolding the Bharat story as we envision and build the future of India's entrepreneurial landscape. Before we begin this exciting journey together, I request everyone to ensure that your mobile phones are on silent so we all have undivided attention for what's happening and what's about to happen in front of you all. And of course, for all our speakers today, there is a screen right up front so you can keep track of time while you're conversing with our guests. All right then, let's get to business. I'm delighted to introduce our very first session, a fireside chat on the D2C revolution, navigating the new landscape and predicting future trends. To guide this conversation, we have with us Ms. Archana Jahagirdar, founding and managing partner of Rukum Capital. As an investor with deep expertise in consumer brands and retail innovation, Ms. Jahagirdar has been at the forefront of identifying and nurturing the generation of D2C success stories in India. And joining her in this conversation is someone who's not just witnessed, but pioneered the D2C revolution here in our country, Mr. Piyush Bansal, co-founder and CEO of Lenskart. In this fireside chat, Ms. Jahagirdar and Mr. Bansal will explore the evolution of the D2C landscape in India, the challenges of building and scaling consumer brands, strategies for balancing online and offline presence, and bold predictions for where this revolution is headed. Give it up once again for Ms. Jahagirdar and Mr. Bansal.
Thank you so much. It's a great crowd, early morning, not so early in the morning, and Piyush, we are back again in the same place we were last year.
Yes, thank you. This looks amazing. So many entrepreneurs and investors in one place. I think the minister really meant this has become Mahakumbh now.
It is indeed. We want to attract everyone from the length and breadth of the country and, of course, the world. So, you've had an incredible year since the last time we met. And I think I'd like to ask you some questions which will help founders who look up to you and want to emulate your success and hope to get where you reach. So what do you think was that seemingly one small or unconventional thing you did when you were building Lenskart that gave you that velocity that we see in your business today?
I don't know if the founders should look up to me. I think in the world of AI, there is no one should look up to. Everything is changing so rapidly. But in terms of, I think the only unconventional thing, Archana, that has stuck around, and I think even though things are evolving and patterns are evolving, the way we do things are evolving. But one thing in hindsight, when I look back on a lot of things that which allowed us to scale to wherever we are today, and I think will continue to help in the future, is just having a very, very deep focus on customer. I think
But just explain that a little. What does that mean? I mean,
Yeah.
it said, हम investors भी बहुत बोलते हैं. Consumers पे focus करो. What does it mean?
I think it really means to ask every day for the next 20 years that you'll do your startup, or 30 years, why people who are buying, why people who are not buying, and what is the real problem that you're solving. And you don't have to do this at high level or even 2 levels below. You have to go 20 levels below. And I'll give you some examples for the audience to understand from maybe our business. But you know, Lenskart store पे पहले भीड़ लगती थी तो लोग वेट करते थे. But people, when you ask why people are not buying, कुछ लोग बोलेंगे यार दूसरा कोई क्यू तोड़ के चला जाता है. So we built a queue mechanism, and that solved one problem, and more people started buying. And then some people come for repair, and then they said कि सर आई टेस्ट की तो क्यों बना दी, रिपेयर की क्यों नहीं बनाई? तो आपने रिपेयर की भी क्यों बना दी? And today in e-commerce, today logistics में products जाते हैं, and we sell a delicate product. And when we got really deep, we realized कि कुछ चश्मे टूटते हैं, but किसी को नहीं पता कहाँ टूटते हैं, बनते हुए टूटते हैं, logistics में टूटते हैं. But then we realized due to the movement of the specs in the case, it can break. And we had to develop a special clip which can withstand a lot of, you know, turbulence. तो आपको उतना deep जाना पड़ेगा to understand where, and it doesn't happen so easily. It will only become harder and harder. And similarly on the wow factor, today the world is not the same anymore. Expectations, you know, good is not good enough. तो अभी आप अपना product sell कर रहे हो, you may think it is amazing, but is that customer going out and talking about it to 10 more people? You have to be that good. So the work has to be done. You have to go very, very deep. You have to be absolutely honest, observe. You know, आप जाते हो एक बर्गर खाते हो, आपका पेट भर जाता है, बट क्या आप उस बर्गर के बारे में 10 लोगों को बताते हो? प्रॉब्ली नॉट, राइट? आप एक एप्पल आईफोन लेके आते हो, आप पूरी दुनिया को दिखाते हो, इंस्टाग्राम वीडियो जाते हो. सो यू हैव टू मैच दैट लेवल. एंड जो आज आपने एक्सपेक्टेशन सेट कर दी है वो तो कल उसकी हैबिट बन गई है. यू नो, टुडे वी आर ऑल यूज्ड टू 10-minute डिलीवरी, तो उसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, आप उसकी बात नहीं करते. इट हैज टू बी एवर इवॉल्विंग. तो आई थिंक इट इज, you have to do this at very, very deep level. It can't be a side goal. As an entrepreneur, आप ये किसी को दे नहीं सकते हो मेरे हिसाब से. आप जो भी अपनी वीकली मीटिंग्स करते हो, रिव्यूज करते हो, आपको ये टॉप प्रायोरिटी बनाना पड़ेगा. यू नो, सेल लाना ज्यादा इजी है, अच्छी क्वालिटी की सेल लाना इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, राइट? एंड yeah, so that is what I would say, that evolution is there, and I think we stuck around to that from the very beginning. Small things matter, and then it becomes part of your culture.
So I want to touch upon something that bothers founders today. I'm sure it bothers, I don't know whether it bothers you or not, marketing costs. You know, costs are very, very high now to get to the consumer on the digital channels. So what's the secret sauce? How have you managed to keep your costs low? How do you continue to get new customers in? What is that formula, or what is it that you would advise? Give your own example and advise to founders in the room.
A very, very relevant question. I think I have a view on this which is not so popular. See, मैंने देखा है कि एक जनरल ट्रेंड है इंडस्ट्री में, जब आपको कोई सर्विस लेनी होती है या प्रोडक्ट खरीदना होता है, आप किसी कंसल्टिंग फर्म को भी बुला लो. जब आपको खरीदना होता है तो उनका टॉप एग्जीक्यूटिव आता है आपको बेचने, राइट? टॉप मैनेजमेंट. और जितना आपका प्रमोशन होता है, आपका एक क्यारे बढ़ जाता है बेचना, राइट? एंड द मोर यू सेल द मोर यू अर्न. बट जब आप एक बार वो सर्विस खरीद लेते हो ना, आपको वो टॉप एग्जीक्यूटिव नहीं दिखता है. फिर वो जूनियर लोगों को दे दिया जाता है काम करना कि आप इसको सर्विस करो. तो फंडामेंटली न्यू कस्टमर एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट तो बढ़ेगी इन दिस मॉडल. एंड यही किसी भी बिजनेस में, आप D2C ब्रांड देख लो, चाहे आप ई-कॉमर्स देख लो, दिस इज द कॉमन पैटर्न. जब बेचना होता है तो टॉप फाउंडर के लिए वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, टॉप एग्जीक्यूटिव्स को लगा दिया जाता है. अभी मैं अगर किसी कंपनी को फोन करूं, अर्ली स्टेज स्टार्टअप को, कि हमको ये सर्विस चाहिए, तो फाउंडर आ जाएगा. जब उस सर्विस में मेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, तब फाउंडर बोलेगा यार जाके देखिए वो कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना, द टाइम दैट वी स्पेंड ऑन न्यू कस्टमर एक्विजिशन, आप इतना उस पर टाइम लगा रहे हो कि उसकी कॉस्ट बढ़ ही रही है. Right? You know, you are manifesting that cost to go up in some ways. Instead, if you figure out a way and you build a structure and a org which cares about the customers that you have already acquired and you go out of the way, उसमें आप प्रॉफिट, नफा नुकसान मत देखो इतना. अभी आपने किसी को बोला, मैं सर्विस बिजनेस की बात कर रहा हूँ, आपने बोला कि मैं काम 100 रुपए में करूंगा. अभी आपके एंड से कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गया, हो रहा है आपके 110 रुपए भी लग रहे हैं, बट यू हैव टू ऑनर योर कमिटमेंट. बिकॉज वो 110 रुपए आप नहीं लगाओगे, आज सोचोगे यार इसमें तो प्रॉफिट नहीं हो रहा, लेट मी फाइंड अनदर न्यू कस्टमर. you can never make a profitable business. So the only way, in my view, to reduce new customer acquisition and survive in today's time is कि आप अपने existing customers पे focus करो, get an experience for them which is so great, you know, and I can give you innumerable examples. और आप इसका फायदा आपको शॉर्ट टर्म में नहीं होगा, राइट, एंड आपकी टीम को हमेशा लगेगा कि हम कुछ डिस्काउंट दे देते हैं, कुछ और कर लेते हैं, बिकॉज यू नो वी लाइक पीपल लाइक SEM, दे डोंट लाइक SEO, राइट. SEO में आज मेहनत करोगे तो 1 साल बाद रिजल्ट आएगा, बट SEM में तो आज पैसे डालेंगे इमीडिएटली क्लिक आ जाएगा. तो वी एज एन इंडिविजुअल आर ब्रेन्स आर वायर्ड फॉर इमीडिएट ग्रेटिफिकेशन, स्पेशली क्विक कॉमर्स में तो सबको सब कुछ फास्ट चाहिए, राइट. बट बिजनेस में अनफॉर्चुनेटली न्यू कस्टमर एक्विजिशन में आपको ज्यादा दिमाग लगाना है. हाउ डू आई रिटेन माई कस्टमर्स एंड ब्रिंग देम बैक, एंड बहुत बहुत ज्यादा, एंड आई वुड से फाउंडर का तो काम ही इसी में जाना चाहिए. उल्टा होना चाहिए, पूरी ऑग अलग चलनी चाहिए. जूनियर मोस्ट पर्सन विल सेल, senior most person will serve, and the incentive of the organization has to be on delivering enthusiastic customers and not on delivering sales. Then new customer acquisition will automatically come down in the long term.
Wow, this is a completely unique way of looking at it. So I hope all the founders here have taken note of it. But I have a slight follow-up question. Are customers difficult to please? Are they irrational? Does it take a lot?
बट उनका तो राइट है ना इरेशनल होना. आई मीन व्हाई शुड दे सेटल? अगर दे एज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स आपके पास 10,000 रुपए है तो ये कहना मुश्किल होगा कि आर यू शुड नॉट एक्सपेक्ट मोर. देयर इज नो इरेशनैलिटी अबाउट इट. आई थिंक आप नहीं करोगे तो कोई और करेगा, राइट. आप अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हो किसी और को करने की. आई डोंट थिंक यू कैन ब्लेम द कस्टमर. आई फॉर श्योर थिंक दैट कस्टमर्स हैव अ राइट टू एक्सपेक्ट. We have a right to set their expectation right and keep delivering. And आपको बहुत डीप में जाके कोर लेवल में समझना पड़ेगा कि आपका वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन क्या है. आधे टाइम तो हम लोग पैसा लगा रहे होते हैं चीजों में जो कस्टमर को मैटर ही नहीं करते.
That's a good thing. So
Right?
can you give some examples of that?
अभी जैसे हम चश्मे बेचते हैं, ऑनलाइन बेचते हैं, ऑफलाइन बेचते हैं, ये करते हैं, बट इवेंचुअली तो हम चश्मा ही बेचते हैं ना, राइट. आप जब घर जाते हो आपकी जेब में एक स्पेक्टिकल केस है, एक चश्मा है. If I put all my money on everything else, but my spectacle quality is not great, will you ever get your new customer acquisition cost low? No. So you and some of these investments are again long term. आपको अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात हो रही थी, मिनिस्टर जी ने कहा यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट इन क्वालिटी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट इन ड्यूरेबिलिटी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट. जो अपने 1,000 रुपए या 2,000 रुपए खर्च कर रहा है आपके प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस को लेने में, उसके लिए तो उसमें 2 रुपए भी बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड यू हैव टू फील दैट पेन कि उसके लिए क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट योर मनी इन मेकिंग श्योर कि उसको जो लॉन्ग टर्म वाव मिलेगा ना उससे, दैट इज व्हाट इज गोइंग. दे मे नॉट से इट टुडे, इवेंचुअली वो जाएंगे, घर जाएंगे, 1 साल यूज करेंगे आपका प्रोडक्ट, उनको अच्छा लगेगा, सर्विस अच्छा लगेगा, वो घूम फिर के आपके पास आएंगे.
So like you've come back in the second edition of Startup Mahakumbh, the wow factor था कि नहीं था? That you returned as a customer.
Wow factor है.
That's why you returned, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let me ask a point that you raised about omni-channel. So again, it's a question that I think a lot of founders in consumer are thinking about, you know, offline, online. How do you get omni-channel? When do you start offline? You know, how do people answer? How should founders think about this today, given what the investors also expecting, given the consumer now also wants multi-channel sort of approach?
ये अभी बज़वर्ड हो गया है ओमनी चैनल. आई थिंक ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं है कि कब आपको ओमनी चैनल जाना है. इवेंचुअली द वर्ड इटसेल्फ हैज अ प्रॉब्लम, राइट. द चैनल इज नॉट ओमनी, द कस्टमर इज ओमनी, so the word should be omni customer, right? Yes. Eventually what many of us forget is and I think it's difficult for entrepreneurs also because market भी ऐसे सवाल पूछता है, investor भी वैसे सवाल पूछता है, employee भी वैसे. आप अपनी पूरी ऑग को ओमनी चैनल बनाते हो बट ओमनी कस्टमर नहीं बनाते. अभी अगर आपको आईफोन खरीदना है, आप Amazon से खरीदो या आप क्रोमा से खरीदो या आप एप्पल स्टोर से खरीदो, खरीद तो आप आईफोन रहे हो, राइट. तो उसमें कस्टमर इज द सेम, द चैनल इज नॉट द सेम. सो प्रॉब्लम तो टर्मिनोलॉजी में ही है. एंड देन हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को हम बना देते हैं ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन. फिर हमारी रिपोर्टिंग को बना देते हैं ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन, इन्वेस्टर भी पूछता है ऑनलाइन प्रॉफिटेबल है ऑफलाइन नॉन प्रॉफिटेबल है, राइट? तो पूरा मार्केटिंग में ये मार्केटिंग ऑनलाइन, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग इज ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन टीवी मार्केटिंग इज ऑफलाइन. तो टेक्निकली ओमनी चैनल ये कोई सवाल ही नहीं है. दिस इज अ रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स टू आस्क एंड फाउंडर्स टू आंसर कि आपका कितना बिजनेस ऑनलाइन है, कितना बिजनेस ऑफलाइन है, आपका क्या चैनल से क्या है. चैनल तो इवॉल्व होंगे. It has evolved, it will continue to evolve. What is not at the core of it is that the customer is the same, and that customer we have to keep an eyeball on. मतलब that's why कोई strategy बनाता है कि ये product को हम online बेचेंगे और ये product को offline बेचेंगे. ऐसे होता ही नहीं है. Customers are very very sharp today. आप 10 रुपए का difference कर दो between online offline, and if you really are on the ground, आपको 15 मिनट में पता चल जाएगा कि customer is unhappy, right? So omni-channel is the wrong term. I think you have to be omni-customer. Your org has to be omni-customer. Your financials have to be omni-customer. And you have to go back and tell your investor कि आप मेरे से customer का metric मांगो. क्या मेरा new customer है, कितनी बार repeat आता है. Channels will keep evolving. तो omni-channel is important because India में 1.4 billion लोग हैं. Online shoppers कितने हैं? 200, 300 million, 400 हो जाएंगे. 1 billion लोग होंगे जो phone को use कर रहे हैं daily. वही तो ओमनी चैनल है. दे आर यूजिंग फोन बट दे आर बाइंग इन डिफरेंट चैनल्स, बट द डिसीजन इज गेटिंग मेड ऑन द फोन. एंड द सेम कस्टमर टुडे, समटाइम्स यू बुक अ हॉलिडे ऑनलाइन, समटाइम्स यू गो टू अ ट्रैवल एजेंट, समटाइम्स यू वांट टू डू एन एक्सपीरियंस. तो कस्टमर को फोकस करना चाहिए. एंड आई थिंक ओनली देन ओमनी चैनल कैन सक्सीड. अदरवाइज it can only it makes you take all the wrong decisions for the customer.
So the whole D2C thing has evolved significantly in the last, I would say, 3-4 years. Is there any particular technology, any trend that you'd like to highlight that you think is going to be what D2C founders or consumer founders should look out for? That'll really make a difference in their growth, their the ability to scale rapidly.
See, Archana, what is happening right now is that while the principles are the same for the customer, rest everything has changed and is changing faster. पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी से change हो रहा है. एक तो social media has come into our picture, which makes our consumers lot more evolved, lot more intelligent. They know everything. Not that customers were not smart earlier, but today they are more informed. And उनके पास पता है उनको कि मेरे पास क्या क्या choices हैं. तो the bar has become very high. जो कल चल रहा था वो आगे चलने ही नहीं वाला है. एंड स्टार्टअप्स को तो बेनिफिट है, बिकॉज हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना, हमारे पास एक हिस्ट्री है अब 10 साल की. तो जब नॉर्मली हमारे लोग सोचेंगे या हम सोचेंगे, हम देखेंगे चलो पिछले साल तक ऐसे होता था, इस साल ये 100 रुपये में हुआ था, अब ये 90 रुपये में होगा. ये 2 साल में हुआ था, हम इस साल 1.5 साल में करेंगे. पिछले साल हम 20% ग्रोथ लाए थे, इस साल 25 लाएंगे. तो एक हम ना, वी हैव ऑलरेडी यूज्ड अ बेंचमार्क of last year, but that benchmark is not relevant in today's environment because of social media and because of AI particularly, सबको refresh करना पड़ेगा. And हमारे startups के लिए तो बहुत easy है, you are at an advantage. हमारे लिए मुश्किल है because हमको एक existing system को reboot करना है, आपको fresh OS को start करना है, right? तो आपके लिए you guys are at an advantage in today's environment from the basic, but आपको मैं एक ही बोलूंगा कि हमारी मत सुनो. मतलब जो मैं यहाँ पे बोल रहा हूँ इसको सुन लो थोड़ा बहुत, but eventually don't say कि लेंस कार्ड ये करता है तो मैं उससे बेटर करूंगा. आप अपना सोचो कि प्रॉब्लम क्या है, उसको कैसे सॉल्व करना है. Don't use parameters because benchmarks are changing. What generative AI is able to do, you have to start fresh. Problem, what I can think of a solution. इस बीच में आप किसी और को मत लाओ कि कौन कैसे काम करता है, लेंस कार्ड कैसे चलाता है, जोमैटो कैसे चलाता है, ये सब भूल जाओ. अभी आप फ्रेश सोचो. एंड दैट इज, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दिस फॉर थिंग, हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी ये करना जरूरी है, नहीं तो हम पीछे छूट जाएंगे. और हमारे लिए बहुत टफ है, टू इरेज ऑल द मेमोरी इन द बैंक इज नॉट ईजी. वी हैव अ बैगेज. तो वही है, आप लोगों को कोई और टेक्नोलॉजी, तो AI इज वेरी पावरफुल, बट सोच बदलनी पड़ेगी. बिल्कुल फ्रेश, fresh तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा. No relativity.
So coming to fresh thinking, as a shark, as an investor, when you look at startups, what is a fresh thinking that you appreciate and makes you want to invest? Or get excited about it?
I think non-linearity, I think unreasonability, fresh approach. While I understand everybody wants to improve their quality of life, सबको पैसे कमाने हैं. But somehow I have a firm belief that great founders and great companies are ones which don't work for money. They work to solve a larger problem and they want to create a bigger impact. And everybody may start like that, but somewhere in the journey, आप flip हो जाते हो. But I still feel as an investor, whether you can make money or not, I am not as good as an investor as you are, and that's not my main job. I end up doing this because I decided to be on Shark Tank a few years back. But all I can say is that the motivation of the investor, of the entrepreneur, to me defines the single most parameter for me of what you can generate in the long term, the impact, not in the short term. I am sure in 10 years horizon, there could be very different ways, but in a 20-30 years horizon, and I think every great business takes minimum 20-25 years in India to build. The only thing that defines is what is the motivation of the investor. Like, are you feeling the pain? Is there a problem that you're trying? अगर मैं अपना example लूँ, क्या मैं चश्मा बेच रहा हूँ या वो चश्मा पहन के किसी की जिंदगी में क्या बदलाव आ रहा है, वो मेरे लिए important है. That, and I can't explain this. Like, of course, you can't market this. You have to feel it, right? Because then you decide things like that, you operate like that. So मेरे लिए वो बहुत important है. I like entrepreneurs who do it with heart and not with Excel.
Oh yeah, even I like entrepreneurs with the heart than with an Excel. But are there any specific ideas that excite you? Is there something that you look forward to?
See, I think पूरा अभी तो एक तो medical का मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया में
When you say medical, you mean longevity? Yeah, overall.
नहीं, मुझे अपनी उम्र नहीं बढ़ानी बहुत ज़्यादा. I know that. I'm not talking about that. But today, for an average human, you know, अभी मैं यहाँ आ रहा था, there is somebody, मेरे घर में somebody works, and उसके father को 1 तारीख को कुछ paralytic attack आया, तो एक side उसकी paralytic हो गई है. वो hospital गया, उसको पास कोई तरीका नहीं है, right? अभी मुझे रजत दिख गया स्पंदन से. I'm an investor in his company. So what he's doing, right? He has developed a ECG device, जो कि 2-3 हज़ार रुपए का है, जो नॉर्मली आई थिंक 1-2 लाख रुपए का आता हो. एंड केदारनाथ में आई नो इतने लोगों की डेथ होती है या मैराथन्स में बिकॉज ऑफ हार्ट अटैक, एंड दिस गाय रियली फील्स द पेन. You know, I think he cares less about the business, but he has saved so many lives in Kedarnath and marathons by detecting his device, and he has got it US FDA approved. So I think there is a lot of opportunity, because somehow I feel the importance of life in India needs to get higher. You know, I definitely feel it painful when somebody says, यार मैं अपने hospital में अपने dad को admit नहीं करा पाया, तो मैं उनको घर पे ही देख रहा हूँ कैसे manage करूँ, and he is not able to. And इन चीज़ों में तो the speed of the treatment is very important, right? The more you prolong. So I think medical with AI, with India manufacturing, we can really solve some of the unsolved problems of the world.
Yeah, I think on that note, I really want to thank you. We are run out of time. Piyush, very engaging as always, and thank you for coming for Startup Mahakumbh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that panel discussion. We're talking about investing long-term, omni customers, keeping customers happy. Please stay here because we need to felicitate our speaker, Mr. Bansal. I request Ms. Jangidar to please felicitate Mr. Bansal.
All right, guys, start settling in. We're about to move on to our next and a very exciting one, actually. Next session is quite interesting. Please take your seats. Settle in. We're just about to begin.
How many of you are in startup? Let me see your hands up. How many people are in startup? Wow. Okay, lovely. And how many future entrepreneurs? How many of you are planning a startup? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you're planning a startup.
How many investors? I'm more interested in that. How many of you all are potential investors?
How many investors are there?
I see some hands at the back.
At the back too. They will be at the back. वहीं से निकल जाएंगे, है ना? निकलना मत, पैसे देकर जाना.
Well, from D2C brands, let's shift our focus, let's shift the gears to another very, very critical and crucial field that promises to transform not just India's economy, but the very fabric of healthcare and life sciences globally. As we envision India at 100 years of independence, few sectors hold as much importance and as much promise for solving humanity's most pressing challenges as healthcare technology and biotechnology. From genomics to precision medicine, from AI-driven diagnostics to sustainable biomanufacturing, Indian innovators are all set to lead this revolution. It's my pleasure to introduce our next panel discussion on Health Tech and Biotech 2047, Fueling India's Innovation Engine with Young Changemakers. To help us navigate this critical conversation, we have with us Dr. Talis Marif Syed, CEO and Director of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Programs, also called CCAMP. Joining Dr. Syed on this distinguished panel are true pioneers and architects of India's biotech vision. Dr. Anand Kumar, co-founder and CEO Bugworks. Put your hands together as the panelists join us on stage. And Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder of the Indian Angel Network, the AIN Group. Give it up for her. IAN Group, I'm sorry. Dr. Jitendra Kumar is also joining us on stage along with the esteemed panelists. All right, then, together this panel will be exploring how India can accelerate its biotech revolution, nurture the next gen of scientific entrepreneurs, and position our nation as a global leader in healthcare innovation by 2047. Mr. Anand Kumar, over to you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, lovely host. It's possibly just about still morning, so good morning, everyone. If I'm off by a minute, then it's good afternoon. But welcome you all for this very important session today after this fantastic fireside chat that we had. And we have amazing convergence of three different, stakeholders, if I may say so, in the space of health tech and biotech. But if I may, I think just to get it going, I think how many were in the room for the last fireside chat? If you can have a show of hands, very quickly. I'm trying to make a connection, right? Thank you. What was the last point that Mr. Bansal meant? Mr. Bansal is the CEO and co-founder of Lenskart. But when he was asked as a last question of the fireside chat, what was his interest? He said, how can we build solutions for India which can solve local problems? And he mentioned medical, but it is actually this session that he was priming in a way. He didn't know that, but he was priming this session in terms of how India is absolutely rightly poised to build solutions for biotech and healthcare from India, for India and beyond. So I'm very excited that this was perfectly timed for us to actually set this up. And we have three fantastic panelists with me, and I'm very delighted to moderate this panel discussion. We have Dr. Jitendra Kumar, who is MD Bayrak. We have Dr. Anand Kumar, who is co-founder and CEO of Bugworks, and of course, one of the most famous investors in biotech, Padmaja Ruparel, who leads the effort at India Angel Network and fund that they have. Thank you so much, all of you, being here. So in the next few minutes, what we want to actually probably share with you as different stakeholders coming from the entrepreneurs, innovators, future entrepreneurs, what is that we want, where is it going in terms of the projection of 2047, that is Viksit Bharat. What is Viksit or what is developed country, if I may ask you? A developed country is where its largest part of the population has resources to be educated well, resources to be healthy, and resources to live really a good quality of life. And that can be achieved when you actually build those resources across. There's a population in India that actually has it, but there's also a large population that doesn't have it. And that's where Prime Minister's vision is to build this Viksit Bharat. It's not about numbers, my friends. It's about what we are doing for our population as a developed country. Are we going to have a setup and resources to help them in education, in health, in society? And what will help us to get there? It is going to be new innovations. It's going to be science, it's going to be technology, it's going to be biotech, it's going to be health tech, which actually make sure that not only we'll serve the society, but we'll take the economic impact to the next panel and next level. And that is where this panel is actually going to be all about. So let me begin with this thing. The reason of this panel is largely to see from today, if we're going to be talking about next 22 years, what does it take for us to contribute? There is nothing guaranteed. We have to work hard to achieve something. So what does it take for us to contribute towards the larger vision of the Prime Minister in making India Viksit Bharat, not to tell somebody, to ensure that our own population is well served. And that's very, very important. So let me begin in the order that we have. I'll ask Dr. Jitendra, who leads BIRAC, a very important unit of the Department of Biotechnology, set up way back, if I'm not wrong, 12-13, with the vision of supporting the, assisting the research and industrial and academic research and translation and innovation, has done fantastic work. If I may ask you, what would be your, starting comments on this aspect of building a Viksit Bharat, building a country which is truly developed, which has achieved the 100 years of journey, and make every human being which it badly deserves in terms of living in a country which actually provides that capability. So your vision and how that will be contributed to the space of healthcare and biotech.
Yeah. First thing that I want to say about biotech and health tech is that it's it solves some of the fundamental problems of human being, more so in India. Life is now a fundamental right. Right to life, right to live actually. Right to live was always a fundamental right, it's nothing like new. But the connotations have changed now. Now, Supreme Court recently has pronounced that right to healthy life is a fundamental right. If government or if society cannot provide a healthy life, then you're violating the fundamental right. So it falls upon the state actually to actually create conducive environment for everybody to live healthy life. And healthy life itself means accessibility to medical devices, diagnostics, drugs, medicines, food and nutrition, good climate. If air is polluted, you're not living healthy life. So all these, branches that we see, we say field of biotechnology, it intersects all these fields, So biotechnology actually intersects at all these points where the healthy life is defined. And that means that even agriculture will come under actually, providing a good living condition. Environmental sciences also. So biotechnology is nothing but a science which intervenes at these points. And innovations in this field is a key to success, not only for the human life in our country, but also the economy. And when we talk about the human lives and the agriculture and the environmental sciences and the other related aspects, we actually combine them in a term called bioeconomy. Okay? So one is the individual life, the other is the economy, bioeconomy. And both are very important, interlinked for the nation's prosperity, national security, etc. As far as BIRAC is concerned, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council is a nodal body of Department of Biotechnology which funds the innovations in biotechnology. It nurtures the innovation, mentors, guides them, provides conducive environment, creates new funding patterns, new funding programs to identify the needs, etc., where the funding is required. It maps the innovation ecosystem in the region and sees where the gaps are and tries to fill that gap. For instance, biotechnology innovations require a lot of gestation period. It requires infrastructure. It requires lot of capital. So entry barriers are very high. So therefore, we provide incubation support system across the country. We have hundreds of incubation centers we call BioNest centers across the country. More than 100. Every year we add 20 actually. So it's going to, when we say 2047, we'll have a lot of incubation centers. It's in every institution where research is happening, in industrial parks, in biotech parks. What Taslim Arif, our moderator, is heading is a C camp. Then Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. In North India, we have THSTI, which is a DBT institution. I'm just giving some examples. So these incubation centers provide conducive environment for startups to plug and play and do the proof of concept and, commercialize their ideas and startups and, raise funds, etc. This is one aspect which we have actually tried to lower the entry barrier. Then we have some funding programs in BIRAC, and we have supported some 4,000 or 5,000 startups directly or indirectly. These funding programs starts from the basic ideation phase. So if any individual has an idea, we have a biotech ignition grant. They don't have to even start a company. Although we now have, tried to say, try to move towards, people who have already registered maybe from next 2 years, it will be like that. But so far we have funded individuals also. Ideation, then they go to the incubation centers which are mostly supported by BIRAC, and then they do proof of concept. We have equity seed fund also, which is provided by the startups, by the incubation centers also. And the incubation centers provide them with lot of other funding mechanisms like Indian Angel Network. Our one of the co-panelists here is Padmaja Ruparil. She has this Indian Angel Network which is connected to many incubation centers. And then we have a mechanism to navigate the regulatory pathway because regulatory pathway is very important for any biotech innovations. It's a valley of death actually, a regulatory pathway. Because if the regulatory pathway is not clear to the individual or a startup, they will not venture into it. Even if they have ventured, the product will not come to the market unless they are navigated fully. So for that, we actually liaison with the CDSCO, the regulators. Then we also have a mechanism of early stage funding, which we called ACE fund, which is fund of funds actually. So that also BIRAC provides. So full spectrum from ideation to commercialization. We have product commercialization grant, we have BIPP, CBD. So at each value chain, we have one or the other support mechanism for nurturing these startup companies. And this I talked about the funding and the incubation center and the scale-up facility also we provide, because now you must have heard about BioE3 policy. And BioE3 policy provides for the biomanufacturing actually. Manufacturing from the biological side. Biological systems are used for biomanufacturing. And it also connotes the scale-up facility for the companies who have done some proof of concept and they have done pilot studies. Now we provide the full scale-up facilities through biomanufacturing. So I think this is a full spectrum of facilities we provide, and largely due to the efforts of BIRAC, we now have 10,000 startup companies in our country, which we had only few hundreds in 2014. Within 10 years now we have around 10,000 biotech startup companies according to the latest IBER report, Indian Biotech Industry Report, Bioeconomy Report. We have a bioeconomy of $165 billions now. And by 2047, actually 2030 only, we want to reach to $300 billion, which is around, now it is around 4.5% of the full bioeconomy. We want to reach to say 10%, and that's what our vision for 2047 Viksit Bharat is. And I think it's a sector which is progressing very high, CAGR of 30% or more. So, and a lot of venture capitalists are coming. So next vision we will have is to have these products which are developed by these startups to go global. We must have a global accelerators. We must have a platform where all these products can be e-marketed, because ultimately it's you were there in the first session, and we talked about how the e-commerce and how the marketing plays a huge role. So even if you have an innovative product, but if you cannot capture the market, the global market, it's of no value. So all these spectrum of, products and services BioRec is, creating, and it will come up in the future very, very, in the near future it will come.
Thank you. Thank you for those insights. Very, very helpful. Just to possibly remind you all, I think, what kind of biotech and health tech solutions that are being built. We have new solutions which are built, which have capability of using microorganisms to capture the global warming gases from the atmosphere, right from here, world's top 3. We have solutions being built from here which are saving lives in ICU conditions by preventing ventilator-associated pneumonia. World's only federally or once only FDA-approved device to prevent VAP. We have devices right now which are about to screen the expecting mothers in the 3rd trimester without using any specialist to say whether fetal heart rate and fetal movement is happening. We have therapies which are being taken to cancer to ensure that we affordable cancer therapy, immunotherapy happens. We have devices which are going to use AI in a phenomenally next manner, which will announce that using the retinal imaging, you can actually predict the chronic kidney diseases and also predict the cardiovascular disease. This is the power of innovation, something that a lot of work that has happened. And something like this, and possibly a little bit notch above, is my friend Dr. Anand Kumar is doing. That is to build a drug which is anticipated to address the global threat of losing 10 million lives a year. That is the antimicrobial resistance or superbugs. So I request Anand to share his phenomenal story, the work that he has done, which is going to be the most important for all of us when it comes to the market and start saving lives on day one. Anand, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasneem. Good morning, everyone. I'm really proud to be here. And as he said, Bugworks, we have an opportunity from India to work on the first novel antibiotic in the last 60 years that the world has seen. And we're also working on oncology solutions. I'm deeply thankful to BioRec because we started by incubation support from BioRec and CCamp, where Bugworks is based out of. So before I talk about Bugworks, Tasneem, let me just, for this audience, just take off of some point that my previous speaker said, right? The three most important things that will define your generation when we are 2047 is right to health, right to good air quality, and right to food. No fantastic app in the world that delivers your pizza in 5 minutes can give these three things. As a country in 2047, we are going to be $30 trillion, of which at least 10% of the $30 trillion will come from the biotech space. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are greatly proud of where we have come from, when the British left us, we were less than 1% of global GDP, to where we are now talking about $30 trillion in 2047. Unfortunately, we have to be humbled by the fact that we are one of the most sickest populations with the biggest cardiovascular problems, infection problems, oncology problems, and neurological problems. Air quality in many of our cities, including this city where we are sitting in, is abysmal. We have to be humbled by the fact that we have huge problems of health, huge problems of environment, and khana to be fully sufficient. Right to life, right to health, right to good air, right to food will happen only if the biotechnology sector continues to grow well and deliver like what e-commerce has done for all of us. It's that important. What is most important in our families? It's biotech, right? So when I see the investments happening from BioRec, from CCamp, I'm really, really happy. So what is amiss, Tasneem? Let's talk about what is missing for biotech to become really fantastic. We went from $10 billion in 2014 to, like he said, to $160 billion in 2024. And we want to go from 160 to 300 billion in 25 and 3 trillion. Phenomenal numbers. But for that to happen, the investment climate in India has to change. And all of us sitting in this panel know about it. Biotechnology needs 10 to 15 years of investment. It's not like delivering an app so that I can have something delivered in my house for 5 minutes. Important things, but they're not game-changing. How do you transform a nation? You transform a nation when we become self-sufficient. When each one of us is healthy, when we make our own drugs, we make our own important value chemicals, we make our own healthy environment, we make our own food. By 2047, I think and I dream of a Viksit Bharat where we are not depending on United States to solve cancer and then wait like beggars for 10 years for the drug to come here and always complaining that it's an expensive drug. It's an expensive drug because somebody is spending billions of dollars and taking the risk in those countries. No. To be that Viksit Bharat that our Honorable Prime Minister has envisaged, we cannot be dependent on another country for our food, for our air quality, and for the drugs we need to make. We have to keep our people healthy, and we have to innovate. We spend less than 1% of GDP on innovation. That needs to change. We spend less than 2% of GDP on health. That needs to change. All of this talk will go to naught if we don't invest better into R&D. We have to innovate our way out. We have no choice, ladies and gentlemen. Bugworks is one of few companies, thanks to these folks, that are innovating. And if we succeed, we want this new antibiotic to save 30, 40, 50 million lives all over the world, starting with our own country. So we don't need to sit for somebody else to solve our problem. We are too proud of a country, we are too talented of a country, and we have the great leadership where we have to solve these three important problems. Right to health, right to clean air, so I don't need to wear a mask to walk in Noida, and right to good quality food. These three will come together with biotech, and I feel so humbled to get a small opportunity to do something that will make Viksit Bharat a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think, as you rightly heard, it's a great opportunity for innovators and entrepreneurs to actually be a part of that journey. The objective is a collective objective. The dream is a collective dream. And we all want to make sure that we can do it and we have ecosystem which is ready to support that. And I think this is the perfect time, if you are building those dreams in biotech and healthcare, this is the perfect time for you to take those dreams, get the support, get the guidance, get the mentorship, and take it to the next level. And most importantly, of course, get some investments from friends. On that note, I want to bring in Ms. Padmaja, who is a phenomenal investor in biotechs and one of the ones who have done earliest investment in many of them through India Angel Network. Ms. Padmaja, would love to hear your thoughts in terms of how the trajectory is moving, which has moved in the last 10, 15 years, and where is it going now, and what do we need to ensure that we don't drop off? What are the needs we need to continue, and what are the things we need to add, including investment? Padmaja, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Taslim. I think the need for health and making innovation there is not debatable. And I think both Anand and Dr. Jitendra have already articulated that very well. But what is clear is health and biotech or anything impacting human life directly was not on the cards for investment, at least when we started, right? There was zero money going when we started about 20 years ago. So when we actually made our first investment in stem cells way back in 2011, it was an extremely, extremely difficult task to raise the money within the angel group that we started. We lost money on that. The company failed. But what it did, what was successful, was it whetted the appetite of investors. It was the first time that investors actually said, no worries, let's understand what went wrong and let's look at new companies. And I think that is very important. That's the deliverable of a failure that happened for investors. We've come a long way. We've invested in almost 40 to 45 companies which impact human life directly. Healthcare, agri, air, etc. So we've come a long way. Today, at least 33 to 37% of the deals that come, investment opportunities that come to us are in this space. This was not the case, right? It's increasing every year. We are growing in terms of innovation. We are growing in the number of entrepreneurs that are wanting to actually build something in healthcare, biotech. And we are also seeing very, very deep IP-based propositions coming to us. Secondly, I think we really thought, and it was probably a thinking that was not real, is we would only be able to raise money from people, from investors who were from the domain of healthcare biotech. Tasleem and I have had a number of conversations on this. But majority of the money came in from people who were not from the domain. So what it really, and it continues even today, what it really says is that health is very, very central, and everybody, irrespective of their sector expertise, is willing to put in money if they can. And this is the message I want to give out to the entrepreneurs there. If you're building something innovative, you're building something which is going to solve a real problem, and human life problems are real, as stated earlier, I think there is money out there. That's the message I want to give out there. So build and build intelligently. The second thing that even from our fund, our first fund, almost 37% of the capital went into healthcare, biotech, agri, etc. So that's the kind of focus that we've sort of internally built. We've built companies like Nayam, Pandoram, Nokark, all of these are device companies. Now let's come to the downside of what we need to do. I mean, it's great to say that when BIRAC sort of bred, and BIRAC's done a phenomenal job, it bred companies, it's bred research, it's bred ideation to commercialization. And I think a lot of, not only IN, a lot of early stage funds have sort of plugged into that. But I think what is really today impacting are a couple of things. In India, for biotech healthcare companies, there is very little growth money. So early stage investors, while they are willing to put in money for breeding these companies, taking them to a certain level, I think the next round money is not here. So somehow we need to build large pools of growth money coming here. Otherwise, we are losing our companies to other countries. We have companies which have moved or have been acquired by overseas players. So this is a big need that needs to happen, number one. Number two, even when we talk to entrepreneurs, I think there is a learning that I'd like to pass on from an investor lens. Entrepreneurs understand the technology, and large number, it's a general statement, so don't take it to heart if it doesn't apply to you. But there is deep science and deep technology that we see in entrepreneurs. The missing piece in these, specifically in this sector entrepreneurs, is the business side, the finance side. And it's not possible to build value for yourselves unless you understand the business and finance of it. So I really, really want to send out this message that somehow please get that thinking, either you learn about it, embed co-founders who can help you, bring in that expertise, bring mentors, advisors, or whoever. But it's a piece that is actually limiting you to grow. Because unless you understand that, it's going to be very difficult to create a valuable growth stage company. I mean, at the end of it, you can only proceed on your journey, you can only progress your journey with money, and money, unfortunately, does mean finance and business thinking. So that's the second piece. The third, or whatever serial number it is, I think we have to, as a country, to echo what Anand has mentioned, we need the infrastructure behind it. And infrastructure doesn't only mean equipment and real estate. It means that we need testing capabilities. We need approving bodies. We need an ability to get a supply chain built. Otherwise, these entrepreneurs are not going to be able to build that. So that is something we need to put on the table. And finally, in the interest of time, actually, Tasleem, otherwise we can continue, is how do we retain and good entrepreneurs in the country? If we don't create that ecosystem of building these entrepreneurs, retaining them, providing the support that they need, what does that mean, right? I mean, we are talking about the public procurement policies which are allowing startups to sell to the government. That needs to be relooked at, right? You are saying, we have policies where we're saying if we have the BSI mark, we can go and sell to a government hospital. It's not that easy, right? We need several other approvals. So somehow I think there's a whole ecosystem and there's a whole, there needs to be a much sharper focus where all of this needs to get solved. And if I may take the liberty, I think it's not just the government. We all need to get together and work towards this goal. Otherwise, Anand, what you said, your vision is a little further away than 2047.
Thank you, Padmaja. Very well put, and a few of the things were really right on spot, but if I may take some of the points. I think we are, as we prepare the early promises and new startups and the new cohorts build up, we need ecosystem that actually can respond to that journey. It's very, very important. I don't know how many of you have heard, the government is planning a 1 lakh crore for largely fund for the research translation component. Very, very important component, which as it comes through, it will actually really make the splash in terms of how do we do the deep science stuff forward. There is much more happening through the new ANRF that is happening at the same time in terms of how they are going to collaborate with academia and industry. So with this amazing biotech efforts that you heard of and you will see outside in the biotech pavilion, and the 3 different perspectives from the side of the government, from the side of entrepreneur and investors, there are so many things happening. I have been working in this setup now for nearly 15 to 16 years, and I have never been more optimistic, to be honest with you. There's so much to achieve, there's so much to do, and there's so much to actually contribute towards. And I think that's the philosophy that we would love to work with, because it is never an individual game. It is a collective game, it's a collective play, and there's a lot that we can do together. So on that note, please join me in thanking the panel. So build these thoughts and working together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I hand over to the, thank you so much.
No, you're gonna be here for a while because we're gonna unveil something really, really cool now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our panelist here. Come on, put your hands together one more time. Well, now it's time to unveil National Bio-Entrepreneurship Competition 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. May I invite Mr. Prashant Prakash, founding partner, SL India, Mr. Rajan Anandan, MD Peak XV on stage, please. Well, the National Bio-Entrepreneurship Competition launched in 2017 by C-Camp with support from BIRAC is a premier nationwide initiative aimed at attracting, recognizing and nurturing bio-entrepreneurs with innovative and scalable business ideas that create a meaningful societal impact. NBEC offers participants a unique platform to compete for substantial cash prizes and exclusive investment opportunities. So do take part in this. Building on this remarkable journey, we are thrilled to announce the 8th edition of NBEC in 2025. Together, let's continue to shape the future of bio-entrepreneurship and drive informative change from societal progress. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Please, I request all the speakers to be on the stage because I request Dr. Tasleem to felicitate our guests. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel. We're going to talk about future of media and entertainment. How many people from media here? Let me see your hands. How many people from media? Okay, 2 people are there, 3. Don't go close to them because media can do anything. I'm just kidding. Okay, how many from entertainment? How many from entertainment? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Super. So we're going to see what is the future of media and entertainment. The media and entertainment industry is evolving faster than ever, driven by technology, changing audiences, and new content trends. Today, our panel of industry experts will explore what's next, from streaming wars to AI-driven content and the future of storytelling. Let's dive into the future of media and entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, Put your hands together as I call upon our panelists and the moderator. Our moderator, Mr. Rajan Nawani, founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis. Put your hands together for Mr. Rajan Nawani, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us, the moderator, Mr. Rajan Nawani. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Come on, let me see. Come on. Young entrepreneurs. All right, now joining us, the speakers, Mr. Ashish Hemrajani, founder, CEO, Book My Show. He's not there? Okay, super. Joining us, Mr. Bhavin Pandya, co-founder and CEO, Games 24/7. Puri information लेकर आए हो आप. Super. Mr. Harsh Jain, co-founder and CEO, Dream11. Sir, ये मैं कर लेता हूँ, आप टीम बना लो. I'm just kidding. Over to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together one more time.
So very good morning to all of you. I think, you were trying to get them to clap. You're going to do that with everything that happens in your daily life, because media entertainment is touching you probably every few minutes. Today it is not only entertaining you, but it is also helping you make choices about what you should consume, what you should buy. And there is no brand today, I think, that hasn't realized the power of reaching audiences, especially in a digital, disruptive, personalized world that each of you, I can see each one is sitting with a mobile phone. And how does that mobile really, touch your life? And the entertainment, the media part of that is something that the world has not experienced before, but seeing a big shift. And now as we see that shift happening, I think it is very important to realize that where is this sector going to go? And therefore, to take us through this conversation, we have Bhavin and Harsh, will enable us to be able to look into this world very differently and see how to make that happen.
May I also invite Anuj Tandon, who's the partner Bitcraft. Put your hands together for Mr. Anuj Tandon, ladies and gentlemen.
So Anuj makes all the investments in the sector as well. So good. I think we'll have a complete discussion around, different aspects. But I think it's important for us to begin. What has actually made this sector so important in the life of everybody? And I think the one word that stands out is technology. And I think technology, while it touches everybody's life in different ways, and you're going to see a lot more of it with Gen AI, which is, one conversation that you're going to see everywhere, and many others, whether it's immersive tech, whether it's blockchain, Web3, so many new technologies all converging at one time, and also shaping this industry very differently, because this is one industry that is now converging in multiple ways. So we're going to go a little deeper into this conversation with how do we look at technology, media, entertainment, and I'm going to add the word sports, because a lot of the entertainment that you have is, watching sports, right? I mean, who doesn't watch sports? IPL is going on right now, So a lot of entertainment is going to come from multiple ways, and I think we're going to have a great conversation around that. So maybe I'll go around, Bhavin, you want to take a crack at it and, talk a little bit about how this industry is changing for you and how will you see the future of this. Go ahead, and maybe we get a few comments and then go into a deeper discussion.
Thank you so much, Rajan. So, hello everyone, thank you for your time this morning/afternoon. And as Rajan rightly pointed out, right, the one thing that has really revolutionized this space is technology. But even within technology, it is AI that is, left, right, front, center, everywhere. Like everyone's talking about it, but what does that really mean? And from our perspective, we've been doing, as Games 24/7, we've been doing, data science, machine learning, since actually 2011. But with AI in the last 2 or 3 years, things have really leapfrogged many miles ahead. So to give you an example, of course, all of us do hyper-personalization now, and we try to make sure that we're providing the right kind of content and engagement to our users. But not very many people may be fully aware of how AI at the back end is also helping build some of this content that people are consuming, right? So for instance, right now, you can use your mobile device to write production-ready code. using AI. You can make sure that, hey, how do I make sure that all the test cases have been covered? AI covers all of that. You can do a lot of ethical and moderating of your systems, right? So in games, people will swear, they will use bad language. You can correct all of that. You can make sure that players play responsibly. So all of this happens and happens in near real time because of AI, right? Not to mention building different levels in games. In our case specifically, when we entered, especially the fantasy sports space, we were a very, very late entrant. But the reason we were able to move quickly was because of the investments we made first in data science, machine learning, and now AI over the last 2-3 years, right? Where we're in very, very close to real time, predict how many players are going to come on that day. And if we're off, then AI will also make sure through the cloud computing systems that we have that we're able to then increase the size of those contests and tournaments we offer. And I think that's a unique problem that India has, which is our population, right, which used to be a bane has become a boon now. Like so many people in India, so many people want to use these apps that the apps and these companies have to be on top of their game to be able to provide these services to every single user. And I think that's where AI is helping massively. And that's why everyone is getting, this is the future of media and entertainment. That's what we're talking about. Like a lot of media that's there, a lot of entertainment that's there. A lot of that content is getting generated in real time. Like something happens and in 2 minutes, you have 1,000 videos just talking about it, right? We as users are spoiled for choice. And I think this is all on the back of AI. And as Games 24/7, we've leveraged a lot of it to make sure that we're staying ahead of the curve.
Great. Anuj, you've operated, you're investing. How are you looking at technology in media entertainment?
I think, Rajan, from a global perspective, AI has disrupted the gaming industry at a massive scale. The last 2 years, there have been enough restructuring of teams that have happened at a global level because of AI. It has disrupted the supply chain, which means disrupting the art pipeline, production pipeline. It has shortened. It has become less people intensive. And that is obviously not a good thing in the short term, but it is also not a bad thing in the long term. What that means is that it is democratizing for markets like India. A young game development studio, say with 20 people, is able to produce a quality game at the same level, say, for an emerging market, at the same level as, say, a US studio would do in 2 years, we will be able to do it in 3 years. So the time of catching up for an emerging market because of AI is democratized in that sense. And number two, I think for content companies, for interactive media, startups in India like such as who are producing content like Kuku FM, audio content, all of that, AI is helping them sort of optimize their content pipeline much better. So audio content can be easily produced now, translated across multiple languages. So these are the low-hanging fruits that we are seeing that are improving margins of businesses and startups in India, at least in interactive media and gaming.
Harsh.
Hey Rajan, thanks for having us here. I think I can speak on behalf of sports, and I think for sports, everyone here is obviously watching IPL. It's great. We have some Indian fan here, sir. Your beard is amazing. But I think AI is going to really impact not just tech, not just gaming, but everything that we do. AI is not a vertical. AI is not a theme. It's like the internet was in the early 2000s, right? You can't say that, okay, we have retail, manufacturing, pharma, etc., and then we have internet. The internet was always going to come and be a horizontal. It was going to impact everything in every industry. AI, in my opinion, is going to be the same way, and gaming is no exception. For us, we see AI impacting sports content, sports commerce, sports travel even. And like tomorrow, if you wanted to travel to a place, you could actually tell AI that, hey, I'm traveling. This is the size of my group. This is my budget. This is what I want to do. Give me an itinerary and give me links of where to buy these packages, and it'll churn that out. So I think in media and entertainment, AI is going to play a phenomenal part because it'll even accelerate game development. It'll accelerate all the work that's been done on AR and VR. There's been a phenomenal amount of work done where If you play some of the cricket games now on VR, I've played a game where I was facing Bumrah. And I said, it's fine, let him bowl at 150 and let's see what happens. And what happened is that I got knocked off my feet and I fell down. But it was just in my mind that the ball was coming to me, right? But it is so real. It is unbelievable. Those clunky devices on the hardware front will get down to your, your Meta glasses. And then we'll see a revolution in terms of the way we consume media and entertainment. You'll be able to watch a 100-inch screen just with a pair of glasses wherever you're traveling. You'll be able to watch an IPL match as if you're sitting next to Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma in the dugout, watching the game with them. This will revolutionize the way we watch and consume media and entertainment and sports. So I think very excited for what the future holds.
No, taking on cricket, last Mahakumbh, as Jet Synthesis, we announced the Global E-Cricket Premier League here. And now we actually have franchise teams. And while you're going to have IPL going on the same TV channel, you switch one and people are playing cricket on a mobile phone. And these are the best players of that sport and those athletes in the world, right? It is all enabled by electronics. So the idea is there are so many ways in which if we just take one sport, the mechanisms in which entertainment can be both viewed as well as experienced is what is shifting. And I think very soon what is real and what is not real will be, a thing of the past, because you can create your own reality with your avatar and you and whosoever, whatever you want to be. So it's, the future looks mind-boggling, but to create this future, we're going to need people, right? We're going to need new skills. So maybe, when you're looking at skills, what are the kind of people you're hiring today? When we talk to young people, what should they be preparing for? Because, there's such a flux because of technology that's coming in.
So I don't know who said this, but these words are all over the internet, and they resonate with every one of us here. That all of us worry that AI is going to replace humans, right? We just spoke about how few people are able to make production quality games, right? But I'm going to take a shot at that and say that I don't think AI will replace people. People will be replaced by people who know AI. And those that don't know AI will be replaced by those people that know AI. That's what's going to happen, right? We as people generally will not be replaced by AI. We will be, if we don't know AI, then we will be replaced by people who do know AI, right? So I think that's what I want to begin and say that that's how we should be thinking about this, that hey, what is the level of maturity that this new generation that comes out of college has when it comes to AI, when it comes to using some of those things. And as Games 24/7, we have an incubator called Texpedite, which we just concluded. Out of 350 applications that we got and the 17 that we shortlisted, 60% were using AI to solve real-world problems, from precision medicine to problems in the finance industry to developing music, right? We talk about entertainment. They're developing music on the fly using AI. And I think it's very important, at least that's what we feel, that for us here and for a lot of you, right, is to give back. Like we help entrepreneurs get more information, help them develop their skills, like you pointed out, Rajan, because the money is available, right? The money is available, but it's through mentorship and through guidance is when you can really nurture that next level of entrepreneurship. And DPIIT is doing that. The Mahakumbh is sort of serving as an avenue. Texpedite that we're doing does that. But the idea is to do that a lot more. That it's not just enough to go to school and develop those skills, but to interact with people, to get guidance from others who are doing that, to be able to do this. And one of the ways that we think about doing this is really through, again, someone mentioned this, democratizing data, right? So today, if I want to build a system or if I want to do something, I need a lot of data which I have to use technical querying language to pull out, right? What if I could just, like I asked ChatGPT, just ask a machine or a system, hey, tell me what my revenue was yesterday, or tell me how many users I can acquire through this and this channel. And intelligently, with accuracy, it's able to give me this, right? That's where the future of AI really lies, right? Where I make things super simple, but then I also know how AI is doing this. And not just what it's doing, but how it's doing it. And I think that's where the difference comes. If those skills can be developed by people, then I think we'll make a major change. So you're saying people should know AI. So, agentic AI is enhancing productivity, right? I mean, and we are seeing it across industries. So, Harsh, when you're
hiring, because you also have, a new vision, because there are a lot of young people who not only want to, acquire the right skills, but want to be able to, provide jobs to others. And this is a very large section. I hope somebody from here will get inspired to go and create the next unicorn, in media entertainment, right? What's your message to them?
The message is that, look, for everyone here, including people in tech, people not in tech, the amazing part today is that we're all starting from scratch on AI. Any one of you could jump onto, ChatGPT, Claude, Cursor, Copilot, you name it, and you could start picking up stuff on the fly. We're all starting together. We're all zero on the AI scale. And so this is a fantastic opportunity for anyone today to build something real and be born into that product or service with AI. In fact, one would argue that companies which are already built and scaled without AI will actually take a lot longer to unlearn and relearn and change their machinery. Everyone else gets to start off from day one with AI. So my biggest point to everyone here would be that if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to do something, whether you're working a job or you want to start something, go and start playing with AI. Start using it. Just start doing random stuff with it every day. Start reading about it. The internet has created so much free knowledge. You don't need one of those fancy courses. You don't need to pay for stuff. You have Stanford classes, you have Harvard classes, you have the best classes in the world, all for free. You have your time available, and that's all you need. Time, hard work is all you need to really master this today. It is the greatest opportunity I think we've seen, an open opportunity in the last 10 or 20 years.
I would go longer. I think the last such opportunity was the internet.
Yeah.
And let's remember, some of the world's largest market cap companies, if you look at Amazon, Facebook, $1 trillion market cap companies were built just because the internet came around. And I think Gen AI is the time when, again, a new surge of companies. So while you say, those companies will get disrupted, maybe with AI.
And also, our most loved international brands, most of them had that garage startup. It was 2 kids with a laptop.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
That's exactly what's going to happen today. It's, you and your one mobile phone or a laptop that can change the world. You just have to believe it and you have to work hard towards it.
And with AI, I'm betting, and maybe we will see in the future, we will get a $1 billion company which will have only 1 employee. Because technically, you can get everything to work for you to create an outcome or a business or a service if you understand what elements you need to use. So of course, it might happen at some point, but the idea is that this is the power of the time and the generation we are living in. We just saw a lot of tariffs get levied this morning, and that's also a media event, right? I mean, the whole world is watching what's happening in the world from one country, but that media event gives an opportunity to the world to think anew. And therefore, I believe media entertainment is one industry which will create huge opportunities going into the future, because by staying connected to media and entertainment is where you will generate new livelihoods, you will generate new ways to live your life, new ways to learn. We have the experiential economy which is becoming big, and so many other things.
Just one more thing I want to add is that, a lot of countries don't, like Bhavin said, we have a population which has now become our greatest strength. You have 1 billion domestic consumers. You don't have to worry about going international. A lot of European countries, most of the world except for China, India and America, don't have a large domestic internet paying population. Please use that. We have an amazing opportunity ahead of us. This Startup Mahakumbh is fantastic. You have hundreds and hundreds of companies here, all startups pitching. You have a government that's actually pushing this forward. Please take this opportunity. You can start something from your home with a laptop. That's it. And you can build something very, very real.
I'm actually going to go a step ahead from what Harsh and you said, that you'll have $1 billion company with 1 employee and 1 mobile phone. You don't even need a laptop now. Just one mobile phone will do everything for you.
And in the future, I don't think you'll need the mobile phone
Not
because now
either.
they're
Yes,
talking
in
of
the
the
future.
glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the glasses making you converge between a digital world and a real world at the
Correct.
same time.
That's
with
right.
nothing.
That's
So
right.
it's interesting, but you know, we're all investing, of course, in new age businesses. We've all created. But you know, Anuj is looking for those few guys here who you can put money. What are you looking for? Quickly, because we've got a few minutes.
So I think, Rajan, just quickly, I think gaming and media entertainment has always been one of the first sectors to adopt any new technological shift that happens, right? And whether we like it or not, the Gen Alphas that we always speak about are growing up in physical playgrounds as well as digital playgrounds. Companies like Roblox, they're interacting. I think, following up on what both these gentlemen said, that the opportunity for these young kids to experiment with AI and build projects on gaming, especially, and digital and media entertainment is the highest. So if you're thinking about what we're investing, particularly, is UGC is one of the biggest themes to be investing out of, because platforms such as Roblox are the next platforms that where the opportunity is for indie and young developers to build and a sustainable revenue for themselves. Of course, mobile gaming is always going to be the flavor of the season, but yeah, UGC is one of the major themes that is coming out.
No, so while we will keep looking at themes and ideas, and you'll get many of those, at the end of the day, to be a successful startup entrepreneur, a scale-up entrepreneur, and you see it, you need the right mindset, the right attitude, and the ability, to tell yourself that I'm going to go there and make it happen, right? And sustain that. So with that, I know our time is up, but again, thank you, Bhavin, Harsh, Anuj, for this wonderful conversation. And I'm sure the audiences are going to get a lot more to learn over these next 3 days at this magnificent gala for India, the Startup Mahakumbh. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rajan.
Thank you, Rajan.
Everyone.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those illuminating perspectives on the role of technology in media and entertainment industry. We now request Mr. Navani to hand over a token of appreciation to all the panelists as well. Okay, time to shift gears and also the theme that we'd like to talk about now. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want you to turn your focus and attention to the role of established corporations in nurturing and accelerating innovation across industries. As India's entrepreneurial landscape matures, the synergy between corporates and startups has emerged as a powerful catalyst for innovation and growth. Startups bring agility, fresh perspective, ideas, while corporates offer scale. They offer resources and market access, which makes these partnerships potentially transformative, a sort of win-win for both the sides. It is my pleasure now to introduce our next panel discussion on corporate playbook for engaging and enabling startups. I request everyone to start settling in as I'd like to call upon the next set of panelists as well as our moderator for the session. To moderate this conversation, we have with us Shri Ajit B. Chavan, ACEO Admin, Chief Seller Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, and Chief Training Officer of GEM, or GEM as we call it. And joining him on this distinguished panel is Ms. Jayati Singh, Chief Marketing Officer at Tally, Mr. Hitesh Sachdev, Head of Startup Engagement, Innovation and Investments at ICICI Bank, and Mr. Ashish Agarwal, Senior VP, Head of Startups, Gig Banking and ex-border, or rather cross-border, I'm guessing, HDFC Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel on corporate playbook for engaging and enabling startups. All right, they're just joining us shortly. Just give us a moment. But please take the seats up front, settle down. This is going to be a very, very exciting and a kick-ass conversation. And, will be interesting to understand how the synergies between startups and established traditional large-scale corporations span out. All right, our panelists are here. Please bring it bring on stage all three of them once again with a huge round of applause.
All right, so the topic given to us is Corporate's Playbook for Engaging and Enabling Startups. My name is Ajit Chavan. I'm additional CEO in Government E-Marketplace. We do a lot of work. One of the works that we do is promoting the startups in our own ways, trying to link them up in the public procurement space. And we have a very erudite members here on the dais, and I would like to go straight away to them. My question to Ms. Jayati Singh, she's Chief Marketing Officer, Tally, would be, as part of your line of business, what all do you really do to promote this thought leadership, financial literacy, and how do corporates can play a role in promoting innovation into the ecosystem?
Hi, very good afternoon to everyone. Great being here and great to see the energy all around. So specifically with respect to the startups and the stuff that we at Tally are working, I think first thing that we try to do a little differently than all others perhaps is the whole aspect of reverse mentoring. While we think about mentoring as being a very, very solid pillar that corporates can provide to startups, I think one thing that we strive on is to understand more as to what the startups could potentially need in their day-to-day business, because all startups would be at different levels of evolution, their requirements could be different, and therefore how to best engage with them, right? So given that there are so many programs that are already in motion by the government agencies like your METI, DPIIT, Atal Innovation Mission, so the thing that we're working on is getting access and building relationship with the incubation centers there to understand what are the kind of startups that are, they are incubating. And then, of course, offering any kind of mentorship and knowledge that they may require to succeed. So stuff related to financial literacy, because we being Tally, of course, having the books in order is something that becomes very, very important for any startup to ensure that even when they're pitching, they have the right stuff, projected. So we carry out sessions with respect to that, with respect to startup marketing, and also anything around technology, right? We build our own technology and therefore we encourage. The other aspect that we also work on is ensuring that we have a vertical internally which can also evaluate, some of the startups that are working on fintech space, for instance, and get an understanding on how we can potentially help them in their GTM. So go-to-market typically for any startup could be something that they will need a lot of learning and mentoring and knowing who the right partners could potentially be. And those are some of the areas where we are currently focused on.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. We'll move on to Hitesh Sachdevaji, Head Startup Engagement, Innovation, and, that's loaded, ICICI Bank. So we have a FinTech panel. I would directly jump. I'm sure you guys are doing a lot of activities where, you in your own ways, your sector is promoting startups. What would, in your view, would be the challenges that corporates face while trying to collaborate with startups, especially your line of business, financial institutions? What are the challenges that these organizations face while, interacting, engaging with the startups?
So at ICICI Bank, I think we are one of the largest fintech, I would say. And the philosophy with us is that we believe in, technology is the force multiplier for all our businesses. And for us, the partnerships are one of the most important pillars of our growth strategy. So, we believe that there is an organic way of growing and there is also, a partnership way of growing where you partner with multiple startups, use their technology, use their products and solution to solve some of your problems. So with this perspective in mind, we have created an ecosystem to engage with startups. So one of the pillars of this ecosystem is we have our own innovation lab where startups operate out of our lab. We work jointly with them to co-create products which are in alignment with our digital roadmap. And we help them with mentorship. We also invest into startups which have deep synergies with us and which are scalable businesses. So whatever it takes to grow or work with startups, we have all those pillars. The challenge for large organizations to work with startups are, one, there is always a dilemma that if I start working with a particular, a startup, whether it will survive for next 2 years, 3 years, if they don't get enough funding, whether they'll be able to survive or not. That's one of the biggest question which comes in. Second dilemma is about the robustness of the platform or the tech, because in a partnership way you end up sharing a lot of data, and for us, we are the custodians of the data. Data doesn't belong to us. It's customer who's the owner of the data. And when we share any of this data with any of our partners, we have to be very sure that this data is protected, and there are enough measures in place to protect this data. Third is many times these startups themselves, founders, they are not from the domain of the finance, not from the domain of banking. So that's where they also don't understand sometimes compliance requirements of the bank. So those are again different kind of challenges where you have to coach them, you have to kind of make them understand what works, what doesn't work. And then the fourth one is about in terms of scalability. When you are working with a startup, you always want to ensure that whatever we do as a bank, we want scalable platforms. So our startups working with, they have built scalable platforms, and they will be able to take the load or the kind of volumes which you will be able to generate out of this solution. So these are the couple of challenges, but all of you have seen this movie 3 Idiots, right? Like we also started this journey, we had these challenges, but we said that we put our hand on our heart, all is well, and we started, and it has given fantastic results for us, and these partnerships with startups have been a win-win for both us and startups.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted to also ask and check with you, how do you as a corporate, maybe not as a financial institution, how do a corporate identify the right fit? How would they, I don't know, I could talk about the government and for us, impetus comes from the top, all right? We have to do something, then we all get geared up. But are corporates ready to work with startups? How do you find the right fit? How do you identify that, well, this is the people that I would like to work? Is there anything that you would like to add on to that?
So there are two ways to innovate. One way is that you build large teams inside your organization and do a lot of technology development yourself. That's one part of life. Second part of life is there is a lot of innovation which is happening in the startup ecosystem. How can you marry that innovation and use them to solve some of your problems? So the approach number one has a limitation. You can't build everything inside, right? So you have to always look out for innovations which are happening in the startup ecosystem. And it's all about culture. I don't think it's about capital or resources or people. It's all about culture of the organization. If the organization is culturally tuned to work with innovative technologies, innovative products, and if that is part of the DNA of the organization, that's the most important thing. So most of the large organizations have enough capital, enough resources, but I think the culture part is missing. So that culture part is very important to address. That's one. Second is, corporates also need to understand that dealing with startup is a different ballgame. So you need to set up separate teams to manage startups, to work with startups, to create that focus. Many times when you meet entrepreneurs, the ideas are unfinished, or they are also figuring out. So how do you work with them, ensure that that idea is converted into a product, and it's a journey. right? So if you handhold those entrepreneurs right from the ideation stage to the product stage and be part of that co-creation, that's again, I think, a missing element which corporates can imbibe. And third thing is that as corporates, many times one needs to create some risk appetite, wherein even if certain ideas or some projects don't work, it's okay to invest into those projects, and some will give outcomes, some may not give outcomes. So at times we also need to do experimentation and promote that culture of rapid prototyping, experimentation, proof of concepts, so that it's a continuous process, and some will give you results, some might be learnings for you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would now move on to Ashish Agarwal, Senior VP, Head of Startups, Gig Banking, ex-border HDFC Bank. Ashish, I believe we were talking about your bank's initiatives on tech innovators, and also that you have something about HDFC Parivartan Grant, which is some initiative geared towards promoting the ecosystem of startups. Could you like to talk something about it and how that can be replicated elsewhere in the corporate sector or in the fintech sector?
Thanks a lot. So we have two programs, like HDFC Tech Innovators is something that we started last year. It was the 3rd edition. Last year we did it at a group level, wherein we brought in all the group companies, including HDFC Bank, HDFC Life, AMC, HDFC Capital, Securities, all group companies were there. So this brings in something wherein the startups are not able to reach out to all the group companies together. So that gives a very comprehensive view to even the group companies to take any use cases of the startups that or any problem statements that they want to solve. So we got a very good response last year. We had more than 2,000 startups which had applied for the program, and we selected top 10 and felicitated them. So that was one, and that is going to be an annual event is what we are planning. And second is the HDFC Parivartan scheme. This program has been running for 8 years. We have funded, and it's a grant program, it's a corporate CSR program wherein we give grants to startups through incubation centers, the government is. And as of now, we have supported more than 135 incubation centers, out of which more than 500 plus startups have got benefited out of it. So the best part is it's an equity-free grant. So that helps, and that is to the early stage companies. So that is something we believe that in case if as a good corporate citizen we can help the companies at an early stage to develop the ideas, nothing can be better than that.
Sure that the next 10 minutes will be enough for us to learn what we have to.
Money is a challenge or idea is a challenge? Or
let's get straight to it.
Today, are we come to a stage where money is no more a
there's so
challenge?
much going on. We read so much every day about India, AI, all of the aspects, mission.
Money meaning funding.
Funding. So if you have a good idea, funding is not at all a problem. You can see the numbers that are coming up with more than $12 billion getting equity funding this year. And early stage, there are a lot of government programs, corporate
for India, it is a huge opportunity.
Ready to invest in the early stage companies also.
And
I think one
in
very
some
important
ways,
part
it could
about
actually be the
startup
next
ecosystem is
Y2K
that
moment,
startups
which is
also need
something
to
that we've likened
agree.
it to.
You have an idea, you have funding, but the key to success is execution. If you're not able to execute properly your idea, then every company, every venture is going to fail. So if you focus on execution and making a dream turn into reality, all avenues are available and open.
Yeah, because in our, in when I talk about government e-marketplace, it's a constant challenge to ensure that we want the startups to be on our ecosystem and in the public procurement. It's a 5 lakh crore annual business. Startups, as on date, are we are not satiated by the number of startups on the platform. We think we've gone out of the way to reach out to startups to say that this is one platform where you can at least get your businesses right. You can if you have an idea, you're able to sell But, the challenges are multi-pronged. Reaching out itself is a challenge. I do not know what is the situation there in the private sector, whether startups are able to reach out to private corporates, whether corporates are able to reach out to startups. So anybody would like to take a call on this challenge?
Maybe, one of the recommendations, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the startups in the room, okay? You need to deal with startups differently. One can't have a criteria of, 1 year balance sheet, 2 year balance sheets, and then you will qualify to, apply or participate in a tender. And tender requirement also needs to be kind of, that way separate for startups. Otherwise, none of the startups will qualify. At early stage, they will not have 3 years balance sheet if, tender requirement is financials and all those stuff. So somewhere, if we create a separate channel on your, platform where you create a separate specifications for startups, you can't compare a startup with a large organization. So if you create a different channel for them, don't compromise on the quality of the product and stuff, but let not that barriers of experience or vintage, come into play, or financial net worth come into play. So if we create that separate channel, I think it will promote a lot of startups to be part of the...
So good that I asked you that question. I have a rejoinder to whatever you said, but before I come to that rejoinder, probably we'll hear what Jyoti has to say on this.
No, I completely agree. I think one of the key issues is also that the very many programs are there and all of them are scattered and they're not talking to each other either. I mean, that's a challenge that even we feel. Like we work with SIDBI, we work with MIT, we work with AIM. And a lot of the times there would be ideas where, one startup in an incubation center would be working on, which could have a very strong synergy with another one. But that communication is
so IEC is missing.
Right? So it's more dependent on your own networking and all. So I think the onus there that the startups take is one. But as corporates and as government organizations and agencies, how we can perhaps address that is definitely one of the ideas that he's mentioned. What we do in our company also is that there's a separate thing meant for startups. That anybody who finds any kind of synergy or they think that we could potentially help them in terms of alliances or GTM, then they write into us. And then, of course, there's criteria. There's a complete evaluation that they have to undergo. And then, of course, the meetings and things happen.
So
and that's how you
probably we need to have more events like this.
Absolutely.
So that industry, academia and government agencies can come together and help each other out. OTO.
See, I think what you're saying is right in terms of reach. Definitely there's a problem. But can the problem be solved? The answer is definitely yes. You can not solve the problem to the full extent, but definitely you can reduce. The idea is that the way we do in our bank is that in case if there are any problems that are addressed or that come to us, we just see whether the problem is to be solved horizontally or it has to be solved vertically. In case... So
please go on. We are in time.
So we definitely have a dedicated... So every organization will have to have a dedicated face to hear to the startups, and that's what we represent. And we take startups internally, and as Hitesh also pointed out that we also invest in startups which are of strategic nature. We invest in them. We have group companies which have fund of fund wherein we are LPs in few VC funds also. So that gives us an edge in terms of seeing the startups early. So avenues are available. It's just that we need to get...
So we need to probably link the dots and, create a more holistic environment so that everybody is aware about all the opportunities available. I believe opportunity is not a problem. Idea is also not a problem because we are third largest ecosystem in the world. And I'm sure the funding part is also taken care of. Just a rejoinder that I was wanting to come back to Hitesh is that on GEM, we do not ask for turnover, we do not ask for experience. If you are a startup, for getting, that's part of the policy environment that we worked around. Anybody who has an idea, who's doing business in 14 internationally acclaimed and nationally recommended, sectors, they can come and onboard. It's a self-onboarding process. we are mindful of that challenge relating to experience. So I just wanted to make, just correct you or add on to what you're saying. We are already doing that. We are already ensuring that people are able to list their products, their ideas with minimal technical specifications. Yes, I think there is one requirement that we need to really reach out, and through such kind of events, I think it's best served that we tell the audiences through this kind of events that, well, we are there for any of you if you would want to be a part of the government public procurement. I think the time is up. That's what the screen is telling us. We've had a engaging discussion. Do we have oh, all right. So probably there is one last question that I think we can take. All right. So I think we can interact. We are there in hall. At least Jem is there in hall 5. We have a pavilion there. If there is anything related to the public procurement or Jem, you could please feel free to come, walk by, and get yourself educated about the processes and the journey. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful panel in the corporate playbook for engaging and enabling startup. Now, may I invite Shri Chavan to felicitate our speakers, please. Ms. Jayati Singh, Mr. Hitesh Sachdev, and Mr. Agarwal. Well, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Thank you so much. This is the second edition of Startup Mahakumbh, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to fireside chat now. It's going to be one of the most important fireside chats for the future. We're talking about the future of AI in India, the vision and roadmap. Artificial intelligence is no longer just the future, it's the present, transforming industries, businesses, and daily life. But what does AI mean to India? How will it shape our economy, jobs, and innovation in the coming years? Ladies and gentlemen, in this fireside chat, we'll explore the opportunities, challenges, and the road ahead for AI in India. Put your hands together for our moderator, Shri Akrit Vaish, Advisor, India AI Mission. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear the round of applause. Come on.
Hello everybody. Great to see so many people here. We're running very late, so without further ado, would love to call upon stage Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary IT, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Please give him a huge round of applause. Sir, great to have you here, and great for me particularly to be doing this conversation with you. We have approximately 10 minutes, so we'll try to keep this brief, and Krishnan sir is a man of few very pointed words, so I'm sure that in the next 10 minutes will be enough for us to learn what we have to. So, let's get straight to it. There's so much going on. We read so much every day about India, AI, all of the aspects, mission. Just give us a slightly bit more of a macro view on where do you think India is headed when it comes to AI and emerging tech?
See, quite honestly, as far as AI is concerned, I think for India, it is a huge opportunity, more than anything else. And in some ways, it could actually be the next Y2K moment, which is something that we've likened it to quite often. I think the potential for AI in its applications across various sectors could raise productivity tremendously in manufacturing, in various other sectors. And in addition, the opportunities to actually apply AI in different sectors, not just in India, but across the world, is a huge opportunity for India's youth to really find very engaging jobs. And we, at least in India, don't have to fear so much the job losses from AI, which is typically a Western fear, simply because I don't think we have as many white-collar jobs to lose, but also because I think given the STEM level of training of our students, it's possible for us to actually leverage that and seek the newer kind of jobs which are emerging, and in that sense really contribute to what can happen. And of course, the other thing you have to realize is that there is also huge potential for actually building out models from India, simply because globally, when you look at it, practically every major AI initiative and every major company which has built AI has built AI from a perspective of, they've had Indians who are fairly key and important in that whole process. So I think we have to approach AI with that degree of confidence and with that degree of expectation and hope that it will actually make a difference to the country.
You touched upon all the buzzwords, right? That we're all so eager to hear. So maybe let's break that into each part, and I'll get again to the biggest question in India, which is India's own LLM. We've been fortunate now in my time with the India AI mission to do something about it. Just would love to hear your take on how you think about foundation models and LLMs for India and what we are doing at the mission.
I think the one aspect of, and there are 7 pillars in the mission, as you're aware, of the 7 pillars, the one pillar on which we were a little concerned and where there was a fair amount of debate within the country as to whether we should do it at all was on the pillar relating to a foundation model. There was a belief that we needn't waste the time and effort, and at that point it appeared as if it would be a very expensive proposition. And that it was not affordable for us to really build out a huge foundation model of our own. But I think things changed, and quite honestly, the debate within the country and our consultations with experts sort of came around to the view that, look, you should have a foundation model of your own. It need not necessarily be a large language model, and it needs to focus on the kind of issues that are relevant to India in terms of the number of languages spoken, the way that you make it relevant across the country, and so on. And it could also focus on certain specific sectors and areas which could be of importance to the country. Lastly, there's always the fear that today there is something which is an open model, but tomorrow it may not continue to remain an open model. So all these concerns and ways to build on existing models was the thought which dominated that discussion process. So eventually we came around to the view that we will initiate action on that vertical as well. That was the last one on which we initiated action. And we initiated action on that, and it just so happened that, it took us about a week or 10 days after we took the decision to actually put out the call. And we put out the call 2 days after DeepSeek came out. So it looked as if, it was fortuitous because, DeepSeek, again, I think reaffirmed the same point, that it, A, need not be so expensive, and B, you can build on something which is already there and make your model. So hopefully we are at final stages of picking our first winner in that process. We had almost 67 applications received in that round, of which about 20 were for large language models, 47 were for small language models, and I think our expert groups have skimmed through the whole thing, and they're presenting their findings very shortly so that we'd be able to make a final selection.
Amazing. And yeah, we've heard, obviously, Minister Vaishnav now say this, that hopefully by the end of the year, India should have its own foundation model. And I just think, again, being a part of the team at that point and under your leadership, it really is one of the most interesting and bold calls we've taken. So just a huge round of applause for that across just all of METI. Sir, you particularly, I know, whenever I've met you, even the first time I did, when we were talking about AI, you've been the most excited about use cases, right? Like you've always said that, yes, model hote rahega, all that will happen, but the power for India lies in what we do on top. What are some of the things that you get most excited about, we've been seeing in the market, in the mission?
See, there are two kinds of use cases. I think at heart, if you've spent 35 years in government, you tend to look at, where can governance improve? And I think the governance-related use cases are something which still excite. and or where you can actually deliver better quality of services are things which excite. So use cases in health, which will enable more expertise to be shared across the country, enable more people to reach better quality healthcare. All of those are important. Probably in the same hall or another hall, we had a startup which actually presented a wonderful use case of a way that they took pictures and then figured out, road quality and
road quality.
Road quality, and the way in which you can actually identify potholes before they actually come up. So there are various these kinds of applications which may not make a lot of money in a purely commercial sense, but can be huge enhancers of quality of governance, quality of service provision. So that set of applications is something which certainly excites me. But another area where I think it makes both commercial sense and it has to find commercial users is what it can do in terms of actually improving the efficiency of manufacturing processes. I used to run a paper factory at some point, and we had these 4 machines, paper machines of different generations. The oldest of them was 40 years old.
Do you mind holding the mic?
The oldest of them was 40 years old, built, established in 1984, down to more recent machines. The more recent machine had all the sensors and controls, and you collected all the data and everything else. The oldest machine still produced the best quality paper, mind you, but it didn't have all the sensors and controls. The question is if you can actually retrofit a lot of industrial machinery and collect a lot of that data through IoT devices and then use that to actually enhance quality of production, enhance various decisions which need to be taken about the manufacturing process and speed up that entire thing. I think the added productivity and way in which you can reduce machine downtime, increase production, reduce input consumption and things could make companies 15, 20, 30% more profitable. So those kind of applications across a range of manufacturing is something that would be both commercially viable and also ensure that we are more productive as a country. I mean, these are huge options that we have.
Yeah, I mean, I can just imagine output and GDP moving, by percentage points, right? If we get this right. One of the things that I also personally experienced was the work that we are doing in AI as we think about global collaboration. We were at the Paris AI Summit, and India is going to be the next host of that summit as well. How do you think about India's role in AI when it comes to global policy, collaboration, and what work are we doing with some of these other major countries?
I think we've been very, very involved with the global governance on AI right from the very beginning, both in terms of what we are doing with the AI Summit. We participated in all 3 summits, starting with the one in Bletchley Park, which was the AI Safety Summit, followed by the one in Seoul, and then, of course, the AI Action Summit in Paris, which our Prime Minister co-chaired. And in addition, we've been a chair of the GPay in 2023, and we've continued to engage very closely there. Through the G20 process, also we engage very closely on AI, and in fact, we brought it to the table, and we've continued to emphasize those issues through the chairmanship of both Brazil and now South Africa. So in all of these spaces, we have stayed very engaged simply because we see the huge potential for innovation and huge potential for what it can do to transform economies like India's and actually put us on that path to becoming a developed nation. So we are the techno-optimists in that group. Many Western countries, and you can quite imagine starting with the AI Safety Summit and the safety angle to a lot of the work that relates to AI in the early days, and the skepticism that they have about it, or more than the skepticism, the caution that they have. I mean, for a moment, I'm not saying caution should be thrown to the winds in this space, but I think we need to be very alive to the potential for innovation and the potential of what it can do to transform economies like India, to adapt AI in the precise areas where we need it and in the precise ways that we need it. And that is something that we need to continue to work towards. And I think that is the positive message that India brings in these global fora in terms of reflecting what it can do for the global south, in terms of showing that both in terms of human resources and to some extent in terms of the infrastructure, India can actually support this like we have done with the DPIs and actually apply a layer of AI over DPIs to make them even more efficient. We can actually take a global leadership position in this space and also make sure that what we are doing is available for other countries in the global south.
All right, great. I know you have to run. So wrapping up, little bit rapid fire style almost. Outside of AI, because that's home ground, one policy initiative you're most excited about in 2025?
I think what we will do with the semiconductor ecosystem, specifically the innovator-led ecosystem, that is one thing which excites me, and I think we should push that forward and make sure that more Indian fabless companies should be supported.
Amazing. And then, you know, this is the Startup Mahakumbh. So we have a lot of entrepreneurs, founders, with emerging unicorns over here. One message for India's next generation of tech entrepreneurs.
I think the crucial thing is that what I would love to see is at least some of you stay the whole course and actually grow and become companies of your own. You know, that concerns me sometimes when you look at something like DLI. I mean, it's good, you get bought out, somebody buys you out, and you've made your money and you go to initiate something else. You've caused the disruption that you look to cause. But at least I'd like to see, you know, that's what really gives a lot of people hope. That's what gives the next generation hope. So when they actually see you go all the way to the top.
Yeah, sometimes in startup land we call them generational companies. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure.
Truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining us on the stage for this fireside chat, the future of AI in India. I request Mr. Vesh to kindly felicitate Sri Krishnan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel. Banking Tech Stack for Startups. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the fundamental aspect of startup growth and scalability, the financial infrastructure that powers innovation. It's my pleasure to introduce our next session, a conversation on how modern financial technology is enabling founders to build scale and operate more efficiently than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, leading this conversation, we have Mr. Siddharth Pai, founder, partner, CFO, and ESG officer for 314 Capital. We have our speaker as well, Mr. V. Vedyanathan, managing director and CEO of IDFC First Bank, who has put together an engaging presentation that explores how the banking tech stack has evolved to serve the unique requirements of startups. From seamless API integrations, specialized lending products, and global payment solutions to regulatory compliance tools and capital efficiency strategies. They'll be joining us in just a while. Running a startup is like dash. You have to complete the line. Running a startup is like dash. You have to complete this line. Let's see who can complete this line. You can say running a startup is like running RCB. You know, how many IPL fans here? How many IPL fans? Make some noise. Make some noise. How many IPL fans? How many Delhi fans? Make some noise. Can you make some noise? How many Delhi fans? How many Punjab fans? How many RCB fans? Make some noise. Make some noise, RCB fans. How many CSK fans in the house? CSK, make some noise. CSK, make some noise. Okay, CSK is also sleeping right now. I know it's a bad start for you. But okay, running a startup is like dash. You have to complete the line. How many of you have startup? Let me see your hands up. How many of you have startups? How many of you want to have a startup? Let me see your hands. Okay, I'm going to ask you, you have to complete the line. So what's your name?
Amit Gupta.
So do you have a startup? What do you do, sir?
I'm a banker. I'm in IDFC First Bank.
Oh, you're with IDFC First Bank. Put your hands together for IDFC First Bank, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Running a startup is like dash.
Like a marathon.
Like a marathon?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it takes time. It takes like you have a 21-kilometer marathon. It takes like a 21 year. You have to up and down. You cannot have the same speed. At time you have to do sprint during the period. At time you have to go slow. It's a long journey.
Sir, loan लेने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा बताओ? और अगर लोन नहीं देना वापस तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? वो अपने आप ले लेंगे, of course. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for IDFC First Bank, ladies and gentlemen. Running. Okay, so now we're going to start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next session.
इनसे मिलिए. A budding entrepreneur. इनके पास आज एक सॉलिड आइडिया है.
और सर, इस सॉलिड आइडिया को एग्जीक्यूट करना बहुत टफ.
यस. लेकिन अगर पार्टनर सही हो तो सफर आसान हो जाता है. वेलकम टू IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक. यहाँ आपको स्टार्टअप से रिलेटेड हर बैंकिंग सर्विस मिलेगी.
सर, बैंकिंग तो ठीक है, लेकिन स्टार्टअप को ग्रो करने के लिए और भी बहुत कुछ चाहिए.
करेक्ट. इसलिए फर्स्ट विंग्स स्टार्टअप बैंकिंग प्रोग्राम. इस प्रोग्राम की मदद से आपको मेंटर्स भी मिलेंगे और उनके एक्सपीरियंस से सीखने का मौका भी.
सर, व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट?
I'll show you. Come. और सोचिए स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड के प्लेयर्स जैसे कि फाउंडर्स और इन्वेस्टर्स की कम्युनिटी में आपको जगह भी मिले. इस लॉन्च में इंटरैक्शंस भी होंगे और फंड रेजिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी आपको मिल सकती हैं. हाँ, क्या पार्टनर? वरना सफर थोड़ा सा आसान. So, the stage is yours. Go and shine. Come on.
First Wings Startup Banking Program by IDFC First Bank. The plan for your plans.
So, Devin or Sajjano, stage is all yours. Go and shine. Put your hands together once again for IDFC First. Ladies and gentlemen. Now we have the fireside chat. May I invite Mr. Siddharth Pai, founding partner, CFO and ESG officer of 314 Capital. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Siddharth Pai. Now joining him in conversation, Mr. V. Vedyanathan, managing director and CEO of IDFC First Bank. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Devin और सज्जनों तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए यहाँ पे.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here with every one of you today. It's a very important event, and we really compliment all the startups, the entire ecosystem of the government of India, of the regulators, of the startups, of the incubators, really every accelerators, everybody who's put the whole event together and who are already creating the Indian startup ecosystem. I'm going to keep it really very quick for you. This is broadly the startup key players of the ecosystem, and in addition to the names I talked about, there's also education institutions, apart from the other names I talked about. India has probably close to about 350 or so of the mid-large, venture capitals. It's about 650 odd of the micro venture capitalists, and then about maybe 70 or 80, accelerators, which probably could be better. But all of these ecosystem put together has actually, the startup ecosystem has actually, let me say, been deeply embedded in agri, health tech, fintech, SaaS platforms, space tech, food tech, wealth tech, insurance tech, neo-banking, wearable tech, legal tech, prop tech. You see the list. Almost every part, every industry, manufacturing services, you find technology playing a big role. Now, in terms of startups itself, you can see that there were 19,000 startups in India in 2019. Today, it is 1.59 lakh. That's really something, or let me call it 1.6 lakh startups in the country. And this is really making India a startup nation. Currently the startup system is giving close to about 1.7 million jobs have been created, and about 1.3 million have been created in the last 5 years alone. And you can see that its current contribution to India's GDP is something like about $170 billion. And by 2030, is expected to be close to $1 trillion. So you can see how important that is at that point of time. Now, as far as IDFC First Bank is concerned, I'd like to just share with you that what we have done really different and special is really, plugging into the entire new India's digital ecosystem. And as a result of plugging to the digital ecosystem, our deposits at a bank and sharing our own life experience of how building tech-first digital organizations can really scale up at a very low cost. And I'll give you this example here. So our deposits on the retail deposits, and Siddharth, just watch this, Siddharth. So has gone up from 10,000 crores, just note the number, 10,000 crores in December of 2018 to 1.8 lakh crores. Okay, that is the power of being a part of the digital ecosystem. This is the kind of stuff only new digital ecosystems can enable, not the normal conventional branches and all that. Number two, you can see here that the CASA, in our banking system, the term called CASA, that has grown from a current account and savings account from 8.7% to 47.8% in just 6 years. Again, the power of the digital ecosystem. This is something that will be really impressive. IDFC First Bank in March of 2019 was the lowest in CASA percentage at 11.4%. And by December 24, the highest at 47%. Again, the power of the digital ecosystem. Our retail loan book grew from 27,000 crores to 1.35 lakh crore, 5x. Our priority sector loans grew from 4,600 crores to 25,000 crores. Our MSME book grew from 5,300 crores to 29,000 crores. And FASTag grew from 1 lakh, that is 0.1 million, to 22 million. The kind of numbers really fintechs and startup institutions can do. Just think about 22 million in 5 years, digitally acquired. So the point I'm trying to say is that building an advanced API stack, microservices-led, cloud-native, fintech-grade capabilities makes a really big difference in being able to build a stack. And on that stack, you can build the bank. I want to just share this with you. IDFC Bank's startups having account with the bank. I told you earlier, India has about 1.6 lakh startups. We were 2,000 startup accounts 3 years ago, and number 21, 4 years ago. Now we are 25,000 of them, 25,000 startups banking with the bank. I'm just trying to tell you, we are really, this is an important segment, as I described to you earlier. And I want to just share with you, what do we bring for startups? One is an advanced tech stack, API, cloud-native microservices. And I told you earlier how it can be really very powerful in growth in an effective manner. So what we have done is we have tied up in our stack, and by the way, the stack is available for our entrepreneurs who want to work with us, etc. So depending on the nature and needs of the startup. So you have regulators, you have payment companies, UIDI, SWIFT, MasterCard, Visa, NPCI, the mobile network, market participants such as stock exchanges, CDSL, NSDL, CCIL. Then you have government services like income tax, passport. Then you have the processing services as e-mandate, e-agreement, e-stamping, then experience services like hotels, airlines, GST, bank statement, EPFO, fraud, account aggregator, mutual fund. So this whole ecosystem is all connected. IDFC is connected with every one of this ecosystem. That is the reason you can really scale up the bank and give great customer conveniences, and also people who plug in the ecosystem, or startups who plug in the ecosystem, get this benefit. I'm just happy to share with you in a very quick way, in the interest of time, that our app is now rated #1 app in India, and we're just 5 years old or 6 years old. #1 app in India. Someone really built it. And #4 in the world, as per Forrester. #4 in the world. So I think people are still asking us, how come an Indian bank developed an app which is among the catching the world league? I'm just sharing that with you. Next is very important to note, and I'll just close with this, that usually banks, build great UI UX for customers. What we are trying to do is to build fintech-grade experience for enterprises. I'll give you one example here, okay? So, thank you very much, folks. The point I want to show you is that experience layer for enterprises. So if you're startup banking with the bank, the experience layer IDFC is building like this, so that it gives a feeling like a fintech and gives you the response time. Second is a startup banking account. I want to just quickly keep it for you. There are 3 things we give to our customers in startups. We say 0 balance, 0 fees, and auto sweep. Just think about it. No balance or not no balance. You can keep the balance, but we don't charge you for not keeping balance. And then we said zero fee and auto sweep. So we say 0 charge for IMPS, 0 for NEFT, 0 for RTGS, 0 for ATM transactions, debit cards, 0 for cash deposit, cash withdrawal, demand draft issuance, SMS alerts. Many of you heard SMS alerts hitting your bank account, right? Your check collections. You know, we sweep money from the current account to fixed deposit. Remember, current account banks pay 0%. We sweep that money and move it to a bank for a fixed deposit and start paying 725 to the customer till it's a fixed deposit, till the tenor of customer has with the bank. Next is, last thing, I'll let keep it here. Is that, if you keep we believe that apart from giving good solutions, rates, etc., to start giving embedded solutions. You take a current account, you also take we also plugged into Azure, into AWS, with for HR solutions with somebody, with workspaces with Oyo, for legal solutions with the legality, workflow solutions with even WeWork or AppFizz, etc. So you get the point that, look, you don't get an account, you get the embedded solutions along with it, like the ones I've shown here. Last thing is credit solutions. Credit solutions for startups is, all of us know the early stage companies don't get credit solutions. Company also does not get credit. The entrepreneur also does not get credit. That's the truth of a startup's early stage. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's very hard. So we've set up some credit solutions where we give them a business card. With the business card, unlike your credit card, personal credit card, with this business card, they purchase cloud services, co-working spaces, business travel, digital marketing. So these are kind of things people can buy on the credit card. It makes, it eases out the cash flow. Then finally, we put out a founder success program where we do a few things which I'll talk about in the course of discussion. Just want to tell you this, just in case people are thinking or scratching your head, that if the bank is giving all services free, how is the bank making money? And how much does it make? So let me just tell you that it should make you feel very good that this bank, which was probably early stage, kind of making loss of maybe 2,000 crores or 2,800 crores, last year made a profit of 2,957 crores. So I'm just telling you, it's a viable model. At this point of time, in this year, of course, it's lesser because of microfinance issue, all of us know. But just want to share with you that when we give proposition for free, the customer goodwill, customer experience, when you couple customer goodwill, customer experience with great tech stack, and then you provide customer-first solutions, provide great service, good brand, good maybe high levels of corporate governance, and bring this all together, you can build really fantastic customer experiences, which in turn builds the bank. So thank you very much. That's all I had as an opening brief, and rest I will take over with Siddharth. Thank you very much.
Fantastic round of applause to Mr. Vaidyanathan here. I think every fintech entrepreneur has always dreamed about actually taking on a bank. Mr. Vaidyanathan has actually been the first fintech startup from his days in Capital First to end up actually getting a banking license. The last banking license given by the RBI was in 2015, actually to IDFC First Bank, etc. We've actually seen the level of scale that they've ended up actually achieving for that matter. I think startups across the world would be envious of the fact that you could actually grow your deposits from 10,000 crores to 1.8 lakh crores during the short span of time. So you've actually built up a financial institution now that has a reputation for working with startups as well as being a startup bank. But I think the one thing that resonates very closely with all the entrepreneurs here, for that matter, is that you have put technology at the heart and the core of your services and customer satisfaction as paramount compared to everything else. Indian banks have a notorious reputation of building technology for the regulators, not for the customers. I think all of us have faced banking app outages over the last few years, for that matter. That's always been the case. So what led you, sir, in 2015 to end up placing technology at the heart of what you do and to take a bold call to end up investing into technology while seeing this sort of rewards end up actually compounding over the next 5 to 10 years?
First of all, Siddharth, thanks for that. The way we think about it is that we find technology both as a means of providing outstanding service and also providing solutions to customers which we cannot provide the conventional way. because the way people make branches, we believe that we have some branches, but we really believe that the digital means can scale the bank. For example, I showed you that our FASTag has moved from 1 lakh to 22 million in 5 years. No model can make it happen.
That would have been $1 billion startup, sir, if you had actually hyped that out for that matter. No, but that's actually testament to the power of technology. So, sir, one more thing I actually want to, so I think the numbers you've shown over there, none of us have seen banks grow 30% over 5 to 10 years, 4x, 5x, 17x, any of these numbers. Now, how did you actually manage to do this while being relatively prudent about marketing spends? I think almost every startup, numerous startups have been guilty of raising a large amount of money, spending it all on marketing, but you've actually been very tight on your marketing budget. How have you understood the customer's mindset to acquire these customers to come to the bank while actually being very frugal when it comes to marketing?
Product. There is so much power in product, Siddharth, I really can't tell you. So if the product is very powerful, very customer friendly, very customer first, then there's a certain amount of pull that's happening. And I can only say that any amount of marketing spends, if the product is bad, it just goes flat. For example, you can advertise anything you want, but the experience layer is bad, you lose the customer. So I think by having really good products made all the difference for the bank.
I think so. So being product first is something that every startup actually talks about. But how did you take a large enterprise like your bank and end up actually inculcating this product first mindset into the very culture of the enterprise itself?
It's very foundational, very, very foundational, because, right from the time, this is 2018 December when the merger happened, at that time we were still a startup, we still are a startup. So we tell people 3 things in our bank, 3. And we drill it day in and day out to put in placards everywhere and all that. We say 3 things. We say ethical banking, because we don't want people to fiddle around with customers, finances, and all that. Ethical banking. 2, we say digital banking. And on the digital banking, we are like fanatic about it because we believe that the experience layer can be enabled only if the tech stack is outstanding. Because you know that. So we really put a big effort in making a phenomenal tech stack. We are new age bank. We're more modern. We have APIs, which are both the system API, we have the service API, we have the experience API, which connects to all the channels, etc. So we built a very modern stack, and that stack is enabling the experience layer.
No, I think that's actually fantastic insights into how you've actually gone about building this. I think even the regulators recognize that, because when the CBDC came about, the central bank digital currency, your bank was one of the first banks to end up actually running the pilots with them. So how did you take this API first mindset and end up actually expanding it to allow the regulators to gain comfort and to end up actually working with you on this?
It actually scales up the bank dramatically. I'll give you one example. Say, for example, today, if you got to finish a documentation of a customer, now, if you go to take a mandate from the customer for repayment and go to a bank, get a mandate, you know how long it'll take. So, the mandate is electronic, the repayment is electronic, the documentation is electronic, the stamping, the agreement is, KYC is. So what we have simply done is, we have, as I showed there, we are plugged with all the ecosystem. I believe, just like all the startups here, we are also a startup. And a startup tremendously benefits from India's new digital ecosystem. When I mean ecosystem, I mean this whole system of Aadhaar, this, that, etc. So this is a very powerful thing, and being new and being able to connect to the ecosystem has changed our life. Had this ecosystem not been here, we would have been like any other bank.
No, I think that's actually a fantastic vote of confidence for the digital public infrastructure that India has built. Anyone interested in DPIs, for that matter, at the FinTech Pavilion that's happening in Hall 6, we actually have an entire showcase of about 3 hours when it comes to India's digital public infrastructure. So I think we have the last 2 minutes as of now. I think the one thing every budding entrepreneur in the audience would actually like to learn from you, as a founder who's actually scaled your startup from a startup to a financial institution and ended up actually competing with the big boys and disrupting and being the disruptor in an arena that's actually ripe for disruption, what are the words of advice you have to all the builders of tomorrow as well as the entrepreneurs of tomorrow?
No, actually, I don't call myself disruptor and all that, because I believe that...
So we do. You're very humble. I'm aware of that. Okay. But the rest of us do actually end up looking up to you as a disruptor.
Got it. Yeah, because the bank is growing and all that. But the biggest thing I feel that, to your comment on... see, I don't normally give advice, but I'll tell you only one thing, that, if you see in today's context, see what's happening at US and the Trump and all that stuff and tariff and all that. It's a pretty uncertain world. So even if you have a phenomenal economic model, to have and raise adequate capital like gas in the tank, and adequate capital is super important. And number two, be worthy of being able to raise the capital. So if you put out your hand and say, look, I'm looking for capital, if you raise your hand, there should be people around willing to give you the capital, and for that we have to get trust. I believe trust is very hard earned, but it's like super important. And with trust and with capital, you can go far.
I think that may also explain why you chose to name your earlier enterprise Capital First, for that matter. Capital first, and then there's trust of always that actually comes with that.
But the other thing is that, I have found companies who have like phenomenal economics, right? For example, our bank, at the start of, let me say, 2018 or so, we had a good economics, we had a good cost, we had a borrowing, and we had a lending, we were making good margin. But without capital, we couldn't have gone far. So I believe that a good model, trustworthiness of the ecosystem, trust of the system, and capital makes a good combination.
I think that's a fantastic blueprint, I think, to all the entrepreneurs who are also there. I'm one more thing, sir, punctuality is actually the key of what you do. Very happy to say we've actually finished right on time for that matter.
Right.
So, yes.
So thank you, Siddharth, very much for that. That's a very quick, snappiest conversation I've had. But let me just ask you one question with all of you, since 30 seconds left as per the bar out here. Now, you can be absolutely honest in putting up your hand. This is more for my pulse check. How many people in this room, as I speak to many of our startups, etc., are dealing with IDFC First Bank in any manner, personal, professional, company? My God. Oh my God. Really put your hands up, folks, and even your FASTag. Oh, really? Thank you very much, folks. I'm like amazed. It sounds like maybe 30% here. Siddharth, so that you made my day.
Thank you very much.
More for the conversation, but I can also say for an audience like this. So thank you very much for, like, many of you put up your hands. I can tell you only one thing. Our bank is building something very special, very special. I'm telling you, we're building a phenomenal tech stack, a great customer experience layer, and we don't take one penny from your pocket more than what we need to take. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was indeed a very, very interesting, engaging fireside chat. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Mr. Pai, I'd like to request you to hand over a small token of appreciation to Mr. Vaidyanathan. Give it up once again for Mr. Vaidyanathan and Siddharth Pai. Okay, looks like we're all set for changing gears and moving on to our next session, which is also a fireside chat. We often hear of success stories, how businesses are built, scaled, and transformed. But for visionary entrepreneurs, it's not just about their ability to create wealth, but their willingness to give back and make a lasting impact. Today, let's hear it from someone who has done it all. Built billion-dollar businesses, disrupted industries, and redefined philanthropy. From revolutionizing India's media landscape to empowering the next generation through education and rural development. The man is synonymous with innovation and impact. Mr. Ronnie Screwvala, the co-founder and chairperson of upgrad.com. And our distinguished moderator for this fireside chat is Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairman of Innovation Mission Punjab and the founder of Genpact. Please put your hands together for our next session. All right, they're here. Please once again give it up for Mr. Ronnie Screwvala and Mr. Pramod Bhasin.
Hopefully this is the warming up session after lunch, I guess.
I think so, Ronnie. I think so. I'm very grateful we got through the gate, as like all of you, eventually on time, and it's a pleasure to be here. Really, really
and
appreciate it.
your clock is ticking.
The clock is ticking. I guess no introductions going to happen, right? Or I thought somebody might do that. No, we move on.
Already done.
We move on. Very good. We move on. Ronnie, this is about building institutions, building businesses with a purpose, and it's my pleasure to host Ronnie here. He's flown in from Mumbai just for this session with all of you. And for many of you who know him or may not know all the details about him, he's a man of myriad talents. He started UTV, which kind of revolutionized the media industry in India. He sold it to Disney for a significant amount of money. And obviously created a lot of value. But that in itself is a story as to how somebody can sell their own baby. It's very hard to do that, I suspect. He's then moved into making movies. He's very well known for some of the movies he's made, like Rang De Basanti and Barfi and Swadesh, right? As well. And so he's turned into making movies. And now he's working on the education side, online education, An Academy. And the kind of work that he's doing is really pioneering.
Upgrad, actually.
Upgrad. What am I saying? Bad choice of words here. Upgrad, which is doing probably the most successful, or I wouldn't say necessarily successful, but certainly the most impactful education business recently started that has a huge impact on India and will have a huge impact on India because it's such a big deal for our country. Ronnie, I'm going to start on the questions very quickly.
Go ahead.
Tell me, you defy conventional wisdom about domain expertise. You've gone from media and TV to making movies, to education, to building a foundation, Swadesh, which is a very large foundation, which is scaling across the country. How do you do that? Because that defies conventional wisdom. Most people are told to stick to their knitting and stick to their expertise. How does it work for you?
Well, firstly, good afternoon. I think there's no such thing as conventional wisdom, right? I think it's what you make of it, how you look at the opportunity. Domain expertise is important, but it's not critical, because at the end of the day, when you're looking at finding a new sector and a new industry, there's a fair bit today where you can actually catch up. 20 years back or 10 years back, you needed to either be a specialist or a generalist. Today, I think you have to straddle both. And I think you're getting a head start from that. I think my opportunity in media came at a very early stage, and it was opportunistic. I think education, learning, life skilling, for me was as important as storytelling. And in a way, actually, when we learn, it's a little bit like storytelling.
Yes.
In some form or the other.
Yeah.
So I think it's not about what you straddle and how you do it. I personally think in the next 5 years, anyone and everyone is going to have 2 jobs, not 1 job. I think the future of learning and the future of jobs, and that doesn't mean you're cheating on one job and you're cheating on the other job, not at all. I think it's just going to be that you're vocational. We are meant to be unidimensional, not single-dimensional. This is different from multitasking, because when you look at multitasking, it's a little bit like being on the mobile and thinking you're going to pay attention. That's not the multitasking. But I think the future today is where people will want to be a specialist somewhere, a generalist somewhere. The ability for you to be able to straddle 2 things, because I think meaning in life is going to become more and more important.
Yes.
What's my purpose? What's my impact? What do I want to do? I think a younger generation is only thinking on those lines. So I think we should be ready in the next 5 years for having at least 20-25% of the workforce looking at doing 2 things. Now, you might say, there's a challenge for a primary job, so how about this 2-job basis? But I think we're going to be able to straddle more. So all I would say to people is, you're going to have to be able to look at being multitasking in slightly different ways if you really want to get there.
Yes. It's a very important point you're making about multitasking and being multidimensional in an increasingly complex world, and the ability to straddle both sides effectively. But I do want to ask you a little bit more about that. You created considerable wealth during that. Not that well, perhaps it was the way you thought about starting it, but you created a lot of wealth in all the domains you have done. That in itself is very unusual. So there is a spark there. There's something there that allows you to build institutions in different domains. Handle the prima donnas of Bollywood, deal with the education sector and today's aspirational youth, as well as the media and all the embedded, if I may say, mafia in those areas, which is hard to cut through. So there's still some magic there that you're being able to produce, which allows you to create that kind of wealth. Institutions.
Well, I'd like to first clarify between wealth creation and value creation.
Well done.
And firstly, you need to first create value creation, then only can you have wealth creation. It doesn't come the other way around. Because if you're only looking at wealth creation, chances are going to create neither. So I think the goal is about value creation. That's one part. I also think today when everyone is looking at starting up, which is pretty much what this entire session today is about, my only word of caution here is people rank the need for capital, and capital is number one. And I think that is something that is not going to get you that necessary, always the success. Because if it's always number one, it's going to steer you in different directions and pull you in a direction which is going to be counterintuitive to what you really want to build and what is your vision. Because capital has to be a backing, capital has to be a catalyst. It cannot be the primary one. And I think media, the definition of the word unicorns has pushed people in a psychological manner to actually pursue that if I can raise money, I'm already a success. Yeah. Whereas actually when you raise money, you've got a liability on your hands in many ways. So I think just here for everyone's either in 2 years into a business, 5 years into a business, or just starting up, the context of differentiating first value creation versus wealth creation, and the context of how important we give to capital is, it's important, but it's not critical. And I think we make it critical and we make it a badge of honor. And I think that's when we slip sideways in executing on our vision.
Oh, entirely. I've always said that money is the largest commodity in the world. It's the only commodity. It's not differentiated. And yet, for some reason, capital is what too many people end up chasing versus the idea or the purpose. Ronnie, tell me a little bit more about, you've talked about the values that you build. For young entrepreneurs here, for the startup community, a lot of this is embedded in soft values. What are the kind of values you put into your company? What are the soft skills you need to build an institution? Talk a little bit about that. You've written about skilling also in your books. But talk a little bit about what is the advice you would give young startups, which ordinarily you can get about marketing, finance, so on and so forth. What is the soft stuff, the leadership stuff that you would talk about?
So, Pramod, I would say I'm a product of soft skills, not hard skills. I think I came from a very lower middle class background, and I think for the first 5, 7, 10 years, the reason I think I struck it out by being an entrepreneur is because I had no sense of entitlement. Zero sense of entitlement, zero sense of being ability to be able to do that. So I think that grounding keeps you at a very, very different level in what you necessarily want to do. And I would say that's where you really need to start with. Because the second, I would say, is the first part is always a little bit more opportunistic. But if you can lower your sense of entitlement at every given stage, yes, I think you've got a higher chance of success anytime, anywhere in which you want to go.
Yeah, very important. I mean, I think, I guess I'm too old to say this perhaps, but certainly the sense that people are entitled to X, Y, and Z nowadays seems to pervade everything, and it's a bit too high. What else do you think? What is your form of leadership? How do you lead teams and people, motivate people?
Yeah, so coming back to your question on soft skills, as I said, I am a product of soft skills because I think at my early days, the confidence and the self-confidence that I brought was pretty much from there. Today, whether you like it in a job or anywhere else, it's becoming more and more important in whichever way you want to do that. I think this theory for us at that very early stage of giving back, I think crept into me, and it's kept my balance across.
Very good.
Because I think as one grew from this absolutely no entitlement and this sense of a lower middle class where there was no debt, no equity, no angel investors, nothing when you're starting up. And then we started our little NGO. The first 10,000 square feet we rented in an office actually. We brought in 1,000 square feet into a little bit of an orphanage. Now that's counterintuitive, but I can tell anybody here that set the culture for the organization for the next 10 years. Everyone would work till 7, 8, 9. And then they would never go home because they were always going out there and spending time with either the kids or the old age people. And that somehow has kept me grounded. And I think that it was very small. At the time, I couldn't afford it. When we were taking debt, we were still trying to support an NGO. So I think this context that you need to arrive, or you need to have white hair, or you need to have a bank balance, or you need to have money in your pocket to give back is counterintuitive. But I think if there were two things that influenced my culture and my soft skills, it would be my theater days as a hobby that allowed me to get self-confidence and the ability to give back at every given stage, which keeps you totally grounded.
Absolutely. But risk appetite comes in somewhere. You had the appetite to take risks. And in my view, I think as a country, we need to take a lot more risk than we do. A lot of people tend to get, we get accolades very easily, and you get praised very easily, whereas risk-taking really has to be far more fundamental in our DNA to be able to keep pushing, not just, at a young age, but, when you're well into your 50s, 60s, whatever it may be.
No, I think risk is a very fearful word because most people think actually taking risk is equal to failure, which it is not.
Absolutely.
So I think that connection between the fear of failure and the risk actually stops a lot of people to do that. And there's a degree of risk. So everyone needs to take a risk based on the degree of their own risk. I think that's really the key part there.
Absolutely.
So I think when you look at risk, risk is never one where you're taking a binary one where you're risking everything every single day. That context for risk, every day you're increasing your appetite for risk. My context was, what have I got to lose? Because my base camp at which I started was so low that that's the worst case you can get to. But as soon as you start growing and you have 40 people or 400 people, your ability to take risks has a higher sense of responsibility. But I would say go with the degrees that you're most comfortable with, not what peer pressure and what people give you around you that says, oh, but look what this one is doing and oh, look what that one's doing. Because the minute you start benchmarking with external people, you're already increasing your level of risk because you're trying to ape other people versus actually being comfortable with your own risk appetite.
Yes. Where did you learn all this? I know you say lower middle class, but is it family? Is it friends? Where does it come from, all of this fairly secure sense of being? And one more question added to that. What does wealth mean to you, if anything? What has it done to you? What does fame do? How do you handle it? What is your advice to people here, to some people here who might get fame very quickly and get wealth very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to your first question, without appearing facetious, I would say common sense. Actually, I don't think you kind of learn that. It is basically common sense. It's like swimming, right? I mean, the point is you can learn from a teacher, you can get in the shallow end, or you can jump in the deep end, fiddle around for 2 minutes, and then you're going to anyway swim, because what option do you have? You're going to swim. So the sooner you get to the deep end versus the shallow end, the more common sense will come to you faster, quicker, better, and sharper.
Right.
I think wealth is a word which, like philanthropy, is a little evolved in itself. So I don't know, but I think creating value gives you a little bit of a liberated... For me, it means the power to say no more times than I would like to. Because the minute at some stage you have more resources, you can be a little bit more selective. Sometimes in the early stages, you have to be opportunistic, and therefore you worry about saying no to many things because you feel, what if this opportunity was the best one and I missed it? And I think a little bit when you've created a certain sense of value or wealth, your ability to say no is very powerful.
Yes.
And I think for me, that's the, if you ask me personally, that is what it means to me. The bigger ability to say no to more things and yes to less things.
But it changes your life in many ways, doesn't it?
Not really.
No?
Not
Would
really.
You, say
you
that?
read about that in the magazines or you read that in a couple of series, but I think not. I don't think not. But
think
each one to their own.
Life has stayed the same for you?
Totally.
Broadly.
Totally.
And failures, running along the way?
Sorry?
Failures?
Oh, I think there would be, 3 failures a day in that context. Because, I think my ratio, as I've said many times before, is about 8 failures to 2 successes. Yeah. And I think the reason why my 2 successes may have been larger than normal is because of the 8 failures. Because then your risk appetite keeps increasing as you go forward. But I think this context that a failure, the failure is a word which I think for a lot of people sounds like a full stop, right? Whereas actually it's a comma. And I think that's the key part here, because everyone thinks failure means it's the end of a road and the beginning of a new road. But if you look at this as just, it's a moving train on which things will happen and things will drop off and things will not, then you won't magnify this element and sort of epitomize failure in a very different manner.
It's also a recognition, isn't it, of failure, that it's not the end of the world. If it failed, so what? You move on the next day and you learn.
I think in the Western world, in the US, you get more likely to get funded if you fail twice.
A few times.
Because then failure is on the asset side of your balance sheet, not on the liability side of your balance sheet.
What do you think about the opportunity for all these people here, the young people in India today? What is your view on it? How's
Look,
it
I think the
progressing?
small and medium scale sector is deeply ignored by the media. Thanks for this constant epitomization of unicorns, which are mythical in the first place and create false level of ambitions with people.
I think that's a very important point. I don't know how many people realize that unicorn is a mythical object.
It's
not
also
a
a
real.
curse. I would like to say it's a curse.
Right.
It's a curse because look, the first 100 unicorns that happen here, right now, I think there are only 20 of them that are already unicorns. 80 have not. Some of them will not be unicorns. Some of them are already not unicorns. So I think it's a curse because you set yourself at a benchmark created by maybe 3 or 4 investors that have given that sense of capital and give you that value. Then suddenly you're chest thumping in the whole thought process. And it's very difficult from there to go up because it's an unrealistic benchmark that you've set yourself at a very early stage in your business or in the mid-level of your business. And then it's very tough to go there. Yeah. But if you ask me about the opportunities here, I think in the small and medium scale sector, I think the number of people I'm meeting in entrepreneurs today that are in the space technology is mind-blowing. Just that one sector. Or in the care sector. Or in the sector that I'm in, which is more education and skilling. These are, more than food delivery and transport and e-commerce, which had, I think, its whole decade of what it needs to be. The opportunities here are incredible. However, the mindset to execute and be extremely resilient has got to be there. I have to say our work ethics are not the best for us to be able to get the results, whether we like it or not. Because we set ourselves goals and 9 out of 10 times, I think it's absurd today where you will find that somebody who's in your team feels it's okay one day before a task is to be completed that they'll inform you, well, it's not happening tomorrow. So when you're dealing with that kind of work ethics, it's almost impossible to excel. So somehow in your building, you have to build this context of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and still keep going forward. That requires a very different gutsy approach to what you want to necessarily do. So I think the opportunities are here. The opportunities are not in the sectors that are glamorized by the media. The opportunities are not about just raising money and capital and chest thumping. But otherwise, I think the DNA that we have got here in India, I think we're looked at enviously by many countries just with our ability to find solutions and work there. And lastly, I would say, operating in India is a competitive edge. It is a competitive edge because if you can do that, it's a little bit like driving in India. If you're driving in India, I don't think you can drive overseas constantly. But I think if you're operating in India, there is definitely a sense of a competitive edge because you've understood that. And when global companies come here, they're not going to be able to survive with our global Indian management.
Well, that as well as the demographics of India make us a very enviable place to be right now, right? In terms of providing
demographics is strong, but we're a price-sensitive country.
Yes.
So watch out, because just premium sector is not good enough, just mass sector is not good enough, just addressing a total addressable market or TAM, which is theoretically defined, is not. Every time you have to market make, so I think that's a big challenge.
That's a big clarity. I have always felt that India represents probably the best opportunity in the world at some level because we have so many shortages in so many areas, whether you look at education, media, entertainment, tourism, IT, whatever it may be.
But the consumer is not willing to freely pay.
Absolutely.
It's not. It's a tough market. This whole subscription model, the X model, the Y, they're not that easy. They're not that easy to execute.
No, it isn't. But equally we can make, it's what is amazing is that we've learned how to make frugal products really well. And so we beat the world. We can teach the world how to make products very frugally and really well.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I'm being waved away here by everybody saying that time is up. Ronnie is a remarkable guy, folks. Please look him up as much as you can. He is the original startup mogul. He's done this multiple times, created multiple institutions. I'm going to ask him one last question, then they're going to throw us off stage. Ronnie, what are you most proud of?
I think our foundation today, again, because it's kept the family together in a very different manner. I think we've had very strong values, and it's kept my mindset frugal. And I think in India, if you're frugal, you're bound to succeed.
That's a fantastic takeaway. Multidimensional, frugal, and lots of ways to think about building purpose without thinking about being a unicorn. Ronnie, thank you a million times for being here. Really appreciate it.
Great conversation, gentlemen. Request you to stay back for a minute. We have a souvenir that we'd like to give away. Give a huge round of applause once again for Mr. Screwwala and Mr. Basil. All right, as we start settling in, I want to circle back to the earlier conversation we had in the day about creating valuable D2C brands. And I want you to revisit that theme once again with slightly different perspective. The exploration of direct-to-consumer space. Now our panel discussion that's coming up is one on the most critical decisions or challenges rather facing the D2C founders today. Finding the right channel mix for D2C. In today's omni-channel world, the path to sustainable growth for consumer brands is rarely straightforward. From social commerce to marketplaces, from owned e-commerce to offline retail, each channel presents unique opportunities and challenges that can make or break a brand's journey. I'm delighted to introduce our moderator for this panel, Ms. Lakshita Govil, founder of Fizzy Goblet. And joining her on this distinguished panel are leaders who represent diverse perspectives across the D2C ecosystem. Please welcome Mr. Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder and CEO of Bluestone, Mr. Ranjit Menon, partner and managing director at Chirate Ventures, Mr. Ashok Anantakrishnan, partner investment and ESG officer at Iron Pillar, and Mr. Ajay Thandi, co-founder of Sleepy Owl Coffee. Guys, give it up for our next panel of speakers.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today. Just to give a bit of context, Fizzy Goblet is a handcrafted footwear and bags brand, and we own our own website and stores. So this topic today, the right channel mix for D2C brands, is really close to my heart, and it's a conversation we have very often, especially given that quick commerce has really taken the D2C world by storm, and would love to get insights from our amazing panelists here today. So yeah, let's jump right in. Hi, everyone. Yes. Okay, so Gaurav, let's begin with you, since everybody knows how Bluestone started as an online-only business, and then you've expanded so rapidly into offline, and you're currently like a complete omni-channel brand. I wanted to know, when did you decide what was the right time to foray into offline? And if you had to do something again in your channel mix and go back and change it, what would you do differently?
Sure. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gaurav, founder and CEO of Bluestone. So, to answer your question, we started in 2012 with a very strong belief that online only, we can build a very strong jewelry brand in an online only fashion. And we set out to do a lot of things right for an online only brand. And I think around 4 to 5 years down the line, the realization was not like one eureka moment, it was kind of sinking in. But one of the realizations we had was that in our particular category, online was much more suitable for browsing. Okay, the entire world, all the customers these days are used to browsing a lot online. They're browsing on Myntra, Flipkart, Instagram, and so on. And in case of jewelry, it's just not possible to browse offline. You can't go to a jewelry store every day and say, I'm just here to look at jewelry. Right? Yeah, there's a kind of high pressure environment that is there. So what that led to was browsing picked up big time. But very few customers who were comfortable buying such a high value product online were actually converting. And we're talking to a lot of customers. So we realized that now is the time to actually open an offline store to give them more comfort, where they can, let's say, spend first 2-3 weeks browsing online. And once they have shortlisted a few products, they can walk into a store and then complete the purchase. Pretty much like buying a car. So if you're looking to buy a car these days, you would actually do a lot of research online, but you are not going to click a buy now button online. You will still go to the dealership. So that was in our case. Specifically, I think in general for a brand, while you are online only, it's much easier to do, let's say, product iterations. It's much easier to figure out who your customer, who your TG is. It's much easier to have one-on-one communication with them, conversations with them. So as long as you're online, all your costs are unit costs, right? So there's no fixed cost base that you have. Whether it's marketing, you do performance marketing, you pay for that one particular transaction. Whether you're delivering, you actually pay for that one particular delivery and so on. So that keeps you very lean in the beginning. And in most of the cases, the eventual product is more of kind of emerges iteratively or emerges over multiple iterations. So for as long as you're doing those iterations, whether it is to find your product, whether it's to find your TG, whether it's to find anything else in the business, staying online only will keep you a lot more efficient. It'll keep the capital pressures also low. And I think once you have figured those things out and scaled it to a certain level online, offline can then give it a significant boost is what I believe.
No, that makes a lot of sense, especially given your category that you're in. And I think in India, a lot of people like to go back after a couple of years and exchange their jewelry as well. So I think having the comfort of your retail stores must be helpful in that as well. Yeah, thanks. Ajay, over here you have a completely different category. Sleepy Owl has a cult following for coffee. And would love to know, because you've been in digital shells and now quick commerce, like all the different channels you're in, how do you measure ROI across channels? And which one gives your brand better returns? Not just in sales, but also in like brand equity.
So, thank you. Firstly, while we are in a different category, everything Gaurav said applies to us as well and applies to every other new age company, because fundamentals of consumer businesses are constant across categories. So a lot of my answer is copy-paste to what he said. But specifically talking about ourselves, very similar journey where brand in the early days is best built where you have a direct relationship with your customer. And in today's day and time, that is your website, that is your Instagram, that is your social media, where you can listen to them, you can identify them, you can understand their problems, iterate, because as founders, you might have a vision of the world, but it's actually your customer who decides if that vision makes sense or not. So that is the best channel for brand building and brand equity, hands down. But then the second thing comes scale. In our category, which is food and beverage, scaling online, which is D2C, is very difficult because of fundamentals of that channel work in a way that either you need to be very high AOV, which is appliances or jewelry, or you need to be very high gross margin, which is personal care. Food and beverage is neither. So it gets you to a certain threshold. It's a slow burn process, but eventually the idea is use your D2C channel to figure out what he said, your customer, their persona, your TG, product market fit, and then use marketplaces as a second channel, I would say, to expand and scale the business. That allows you to build the business to a certain level where your fixed costs can be taken care of. And on a contribution margin, you should be making money before you do anything offline, because contribution level margins kind of dictate your operating leverage at scale. Once you figured that part out on your P&L, then I would say approach offline. But the most interesting thing is the best and the most ROI-driven channel is offline, hands down, even today. And that's not going to change because just the fundamentals with which it works. But there's a step-by-step guide to get there. You try to take shortcuts or go exponentially fast through one step, you will get into trouble. That's the truth, yeah.
Okay. Interesting, Ajay. So you were in general trades before quick commerce, right? So do you think that experience helped you, and how did that feed off for your knowledge in quick commerce?
Today I can say that experience helped me because it was a bitter pill to swallow, but when I was going through it, it was the worst thing we did for our business because we expanded too fast, and general trade, it works on very strong fundamentals of FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, which means the inventory turn has to be very quick. So if you don't have the right product for that channel that turns very quickly, you will either be stuck with inventory or you'll be stuck with bad debts. Fundamentally, that was a big issue we had to overcome, but you can figure it out. You can spend time in the store, and what it can lead to, and which eventually it should, is that your fast-moving, your Pareto should be established. What are your top 5, 10, 20 SKUs percentage-wise that dominate 80% of sales. Once that is clear, then it becomes very interesting because general trade and quick commerce is fundamentally, if you look at it from a first principle basis, exactly the same business. A kirana dukan, which has a lala sitting there with 2,000 SKUs, is also what a dark store is on a fundamental basis, what quick commerce functions on. A dark store is a kirana without the label and sticker outside. So they also work on a similar fundamental principle of inventory turnaround, fast-moving conversion, replenishment, making sure there's front-end availability. And when you do sales in offline world, you have to do a similar set of experience or service, customer service to those kirana guys to be a successful brand. So we were lucky that we got to experiment and burn our fingers in GT, and we didn't have to do it on quick commerce. It helped us understand the fundamentals on which the business would work, find the product market fit, and once with those set of principles, when we launched on quick commerce, it was a very smooth ride for us.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Ajay. Ranjit, given your experience in early stage startups, you've been a part of, Lenskart and FirstCry. Wanted to know, how should brands which are starting out today, evaluate which channel is better? Like, which category should go across which channel? Do you have any insights on that?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Ranjit. I'm a partner at Chirate Ventures. We are an early stage tech-focused fund. Now, we were very lucky to have backed, Lenskart, FirstCry, Zivame, and so on and so forth. I'm talking 2010, 2011 time frame. Now, if you look at that time, I mean, I don't know many people will be around from that time frame here, but horizontal commerce was really very, very big. You had the Amazon was not there, but Flipkart was really large. And we were very focused as a fund, as a vertical commerce, stack. We had Myntra, we'd seen fashion as a vertical, we'd seen invested in a company called Zivame, which was in the lingerie space. We had FirstCry and then Lenskart. Now, very few people, I know Piyush was here in the morning, I'm sure he shared this with, but when Lenskart started, they were not lens focused. They were bags cart, watch cart, jewel cart, and I think Lenskart. There were four carts, right? And then, he made this choice of cutting down everything else, and Lenskart was the smallest of the business, right? And that turned out to be a vertical play compared to what a FirstCry, and it was slightly different in the sense that FirstCry was more of a marketplace. This was a brand by itself, and fundamentally because of the kind of products that they were selling, right? I mean, if you think about FirstCry, one of their best-selling items was the Pampers, which was huge in volume, but cost-wise, I mean, revenue-wise was small, margin-wise was even smaller, right? And so the delivery cost of that was extremely high. So, we had to figure out a way to making sure that the gross margin negative business that FirstCry was when we invested in, how do you get it down to making it to double-digit numbers, right? And the way we thought about that was really going offline. I mean, beyond a certain scale, it was very, very clear in both these businesses. About $10-15 million revenue top line in both these businesses. We started seeing a ceiling in terms of what online can deliver, right? And then that's when we said, okay, let's start exploring offline. Now, it was much more easier in FirstCry because there were enough stores and people buying. In Lenskart, what was interesting was the offline experience was very similar. If you go buy a lens, you still have to wait for it to be delivered, right? It's not like instant delivery that you can get on a FirstCry business, right? So I think those were the things that we looked into in terms of how do we scale the margin structure, what it can allow, and from a brand perspective, what makes most sense. That's the call that we made both in terms of FirstCry and Lenskart in terms of how we chose what channels to go after.
Okay. No, that's really helpful. Thank you, Ranjit. Yeah. Ashok, you've been a part of many growth companies and helped them make complex decisions of go-to-market. So would love to know from you, from an investor point of view, when brands are evaluating which channel to go on, do you value knowing the customers and owning the customers through your own channel more, like maybe having smaller scale with that, or having rapid scale but not really having like the brand loyalty from the customer. The customer might not know the brand might not know the customers too well. What do you value more?
Thanks for having me. Iron Pillar is a growth stage fund. We invest typically when a company has achieved about $10 million of revenue, and we are on the journey from $10 to $100 million typically. So, Lakshita, the way I would like to answer that is, it's not the investor's call, it's actually the founder's call, right? If you're an investor who has a lot of money to burn and you just want revenue at any cost, then you would choose all channels. But, from our perspective, if, we look at, how strong the brand is, and then, what are the channels that are required for that particular business, right? So, for example, when we invested in Bluestone, we didn't think of Bluestone as an e-commerce company. We thought of it as a jewelry company. And for a jewelry company, what is required to scale is how we thought about it. Similarly, in the case of Fresh to Home, which is another of our investments, again, it's not an e-commerce company, right? The founders may think that, when you add a .com, it becomes an e-commerce, the valuation will go up. It's not that. At the end of the day, you're a fish and meat company. So, and you're in the perishable space. So you need to have availability. You need to be widely distributed. So offline or channel selection does become, imperative for growth, right? And then you need to select the channels also from a profitability perspective. You can't afford to burn money just because quick commerce is doing well today and give them away a lion's share of your profits, right? So that's how I'd like to answer that.
Okay. No, makes sense. I think for like premium brands as well, I think quick commerce is like a tricky space to be in because you can see that there are a lot of customers spending time over there, maybe your customers as well, but you don't really want to lose out on the luxury segmentation, which brings me to a thing I noticed on Blinkit, Gaurav, that I saw there were a couple of, products by Bluestone, some necklaces with a high AOV on Blinkit, and wanted to know, your take on it. How is that as a channel performing for you, and do you see it as a future?
Yeah, so around quick commerce, I strongly believe that quick commerce works for categories where there's strong demand density because it works on smaller catchments and delivery efficiencies in those particular catchments. When I look at our own categories, by nature, we cannot have kind of very huge concentration among few SKUs. There are few things like, let's say, gold coins, gold chains, etc., which are kind of which a lot of people wear the same designs, the same SKU, and so on. But for the large part of it, I don't think quick commerce can actually have a huge role to play there. And we had this debate internally. I think we, with Blinkit team also, we had few discussions and so on. And this is my point of view, and there were a few other point of view. So I think the general thought was that, okay, we should definitely try. It's always good to try things out and learn from that, and hence what you see on Blinkit right now is a trial going on. Okay. There's no strong belief. There are a few hypotheses by, let's say, different people in the same room. There are a few hypotheses, and we're just trying to either validate or disprove that hypothesis and just kind of learn from that experiment. That's all that's going on.
If I can, add to this, I mean, we are seeing this shift here, right? D2C companies about a couple of years back was all about how much are selling on their own website and, and so on and so forth. Today, I mean, the last few ICs that we've seen on the D2C side, most of them are first going on to quick commerce. Especially in categories, I mean, which is to do with snacking and very FMCG kind of categories. And I think it makes a lot of sense because, I mean, to drive traffic, to manage CAC on your own website, I think it becomes extremely difficult if you're early stage and very young. And that, I think, quick commerce kind of gives you that impetus. And, there will be challenges with respect to data not being available, you're not owning the customer and all of that. But I think if you really think about it from a brand perspective and how do you build on that quick commerce story into your own channels, I think that makes a huge difference. But we're clearly seeing this shift where entrepreneurs are saying, now we're selling more on quick commerce and then we will see how we can do on our own channels.
So in a way, quick commerce has made it possible, it's kind of democratized the distribution, which otherwise was monopolized. So any new product, any new kid who has an idea about a new snack or a new biscuit, for that person to actually crack general trade or general trade distribution was impossible. With quick commerce, it's possible. You can actually pilot it in 4 stores, 4 dark stores. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you just go home.
And then you would recommend that they go onto their own channel once they've kind of got recognition on quick
For different
commerce.
categories, it's different. For FMCG, even in offline world, it had never been their own channel, right? It was distribution because you can't have a single shop, let's say one shop only for biscuit, one shop only for atta, one shop only for dal and so on. Right? So those, fundamentally, the nature of those products is such that they will actually rely on a retail network being built and operated by someone else. For jewelry, even in offline world, it was always Tanishq had their own stores, Kalyan had their own stores, right? So for us, it's very natural to have our own presence end to end. But for most of the categories, I don't think that will make sense.
No, I agree. I think when it comes, this brings to my next question actually, like what are the potential conflicts between channels? If you're the same brand selling on your own website and on a marketplace and a quick commerce, are there any conflicts that can arise and how should brands navigate them? Anybody?
Maybe. I mean, see, the thing is, the dynamics are very, very different, right? Like I was saying, if you are on a general trade or a quick commerce platform, really the customer is buying because of the platform itself and not necessarily your own brand. So data, you don't own the customer, you don't. I mean, those are all things that you have to be comfortable with. That's a compromise that you will make. But then if you say that I'm going to go sell directly on my website, you own the customer, but then how do you do it? Traffic, the CAC will go up. And also, as you go into general trade and any of these platforms, your ability to manage that, working capital becomes a challenge because you'll have to keep inventory. Those dynamics, I think you need to clearly understand, and which basically depends on the categories that you're going after, right? I mean, if you're really going after premium, then I really don't think any of these three channels make sense. You need to go directly offline. Now, we've recently invested in one fashion quick commerce platform, and the thought process is still not out, but the thought process there is how do you marry the convenience of offline, the convenience of online with the touch and feel of offline. I really think that's an interesting area for some of these categories where touch and feel is critical, that you think about delivering 5 units at your place, somebody will wait for you to try it on and then send it back. Maybe those models which marries the convenience that we're seeing, the positives on both ends, is something that we think will take off in certain categories, right? But there are compromises that you will make in terms of the brand itself, the data that you can get, the amount of money that you will spend to drive all of this. Those are compromises that you will have to constantly keep making till about you reach a certain amount of capital that you can raise where all of these channels become relevant to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Ranjit. Ashok, given this whole scenario, do you think there are any certain metrics that brands should monitor, and are there any metrics that are overhyped that they can ignore?
I come from an old school brand, perspective, right? So your brand strength, your brand awareness, those are key, right? They will take you long term. Any vanity metrics that people use to measure, I would not go by that because that's not sustainable in the long term, which is actually required for a consumer-facing brand, right? So I would look at CAC, definitely. I would look at LTV, definitely. I would look at awareness, top of mind, those parameters. And then if it is offline, how quickly does the store kind of break even, same store's growth year on year. These are the things that would, ultimately make a sustainable business. And that's how founders should actually think about it rather than looking at what investors are thinking or what they want, because then you'll be building it for someone else. You'll not be building the business for you or the customer.
Very well said. I think you have to cut off from the noise around you, which is telling you grow, grow, grow at the cost of what you want your brand to be. So that's great. I think one last question, this is for the whole panel. Is there any unexpected disruption that Q-commerce has played in the categories that you have seen?
Not in our category.
Not in our category.
Not in our category.
Unexpected is, we didn't expect it to grow so fast. I mean, 2022, they came to us being one of the early digital brands at that time. And we just listed, not thinking much of it. We were focused on other things. And we didn't even realize in 1 year it had reached 20% of our top line. So as a result, we had to take that channel very seriously. And in order to crack quick commerce effectively and profitably, if anyone wants to know or is interested, only thing as a founder you should be focusing on is supply chain, because that is where all the meat is, that's where the game is. You know, driving efficiency and having very, very efficient supply chain to fulfill orders on time. And that is how the DNA of our organization had to change in order to fulfill the demand that quick commerce was bringing about.
Are there any tools? Sorry, you were saying something, Ashok.
Yeah, actually, we have seen it impact Fresh to Home, right? So, you know, Fresh to Home started off as online, then went offline through more and some supermarkets, and then quick commerce came and disrupted the supermarket space. And now they are, you know, like he said, 20% of their revenue is today from quick commerce. So it has affected, it has played a role, and none of us actually thought it would impact it to this level. But, you know, what we need to keep in mind is the channel margins and whether you have to be profitable in every channel. You cannot afford to lose money just because the channel is growing.
I'll just add one last thing. We are seeing a bunch of companies that are starting quick commerce for this, quick commerce for that, quick commerce for everything else. Now, I just want to leave it here saying that, the quick commerce doesn't work for everything, right? I very recently met a company that's trying to do quick commerce between B to R. Right? I mean, it's very, very important to understand who's going to pay for this convenience, right? I mean, will the retailer pay for the convenience of getting something faster in his shop? Customer clearly pays. The end customer will definitely pay. Will the retailer pay with the margin structure that he has? Some of these things have to be kept in mind because there is so much of noise around quick commerce. We're seeing tons of companies saying that I'm going to build a quick commerce for, everything that you can think of, and it not necessarily will play out that way.
Very valuable perspectives, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and your insights. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? I would just like to say that we've had good conversations regarding different categories, and one big takeaway here is that no one size will fit all. It really depends on what your product is, but at the same time, everybody had this in common that it's important to know your customers. So your eventual goal, even if you're not starting out that way, should be that you should know your customers, because only then you can build brand loyalty. And so I think choosing the channel which aligns with your brand objectives is very important. And yeah, just wanted to say thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience and a fantastic panel. Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this lovely panel discussion. The right channel mix for D2C. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Now, may I request Ms. Lakshita to present a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests, Mr. Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, Mr. Ranjit Menon, Mr. Ashok Anantakrishnan, and Mr. Ajay Thandi. Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. We are moving on to our next fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the distinct privilege of elevating our perspective to examine the broader economic landscape that shapes the future of entrepreneurship in India. It's my great honor to introduce our next segment of Fireside Chat on Indian macro in the global context and what it means for startup ecosystem. In a world of increasing geopolitical complexity and economic interdependence, understanding India's position in the global economy has never been more critical for founders, investors, and policymakers alike. To guide this important conversation, we are privileged to have with us Shri Sanjay Nair, President of SOCHM. And joining him for this fireside chat is one of India's most distinguished economic minds, Dr. Venkata Ramanan Ananta Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Come on, wake up.
Welcome, Anand. Thank you for being with us. It's been an eventful night, I'm sure. I don't want to obviously get into the tariff discussion. That can be a whole day. So I really want to focus only on 4 things. And I think 2 of them are to do with the macroeconomy, because in this audience we have
founders and startups, and we have investors as well. And I think on everybody's mind, there is the question about India itself. So let's forget about everything else for a minute. Given what's happening in the world, given the whole geopolitics of it, the geoeconomics of it, the recent Indian numbers for the last few quarters that are actually getting better than what was first printed, I want to get your views on how do you see the local Indian economy first? Because for the folks here with different business models, the Indian economy, the Indian consumption, and the Indian investment landscape matters the first. So maybe start off with that.
Thank you, Sanjay, and good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, I think we need to, in this kind of global scenario, we need to count our blessings, which is that we have a fairly large domestic consumption-based economy. And exports of services has obviously been growing faster, and in terms of volume, it is much higher than the export of merchandise goods. And given the focus today in the US is on merchandise goods, I think our services export should continue to do well. Now, as far as the macro picture is concerned, again, I would say, given the pervasive sense of uncertainty, notwithstanding the trade-related matters, even before that, you had elevated stock market valuations, you had interest rates that were either going down or going up because the central banks were not finished exactly tightening. Some began easing and then had second thoughts. So we were already getting into 25, 26 with a lot of uncertainties. So given that kind of background, I think what we put out in the economic survey was two things. One, we will be able to grow based on domestic economy strength at around 6.5% for the next several years per annum in real terms, which gives you a nominal GDP growth of around 11%, which is, I think, very good for corporates, businesses, startups, etc. And second, household balance sheets, by and large, are in good shape. There may be pockets of stress, but they are in good shape. Corporate balance sheet, you don't have to ask because profitability was at a 15-year high in March 2024. And bank balance sheets are also in good shape. So we have many of the building blocks in place for us to sustain a very decent real GDP growth rate and nominal GDP growth rate in the current circumstances. And that is something very, very important. And we should not lose sight of these strengths in the middle of what the newspaper headlines keep screaming about uncertainties. Yes, they are there. That's a given. But in relative terms, I think we are better placed.
So just maybe staying with that and not putting you on the spot, how do you see, for the folks here, they want to see the next year and the year after? Just staying with the very broad metrics that you track, how do you extrapolate FY26 and FY27?
So I think FY26, for example, we finished the year FY25 with nominal GDP in dollar terms just a little shy of $4 trillion. I think one thing we need to be prepared for is more of Indian rupee becoming stronger rather than weaker in the coming years. Because we need to go back to the 2003-8 scenario when dollar was weaker because interest rates were at the time on the lower side in the US. But here, this time around, it may not be about interest rates, but it is because the US administration is looking to have a competitive currency, etc. So one of the things we need to be prepared for is we can't bank on a depreciating currency as a source of exports. We need to be prepared for a strong currency. That is something which we are tracking. The second thing we are tracking, of course, is the foreign direct investment flows. I am aware that you are doing a lot of work in that space, but I think India has been having a lot of investor interest, no doubt, but also given the profits that investors have made in the past, we have also seen quite a bit of repatriations in the last 2-3 years. And as a country that still has a very high investment need, and therefore domestic savings has to rise, but there will be a gap. And that gap has to be met by external sources. So we need to continue to keep an eye on how the foreign direct investment space evolves, and we should do whatever we can to make it easier and possible for those monies to keep flowing and to sustain the investor interest. These are the broad parameters we are looking at these days.
So just staying with the macro, so you have a couple of levers to drive growth from a government point of view. You have infrastructure, obviously manufacturing, services, and assuming for a minute, you don't want to be obviously using your balance sheet all the time. Where would you prioritize?
In terms of...
in just driving this 5 trillion vision that we have in the next 2 years, from 4 to 5. I'm just staying with the short term because folks here are raising money from investors. Everybody wants to know what happens in 1 year, 2 year. So from that perspective.
In the short run, we need to focus on deregulation as a tool for investment efficiency. Because both trade flows and investment flows, in the light of what is happening in the world, will be that much difficult to come by. People will be pulling back their haunches and looking at and be in a wait and watch mode. Therefore, in that sense, we need to be able to do a lot more with our existing investments than assume that new investments will keep flowing in the same manner as it did in the second decade when global interest rates were at zero. Okay? So in that sense, investment efficiency is the important consideration, and for that, deregulation is an important theme, which is what the economic survey mentioned. The Honorable Finance Minister's budget speech highlighted that in more than one place. Tax certainty and tax administration, these are the policy levers that we will be looking to work on in order to drive growth and investments forward.
Great. And maybe again, just continuing to capital. So we want to bridge the gap between saving and investment with FDI and FPI, of course, to some extent. What about unleashing more domestic capital, which is trapped sometimes, and I mean, we all know it is, in two big sectors, pension and insurance. It is such a valuable pool of capital. It is so long-term. It's probably the longest-term, highest quality savings are trapped in these two. I mean, give us a trade-off between a policy change. I know you're not the only one who's going to decide that, so I'm not putting you on a spot. And you have to balance, obviously, the needs of the country because they also need to finance the deficit. At what point in time, because ultimately, domestic capital, patient capital is the most important thing for our startup ecosystem to go to the next level. HNIs and families will do what they do. Foreign money, let's say it stays flat. The big gap, I think, can be fulfilled by our own pool of capital in pension and insurance.
No, Sanjay, I think, look, conceptually, there is absolutely nothing much to disagree with what you said. I mean, these two important pools of capital, provident fund, pension funds, etc., can go out on the risk curve a little more than what they have historically. But you and I know very well that in the early 2000s, when the US pension funds went on that path, within a few years, they met with these financial innovation and those products which brought them some kind of grief. So I think more importantly, one needs to prepare these institutions to be able to undertake such investments. The investment capabilities, the investment professionals, their ability to understand the risks and the cost-benefit trade-offs. But conceptually, I am with you because these institutions have the kind of horizon and they don't have to worry about short-term liquidity and mismatches, etc. And our demographic dividend is still with us. Therefore, the pension burdens and the payouts will rise into the future. And given our potential for steady nominal GDP growth, it is possible for these institutions to take a longer investment horizon and therefore go into somewhat less liquid and long duration assets. So I think in principle, I see the merit in what you're saying.
One thing I heard the other day that China has got massive e-commerce exports. We have probably very little. Any thoughts on that? Because where I want to go with this is how should the startups be thinking if they want to compete on the global scene? Of course, products and services, they're very creative, very innovative. But how is the government thinking about increasing one element of exports called e-commerce exports? Any thoughts on that?
No, look, I think it's very difficult for me to articulate the government thought process because these are dealt with by different administrative ministries. You have MeitY involved, you have Ministry of Commerce and Industry involved, etc. But in general, when it comes to these borderless services, we obviously have to rely on the fact that bulk of the intellectual inputs rest with us in terms of the generation of data, in terms of the software professionals. At the same time, the other consideration that we need to keep in mind is developed countries are investing very heavily in artificial intelligence as a means of boosting their competitiveness, and that is very useful for countries which have an aging demographic profile, such as in Europe and Japan, etc. But for us, it is a question of balancing the two. We need to deploy technology in such a way that it is labor augmenting rather than labor displacing. So I know that we have a different set of challenges compared to other countries. We have an extremely low labor cost base advantage already, but that is being threatened by the inroads technology is making on behalf of the advanced countries. So where policy can help is in basically bringing down the cost of doing business in terms of deregulation, in terms of policy certainty, especially with respect to tax administration, safe harbor rules, advanced pricing agreements, and in general on consistency. These are all the ways in which I can think of from the finance ministry perspective, how we can enable these businesses to compete on a global basis.
That's a really good point. I think although startups don't use the word cost of doing business and ease of doing business, but I know that they too face quite a few headwinds in different areas.
I think that's why we did, for example, finally after a long time, the angel tax got abolished. And I think much more remains to be done. Yeah.
Maybe just maybe one or two questions in no particular order. You're building so much infrastructure. We're giving a real supply side shock, which I think is much required because we need to catch up on that. But the consumption definitely is much lower than before. And do you see any green shoots from your vantage point of consumption picking up which can absorb all this supply side? Or are we going to have a flip scenario which we had earlier, which is consumption was outstripping supply? And your government has done a fantastic job in giving a huge supply side impetus after COVID, which has been absolutely incredible and actually long term is very credible strategy. But what happens in the meantime?
Sure, I think, Sanjay, one of the reasons, first of all, consumption story is not as bad as we hear from the media, because we have looked at the quarterly reports of companies like Unilever India and Nestle, etc., and they have some problems with respect to their consumption growth, etc. But 2/3 of the consumption actually happens with smaller and medium companies, and their growth of sales of consumer products, which is one step below the premium segment, is actually in high single digits, not in the low single digits as you see in these majors. So the question is, therefore, we need to understand, and that is where 2/3 of consumption lies, and that is growing at high single digit rates, not in low single digit rates. And second thing is, rural consumption, as you know, is actually doing far better, whereas in 22 and 23, we were very worried about rural consumption. So overall, I think, first of all, my first point is the consumption picture isn't as bad as the headline stories based on the majors make it out to be. Second point I want to make is consumption eventually is a function of hiring, income, and spending power. Yeah. And to the extent that the private sector worries too much about the global uncertainties, it risks making them into a domestic self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think
they don't spend enough, hire enough.
Yeah. And that creates a vicious circle in itself, because you know that investment, hiring, income growth, and spending, and therefore investment, it is an endogenous, it's a mutually dependent cycle. And the more they travel to Europe and come back with tales of uncertainties, I think they are going to not allow the domestic consumption story to play out. I think they need to watch out for that.
Okay, so nobody's going to Europe for a holiday, okay?
Exactly.
You probably end up going to Southeast Asia.
There's plenty to see here.
But just taking the last point that you made about companies have to play their role, either in terms of stepping up private investment, private capex, which is still a little bit not there, but I'm surprised why it is not. Because if they see secular consumption growth, they should be investing today. So let's hope that happens. Or you play the role of more formal hiring and some wage increases, maybe at the expense a little bit of valuations. I think they're getting very valuation obsessed. And we're talking of large companies, not the small ones. But it's good to hear your views on consumption and the way you stratified it, because the previous panel was just discussing the kind of DTC channel mix you need. My last question is, which I can't let you go without saying, any initial thoughts about the overnight announcements? And look, none of us know, and I'm not sure exactly, I don't want to put you on a spot, but I think what it means to us, maybe I can give you, I think it means to us, our industry, that we got to buckle up, and we got to buck up as well. But maybe I'll make that and leave it to you to close the remarks.
No, as you correctly said, this is an evolving picture, and we need to avoid, first of all, knee-jerk reactions. And as the Commerce Ministry has just recently put out a press release, we need to look at the overall gamut of relationship. We all knew that in some form or the other, the status quo in the world had built up a lot of imbalances. I mean, domestic demand imbalance between countries. Some countries export and save too much and spend too little domestically, and some overdo it. And we also had another form of imbalance in terms of the discourse between net zero and economic growth. And we had an imbalance between too much of finance and too little real economy. So in many ways, there were so many imbalances, and they were coming to a head. So in some sense, you need these kinds of disruptions for us to rethink the entire playbook, and that is what is happening. I think on balance, India is playing its cards well, and we have our options, and we are strategically focusing on the relationship in the broader sense. I think we should come out well, because we have dealt with so many other shocks in the last 17, 18 years, starting with the global financial crisis.
And very well, actually.
And each one of them has left our economy in a better spot eventually than before those crises. And I'm sure this will be no exception.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Anand. He's very articulate. He's got all the, literally, because he's in the driver's seat in a way. He's got data and logic on his fingertips. And you've put it very simply, because for our audience here to understand this in a simplified manner is very critical. So I think we shouldn't be worried too much about consumption. I think innovative business models that you folks are working on to address issues in agriculture, defense, space, financial inclusion, this is ultimately the solutions we need for capturing the opportunity in Bharat. So Anand, thank you for those encouraging remarks. Very thoughtful, very logical. And a round of applause, please, for Anand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that lovely, insightful fireside chat. Now, may I request Mr. Sanjanay to felicitate Shri Dr. Nageshwaran. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very insightful perspective on India's economic positioning in the global landscape. Welcome once again to Startup Mahakumbh. Put your hands together once again for Startup Mahakumbh, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear your claps. Come on. Give them a big round of applause. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Come on. Come on, come on. You can clap, 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 clap. Applaud, applaud, applaud. Super. This is the future. This is the young India. This is the visionary India. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention to a vision that lies at the heart of India's technological ambitions, the transformation of our nation from a services powerhouse to a creator of world-class products. It's my pleasure to introduce our next panel discussion on India as a product nation, creating category-defining startups for the globe. To navigate this critical conversation, we have with us Mr. Satish Andhra, Managing Partner at India Partners. Put your hands together. May I invite you on the stage, please? Joining him on this discussion, on this distinguished panel, are visionaries who represent diverse facets of India's product ecosystem. Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director at Peak 15 Partners. Put your hands together. Come on, come on. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. At the back, at the back. Shri Anil Agarwal, member of the Competition Commission of India. And Mr. Prashant Warrior, co-founder and CEO of Cure.ai. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel on India as a product nation.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone, and very excited to be here. I think the theme of the panel is the next phase of our startup journey. You know, how do we transform ourselves into a product nation? If you look at, we've done really well in IT services, pharma services, and BPO services, kind of the first phase of entrepreneurship. Later, we built internet companies, logistics, fintech, edtech, e-commerce, app-based economies. I think given the current situation, it's very clear that you have to build the products. The geopolitical situation and COVID itself had altered the supply chains. We've got a fantastic panel today. None of them need any introduction, but Rajan, was with Microsoft, Google, before he moved to Peak 15, a prolific investor. Also runs Search, the Y Combinator equivalent of India. Mr. Anil Agarwal, he obviously launched, this platform. Previously was at DPIIT, the first fund of funds, Startup India moment, he kind of seeded. And we have Prashant Warrior. Prashant is founder of Cure.ai, a digital health startup built from India, for India, but also for the globe. And I'll have each one of them spend a minute just talking about, what they do and also a bit about the transformation, India's journey to become a product nation. Rajan?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for moderating. Look, so I think my only real thought is, deep tech is the final frontier for India's startup ecosystem. I think we've gone from the time that Startup India was launched with Mr. Anil Agrawal's leadership and others. We've gone from sort of not being on the map on global startups to being the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. And in many spaces, India today leads the world, right? If you look at fintech, I would say that our fintech entrepreneurs are better than any other fintech ecosystem in the world. You look at commerce, we're the only country that made quick commerce work. So if you look at new brands, the last new brand that was created in the US was Lululemon, and that was not even American, they were Canadian, right? Whereas in India, you're seeing hundreds of very, very exciting new companies, right? So we've seen sort of this extraordinary surge of innovation of startups in India. And I think the final frontier really is deep tech. It's science-based, research-based innovation. And the way I look at it is we are just getting started, but there's every reason that we will win, right? And it's not a matter of will we win, it's we will win. And I think the question is, how do you make it happen faster? And the reason we'll win is, I think most importantly, look, we have the talent. There's no question we have the talent, right? We have 17 million engineers. We have PhDs in every topic. Now, of course, we'd like to have more. That's number one. I think number two, we increasingly have the markets, right? When you're a $1 trillion economy, you don't have enough of a domestic market. But when you're a $4 trillion economy going to 10 trillion, you have the market. And then I'd say the last thing is we have a very, very supportive government. I think in the most recent budget, the 1 lakh crores that was set aside for private sector R&D, idea to lab, commercialization, etc., is just one of the many things that I think India is doing. What started, I guess, 10 years ago is really picking up steam. So I couldn't be more excited about where we're at. I think as a firm, we're very active investors in deep tech, from semiconductor to space to battery recycling to biosciences to AI. I mean, AI, obviously, everybody's investing in. But if you look at non-AI deep tech, so we couldn't be more excited about what's happening in India.
Great. Thanks, Rajan, sir. Would like to have you.
Thank you, Satish. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start with, remembering the good old days. when we started Startup India in DPIT, that was in 2016-17. And that was the time when not many in the government and of course outside knew what a startup was. So, when we joined, when I was assigned this responsibility, I first of all tried to understand what a startup was. And then we gradually built capacities from that level to what is a startup. This was started in Government of India. Then gradually we built capacities across the states through the startup ranking framework, and then created this entire thing. So when we started in 2016-17, there were only 3 states who had a policy to proactively support startups. Today we have 31 states supporting startups as a proactive policy. We started with probably 6,000 startups. Today you have 1,68,000 startups. And in fact, I was looking at numbers, only in deep tech space, you have more than 10,000 startups registered with DPIT. More than 10,000 startups in deep tech space registered with DPIT. More than 95% of districts now have a startup, at least one startup. The vision of the Prime Minister is to have one startup in every block. Now that's a huge task for us, but still you are reaching somewhere, you are at least reaching one startup every district. And over a period of time, what we've seen is tremendous participation of the younger women into the startup ecosystem. It used to be about, 5-6 years ago, we used to say there are about 45% women founders. Today there are 48% women founders of these enhanced numbers, which means there is a huge increment in number of women participating in this. Another thing that has happened during this period is the digital public infrastructure that has happened unique to India. We've started with Aadhaar, we built up UPI, we built up account aggregators, OKens, we built up ONDC, and these are huge opportunities in this AI world now to develop India-specific, our own regional, cultural specific applications for, creating a huge new market. Finally, I think in terms of policy, you said it yourself. I mean, this is the feeling that makes it more important, that there is a government which is supportive, which is listening and then doing things that it should be doing. So these are probably some of the things to see. I am looking at this event today. Look at the scale of this event. The energy that we have here is truly infectious. And this is what gives you even more confidence that we are on the right path.
No, thank you. Prashant, you started your journey in 2016, one of the very early India product startups built for the globe. Quickly, your journey, your intro.
So we started in 2016 at Cure. What we do is we started doing AI way before it became so popular. In fact, I started doing AI about 25 years ago when there was no field called data science or AI. And at Cure, we build our own completely from scratch foundation models for vision, where we are training algorithms to automatically interpret radiology images from X-rays to CT scans to some ultrasounds. And today we have a portfolio of products which can detect various kinds of diseases on radiology imaging. And we've sort of built end-to-end portfolios for detection on that. So again, when you build these clinical products, you have to get the regulatory clearances, you have to get FDA clearance to sell in the US. In India, we have to get CDSCO. And we have gone and gotten that. We have 18 FDA clearances. And most importantly, we're a very global company. So we're in about 100 countries, solving problems for about 15 to 20 million patients across those countries. And we're in about 4,000 hospitals across those 100 countries. So that is something that we've done, and all of that in the last 4 or 5 years. And coming to the question that you asked about India becoming a product nation, right? I think the key that we sort of, at least my journey, in the last 9 years at Cure, I think what is required is that you need a lot of patience. When you start a services company, you can get to revenue faster, you can get to profitability faster. With product companies, you're taking a bet, and you may or may not succeed. And you need capital, you need patient capital that is willing to take that bet. And we were fortunate to have Peak 15 on our cap table. They sort of took a bet on us back in 2020. And I think, and we were also talking about that earlier, Satish, that right. I think in India now we have that capital coming in. If you build it, people will come, right? And we are seeing that capital coming in. But I think that is I think, the key requirement, that you need to have that capital that is willing to bet on founders who are building products, rather than on companies that are working on services, right? And that's
Yeah, no, we'll get to that. I think for all of you entrepreneurs in the audience, I think India recently, not only from a policy perspective, has been very encouraging, also announced specific initiatives. There's a Deep Tech Fund of Fund, talked about India AI Mission, India Semiconductor Mission. You talked about, Rajan, the research grant, close to $6 billion or so. So I think the ingredients of an effective ecosystem, talent, markets, capital chases, when you have talent going after a large market, plenty of capital is available, to kind of fund those. And eventually policy, even if policy is neutral, but in our case, I think policy is very proactive and exits kind of fuel the ecosystem. So the time has come now. We're going to dig deeper into just a couple of aspects. Rajan, would love to have your perspectives on two things, right? So what is that biggest mind shift that we need to go through, and then the patient capital that's necessary? Because sometimes product companies, it takes 7 to 8 years, like what Prashant said, to get certifications and regulatory approvals and to be revenue ready, unlike services companies. So one is the mindset shift from an ecosystem perspective. Two is the patient capital. Would love to hear your perspectives.
Yeah. So I think firstly, when we talk about products, I think it's important to keep in mind that we do have software product companies. They're not deep tech necessarily, but the first SaaS unicorn in India was 2018, Freshworks. Today we have about 27 of them, and I actually think we'll have 100 software product unicorns well before 2030, right? So we do, when we think about products, because the title of the session is products, I think products, deep tech, we're now talking about deep tech, right? So I just wanted to put that out there. I think the mindset shift is, look, we have to have more deeply technical founders, right? So, Prashant, I'm assuming you're technical, right? Yeah. So, as I say, it's very rare to have an MBA start a deep tech company, right? MBA needs a co-founder who's all deeply technical. So I think the first thing, mindset shift, is that we'd love to see, just as a firm, I'd love to see many more academics. I'd like to see many more researchers in India really try to commercialize their innovations. I think that's number one. I think number two, look, we should be more audacious and ambitious. I'm tired of all these WhatsApp threads that go about comparing, saying we don't have enough deep tech. Well, just get off your bed. Go start a company. Stop complaining. Look, I think we should just stop complaining, right? Look, we have the talent, we have the markets, we just need the ambition and the aggression. So I think I'd say that have more technologists, more scientists, more researchers start companies. Second, stop whining. Think big, be ambitious, be bold, right? I think from a capital provider standpoint, Satish, as you know, we have a lot of capital in India today, but we don't have enough capital going into deep tech at every stage. Right? We don't have enough dollars going into research. We don't have enough dollars going into commercialization. We don't have enough venture dollars going into seed, Series A, B, C, and growth capital. So I think I do. And by the way, if you add it all up, India has about 0.65% of GDP on R&D. Right. US is at 3.5%. China is at about 3%. Right. And if you look at the GDP, relative GDP difference, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars gap between us. Just Israel, by the way, with 8 million people, spends more on R&D on an absolute dollar basis than India does with 1.4 billion. So that is the gap, right? So I'd say we have a massive capital gap. So we have to address all of these things. But I think the good thing is, much like Mr. Agrawal was saying, if you had gone back 8 or 9 years, we could have never imagined a Mahakumbh at this scale. How many, there were like 100 registered startups or something?
Just about 100.
Yeah, a few hundred, right?
2016, we had about 6,000.
Yeah, 6,000. Today we have 150,000.
168,000.
160. It keeps going up every day. So there you go, right? So I'd say that's what we need, Satish. But I think we're on our way. We just need to accelerate. We just need to go faster.
Yeah. No, I think I'll come back to that point, especially I believe there's plenty of early stage capital and there's decent amount of growth stage capital. I think the biggest problem is Series A for deep tech startups. Because they're not revenue ready yet, and that's kind of where they have to cross the chasm to become successful companies. Moving to Mr. Anil Agarwal, sir, if you really look at, again, you talked about DPI, digital public infrastructure, and we have to build so many product startups. And today, given the geopolitical situation, the wars are fought based on, digital wars. These are not physical wars, right? So how does the country go about, how do entrepreneurs go about building these products, whether it's mapping product, whether it is, something like commerce product, ONDC type of a platform. I know you've kind of supported some of these initiatives during your stint at DPIIT. So I would love to have you address that particular aspect of building product startups for the nation.
So I think if you look at some of the category defining startups that have come out from the government, probably ONDC would qualify to that category, right? That gives a different paradigm of doing e-commerce, and that is something that can be actually replicated across the world if they have the necessary rails along. Now, this is something that needs to be done at scale in India, and with the DPI implementation that we have, the kind of data that we have, we can have a whole lot of entrepreneurs build applications using AI with data on DPIs, looking into the open source architecture of e-commerce that ONDC provides. I have one particular suggestion to make here is, we must focus on our own languages, or when we are implementing applications. 90% of us do not understand English. 90% of India, 140 crore people, 90% of them don't understand English at all. So any app that you are building, it is only catering to less than 10% of the population. I'll give you one simple example. I went to a tier 2 city. From a hotel, I asked for a cab to go to the airport. When I got into the cab driver asked me, "Sir, कहाँ जाना है?" I said, आपने देखा होगा ना ऐप में मैंने कहाँ जाने का बोला है. सर वो अंग्रेजी में है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया, बता दीजिए कहाँ जाना है. Now this is a real problem. We have not sorted out this issue. We are not building apps for tier 2 and tier 3. We are building apps only for those people who are good in English. And the entire bottom of the pyramid is being left out. Now imagine if this is one. Second is, even when we do translate things in Hindi, it is actually, verbatim translation of English words into Hindi, and it does not create to the cultural context. For example, in all e-commerce apps, you will ultimately have a final button as checkout, right? If you look at Hindi versions, many apps will say checkout in Hindi. But checkout is not understood by somebody who's from tier 2 and tier 3. Now, what I'm trying to say is, please have AI model. We are building Bhashini, we are building AI models for our own languages, but then it needs to be rooted into that language's cultural context. It's very important. You can't have something, created in English and then you translate that into Hindi. It doesn't work out that way. It's a different thing. It's a different terminology altogether.
Right.
So that is something probably, and if you do this, probably you are enabling whole lot of entrepreneurs from that 90% of the population who reside in tier 2 and lower cities to empower them to dream of doing what all of us are doing in this space.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. So prior to the panel huddle, we were talking about what if Google stops access for maps. I think that's the point you were bringing up, saying what would happen to all of us? How do we even get to where we need to get to? I think as a country,
India gets valued at $100 billion. That's what happens.
Absolutely. So if you really look at, our networks, we don't build them. Our security software is from somewhere. Our operating systems are from somewhere else. Our computing infrastructure is not built here. So you have to have the local innovation kind of going forward. So shifting gears, Prashant, how did you envision a global product? So how did you transform Cure, kind of not only addressing India and emerging markets, but also global opportunity?
So I think, for us, I think there was no choice but to be global. If you look at a B2B healthcare business in India, it's not a large enough market. So then you have to think about where else can you offer the same products. And when you're building AI products for the clinical space, anything in the pulmonology space, radiology space, neurology space, you're building it for everybody. The clinical pathways are the same across the world. So what we were building was for a specific clinical pathway, for example, a clinical pathway for detecting tuberculosis or a pathway for detecting lung cancer or stroke. And the protocols are pretty much the same across the world. So we just had to make some tweaks to deploy it in different geographies. But we basically were building for a doctor in, I think what we have done is the technology, base technology is built for a clinician. But over time, what we've realized is how it is delivered is very different. If you're delivering in Africa, you have to deliver it in a different way. There is no internet connections. You have to make it sort of on the edge everywhere in Africa. In the US, it's all in the cloud. In India, it's somewhere in between. So again, we have to figure out how to customize it for different geographies, but the base technology, AI technology remains pretty much the same.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I think the other thing that sort of we realized about 2-3 years ago is that, I don't know how many of you have sat in a Waymo autonomous vehicle in San Francisco. And there have been these, I remember sitting in an autonomous vehicle or basically in a Tesla in 2015 with a friend of mine in the Bay Area. And this guy basically put the location and this vehicle took him from his origin to destination automatically without him touching the steering wheel. This was back in 2015. But now autonomous vehicles are a reality in the Bay Area, right? So again, regulations change. And most importantly, what our learning has been that if you are building an autonomous vehicle, you're building for the passenger, not for the driver. And if you're building for the driver, the value is a little smaller. If you're building for the passenger, you're actually unlocking a lot more value. And so when we started offering our products, we started offering it to radiologists. The value to a radiologist is basically time saving. They're able to read a little bit faster. But when we realized that we could actually offer it to the end user of radiology, radiology information, right? This is basically a pulmonologist or a neurologist or a healthcare worker in Africa. There the value is phenomenal. We are able to now detect TB in seconds where it took weeks to detect TB, right? We are able to find a lot of lung cancer cases who were not diagnosed at all because the X-ray was not read on time, right? So there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of value that is unlocked if you go at the end user of radiology services. And that's again a learning that we sort of had as we looked at a global market for our product portfolio.
I know we're running out of time. Rajan, just one piece of advice for startups and investors to bet on India's product future.
Yeah, I think for entrepreneurs, I would say, like, if you're deeply technical, it's a great time to be building a company. Satish sort of mentioned this, but look, I am 100% confident that we will make everything over the next 25 years. Everything. And really, it's because of our talent. You know, I mean, I am so impressed at the talent we have in every sphere, right? Whether it's physics, math, etc. Now, should we have more physics PhDs? Yes. Should we have more math PhDs? Should we have more computer science PhDs? Yes. So I think, so if you're technical today and you are thinking about being an entrepreneur, you should absolutely start up. I think as investors, look, I mean, this is, as a firm, 3 years ago, we were not doing any deep tech. Today, we're probably doing 15-20% of our portfolio is deep tech. This is going to be the future, right? Like, if you're not a deep tech investor, at least some part of, I mean, not everybody should be a deep tech investor, but as a firm, if you're trying to build a venture fund, by the way, it's a phenomenal time to be an angel investor. Right. I mean, I'm with the firm, so I don't angel invest anymore. Man, this, if I could angel invest right now, this is season time. You know, it's like going to the big game. There are so many interesting ideas in India. So it's just a great time.
Yeah. Sir, coming back to you from a policy perspective, I know for venture capital funds, probably you may need 15-year cycles for venture capital funds because you can't grow and exit these companies in 10 years. And likewise, the whole startup definition itself, because deep tech startups would have longer journeys. Would love to have your perspectives.
Yes. So particularly for supporting the deep tech startups, in fact, you know, when we started with a definition, formally defining what a startup was, we said, you know, it will be a startup, recognized as a startup for government incentives for a period of 5 years since incorporation.
Yeah.
So that was in 2016. Now in 17, the definition was changed to include biotech startups, and then the period was enhanced to 7 years. 2019, when we were doing the angel tax, we enhanced the period of startup duration to 10 years, right? Now probably it is time to look at deep tech as a category and say that, okay, deep tech startups will be recognized for a period of 12 years or maybe 15 years. So that is something that can be done. Second thing, you spoke about the capital for deep tech funds in the valley of death period and all. And you were talking about deep tech fund, Series A fund from the government. I mean, one fund. I mean, why one fund? See, through the startup ranking framework, you have add another pillar to the ranking framework saying how much does the state support the deep tech startup ecosystem. After all, it's a niche area within that. And then like so many states have built up their own seed funds, they will start creating their deep tech Series A funds. So, you can replicate and multiply the whole thing with these kind of policies.
Well, that's a great perspective. Prashant, will wrap up with you. Your call for founders building from India, for the globe.
So I think this is basically bigger than the .com era. Every business, every workflow can be reimagined with AI, and AI is a commodity. There are so many AI products available, open source, commercial. We can imagine everything. I mean, we can imagine workflows for doctors. I mean, I'm talking about clinical, I'm talking about healthcare because I work in healthcare, but you can imagine workflows for any business user, and there is a lot to be done. A lot of things will change in the next 10 years, and this is the time for initiative. Technology is available to everybody. If you have the initiative, you can build a startup and you can grow. And like Rajan said, great time to invest also, because there's a lot of smart people in the country.
Oh, absolutely. I think at NASSCOM as well is doing some great work around all of these aspects, talent depth, patient capital, industry, academia, collaboration, market access, exits, policy. So I think there's no better time than this for all of you out there to be a deep tech product entrepreneur. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Please remain on the stage. I would say there's a very famous saying by a very famous man. The man is called Salman Khan. तीन चीजों को कभी underestimate मत करना. India, India, and India. All the Indians, make some noise and give them a big round of applause. I request Sri Satish Chandra to give a gift of appreciation to our distinguished panelist, Mr. Rajan Anandan. Ladies and gentlemen, one small announcement. We got one Aadhaar card of Abhinaya Nair. Abhinaya Nair, if you're around, you can come and take your Aadhaar card from us.
Okay, guys, I know you're all getting a bit tired, want a break, but quick announcement. We have our inaugural session happening very soon at 5 p.m. in Audi 2, level number 2 as well at Bharat Mandapam. And of course, it will be graced by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So please be there 5 p.m. once again at the Bharat Mandapam, level 2, Audi 2. We'll both see you tomorrow again for an exciting day of stellar lineup and very, very engaging conversations. Have a great evening, guys.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's all for now from this stage. See you tomorrow once again. My name is R.J. Tuhin and I'm joined by Karunya Rao. So you can check us on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Tinder. All right. Have a great day. Have a good evening.
A very warm welcome to Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests from around the world, organizing committee members of Startup Mahakumbh, and our valued stakeholders from the startup ecosystem. The grand celebration of entrepreneurship is a testament to India's unstoppable journey towards becoming the world's innovation powerhouse. Today, we stand at the crossroads of unprecedented growth where deep tech, AI, IoT, and homegrown ingenuity are propelling India into a new era of self-reliance and global leadership. Startup Mahakumbh is not just an event, it is a movement, a platform where India's brightest minds come together to shape the next decade of disruptive innovation. From tech-driven transformation to sustainable growth, from policy enablers to industry disruptors, we are all part of a shared vision to make India the startup capital of the world. We are honored to have with us today some of the finest minds in the government, industry, and technology, all of whom have played a significant role in shaping India's innovation-driven economy. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our esteemed dignitaries. I, Prableen,
and I, Ragini, from Startup India DPIIT, are honored to welcome you all to this momentous occasion as we come together to celebrate the second edition of Startup Mahakumbh, commemorating the extraordinary journey of India's entrepreneurial landscape. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has envisioned a thriving startup ecosystem built on innovation, self-reliance, and global competitiveness. As he rightly says, आज का स्टार्टअप कल का मल्टीनेशनल होगा और आज का उद्यमी कल का वैश्विक लीडर बनेगा. Today's startup is tomorrow's multinational, and today's entrepreneur will be the global leader of the future. After a phenomenal debut, which saw over 1,300 startup exhibitors, 48,000 business visitors, 392 top-tier speakers, 5,000 delegates, 200 investors, and 4,000 aspiring entrepreneurs, the Startup Mahakumbh event returns bigger and better. Startup Mahakumbh 2025 will see attendance of 3,000 exhibitors, 1,000 investors, 500 incubators, and over 50,000 business visitors. We also have delegates from over 50 countries and 30 states and UTs, making Startup Mahakumbh one of the largest startup events globally. Startup Mahakumbh will also mark the launch of Startup Maharathi, India's largest private sector-funded innovation challenge, with a corpus of 50 crore prize money, funding, partnerships, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our time. This is India's Startup Mahakumbh, where the future of global entrepreneurship is being written. To begin this event, it is my honor to invite a true pioneer in the Indian startup ecosystem, someone who has played a key role in nurturing and shaping several groundbreaking ventures. Please welcome Shri Prashant Prakash, founding partner Accel India, for the keynote address.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure on behalf of the organizing committee for me to express my gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industries, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for giving us this opportunity to organize the second edition of the Startup Mahakumbh. And sir, thank you for gracing the occasion and getting us started today. We've got started in the morning, and I was just mentioning that we just got the number that we have seen 27,000 visitors just in the first day. That's almost what we saw in 3 days in the last Mahakumbh. So we're already 3x better than last year. Anyway, so I hope you all enjoy the experience this year, and the energy and the momentum is very palpable, and looking forward to a great 3 days with all of you. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to DPIIT Secretary Mr. Nabardeep Singh and our Joint Secretary Mr. Sanjeev Singh for their unwavering support to help us for not only being the backbone and the pillar for the organizing committee, sir, but for pushing us and filling the gaps wherever we were found lacking. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to also express my gratitude to the key sponsors without whom and we were very fortunate to get these anchor sponsors who not only supported last year, but have come back and supported us in a bigger manner this year. SIDBI, GEM, ECGC, MITI, ONGC, DRDO. So I think there was one big change compared to last year. So we not only had the SIDBI and the ONGC and SIDBI and these sponsors, but we have strong support from large government corporations such as ONGC and the defense sector through DRDO. So this, I think, is turning out to be a platform for entrepreneurs to meet very large opportunities, intersect with very large opportunities in defense and in the oil and gas sector, which they would not have seen otherwise. So really, I would like to thank all the government departments for joining hands with us and supporting us. I'd like to thank our partners, FICCI, who have been helping us in the entire organization, TIE, who's been helping us in the mentoring sessions, NASCOM in deep tech, IVCA for all the investor connects and bringing 1,000+ investors onto the Mahakumbh, and Bootstrap Foundation. Thank you, IVCA. So without all your support, this dream of ours would not have come true. The response, like I said, is incredible. From when we opened the gates this morning, the crowds have been buzzing. We have been seeing very great response for the speak. I think one thing that I believe we have nailed this year, and if you have not already started viewing the content in our main stage, please visit. I think the entire team here, the organizing committee has put together a lot of effort to get the best speakers. And you will not see such a wide-ranging, such a diverse set of speakers in any other conference in the country as you would see here. And so if you have not already been to one of the sessions next 2 days, please visit them. A special thank you for all the delegates from the 50+ countries for coming all the way from across the globe. We thank you for your support, and I hope you learn about the Indian startup ecosystem and we build new bridges with your countries. And finally, I would like to thank the 10,000+ startup founders. We have 3,000 startups, but 10,000 startup, and this is also 3x more than last year. I would like to thank all the startup founders, the 10,000+ founders for being here, from not only founders who are already started, but we have 500+ future founders, and this has been a dream and vision of our Honorable Minister to make sure that we not only get founders who have got started, but get founders who are yet to start and get them to come and see what it takes to build here in India. So we are fortunate to have this give them this opportunity to come and meet startups. So, and finally, on behalf of the 27 members of the organizing committee, our pavilion leads, our countless volunteers, I'd like to thank you for putting together this world-class experience. Let us use this next 3 days to connect, co-create, and catalyze India's next decade. This decade is ours, and we'll make it ours. Welcome to Startup Mahakumbh 2.0. Let's unfold the Bharat story together. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant sir, for your inspiring words and for setting the stage. Your enthusiasm for promoting the startup ecosystem is not just evident with your words, but also through the instrumental role you have played in nurturing some of India's most iconic startups.
I would now like to welcome Shri Harshvardhan Agarwal, President, FICCI, to share his insights on the role of startups in India's economic growth.
Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, Secretary DPIIT, Shri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary DPIIT, members of the organizing committee, distinguished guests and friends, a very good evening. It's an honor to stand before this gathering of policymakers, entrepreneurs, investors and thought leaders who embody the spirit of innovation driving Bharat forward. Today, as we explore the road to Startup India 2047, we aren't just envisioning economic growth, we are shaping a self-reliant, globally influential India. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shri Piyush Goyal ji for his unwavering leadership in fostering India's startup ecosystem. His vision has been instrumental in shaping policies that empower entrepreneurs and drive innovation. With over 1.6 lakh DPIIT recognized startups, India ranks as the world's third largest startup ecosystem, generating over 17 lakhs jobs. As Steve Jobs said, innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. India is choosing to lead. Our policy landscape has made entrepreneurship more accessible. Simplified compliance, self-certification, and single window clearances have fueled growth. The rupees 10,000 crore fund of funds for startups and the Startup India Seed Fund scheme have provided critical entry stage support. The Bhaskar platform, launched in 2024, is set to centralize collaboration within our startup ecosystem. A significant trend shaping our ecosystem is reverse flipping, where startups that once incorporated abroad are now returning home. With access to India's financial markets through IPOs, increased investors' confidence, and improved regulatory frameworks, India is becoming the preferred destination, not just for startup creation, but for long-term growth. This shift highlights the maturity of our capital markets and the faith our entrepreneurs place in Bharat's future. This event offers an unparalleled opportunity to connect, collaborate, and scale. With 3,000 plus startups, 1,000 plus investors, and delegates from 50 countries, it is one of the largest showcases of innovation spanning themes such as AI, health tech, agri-tech, fintech, energy, climate tech, and more. AI and deep tech must lead the way in creating scalable, sustainable, and frugal solutions. India has always been known for its ingenuity, doing more with less. Now we must apply this mindset to build cost-effective innovations that solve real-world problems. To our startup founders, now is the time to think bigger, tackle the impossible, and turn global challenges into opportunities. Climate change, healthcare, agriculture, education equity, these are not just problems. These are calls to action. Let us push boundaries, take risks, and create solutions that redefine what is possible. FICCI remains committed to nurturing a thriving startup culture. Through impactful programs, strategic partnerships, and global engagement, we continue to empower entrepreneurs and innovators. The road to 2047 is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Success requires persistent effort from government, industry, academia, and civil society. Together, we can build a self-reliant, globally competitive startup ecosystem that elevates Bharat and enriches the world. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Harsha sir. Your efforts in championing industry-led innovation have been instrumental in strengthening India's economic foundation.
It is now my honor to invite Shri Naveen Kumar Singh, Chairman of NCIIPC, to share an overview of the NCIIPC Startup AI Challenge.
Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure and a privilege to be standing here amongst all of you this evening. Historically and geopolitically, the world is at the cusp of tectonic changes, one that is likely to affect the present as well as the future generations. It is now a widely accepted fact that the artificial intelligence and machine learning is an epoch-changing technology likely to have a fundamental effect on the world order akin to the computing itself. Traditional notions of security we are reinventing as we speak, especially in the technology security domains that we operate. It is clear that the overwhelming talent in the tech space is situated in the private sector and academia, most importantly in our startup ecosystem. The Honorable Prime Minister, during his visit to NTRO, of which the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center is a unit, had specifically emphasized the role of startups and our indigenous industry in meeting our requirements of using niche technologies in the national and cybersecurity domain. With the aim of actualizing his vision, combining the potential of startups as a medium and AI as the technology, NCIPC has come up with a plan to conduct the first of its kind NCIPC Startup India AI Grand Challenge on the theme Responsible AI for National Security. This launch represents over a year-long effort by many of our colleagues to capture and articulate the key challenge areas where we think the startup ecosystem can make a major difference. We hope that in 2047, Some of the startups that come up through this grand challenge will be occupying the Indian mid and large size cyber company space with roots deeply embedded in India, serving the nation and the world. Howsoever we envision the Indian AI stack going ahead, these companies and the talent would be an integral part of the same. Through this, we also want to contribute our bit towards building the security and especially the cybersecurity tech stack of Bharat in line with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Our optimism also stems from the fact that as of yesterday, we have completed the formalities and onboarded FITT, IIT Delhi as our incubation partner. We'll be providing world-class incubation support facilities in the intermediate stages to the startups and also creating a state-of-the-art in-house incubation facility for the final round of startups to work in our premises on our data. In addition, we'll be bringing together the best minds in domain-specific AI application from academia and industry across the country to mentor and evaluate the solutions. Our message to the startups is that those working in these domains should immediately gear up to participate in this grand challenge. We are extremely invested in the success of this program and finding optimal solutions to the problems we are posing. This challenge is only the beginning of what we can do together. So express interest and get ready to register for the NCIPC Startup India AI Grand Challenge. Before I end, I would like to especially thank Secretary DPIIT, Startup India and their entire team for guiding us in framing this unique challenge, which has all ingredients for success, and more so for agreeing to become our execution partner. We look forward to leveraging the ecosystem of Startup India to remain ahead of others in our quest for using AI responsibly for national security. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Naveen sir, for your positive address and invaluable contributions to strengthening India's cybersecurity landscape. I would now like to invite Sri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary DPIIT, for his address.
सदस्यगण और यहाँ आए हुए सभी स्टार्टअप के कंस्टिट्यूएंट्स, चाहे वो स्टार्टअप हो, इंक्यूबेटर्स हो, एक्सेलरेटर्स हो, आप सबका आज इस प्रोग्राम में बहुत स्वागत है। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा पीयूष गोयल सर का, जिन्होंने इस स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ की परिकल्पना की थी। जिस तरह महाकुंभ में सभी लोग मिलकर एक हुए, उसी तरह आज इस महाकुंभ, प्रोबेबली आप लोग सभी लोगों ने स्टार्टअप, आपने महाकुंभ में स्नान किया न किया हो, पर इस स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में आप सभी इकट्ठा हुए हैं। और जो आज एनर्जी थी, दैट इज टोटली वेरी वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट वाज देयर इन द लास्ट एपिसोड। अभी सर से मैंने यही गुजारिश की कि दिस इज अ वेरी ऑर्गेनिक क्राउड। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने कहीं से लोगों को बुलाया, लोग आकर हमसे लड़ने लग गए कि मेरे को पॉट दो। बहुत खुशी होती है जब अपना स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम इतना सजग होके अपने राइट्स की बात करता है। एंड वी एट DPIIT आर एट योर सर्विस। एंड मैं यही कहूँगा कि स्पेशली वी हैव participation from 64 countries of the world, and we will request our startups to definitely meet them and see what is their what they have to offer and learn from them। और आपस में भी आप कनेक्ट करें और इंटरैक्ट करके आपस में एक सप्लाई चेन बनाने की प्रयास करें। जैसे चाय बनाने का ही मैं अभी देख रहा था, तो चाय बनाने वाले भी हैं, चाय की कप बनाने वाले भी हैं, और सब लोग अगर आपस में मिलके करेंगे तो भारत निसंदेह स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम का सबसे बड़ा तो बहुत जल्द हो जाएगा, सबसे अच्छा और सबसे बेस्ट इकोसिस्टम होगा, और ये हम सभी लोगों को मिलकर करना है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Sanjeev sir, for your insightful address on empowering the entire audience here today. We truly appreciate your commitment to nurturing a vibrant, self-reliant and future-ready startup landscape. I would now request Shri Piyush Goyal sir to please launch the video on Startup Mahakumbh 2025.
मैं स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ। हर नए विचार की क्रांति, हर इनोवेशन की कहानी, भारत के उद्यमशील भविष्य की पहचान। क्या आपको पता है कि एक छोटा सा आइडिया कैसे एक बड़ा बदलाव ला सकता है? क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि एक सपना कैसे लाखों लोगों की जिंदगी बदल सकता है? यही तो है मेरी ताकत। मैं वो मंच हूं जहां इनोवेशन का मेल होता है, आइडिया हकीकत बनते हैं और स्टार्टअप्स भविष्य गढ़ते हैं। आज भारत सिर्फ एक देश नहीं बल्कि एक उद्यमशीलता की क्रांति बन चुका है, जहां हर स्टार्टअप एक नए समाधान की नींव रख रहा है, जहां हर नवप्रवर्तक एक नए युग की शुरुआत कर रहा है। लेकिन यह सब शुरू हुआ 2016 में, जब आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन की नींव रखी।
देश में ऐसे नौजवानों को तैयार करें जिसको कभी किसी पर निर्भर न रहना पड़े। मेरे देश का नौजवान जॉब सीकर नहीं, जॉब क्रिएटर बनना चाहिए। मेरा देश का नौजवान मांगने वाला नहीं, देने वाला बनना चाहिए।
आज मेरे साथ 1,60,000 से अधिक स्टार्टअप जुड़ चुके हैं। इनोवेशन से 15 लाख से अधिक नौकरियां बनी हैं। मैं भारत के 95% से अधिक जिलों तक अपनी पहचान बना चुका हूं। टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों में भी मैं तेजी से बढ़ रहा हूं। मैं हर साल नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा हूं। मैं स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ आज भारत के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इवेंट के रूप में खड़ा हूं, जहां आइडियाज मिलते हैं, संभावनाएं बढ़ती हैं और स्टार्टअप्स भविष्य बनाते हैं। तो आइए इस नवाचार के महाकुंभ में भारत को दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप हब बनाने का सपना साकार करें।
That was truly an inspiring glimpse into the future of India's startup ecosystem. We would now request Shri Naveen Kumar Sir to mark the official launch of the much anticipated NCIIPC Startup AI Challenge, an initiative to encourage AI-driven innovation in India. Congratulations to all involved in making this initiative a reality. It is our great honor to welcome a true champion of India's entrepreneurial spirit, Shri Piyush Goyal Sir, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry. Sir's visionary leadership has been instrumental in shaping policies that empower startups, drive innovation, and position India as a global startup powerhouse. Sir, we warmly welcome you to share your thoughts on Startup Mahakumbh, the next decade for startups.
Thank you very much. Very nice to see our own startup, India, children developing into good event sponsors. And I think it's that hesitation that has to go out, which I can see that both these young sisters have picked up very well. Well done. Shri Prashant Prakash ji, Shri Harshvardhan Agarwal ji, Sanjeev Bhigchandani ji, Mr. Sanjeev, Secretary DPIIT, who is looking after Startup India, Shri Bhuvnesh Pratap Singh ji, Naveen Kumar ji, thank you for this wonderful initiative. Really appreciate it. Shri Sumit Jarangal ji, Madam Archana Jagirdar ji. Of course, there's so many people in the room here whom I would love to acknowledge individually for the very, very deep insights and humongous contribution that each one of you in this room has given towards the success of Startup Mahakumbh in its second edition. I won't take names, but I do hope each one of you in this room is extremely successful in your life, because what you have done for the country, the contribution, the sacrifices that all the organizing committee members on the stage, off the stage, the entire team which has spent relentless hours, day in and day out. मुझे भी काफ़ी कुछ झेला इन सब ने, और आसान नहीं है मुझे झेलना, काफ़ी कुछ डांट डूट भी पड़ जाती है. But truly what you all have done is remarkable, and a big round of applause to the entire organizing committee. Thank you all the sponsors who have been very generous with their support. And of course, the very purpose of this Startup Mahakumbh is all of you young men and women, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Startup Expo, all of those who have come in from far and wide to showcase what good work you have done. A big congratulations to each and every of the 3,000 participants. And I did ask Sanjeev, कि इतने लोग कहाँ से इकट्ठे कर लिए? बिलीव तो बहुत है, पर मुझे लगा कि साधारणतः अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी आज थाईलैंड नहीं गए होते तो वो जरूर आके स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ का शुभारंभ करते. But sadly the days are completely aligned. He's left this morning at 6:20 and he's returning back to Delhi 6th evening. So all the 3 days he's on international travel up to the 5th, and from there he goes to Tamil Nadu. So really we are missing him, particularly as I was seeing the video. And I recalled that this whole idea of Startup India was launched in 2016 from Vigyan Bhavan. I don't know if you saw that video just now, when the Startup India was launched. That's Vigyan Bhavan. That used to be India's premier location for all grand functions. All major functions where the president, the vice president, or the honorable prime minister, any of our honorable dignitaries was attending, they were all being held at Vigyan Bhavan. Look at the metamorphosis between 2016 and today, when we are assembled in this grand premises at Bharat Mandapam. That is the changing landscape of new India that we are all witnessing. Incidentally, now we don't have one, but two equally big and equally grand convention cum exhibition centers, Bharat Mandapam and Yashobhumi in Dwarka. पर मैं थोड़े ऑर्गेनाइजर्स से अभी भी दुखी हूं, क्योंकि हमारी जो कल्पना है आज के दिन, आपने सुना होगा भारत मोबिलिटी, भारत टेक्स, हमारा फूड एग्जीबिशन, ये सब जो हो रहे हैं अभी 6 डिजिट एरिया में होते हैं. आप अभी भी 5 डिजिट एरिया में हो. 1 लाख स्क्वायर मीटर के नीचे आजकल भारत में कोई एग्जीबिशन होती नहीं है. और हमारा साइज, हमारी स्केल, हमारी अंतरराष्ट्रीय व्यापक जो पोजीशनिंग है, India today is not taken lightly. We are the world's 5th largest GDP. Before the end of calendar 25, we'll be the world's 4th largest GDP. And by 2027, the 3rd largest economy in the world. Just 2.5 years from now. Overtaking Japan and then Germany. अब इतना बड़ा अगर हमारी छलांग लगाने की ताकत भी है, हिम्मत भी है और संकल्प भी है, नहीं सॉरी नहीं है, तुमने तो हमारे दिल की बात बोल दी भाई. और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी है. पर ये जो चेंजिंग माइंडसेट है, this is best reflected at the Startup Mahakumbh. Truly, what the organizers have done in a short span of 2 years is unbelievable. Who could have imagined when in 2023, around, if I remember correctly, it would have been about October, November 2023. November 2023. When was your program at Newborn at Gurgaon?
First week of November.
So first week of November, Sanjeev Bikhchandani and a team, Archana and all of them had set up a slush type event at the Oberoi in Gurugram, which I had attended. Excellent program, beautifully organized. But you can imagine at an Oberoi hotel, 5-star hotel, how much space, how much participation was possible. But the energy in that room, when I attended the program in November 23, was truly captivating. And I think there from the dais, I had said that within the next 6 months, we should have the largest startup event that India has ever had in Delhi. And I must say, Sanjeev, Prakash, and a lot of Rajan Anandan from Peak 5, Peak V, what is the right way? Ex-Google, I remember. And a lot of our other friends in the room, they got down to working on Startup Mahakumbh. And I think it was around 18th March last year, probably, or thereabouts, when we had the first edition of Startup Mahakumbh. And it was in a smaller area, probably 10 or 15,000 square meters. But it was truly remarkable. It was beyond what we had expected. And as most people who have worked with me at any point of time, and I think somebody who works with me once is always prays and wishes he doesn't have to work with me a second time. That's the impression most officers give me. Arvind, why are you so surprised? But anyway, from the dais at the event in Oberoi, I demanded the largest event to be held in 6 months. This team delivered. We had an outstanding Startup Mahakumbh last year, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. Spent a lot of time meeting up with the startups, interacting with them. Truly inspired all of us. And we were about 3,000-4,000 of us at that time. And I must say, the challenge for Startup Mahakumbh 2 was almost taken up from the dais of Startup Mahakumbh 1. And what we have today is 3 times bigger, 3 times as many participants in terms of exhibitors. And from the numbers that we are hearing of today, at least, if not more, 3 times the number of visitors coming to see the Startup Mahakumbh this time. Of course, it's very appropriate you've elected Narendra Modi for the 3rd term. And he had promised you that he'll work 3 times harder, with 3 times greater speed. He'll work for 3 times bigger outcomes. And I think it's only in the fitness of things that as I stand on this dais, I should be demanding for the 3rd Startup Mahakumbh. No? But okay, I'll take a poll. What do you say? The 3rd Startup Mahakumbh should be 3 times bigger? Yes! आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. Yes! 3 times bigger? Yes! 3 times grander? Yes! 3 times more participants? Yes! And will it be the world's largest startup event? Yes! पक्का? लॉक कर दे? तुरंत लॉक कर दे. कोई तुमको हेल्पलाइन तो नहीं चाहिए? Prashant, not much choice in the matter. Secretary Defense is also here. A warm welcome to Rajesh Kumar Singh ji. He was the architect of Startup 1, by the way. It was done under his tutelage. So he really deserves a big round of applause. And the fantastic work that our Defense Department Ministry has done is also a story in itself. Our exports today are 20 times more than what they were 10 years ago. Almost $3 billion, 25,000 crores. Exports in the year ended day before yesterday on 31st March. And I'm sure the current year's target with Rajesh ji being there would be equally ambitious for significant growth in the years to come. Our defense production is ramping up significantly. We are getting more and more Atmanirbhar, self-reliant for our defense needs. And at the same time, we are having collaborations and partnerships with the best in the world so that our defense preparedness becomes truly world-class. And nobody कोई हमारी तरफ आंख उठा के कभी देखने की हिम्मत भी ना कर सके. Friends, मैं सोच रहा था, other than giving you a big target for next year's Startup Mahakumbh, and possibly what I would suggest, Prashant, is we consider if it's possible to get both Yashobhumi and this. 1.5 lakh square meter यहाँ अकेले तो मिलेगा नहीं आपको. आप हंस रहे हो, मुझे डर लग रहा है. खुशी की हंसी है या skepticism है? Look, I have Rajesh has worked with me, Sanjeev works with me, Bhuvaneshwar works with me, Himani Pandey here works with me. I have many colleagues over here. Is that an acceptable answer in any of my meetings? It's all in the mind. It's a mind game. After all, अगर आपके माइंडसेट में सक्सेस नहीं होता तो आप सब यहाँ पे बैठे नहीं होते, आप सब स्टार्टअप की दुनिया से जुड़े नहीं होते. It's all over here. हिम्मत भी होनी चाहिए, अपने ऊपर आत्मविश्वास भी होना चाहिए, अपनी काबिलियत के ऊपर भरोसा होना चाहिए और दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं है जो हमको सफल होने से रोकेगी नहीं. एंड I have a lot of nice things I can talk to you, but I want to put up a slide which a friend sent me 3 days ago. It disturbed me a lot. And my reply to him was very inspiring. Why I'm telling you what my reply to this was? Because I want each one of you to go back with this slide in your mind. And I hope each one of you will take an inspiration from this slide. If it's small in print, what I would urge the organizers to do is actually put up a big board of this somewhere in the exhibition hall tomorrow morning so that everybody reads it once. हो सकता है कि कोई लोग मेरी आलोचना भी कर सकते हैं कि तुम दूसरे देश से क्यों कंपेयर कर रहे हो. मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. हमने सीखना होता है. We have to be willing to evolve. We have to be willing to learn. We want to aspire to be bigger and better. Then we have to be bolder. And we should not fight shy of the competition. After all, we are the world's third largest startup ecosystem. But I'm sure each one of you aspires that India should be the world's largest startup ecosystem. We have the world's largest STEM graduates coming out of India, year on year. And 43% of them are our sisters and daughters. And there's no reason why this slide cannot be a foreteller of the future for us. What are India's startups doing today? We are focused on food delivery apps, turning unemployed youth into cheap labor so the rich can get their meals without moving out of their house. And against that, what does a Chinese startup do? Work on developing electric mobility, battery technologies. And with that, they're today dominating the electric mobility ecosystem. We are very proud of what India has done. But are we the best in the world as yet? Not yet. Should we aspire to be? Or are we going to be happy being delivery boys and girls? Look at the second one. I've been going through a lot of our startup success stories. And when I go all over the country, we often have startup presenting to us what work they're doing. Fancy ice cream and cookies. In fact, I know at least 3 or 4 billionaires whose children make on one brand or the other very fancy ice creams and cookies and run a very successful business, and I have no complaint against that. But is that the destiny of India? क्या भारत का भविष्य उससे संतुष्ट है? Healthy ice cream, zero gluten free, whatever, I don't know, vegan, ये सब शब्द लगा के अच्छी पैकेजिंग करके हम स्टार्टअप बोलते हैं अपने आप को. ये स्टार्टअप नहीं है, ये एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, ये बिजनेस है. दूसरी तरफ सेमीकंडक्टर्स में ग्रोथ हो रही है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस खुद की अपने देश की बन रही है लोगों की. दे आर इन्वेस्टिंग हेवीली टू बिकम सेल्फ रिलायंट, बिल्डिंग चिप्स, AI मॉडल्स which will prepare the nation for the future. भारत ने क्या करना है? आइसक्रीम बनानी है या चिप्स बनाने हैं? उसके लिए हम सबको हिम्मत करनी पड़ेगी. और ये इतना ही मैं इन्वेस्टर्स को भी कह रहा हूं, अमन गुप्ता, शार्क टैंक में जरा चेंज करो अपने पर्सपेक्टिव्स को. Third example, instant grocery delivery. I had not planned this, by the way. When I was sitting there, I opened my talking points. मेरे पास बड़े अच्छे talking points दिए हैं मेरी टीम ने. I read it and I said, अगर ये लोग organically आए हैं और अगर इसमें से मैं एक शब्द भी बोलूं तो इतना नक्की है कि स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ नंबर 3 में एम्प्टी हॉल को एड्रेस करने आऊंगा. That's when I asked Prashant. I took out my phone. I said, Prashant, I got this 3 days back. Is it okay if I pull it up on the screen and discuss this with the audience? That's when I asked my colleague to show it to all of you. Instant grocery delivery, latest hot on the block. I have no problems. He can list at a few $1 billion. I'm very happy. I only wish they'd had more Indian investors rather than the foreigners buying off all our startups. And ye Siddharth, aap sab ke liye chitavni hai. We need more Indian investors into the game. Again, of course, I won't comment on what it's making people and how our resources are going only towards hyper-fast logistics. And look at what the other side is doing. Robotics, automation, machine learning, preparing themselves for 3D manufacturing. Next-gen factories that are more efficient and that compete with the rest of the world and capture markets. हम रोते रह सकते हैं. Choice हमारी है. यहाँ युवा पीढ़ी होने के कारण मैंने ये put up किया. Are we as the future of India? और 2047 में शायद भुवनेश्वर को छोड़ के मे बी मैडम हम में से तो और कोई नहीं होगा. फ्रंट रो के भी इस तरफ के लोग छोड़ दो तो उस तरफ के लोग तो शायद नहीं होंगे. अमन यार तेरे को बाहर रख रहा हूं. Y'all are the sculptors of New India. You have to make Viksit Bharat 2047 happen. And that is eminently possible when we start looking at the right side of that chart, which we'll put up at the exhibition hall. We'll need to go global. We'll need to think big. We'll need to be ambitious. We'll need to experiment. We'll need to go beyond the boundaries of our own thinking. Let's not limit ourselves with the past. Let's explore the unknown. And frankly, when we look at deep tech and when I see the numbers are still probably 1,000 companies, 1,000 startups in the deep tech ecosystem, it is a disturbing sign. Wealth creation in the short run may happen with some of these conveniences. पर दुकानदारी का ही काम करना है हमें या विश्वव्यापी और इंटरनेशनल स्केल का भारत की पहचान बनानी है. That, friends, is the choice before us. We may do all sorts of international trade agreements, and today under Prime Minister Modi's guidance and leadership, we are not aiming small. We are not looking at agreements with countries who are in a situation which is even worse than what India is in. That used to be the Congress culture. They would do agreements with countries like, who are much weaker than us. What Modi ji does is agreements with Australia. We are aspiring to do an agreement with EU, the 27-nation bloc, with UK, with USA, with Peru, with Chile, with Australia, with New Zealand, with Oman, with Bahrain, Qatar. Our ambitions are to compete with the best in the world. With every one of them, we talk of a startup bridge. But I can't take to them grocery stores and say this is India's offering for startups. I still remember Mr. Vajpayee when he was Prime Minister, to the old famous words of Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. He had said Jai Vigyan, science. Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. What Modi ji has added is Jai Anusandhan, that's innovation. And unless India gets recognized across the world as a nation that has developed the spirit of inquiry in every child born in this country. Why do you think we are adding 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs? I think this budget announced that, right? Because at the school stage, we want our children to develop that inquisitiveness, that desire to explore the impossible, that desire to be creative, to think out of the box, to be innovative. I had requested that we should get all the incubators from all over the country because it's inspirational to see the wonderful work the startups who have participated in Startup Mahakumbh are showcasing. Today I have a call and another program. Parliament is passing a bill, the Umeed bill, where we are finally going to give justice to our Muslim brothers and sisters, for whose sake the waqfs are created, but sadly over the years have become a medium of misuse. We are passing that bill in the Rajya Sabha today and bringing in important amendments, and that bill is called Umeed. ये उम्मीद, ये सहारा बनेगा उन गरीब लोगों का जिनके लिए किसी व्यक्ति ने अपने देहांत के टाइम पे कुछ ट्रस्ट क्रिएट किया, कुछ वक्फ क्रिएट किया, गरीबों का भला हो, गरीबों को कुछ लाभ मिले, गरीबों को शिक्षा मिले, गरीबों का स्वास्थ्य हो और साथ ही साथ धर्म का भी उनका प्रभाव बढ़े. इन सब कामों के लिए वक्फ बने थे. आस्ते 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 करके मिसयूज का साधन बन गए. मुझे लगता है हमको इतनी सारी चीजें विरासत में मिली थी कि आधा समय जाता है पुरानी बीमारियों को ठीक करने का, आधा समय जाता है आप सबको इंस्पायर करके देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए. पर मैं कल वापस आऊंगा. आई एम कमिंग टुमारो डे आफ्टर टुमारो. ओ माय गॉड, it is almost like a movie dialogue, na? I remember one movie. मैं आऊंगा, लौट के आऊंगा. Was it? किसका था? I think it was a Karan Arjun, Amitabh Bachchan dialogue. No, I can't claim that, so I better stay out of. But I'm coming tomorrow to actually join all of you, visit your stalls, meet all of you, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful journey that you have gone through and making that a part of my life as I meet each one of you tomorrow. But I can assure you that we stand committed to your success. It may happen that occasionally one or two may not be successful, but not only will I repeat that old adage, failure is the stepping stone to success. But I have asked the organizers that we have that platform, Bhaskar. In the Bhaskar platform, I would like them to add a module for those who may not have succeeded, for handholding them, for taking care of them, for the rest of their journey. And this thought came to me only a month ago or 20 days ago. Some of you may have heard of Chakra Innovation. Srivastav hai na koi? Krishna Srivastav. He had come and he had showcased some of his innovative work to me in Vanijya Bhavan. And while I was talking to him, he mentioned about somebody who had not been as successful as him and was going through a depression. And I realized कि हम भाषण तो बहुत दे देते हैं, पर हमने उनके लिए कभी कुछ सोचा नहीं कि कुछ ठोस करें. और हम भी ऐसे ही सीखते हैं, आप लोग से मिल के ही सीखते हैं. हमको कोई भंडार बाहर से कोई इंपोर्ट नहीं किया हमने भी यहाँ पे. आप लोग को मिलते हैं, आपके कुछ विचार आते हैं, उसमें से हम सीखते हैं. And I realized that amongst all our startup work, I think we have given a lot of good उपदेश or sermons to somebody who may not have been very successful. But let's now, Prashant, create something to handhold those who are not successful. Encourage him to try again. Maybe help him find his roots. And that should be the takeaway of Startup Mahakumbh too. And I'll come tomorrow. I'd like to meet all of you at the stalls. I'll try my best to understand as much as possible of what good work is happening. I believe almost 1,500 budding startups have been invited free of charge. इतना statistics में खराब नहीं है अपनी हालत है. 1,500 pods have been given free of charge. DPIIT pods, they are different. There's a different section. Are they charged anything at all? Pakka? But that's what I was promised, that they will not be charged anything. So by 25, and I was going to suggest earlier, Regya, that you may also see which dates both venues are available. Next time, try to have both venues, have a much grander and bigger show. At that time, we will try to, and we must try and see that every district in the country, every district, we have 770 odd districts, every district in the country should be present at the next Startup Mahakumbh. And if you are expecting about 100,000 visitors looking at today's number this time, I hope the next edition we can look at a number of at least 500,000 visitors coming to Startup Mahakumbh. And that should not be all Delhi or Delhi based or NCR based. Let's try and encourage children from across the country. Maybe a way to get this message across the country. Every college around the country, we run a competition from early on and select 5 children who have a bent of mind towards innovation, and get 5 children from maybe 5,000 colleges all over the country to come and visit the Startup Mahakumbh. Maybe we see if we can get every incubator, and we have 1,000+ incubators, to try and send their startup to come. Many will participate with stalls or pods, whatever, and many would like to come and see. I'm told we have 1,000 investors this time around. Siddharth, how many investors will come for next Startup Mahakumbh? 3,000. His maths is correct, 3x. So next time, 3,000 investors. And I'll have a room full of investors. I'll get Prime Minister Modi to come for that. And if you call 3,000 investors and 5,000 startups of eminence whom we call in the room, then we can have the function at Yashobhumi, where we have a convention center which can accommodate 7,000 people in one venue. So let's think big. Let's be bold. And I tell you, जब ये inauguration की बात कर रहे थे, मैंने actually पूछा कि आएगा कौन, ये इससे जो बार-बार ये organic की बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैंने पूछा था कि काय के लिए inauguration का function कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे सीधा I'll come and visit. But they wanted me to come and interact with you. I'm glad I came. I'm truly glad I came, and I got to meet such a wonderful set of enthusiasts who believe in Startup India. The Startup Maharti is also a very good initiative. I believe they've collected a 50 crore fund, which is going to be India's largest private funded challenge of 50 crores, which will be dispersed through the Startup Maharti program. The funding that you are giving is over and above that, I believe? Yes, is over and above that. We have the NCIIPC Startup AI Challenge, which you are running, which will be another 20 crores. So that's 70 crores in terms of challenge money going to encourage new young startups. What will be the target for next year? 3x इसमें फिर मजा नहीं आएगा, वो नंबर में दम नहीं है. एक चीज तो नक्की है, मुझे लगता है नेक्स्ट ईयर ये नहीं बुलाएंगे मुझे. At least 500 crores. Defense can pitch in a little bit. Defense also, the startup ecosystem is growing. NASSCOM should pitch in a little bit. Get hold of NASSCOM on the table. Then get hold of all the tech areas, semiconductors and AI. So we have Micron coming in, we have advanced applied materials, all these big companies. Let's get the private sector in a bigger way and create a really good pool of capital. And I promise you, actually 500 निकल गया मुंह से, 1000 बोलता तो 1000 crore हो जाता. Honestly, it's in the mind. Believe me, friends. हमें हिम्मत करने की जरूरत है. एक बार हमने ठान लिया कुछ करना है, हम जैसे ठान लेते हैं हमको चुनाव जीतना ही है. मेरा तो पहला लोकसभा चुनाव था. I was very scared. But got tons and tons of love and affection from Mumbai. Maybe you should do one program in Mumbai also. That will be a half-yearly program. But truly wonderful meeting all of you. For us, your success story is not counted as, let's say, an average revenue per unit, not an ARPU that we get out of the startups participating in this Startup Mahakumbh. For us, the ARPU is the accelerated rise in your prosperity, ARPU. The accelerated rise per unit, per startup, showing your prosperity. And if you are prosperous, if you are able to benefit from the 10,000 crores Startup Fund of Funds second edition that was announced in this budget, if some of you can benefit from that, grow, maintain your ownership. And I really feel very sad when I come to know that for the first 25 or 50 lakhs, some bright idea of a young startup got sold to a foreign company or got sold to one of these. I didn't use the word shark, did I? I didn't. But truly, let's try and get some more domestic capital coming into this ecosystem. I'd like to meet with all the unicorns. Prashant, again, your responsibility. Sanjeev, you also a unicorn, right? एक तो candidate यहाँ ही है. Aman Gupta is another unicorn. और कोई है यहाँ पे? अगली बार आएंगे ही नहीं प्रोग्राम में, ऐसा हो जाएगा. All the unicorns, I want to make a public appeal to you. You contribute in a fund in India. Maybe ASSOCHAM is here, FICCI is here. ASSOCHAM is here. We have friends from CII also over here. Can we persuade some of the good Indian industry also to contribute so that we can create pools of domestic capital? और मैं तो उम्मीद करूंगा कि हमारे भारत के इन्वेस्टर्स और हो सके तो इवन द फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स should be a little more benevolent, giving clawback to our founders, to the Indian young startups, so that they can get a respectable ownership of their work, of the good work that they are doing, of what they create. I think this will be my appeal to all investors in the room and beyond, to all those who have been involved with the startup ecosystem all these years, a little bit more of a little bigger heart towards the startup ecosystem. And I promise you, these young boys and girls can do wonders, and India can grow towards its mission of Viksit Bharat 2047 much faster, much better, much more creatively, with lots and lots of innovation. The hard work of our youth, coupled with your ability to spot talent, will transform the India growth story. We will not only rewrite the rules of the game of the past, but we will be creating unicorns of the future. We will be creating a new journey to the Startup India vision. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It's a happiest moment for me. Exactly 1 year before, when we had the pre-conference workshop at Science IIT Bombay, hosted by Science IIT Bombay, without consulting my office bearers and the governing body members, sumoto I took a decision and I announced, saying that the next pre-conference workshop and conference we'll have it at Hyderabad, and we want T-Hub and CCMB to take it forward. And I don't know what conference, but I had conference with my colleagues and friends who have been there with my network. And Vijay was there, Ramji was there on that particular day. And immediately I made an announcement, I looked at them, they nodded their head, and it has happened today, exactly 1 year before. And thanks to all the Hyderabad incubators who have joined hands in organizing this, and especially to T-Hub and CCMB for making this event to happen. In this pre-conference, I also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. H.K. Mittal with us amongst us. He's sitting in the last row today. Right. It's a pleasure to have him with us, because 20 years before, when this association has been formed, he was like part of the association, well-wisher of the association. Right? It's a peculiar community is ours. An association, right, will negotiate with the government, will try to do with the government. But as an incubation center, 20 years before, when we started this association, where a few of us are still continuing, right, Bala, myself, and others are the founding members of this association, we found Mr. Mittal has been representing the government, but has been so supportive to us in forming the association and to have the bylaws and how to take it forward. And he has been very supportive. And slowly, we learned many things from him, and he also slowly made us to learn how the government will detach from the association. And he himself, after 10, 15 years of the support, right, he also made us to understand, right, how this association can grow. And even after his superannuation, he still continues to be our well-wisher. We accepted our request in the last April to be one of the member of our advisory committee, along with Ms. Poini, Ms. Deepanvita, and Mr. Ramanan, of former and founding mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. So I thank Mr. Mittal, sir, for joining us for this pre-conference today, and to spend his time with all the incubation center executives. This is the 16th conference, and we started in a small way with 25-30 incubators across the country as an association. But over a period of 2 decades, this association has grown. And pre-conference workshop, my colleague was asking me outside whether it's conference or pre-conference. I'm seeing the entire conference executives are here. But it is about the way it has been brought together, the way the association thought what will be the expectations of the members and what we can bring back to the members as value from the association. It has all happened. And thank you all for joining. Even the organizers, we also miscalculated. right? We expected about 100 plus people will be coming for the pre-conference, and I think we should have kickstarted the conference today itself, right? Right. So thanks to T-Hub team for making this event pre-conference workshop to happen here. The entire team has geared up and meticulous planning. Last 1 week, 10 days, I've been watching them, what they're doing. I've not interfered with them. And whatever is been happened today, whatever you're enjoying today, it is all the collective efforts of T-Hub team. A big appreciation from you all for their wonderful thing. Thank you, team, for us. And today we are going to have 3 sessions as masterclass, and all the sessions has been handled by our own members. And the first session is on creating quality pipeline, and we are going to have Dr. Lakshmi Jagannathan from IIIT Hyderabad. Earlier she was with Derby, and before that she was instrumental in promoting entrepreneurship initiative at Dayananda Sagar. Have put more than 20 years of experience, and along with her we also have Ms. Gladys from iCreate, who has been the head of learning and development and also the governing body member of ISBA. All of them have contributed a lot, and despite the organizing pains, right? Last 2 months, 3 months, every Wednesday and Saturdays we used to have meetings, and then we should have a lot of meetings. But despite that, they come forward to spend their time as the session resource person, right? So that's the stretch that they have come forward to stretch themselves. Apart from taking the responsibility of organizing the event, coming and handling the sessions is not that easy. Same thing, the second session is about mentoring networks by T-Hub. The team T-Hub took the responsibility of organizing this, but again, they have come forward to handle the session for 1 hour, and right, that's the commitment. And when we decided to have the third session, again, our GB member who has been instrumental in organizing this conference also told that I'll handle the session, and Mr. Prasad Shetty has come forward to handle the session on seed fund. So next 3 hours, it's going to be a knowledge rich, and make the opportunity, and hope we'll have a good learning session. With this few words, I request Lakshmi and Gladys to take over to you. Thank you.
Hearty welcome to all the incubators. Lunch ke baad, I think the energy is down. Can we have a big round of good afternoon? Good afternoon. हमारे हैदराबाद में ऐसे ही होता, right? But thank you so much, Dr. Suresh. Thank you so much, the ISBA governing body, Prasad Shetty, Prasad Menon, Gladys, Dr. Lakshmi, Ashish ji, and all the members who have worked behind it. I remember last year I was sitting at Sain IIT Bombay, and when Dr. Suresh made this comment, I was like, wow, bin mange, we got so much, right? And we're so proud as T-Hub to host the 16th annual ISBA conference in Hyderabad, and a full hearty welcome to all the incubation leads, CEOs coming from different parts of the country. We also have the Asian Association of Business Incubators today with us. Also a big round of welcome and applause for them as well for coming all the way. Like Suresh mentioned, the kind of effort that has gone behind, I've seen the ISBA team, the way, the kind of effort they have put behind to ensure that those incubation leads from different countries like China, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, they traveled all the way to India and experienced the Indian hospitality and the Indian ecosystem. I'm sure you would have had a good tour of T-Hub and also T-Works. Thanks to my able team who took care. I'm sure they took a good care of you. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Yeah. How many of you are visiting T-Hub for the first time? I'm glad. Yahi chahiye tha humko, right? The whole agenda is how many people can get associated, because I believe collaboration is the new competition. If we do not collaborate, will not exist. And I was talking to Prasad, and the whole idea of this welcome address is how can we bridge that gap of collaboration? We are here to collaborate. We are here to work together and kind of open the barriers on achieving things together. today in the second session that would be handled by my team on creating investment pipeline, creating industry pipeline, and also on creating mentor pipeline. We'll talk more, dive deeper on how can we, all of us can collaborate, work together, and see that your startups that are sitting here can work together. How can we open up our mentor network, our investor network, our industry network, and enable your startups to leverage the corporate innovation that we have championed in. We'll have a lot of discussion around, and me, my team, all of us are here, looking forward to speaking with you, looking forward to collaborating with you and taking it forward. Thank you so much. Once again, a hearty welcome to T-Hub, and looking forward to interacting with all of you over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Vijay, for that such a loud welcome. And I believe after food, it's very difficult to keep people awake, because I was asking Vijay and his team, do we have some music, Natu Natu Ho Jaye Kuch To? So we will have that as well for you. But thank you very much, Dr. Suresh, for explaining about the ISBA journey and how the team has been working collaboratively. And I would like to thank the entire people who are here, who have traveled miles and miles and taken that effort and pain to be here with all of us. So a big, big round of applause, जोरदार तालियां, धमाकेदार तालियां, और तालियों की आवाज ऊपर आसमान तक जानी चाहिए. Thank you. So I am seriously overwhelmed with the kind of experience and expertise who was seated in this room. And छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात होगी कि हम आपके लिए क्या session करें. We are here to learn from each other. We are here to collaborate. And thank you for this opportunity that we have got, T-Hub and the entire team, for hosting us today and helping us with all the preparation. So this is the power of ISBA that we have been seeing for last several years, and more power to ISBA. और this journey has to continue. पता नहीं जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा तब तक ISBA कौन रहेगा, right? So this is going to continue. First and the foremost, I would like to ask you a simple question. I would like to walk around and then I can have a discussion, because I don't feel like standing here and talking, because I want to have the connect, the face-to-face connect. So I'll be coming close to you. Please be prepared. I'm going to make you uncomfortable as well, so don't worry. So imagine if you're going to get some superpower. अगर आपके पास कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां, some superpower is going to be given to you all, what are you going to do with that power? You cannot use this for yourself. And if someone is answering one power I'm going to use for this, the other person cannot use the same power, because we come from the startup ecosystem. No cheating allowed, no copying allowed. You have to be unique. You have to come up with your unique thoughts. So who wants to start first? कुछ खूबसूरत लोग मुझे दिख रहे हैं. सर, आप बहुत स्माइल कर रहे हैं, आपकी स्माइल काफी अच्छी है.
That's the simplest one. I would love to be Mr. India, the invisible one.
Okay. Yeah. So yes, I would like to make India a superpower.
You would like to make India a superpower. Okay, great. What about this side? Why this side is so quiet? My right side, people? Yes. आपके पास सुपर शक्तियां हैं. You are the Superman. What you want to change? Yes. Sir has raised his hand. Yes, sir.
मैं तो वो श्लोक के लिए बोलूँगा, सर्वेत्र सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामया. दुनिया में वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का, दुनिया में सबका अच्छा हो, ये ब्लेसिंग.
मैम,
वेरी नाइस थॉट, वेरी नोबल थॉट. यस सर.
अगर मेरे पास हुआ तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि अपनी दिक्कतें, कमजोरियाँ सामने लाके रखो ताकि उसे सुधारा जा सके.
So you want to work on your inabilities? आप अपनी दिक्कतें सामने लाएंगे या सारे लोग? So you want to okay, बहुत अच्छे ख्याल है.
Can I?
Yes, yes. जी.
Yeah.
जी sir.
So basically, our education system has closed the minds of all the students. And
so you mean to say the quality is not there?
I would just love to open up their minds. They should
you want
try
to
new
open
things.
up their minds.
They should be not
Beautiful
afraid of risks.
thought.
And I think that will be one good thing to do. You open up their minds. Their
Lovely.
minds are all closed.
Lovely. I see a beautiful lady sitting on this side. Okay, I'm coming. Don't get scared. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, I may be the cheesiest, but I like Shah Rukh Khan. So maybe, I don't know, I just want to be there with that I'll use the superpower for.
So you want to be with Shah Rukh Khan? Oh, wow.
मैं
किसी चीज को बड़ी शिद्दत से चाहो तो सारी कायनात उसे लाने में लग जाती है. वेरी वेरी ब्यूटीफुल. आई विश मैं आपके लिए शाहरुख खान को लेके आती. कोई है यहाँ? काका किरण कोई है? शाहरुख?
Not exactly that Kiran, but yeah, I'm a Kiran and I have a mic, so.
लो, मिल गए.
Sure. Excuse me.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Here.
Oh, sorry.
Piche. Yeah. I'm not sure how many of the people here would appreciate the answer, but if I have the superpower to do anything, I would probably reduce or ideally make it zero, nullify the importance and influence of money.
Great. Influence of money. Matlab you want to erase money completely, eradicate that completely.
Completely.
फिर
Well,
हम किसके लिए लड़ेंगे?
People should not have another motivation to help than just to help, in my opinion.
Wonderful. Shahid, you have something to add?
Yeah, Gladys, thanks, and foremost, thanks for calling us here and inviting to be a part of the iconic ISBACon 2024. And the way Gladys is, she involves everybody in the session. I've seen her sessions before. So, I would see that, if everybody is here for a cause and incubation, I would love to have a power of understanding how to evaluate a startup which is going to be a success tomorrow. So if that power is given to me, I think, we all would want to have that power. No, that's something which really incubation should have. And I don't know how and when and how could we do that, but I'm sure the technology is evolving and we might tomorrow have a power of understanding and evaluating it in the right way. Thanks so much, Gladys.
Beautifully said, Shahid. Thank you so very much for such a terrific answer.
Over here, ma'am. I'm the newest member of ISBA. I've just joined.
Yes, please.
There's one here also. Yes, the newbie and the young energy. So I always wanted to, give options to women. More options to women who can do something with their lives.
More power to women.
Yeah,
yes.
more power to women and more options to women, which they can do with their lives. So that power actually I've got recently because I'm the new CEO of SNDT Vice, where we have 70,000 women. It's the only women university of India.
Wow.
And recently I'm the new CEO and I have got the power to actually change the lives of women of India, nationally as well as internationally. And I would love that everyone supports me nationally. And, this whole thing has to be like a one energy for India so that we can represent internationally too.
Lovely. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
So कोई और जिसके मन में तूफान उठ रहा है कि मुझे बोलना है लेकिन अंदर से संकोच है कि क्या मैं बोलूं? Yes, I saw somebody. Yes.
Well, such a nice question, and I think I feel that if you had a superpower does not really translate, because for me I feel like there is the superpower which exists when you're part of such an ecosystem which is so inclusive, and you have everybody who is talking about collaboration, who's not just talking about it but also doing it. And like Vijay mentioned, collaboration is the new competition. That kind of really resonates well. And I'm right now heading the incubator, SPTBI, as part of the Bharati Vidya Bhavans in Mumbai. And I'm looking at amazing work being done in the startup ecosystem and very happy to be part of this community and doing my part.
Very warm welcome to ISBACon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, if I were to have that superpower, first and foremost is I think everyone should be literate enough to understand the nature and so that they can be self on their own.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And one more question I'm going to shoot to each one of you. Do you really need some superpowers to do good to the humankind or to the world? Or do you already have such powers in your hand? क्या आप में वो ताकत है? Yes, no, maybe?
I think everyone has one power, that is power to change. Anything or small thing, anyone can change. So we all have, we just have to implement on that power to change.
Right. So, in this room, you can see the power. Can you feel the power in this room? Yes. Can we hear the power? Yes. Absolutely. So I am really, really happy that the kind of response that we have got. And I know that you all belong to one or the other incubators. We were expecting incubation managers, but I'm happy to see that the expertise and the people who are here. So we would like to ask you, what do you think we can do to improve our startup ecosystem? What are the qualities that we can bring in that will help this startup ecosystem? How we can be, we start comparing with Y Combinator, that's the number one. That is one among the number one. But why can't our incubation center, why we can't have such kind of powerful institution here? Don't you think we have the courage? We all have. But who is going to change this? We. Okay, so anyone, you must have gone through Y Combinator style. How is their training pattern? What exactly they do? What is the standard that they have set for? What are the standards that is being set for Y Combinator for selecting the startups and supporting the ecosystem? Anyone? Yeah. Okay. क्या Y Combinator का नाम सुना है? क्या है ये? एक्सेलरेटर है, इंक्यूबेटर है? कौन सी भाषा में आप लोग समझ? इंग्लिश, हिंदी, मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, गुजराती, मराठी, बिकॉज पूरा भारत आज यहाँ पर है, राइट? एक मिनी भारत यहाँ पर है. Yes. Okay. Let's keep Y Combinator aside.
Hi Gladys. This side, back side.
Sorry, मेरी दूर की नजर.
No, I got it. It's okay. So
yes.
Coming to that Y Combinator part, coming to a question rather.
Yes.
Which you asked
okay.
that. What are the things which perhaps
Y Combinator? What are the standards? What set them apart from the rest of the world? Why people talk about Y Combinator ke startups? They have reached to that level. Why? Kyun?
No, of course, it has been in their case, over 15 years of now legacy. Earlier wasn't a legacy for sure. But I see, based on my experience, because I had kind of cleared 2 rounds of interview when I was a founder with YC.
Okay.
So what
you
I
applied
felt,
there?
Yeah, so
okay.
I got a reply and I got a chance to have interaction with their people as well.
How was the grilling process, I would ask?
The process was actually very exhaustive in the sense that
very
they had
exhausting.
asked, they had asked,
absolutely.
They had asked subjective questions, and that was tons of questions.
Tons of
and
questions.
I was supposed to write and not and write. So all the questions were very introspective.
Okay.
So I could feel that they somehow want to do the filtering process and understand the founder's grit and the founder's philosophy more than anything else. Because of course 80% of their startups are the startups are at idea stage level itself, the other 20% of the startup.
Yep.
So I think that
you can continue. I'll just go and change the slides. Yeah. Yes. So they do have a 45 minutes of filtering session, a discussion, a deep dive discussion happens with the people who have applied. I need the slider. Yeah. So we are here to talk about the quality standard which is being set by Y Combinator. Anyways, that is there. The application, the amount of application that they receive is in thousands. Do you think everybody can get through there? No. So that's why there is a standard in place. Do we have a standard in our incubation center? Do you guys have a pre-elimination round, a selection process to check the quality of startups? We do have, right? So how are we selecting the startups to check the quality? What exactly you all check?
From Indian Agricultural Research Institute. So we are checking whether it is technically feasible to make that kind of a product or the business viability also, and then we check the IP and other stuff. So 3-level checking that we do for scrutinization, and then after 2-way filtering again, We are also getting applications in thousands, and we are taking 40, 45 startups out of that. So rigorous checking. Yeah. No, in a year, for a specific program. Yeah.
We place a large stress on the team and the problem they are solving, and how good they are technically at it. Um, i- i- we don't care whether the product is going to succeed or not, as long as the team knows what they're doing.
Great points. Thank you so very much. So team plays a bigger role. If there is a founder, co-founder, you should know who exactly is part of that entire team, whether they are going to stick together or they are going to perish in some time. So similar pattern is being applied, as sir mentioned. They check for the technicality, they check for the business. They don't care, this is going to sustain, but how confident these individuals are. So that's why the percentage that gets shortlisted at the top level is very bleak. Very less number of people make at that level. So we also need to come up with certain strategies where we get the best of the best lot so that we can produce the best entrepreneurs from our country. And you all sitting here are the best of the best ecosystem. And we have the power to do such job. Only thing is that we need to take that efforts. I remember one of the story, long time ago, there was an auction happening somewhere. Lot of beautiful items were placed in that particular auction. There were jewelry, gems, diamonds, and antique pieces as well. Slowly, gradually, each and every piece started going off. The bid started and things were getting sold. There was one red guitar which was also placed in that bid. The cost of the guitar was $5. That was the least amount quoted for that guitar. The guitar was in broken shape. The strings were broken. It was completely dusted. And people did not even bother to look at that guitar. They didn't want it to buy. Who will bid for such a ugly looking guitar, and that too in broken? So one gentleman walked in and he said that I want to take this guitar. They said, okay, fine. As the crowd were there for the bidding, they slowly started walking out. This gentleman nicely cleaned that guitar. The strings which were broken, he tied those strings and started playing the music. The entire room was filled with such a melodious music. People who were there, who were walking out, they slowly started coming back. Because this gentleman was able to identify the worth of that particular guitar, which nobody noticed. Again, they put this guitar back into the bidding, and that was sold for the highest price for that particular day. Right? So you need to identify the best of the best lot. You will get a lot of applications. You reject. Sometimes they go back and do better. We ask them, okay, no, nahi chalega. But are we seriously working with these startups? Are we really genuinely taking interest in these startups? How much efforts we put? How much support we provide? I have been part of a couple of panel discussions. So one of the, I don't want to name where exactly this was. So one boy was just presenting his case. It was a pitch presentation. He presented his case, and there were a lot of people who were there in the panel. So one person was really rude. This is not going to work. Stop it. No, nahi chalega. Na, band karo, band karo. That's really mean, so rude. If you straight away shoo away that person, where he's going to end up? He has spent close to 10 years building that product. At least have a look. Because you did not identify the worth of that particular product, that doesn't mean it's not valuable, right? You need to have those eyes to go through that particular lens and check, is it going to work or not? Support them, but do not demotivate people. That should be the last resort. You can tell them, okay, this might not work, but can we not try this way, right? So we are talking about quality. What is quality? Creating quality. I'll come back to you guys only. Sir, you're smiling again.
Again, the classic definition is conformance to requirements.
Yes. Anything more? Yes, sir.
Whatever conformance has to be done, whatever is desired, meeting those things, or how closely meeting those things.
Okay. How closely you can meet the requirements, okay. Anything else? Yes, sir. Nice suit.
So basically, I try to say that a startup is primarily a business idea.
Yes.
So if you don't get the business part straight, then it remains an engineering experiment. And that is where we would try to steer them towards the commercial success.
The parameters that you have kept for the
4 slides.
4 slides. Okay.
First is who will buy,
Who will buy?
why they will buy,
Why they will buy?
what
Where you are going to sell it? And
what options they have.
options they have. Okay.
And if these questions are answered, then we move on to the remaining part. And then we work backwards to cost and the other things.
Yeah.
But the first thing is there a market for this?
Is there a market? Absolutely.
And that comes from the statement that a startup is primarily a business idea.
Correct. Because they do not get the right direction. They do not go and check the market need directly. People are so attached to their product. It's my baby. Because I made it, it's going to be the best in the world, right? मेरा बच्चा सबसे खूबसूरत, right? सब जितनी माताएं यहाँ बैठी हैं, जितनी बहनें यहाँ बैठी हैं, they'll tell, okay, my baby is the best, right? If you ask to compare. But when we are talking about product, can we be emotional with the product? Do we need to be emotional? Get emotional. We keep telling people, don't get emotional with your product. If you're getting any feedback, don't take it to your heart. This is for your betterment. This is for your good. Ji, sir.
Madam, I personally feel that the product can be better from the previous one. And
Absolutely.
It should be product, what we call providing service at assured level is far most important than what we cannot say is better
बिल्कुल
product.
सर तो वर्जन हो सकते हैं because we
Maybe
tell that
it
okay
has to be
इसका
better
अगला
from the previous version.
right पहला जो बना है उससे बेहतर
And
और
it can-
बेहतर और बेहतर
And moreover, it should
keep
be
improving.
sustainable for long period so that there will be less competition. We are talking about startup. I think what we start today, that startup may excel after 2 years, 3 years. We need to think of future.
Yes.
And we need to support those startups which can sustain for long run.
Absolutely. Sustainability is very important. नहीं तो कहाँ जाएंगे हम, right? These are some of the questions. Sir ने कुछ questions बताए. Some of the questions that you can add when you're dissecting the startup. The word dissect I use because we literally butcher the startup. हम बहुत बुरी तरीके से कत्ल करते हैं, right? We are preparing them for the best or the worst for tomorrow. But that doesn't mean क्योंकि today we are working with such a young generation or आज की generation, they want Maggie in 2 minutes. They don't have this much of time. So you need to have patience to work with these individuals. You need to understand their thought process and ideology, what exactly they want. What kind of mentoring style you have? किस type की mentoring करते हैं आप लोग? Is mentoring happening religiously? Do we do the right mentor and mentee match? Or just because we want to fill up the Excel sheet and do the check box, we just fill in that? Do we really do? Because I have observed this at several places. किसी को भी बिठा दिया, okay, just have a discussion, ठीक है यार कर ले, हो जाएगा. No. Please don't do that. If you do not have the expertise, bring in someone who can add value rather than just क्योंकि you're playing with someone's career. उस बेचारे ने या बेचारी ने अपनी पूरी जिंदगी उस पे लगाई है and you don't know what you're doing with them, right? Team के बारे में someone spoke about team. Everyone is working in a team or we work in silos? सबकी team है? Do you believe in teamwork? We believe? Is team important? Together we swim and sing together. Huh? We do? So why team is important? To dependability, to become champions, absolutely. What else? Everyone doesn't have it. It has to be a complementary skill. What happens if you have all tech experts in the office? What will happen to the rest of the things? Who will take care of HR, marketing, and the rest of the business? Will it be managed or handled? Nahi hoga, right? We mostly Y Combinator, we were discussing about Y Combinator. So let me tell you, the selection process that we were discussing, they have a very rigorous process. So there is a 45-minute, if in case any startup is lucky enough, I would say lucky, if they succeed, they will have a discussion, a virtual discussion or a face-to-face discussion whatsoever. And if they succeed from there, there is another 3 to 4 months that they're going to spend in training. So this is a kind of training, a rigorous training that happens where they learn a lot. Every week they'll organize certain dinner where they invite the alumni, the startups who are already doing well in the market. They invite and they talk about their stories, not just success, but the failures as well. Because startup is not all about success, right? Each step that they're going to take, there will be failures, but they need to learn from those failures. Every moment, they need to learn. And it's 24/7 job. Our job is okay, we are doing 9 to 5, 9 to 6, done. You can go home and sleep. But can they? They can't. They are the whole and soul for that particular product. So give your support wholeheartedly. Dil se karo, nahi to mat karo. We talk about, okay, that incubation center is really doing good. We start comparing, okay, T-Hub, I'm using T-Hub as an example. Please don't quote me on this. T-Hub is doing itne log aa rahe hain, this is happening, that happening. Why we are not doing such things? No comparison. So isi baat pe I remember one more story. I enjoy telling story. So there were two boys who decided to go to the seaside and they thought, okay, we don't have a job, let's collect some seashells. Seashells, समझते हैं? समुंदर के किनारे जो सिप्पियाँ होती हैं. We'll collect these seashells and then we'll make some money out of this. So those two boys, एक का नाम Ram, the other one was Sham. He said, okay, you go to the left side, I'll go to the other side, and we'll meet for lunch and we'll see how much we have collected by lunchtime. He says, okay, fine, let's go. So both of them disperse and Ram goes to the right hand side. Whatever he gets, he quickly collects all those and puts in his bag. And during lunch, he also get a bigger shell. So during lunch, these two gentlemen meet at the center point, and then when Sham sees that, oh, my friend Ram has got so many shells and he's got a bigger one, I don't have that. The jealousy has taken place. Irsha andar aa gayi. I do not have this, so I need to get much better than this one. So he goes to the other side again, and then whatever he had, he throws everything on the way in search of a bigger one. Evening again, they return back, and Ram asks, what happened, Sham? Your bag is completely empty. Did you not get anything? He said, no, I got, but I was trying to find a bigger piece. I couldn't get a bigger one. So I've just thrown all what I have collected. They go to a nearby shop to sell this. And as soon as they reach the shop, the shopkeeper gives 5,000 to the bigger one and 10,000 to the smaller shells that they have collected. So Ram was very happy and Sham was more jealous. He was filled with a lot of filth and all this disgusting feeling that, oh my God, my friend got this much and I did not get anything. So Ram tells his friend, see my friend, you have thrown whatever, I picked up those shells. So the bigger one has given me 5,000, the smaller one has given me 10,000. If you wouldn't have thrown this, you would have got this money. right? So small opportunities comes your way. Try to grab such opportunities rather than shooing away, oh, ye chota kaam hai. We will not collaborate with them. We will not do programs with them. We will not do such things. Koi chota bada nahi hai, right? Everybody is playing their part. Do your bit. Add your part. What value you can bring to the... Okay. It's... How much time do I have? Did I exceed? Okay. So then I will move quickly. Okay. So when you're working in the team, last part I would like to discuss one of my favorite and interesting part. किसी को कभी गुस्सा आता है यहाँ? कितने लोगों को यहाँ गुस्सा आता है? सच बोलना, सच के सिवा कुछ मत बोलना. आता है, आता है. How many people get angry here? मतलब जिन लोगों के हाथ नीचे हैं उनको कभी इतने साधु संत महात्मा लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, वाओ, रियली नाइस. सो यू गाइज जिन्होंने हाथ नहीं उठाया, आप लोगों को गुस्सा नहीं आता या सोच रहे थे कि मतलब कोई देखेगा तो क्या सोचेगा, अरे इसको गुस्सा आता? सबको आता है. वी आर ह्यूमन बींग्स, राइट? वी आर नॉट मशीन्स. So what happens? Do you have conflicts anyways? Don't give any organization का नाम. आपस में झगड़ा होता है, घर में भी होता है, जहाँ 4 बर्तन होते हैं खनकते हैं, right? होते हैं. So conflicts do happen. So what do you do when you are really angry, you're not feeling good about such situation? What do you do? Startups हैं, उनको भी बहुत गुस्सा आता है. So this is any which ways आप सब लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा. Have you heard about the conflict resolution style? सुना ही होगा. जितने लोग मैनेजमेंट वाले हैं या नॉर्मल भी सुना ही होगा. So competing. Shark, have you seen shark? What kind of quality does a shark has? Aggressive? That kind of behavior. So every time you cannot be very suppressive in nature. You need to be aggressive, but depends on the situation. हर बार आप शांत रहोगे तो people will use you like tissue paper, right? Compromise, fox जो है, compromise करना, उसके भी उससे we can learn. At times you need to compromise. Every time you cannot be in a fighting mode. Compromise. Certain situations, compromise. But अपने दिल पे हाथ रखकर कुछ गलत है तो don't compromise on such things. बोलेंगे कि अरे pre-session में they told okay compromise कर लो, we did compromise. So don't do that. Turtle का nature. Have you seen if there is certain challenges या कुछ आता है turtle, वो seriously अपना मुंह अंदर ले लेते हैं. मतलब they will take their head inside the shell because they know there is a danger. So you need to avoid certain situations. At time, if you avoid such situation, you will be at a safer place. Collaboration. You need to collaborate as well, like all. So if you go and read this, you will learn a lot. I mean, like, I'm sorry I don't have that much of time to talk because 30 minutes hai, ma'am is looking at me. And accommodating as well. So, जब accommodate करना है, we will accommodate. जब aggressive होना है, passion होना है. So these are certain styles you can incorporate in your nature, in your style. That will help you. Anyway, certain pitfalls are there. This is if the leader is not great. Anyways, अपने organization के don't look at your head or bosses. If the leader is not taking the right decision, what all can happen. So a leader has to be strong. I'm not saying that only the head of the institution is a leader. Everybody who is sitting here is a leader, right? You all take decisions, you all plan certain things, you do a lot of stuff together. So you all are a leader. But certain times, certain decisions that you have taken can make it or break it. So whenever you are in angry mode, so never make a permanent decision when you are in any such mode. Chill, cool down, take your time, go for a walk, and then come back and go back and teach the same thing to your startups because they also need to inculcate certain habits. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi is going to take the next session. So can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Lakshmi?
Because I was asked to speak about value creation, right? Value creation for whom? Why only startups? See, any relationship has to be bi-directional, right? Otherwise, it will not sustain. For everybody, right? That's why I put all the stakeholders. How do you create value for everybody? If I have missed anybody, please add. So this incubation is a everyday grind of continuing adding value to everybody possible, so that your startup also gets value. Otherwise, it doesn't. And I mean, this is I put together based on my learning, the harsh beating what we've gone through, and keeping the startup at the center stage, right? Of course, incubators do well, we do well if our startups do well at the end of the day, right? So how do we work with all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that our startups do well? I think, can we make it more discussion-wise, because I will not run through the next of the slides. First, I think most of the genesis of the incubator starts with the host institution, right? So host institution starts an incubator because there are multiple reasons. Because there's government funding available, NIRF pressure, or there are enough entrepreneurs within the campus, or there are startups in the ecosystem. It starts with the host institution, right? So what will be the kind of value creation that the host institution can do for the startups? Why does a startup come to a particular incubator, seeing the background of the host institution?
We have facilities in NIT Srinagar like technology inclusion where startups need help to develop their prototypes.
Okay, so one is prototyping, testing, sometimes even small batch manufacturing possible in the labs. Correct? Anything else? Yes, please. One word.
Running a business requires multiple activities. And
one of them you tell what the campus can give, no?
Yeah, so all the other things the incubator can provide to the startup.
So because we'll have to cover how many? About 12 of them in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So roughly 2 minutes per point.
Funding agency would be one good thing.
No, let us stick on to host institution. Somebody wants to come to the campus, they can make use of your labs. Please be seated. Yeah, please. Experts like faculty expertise, where does it matter? Mentoring for what? Okay, for... See, now with deep tech, slowly startups have realized